Chapter 176, A Sudden Change. Du Sheng spoke English, but Wang Yeyang didn't understand. However, Ma Yaoei, who was standing beside him, almost laughed out loud. Last time, the foreigner in front of him wanted to sign Du Sheng, but the checkbook was not available. Du Sheng's words were a bit Western joke, and there was no lack of slight meaning in them. Unless the other party's conditions really make him moved. Don Jin is old fried dough stick, laughed. You have limited time, I'll tell you a long story. I am sincere enough to have a signing fee of $5 million plus 24% promotion share. The assistant wanted to speak but stopped him, but he waved his hand to stop him. Because when the opponent wins the championship, this condition is a bit unpredictable. What he is about is the other party's expectations and hidden worries. As we all know, Eastern people have a mentality of contentment and happiness. Unless the young man in front of him is really sure to win the championship, or he doesn't take $5 million seriously. Otherwise, you will consider it carefully. In fact, both Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang were a little moved. Nearly $40 million. Although there are additional conditions for signing a contract, the money will definitely make you rich overnight if you put it in the mainland. They all looked at Du Sheng. However, Tang Jin still underestimated Du Sheng's concentration. Du Sheng just smiled without comment and said, I heard that the boxing competitions in the north have been suspended recently. Mr. Tang Jin gave this condition, so it should be a great burden, right? Don Jin was indeed under pressure, and understood the other party's meaning, and said in silence, Tell me about your final conditions, I'll refer to it. This was almost the last showdown. Everyone was shocked and they were both careful. Then I will say it casually. If there are any inappropriate ones, please feel free to correct me. Du Sheng smiled and stretched out a finger and shook it. It is the prerequisite for winning the Woolen Championship, and the signing fee will not be mentioned first. I think this is the right commission share. But before he finished speaking, the assistant's eyes were wide open and he blurted out. Commission share 10%? How is this possible? When Tyson was at his peak, he almost had a fight with Don King, and he reduced his commission share to 13%, and there were other additional conditions. How dare the person in front of me speak? And to put it bluntly, without their boxing promotion company spending a lot of money to package boxers and boxing matches and expanding their influence, these boxers are just a bunch of waste treasures. What's more, their Tanja company is still the top 5 boxing promotion companies in Beijing, and has extraordinary ability to promote top events. These are all made of money. Seeing Tang Jin frowned, Du Sheng waved his hand and smiled. Of course I understand that cooperation is based on fairness, and I will do it well. Tang Jin held his mind and said, Tell me. Du Sheng pulled everyone into his eyes and said, We can set a time limit, such as within 1 year, or directly based on UFC digital matches, championship matches, etc. If I lose or draw a commission plus 1%, the signing fee will be. Don Jin left, with a little unwillingness. He did not refuse or give an answer, but just said to think about it. But surely, a 10% commission is impossible. There are some ideas about losing or getting a tie to increase the commission limit. But boxers play limited games every year, which is also a restrictive factor. It was a bit difficult to let him give up the gold mine that was visible to the naked eye. So we can only take a look at Du Sheng's next performance first. It's better if you don't agree. Your value will definitely increase after winning the championship. There will be times when this ghost guy regrets it. Ma Yaoei looked at the other party's figure who was leaving and laughed. He was full of confidence in Du Sheng and was not worried about whether he would be qualified to play heavyweight events in the future. Du Sheng didn't say anything anymore. Seeing that the guests on the stage were about to finish, he slowly stood up. Du Sheng vs Ko Sato, please prepare for the 2 contestants. This is a live boxing feast. Except for the wonderful showdown between fists and meat, all the details have been carefully rehearsed several times by the organizer. The atmosphere at the scene was already boiling, and the host stepped onto the stage at the right time. His voice was ups and downs, and although it was a little exaggerated, it successfully pushed the atmosphere on the scene to the "Let's warmly welcome the violent warrior from Neon, his bones as solid as a rock, and his kickboxing maniac Ko Sato." This kind of exaggerated description and exaggerated emotional fighting introduction did not make the audience feel uncomfortable, but instead won cheers. Especially when Ko Sato appeared in a shocking way, the cheers of Neon boxing fans were even more surging like a tide. The host did not ignore Du Sheng, and his introduction was full of passion and passion. Next, let's invite snipers from the east to fully enhance the Dark Horse attributes and KO the opponent's sniper god Du Sheng, in just one round in each game. No matter how much introductions were introduced, when Du Sheng, who was hiding under the mysterious cloak, walked towards the ring calmly, all his eyes were focused on him. When the cloak slowly opened and Du Sheng's handsome face was exposed in front of everyone. Gudong! Countless female viewers couldn't help swallowing, but their eyes never looked away, for fear of missing any subtle movement. In this fighting world where fists speak, handsome faces are indeed very rare. A boxer like Du Sheng who has an idol-level appearance and extraordinary strength is rare in today's fighting field. When Du Sheng took off his cloak and exposed his upper body with smooth muscle lines and clear edges, the screams on the scene instantly overwhelmed all the sounds. Xiao Min and a group of girls also came to the scene, staring at Du Sheng's muscles in a daze, with little stars emerging in his eyes. Lu Shishi, who was standing beside him, covered her cheeks, feeling very embarrassed. Something is wrong with these girls. Strength and beauty often complement each other and jointly interpret a charming style. Among the many sports stars, some athletes have successfully captured the hearts of the public with their outstanding appearance and strong physique. And those handsome men and beautiful athletes who combine beauty and strength have become the focus of attention. Sometimes, a person can even rejuvenate a sport with his extraordinary charm. For example, Marco Reus, known as the Dream Lover, his handsome appearance has attracted countless female fans who were not very familiar with football and injected new vitality into the sport. Similarly, in Neon's K1 field, Masato successfully ranked among the 4 most popular kings in Neon with his outstanding appearance. But compared with Du Sheng, these two people are a bit inferior in appearance. Especially Du Sheng's well-proportioned and smooth muscles fully demonstrated his personal charm. The screams and cheers of the audience seemed to be drowning Du Sheng. The media around were not angry at losing, the flash was flashing wildly, and the shutter sounded endlessly. In this sea of shouting wildly, Ko Sato's face gradually became gloomy. Without listening to cheers and comparisons, he knew that his appearance was a bit unfavorable. Although his muscle lines are clear, they are pale in comparison to Du Sheng's sculptural figure. Compared with this, Ko Sato couldn't help but feel a little inferior. But he quickly cheered up again. This is a fighting arena, not a competition from Mr. World. Here, strength determines everything. On the ring, only the winner has the right to speak. Ko Sato stood on the ring, gritting his braces, and swearing in his heart that he would blow this annoying face with his fist in a while. As soon as the two of them got on the ring, the atmosphere in the whole audience exploded. Supporters of both sides were not to be outdone and cheered for their boxers. Du Sheng walked around in a leisurely manner and smiled and waved his hand. It didn't look like he was preparing to punch, but it was like he was holding a concert. This kind of indifferent behavior, regardless of whether it is pretended or not, makes Sato Ko even more hateful. Damn the puppet, smash his teeth. High up mainland boy, you're all paying attention to your retirement capital, come on. Jing Sheng. Maintain your dark horse traits and must be killed. Especially the almost one-sided cheers and cheers at the scene were deafening. This home court advantage is really exaggerated. Opponents with a poor pressure ability are afraid that their condition will be affected. Sato Ko's face was expressionless, but his body involuntarily leaned forward slightly. The referee noticed something strange and quickly stretched out his arm to block Ko Sato, preventing him from taking action rashly before the game officially began. Ding! In the noise, the electronic bell rang. Boxing. After the referee reiterated the rules of the game, the ringtone of the first round rang quickly. With the host's order, the audience around him shouted excitedly. In the boxing ring, it is recognized etiquette to knock the fist before starting a fight, and even if both sides are blood-feuded. Du Sheng took a few steps forward and stretched out his right fist to complete this polite fist with Ko Sato. Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurred at this time. After Sato Ko touched Du Sheng's boxing gloves with lightning speed, he suddenly launched a fierce attack without warning. Du Sheng had not yet withdrawn his arm, and he did not expect that Sato Ko would launch an offensive directly without regard for sportsmanship. Almost instantly, Sato Ko's low leg sweeping approached Du Sheng's calf. The next left hook punched Du Sheng's cheek without mercy. This series of attacks was obviously carefully planned. Before the game, he studied Du Sheng's playing style and knew very well that this was a tough guy, so this scene happened. Once Du Sheng is hit, even if he is not KO'd on the spot, his calf and brain will suffer severe damage, which will have a huge impact on subsequent competitions. Even if you lose points for this, it is worth it. There were uproars outside the court, and the referee rushed forward in surprise, but the reaction was not enough. Just in the midst of this flash, Du Sheng was still in chaos when he was in the battle, with his shoulders and elbows falling, his lower post was calm and he only raised his hand to block it. Talk. Sato Ko's fierce uppercut was so lightly that he was swept away. What surprised him even more was that his killer signature skill. After several years of unremitting fighting and blasting training, my calves have long become as strong as steel, and the power bursts are amazing. The power of one kick was enough to instantly kick the solid wood board, and the low sweep leg was like hitting the iron plate. The other party is not shaken. Chapter 177 Despicable Means. I'm damn. What's going on? Fortunately, Ko Sato has many years of experience in the arena, so he is still shocked. Then he jumped away quickly, trying to find an opportunity. It's just that he overestimated his despicable means and underestimated Du Sheng's tolerance. When Sato Ko goes to the left and retreats, he predicts Du Sheng's movements and makes a hook punch in advance. Du Sheng didn't care about the opponent's attack at all, stomped his feet and blew his breath. His footwork was like a big plow and he slammed his shoulders and arms into it. The hard rise and hard falling iron mountain lining seems to exert force from the shoulders, but in fact it combines the torsion force of the waist and hips. A single hair moves the whole body. This collision is more than 700 pounds. Faced with this bang, Ko Sato's face changed. He had long studied Du Sheng's attack and outbreak points. In the extreme state, the force of the opponent's bombardment can almost exceed several heavyweight levels. Normally, any opponent will be killed by a heavy blow. Ko Sato did not dare to face Du Sheng head-on. He quickly put away the offensive, raised his left arm as a defense, and tried to hold the rack with his arms to resist the opponent's fierce attack. But what he never expected was that Du Sheng's explosion was still beyond imagination. Cack! Ko Sato felt like he was hit by a car, his body shaking and his steps were staggering, and he retreated. I almost fell on the ring. Du Sheng's move obviously contained anger, and he almost used 70% to 80% of his power. Speaking of which, he originally wanted to play a full round to give the organizer and the audience a friendly experience, and also give Yangtze Channel 5 a good viewership. But the other party is really ignorant. If Ko Sato wisely chose to avoid it instead of attacking him, this bomb would have been enough to make Ko Sato fall on the spot. Despite this, Du Sheng instantly stabilized the unfavorable situation brought about by Sato Ko's sneak attack. He took advantage of the unstable position of the other party and did not stop at all. Whoosh! He kicked his back foot and swung his feet hard. His legs were like a crumbling bow and full moon. He bounced up and his whole body shot out like a rocket. This is to treat others with the same way, completely ignoring whether Sato Ko is ready to defend or counterattack. I have to say that Sato Ko is worthy of being a veteran in the boxing world, and his reaction is much faster than that of ordinary people. Swish! He ignored the severe pain in his chest and instantly turned around and dodged, supported, and stepped under his feet, and his body moved in an instant, and he almost avoided Du Sheng's subsequent King of Hell's fist. At the same time, he took advantage of the power of retreat and hit his legs. The thick legs made a sharp sound, and a fierce and powerful cheating sound went straight to Du Sheng's heart. It seems that he still wants to use his height and agility to suppress Du Sheng. Bang! Du Sheng suddenly raised his steps and stepped horizontally, changed to the 8-pole frame, turned the reverse bow step, kicked his back palm, and rushed to the side. Whoosh! One move to welcome the door 3 and blasted out, destroying Gula's rushing fist straight into Ko Sato's heart. The style of playing is still without defense, and you fight for your life. The arm drives the air and makes a bang, comparable to a chain slap. At this moment, Ko Sato used attack instead of defense and was unable to avoid it. He cheated on Du Sheng's left arm, and it felt like he was hitting an iron lump. My back and front shin are like whips, the iliopsoas muscles and hip joints are flexible like cow tendons, and the legs are as strong as guns and pricks, which can kick the sandbag in one kick. This guy is obviously practicing Bajikwan, so why is his arms as hard as iron? He knew something was wrong, so he subconsciously raised his arm to block it. Boom! The fists and arms collided, and they made a dull tremor. Du Sheng's 8 unique skills, combined with the twisting force, can make great efforts and heavy, so how can he be hastily defended? Sato Ko's body rolled over the sideways on the boxing ring, making a muffled sound. In just a moment, his defense line was completely defeated by Du Sheng's combo. However, Du Sheng did not deliberately attack fragile parts such as Sato Ko's chin or temples, but instead focused on his face. After a few punches, Ko Sato's face was covered in blood and his nose was almost deformed. Seeing this scene, the referee hurriedly stepped forward and tried to stop it. But Du Sheng was at the strongest moment of the offensive, and even the referee failed to hold him up immediately. Buzz! Listening to the stop in his ears and the uproar outside the court, Du Sheng seemed to gradually calm down. He retreated to the side, indicating that he had calmed down. Looking at the bloody scene in front of him, the referee finally let go of his hands holding Du Sheng tightly and turned to check on Ko Sato's condition. Fortunately, this is a mixed martial arts fight, allowing attacks on the fallen players, and Du Sheng is just going back to defend. Otherwise, if he changes to other fighting, he will be directly judged to lose due to a foul. The sniper god is awesome. The dead puppet attacks and kills him. If you steal a chicken, you won't lose a piece of rice. This puppet deserves it. The corners of my mouth are crooked, and my blood is all over the ground, which is so explosive. Can this continue? But it's so cool to see the puppet being slapped. In an instant, the audience outside the venue cheered loudly. Zhang Baji, Xiao Min, Lu Shishi and other little girls stood up even more excitedly. Fatty, have you taken this scene? Zheng Xian held the camera given by Du Sheng and asked in excitement. Even Zhou Xingqi, who came to watch the game in a low-key manner, unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. He is a fan of Li Xiaolong. He has been practicing Wing Chun since he was a child and is particularly interested in this kind of boxing competition. If I hadn't returned to the mainland to cast the venue for Kung Fu, he has been back long ago. And the neon audience is silent. It seemed as if Du Sheng was shocked. Seeing this reaction, Du Sheng nodded secretly, feeling a sense of pleasure. In fact, it was done on purpose. Just to make the scene explode a little. Otherwise, with just one punch, the other party would not be able to get up. Now this is not only annoying, but also makes the audience feel full of viewing and the ratings full, and can continue to beat the other party. 2 kills you 1 stone. Outside the ring, the final of The Legend of Wulin was broadcast live by Xiangzhong Hukatv. The live broadcast team carefully arranged the shooting equipment around the ring, and 8 cameras were fixed on different camera positions to ensure that every exciting moment was not missed. Around the ring, there are 4 mobile cameras wandering with handheld cameras, capturing the emergencies of the game at any time. The 2 large cameras hanging high above the sky overlook the overall situation like an eagle-eyed person, and the real scene of the game is fully visible. Several high-definition large screens are hung on the dome of the gymnasium, and the competition screens carefully selected by the director are played in real time. This allows even the audience sitting in the farthest corner to clearly see the fierce showdown on the ring. The scene of Sato Ko being beaten to death by Du Sheng was faithfully recorded by the camera and projected onto the large screen on the scene. Looking at Du Sheng's calm attitude, it is in sharp contrast with Ko Sato's embarrassment. The puppet boxer attacked first, but he didn't even hit a single hair. What was he thinking? At the same time, the scenes shot on the spot were quickly transmitted to the headquarters of HKATV in Xiangjiang by the live broadcast vehicle, and then represented as live broadcast images after editing and processing, spreading to thousands of households in Xiangjiang. The audience in front of the TV also exclaimed. In the mainland, the game was broadcast for free due to the broadcasting rights. This is also the first time that The Legend of Wulin has been broadcast live in the mainland. Through a series of publicity and hype in the early stage, the fierce final of the last issue was also replayed, and countless viewers were already looking forward to this exciting final. When Xiangjiang HKATV started live broadcasting, Yangtze 5 also broadcasted the live competition scene simultaneously. At this moment, Sato Ko wiped off the blood on his face, and after a brief stop of the bleeding by the medical team, he stood in the ring again. He looked a little embarrassed, his wound was still bleeding, but his combat power was still retained. It was just that the grievance he suffered just now made him look fierce like a fierce ghost, staring at Du Sheng as if he had chosen someone and was snatched away. Du Sheng turned a blind eye and hooked his hand at Ko Sato. This provocative action instantly appeared in front of countless mainland audiences watching Yangshi Channel 5. Wow, so handsome! Isn't this puppet going to explode with anger? Young man is so good, you really give us Chinese a face. It's so bullying, but I like it, haha. The audience in front of the TV applauded and cheered endlessly. The power of Du Sheng's action is even more shocking than the first time many people watch the anti-Japanese war movie. The anti-Japanese war movie is performed, but this is a living reality in front of you. There was actually a Chinese contestant playing with the puppet in front of Asian audiences. On the ring, the fighting continued. Du Sheng's provocative actions made the anger in Sato Ko's heart burn. Baga! He gritted his braces and scolded in a low voice, his fingers clenched. Du Sheng just smiled indifferently, spread his hands, and opened his door, as if saying to Kazuo Sato, "Even if you attack, I will lose if I take a step back." This game is being broadcast live, and it is a rare opportunity to gain reputation. If you knock down your opponent with one punch, it would be a waste of resources. Sato Ko looked at Du Sheng with a slightly insulting gesture, and although his face was gloomy, he did not lose his mind. As an experienced professional boxer, he knows the importance of staying calm in the ring. Sato Ko took a deep breath, lowered his body, moved quickly from left to right, and launched a fierce charge towards Du Sheng again. Seeing that Du Sheng was really not moving, he suddenly kicked the ground with his feet and slid forward and kicked backwards towards Du Sheng's chest. The quickness of the legs is exposed, with a whistling sound. Du Sheng squatted his knees slightly, stomped his feet and stepped forward, and pushed his right elbow like a sheep horn. He used a classic killer move, single sheep tip. The body still stands in place without dodging or avoiding. This move is to stomp your feet, so that the reaction force on the ground can be moved from the legs to the waist to the arms, and the whole body to the elbow. Sato Ko has rich combat experience and is very clear that Bajikwan is good at elbows, which evolved from spear techniques. He uses his arms as a gun, and either dies or is injured when touched. The previous sneak attack was hit by a counter-attack, but he was unable to beat the opponent's elbow. If it is replaced with K1 with elbow ban, he has some way to deal with it. This time, the leg was just a test. He immediately retreated and turned around, and a right hook punch had quickly hit Du Sheng's chin. Du Sheng steadily stepped on his lunge and posed for a crane step. When the opponent was about to approach, he raised his arm to block the attack, and at the same time he kicked it out with a rubbing and kicked it out. This is the classic leg technique of Bajiquan, which is hidden and lethal. Often attacking the opponent's oncoming bones makes the opponent stand unsteadily in an instant. Cack. The rubbing and kicking not only accurately shoveled on the oncoming bone of Sato Ko's calf, but also lifted Sato Ko's legs and swept it down one after another, breaking the combo. This is not finished yet. Swoosh. Listening to the whistling wind coming one after another, Ko Sato's face changed drastically. There is another chapter, wait. Chapter 178. It can be said to be explosive. Add to one chapter. Sato Ko was so painful that he couldn't stand his feet and retreated repeatedly. Seeing that the other party was still motionless like a person who was fine, his fist seemed to hit the iron arm, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He used all his killer moves, and others were like playing house games. Damn, it's not enough to fight. Although Du Sheng wants to fight for a longer time, if he lets the water go too far, he will be criticized for fighting against fake punches. Seeing that Sato Ko's body was stiff, he blew his anger and blew his body, and his figure was still rising and falling, and he shot out with his steps. With the ups and downs, the sound of the wind is ringing. Twist the waist and cut the hips, and open the door and blast it out with one move. What is hard opening? No matter what defensive posture the opponent makes, he will directly drive with his elbow, and the attack will be violent and rapid. Looking at the fiercely bombarded the left and right iron elbows, Sato Ko's face changed again. He was really scared of being hit by an elbow. The left calf was still numb, but it was not blocked and could not avoid it. He had to pose in a cat foot stand-up style and hold the arm around the arm. Click. In an instant, Ko Sato's arms were hit by the fierce attack. Even though his humerus had been polished into a thick layer of hard skin, Du Sheng's explosive power was really good. It feels no worse than the 100-kilogram heavyweight boxer, and the elbow force is more than 650 pounds. No one can bear it, and there are bursts of heartache coming from the humerus. In addition, he was so blasted that he was unstable, so his body fell backwards and thumped on the wire mesh on the edge of the ring with a rumbling sound. Buzz! The scene was instantly boiling. The crowd in the audience was in an uproar, and many people couldn't help but stand up. This can be knocked down, what's going on? Could it be that Du Sheng's explosive power was very strong? In the VIP area, a stunning look flashed in Zhou Xingqi's eyes. Du Sheng's combo is extremely wonderful. His mind has already outlined wonderful movie scenes. This trick can definitely be applied to your own movie shots. It's worthy of being a dark horse, it's so awesome. The excitement and amazement of the girls around him came one after another, and even the audience from Southeast Asia sighed secretly. Zhang Baji looked at the man on the ring, her eyes rippled and her cheeks were red. At this moment, a strong impulse surged in her heart, wanting to announce to the whole world. This man belonged to her last night, and tonight too. At the same time, the audience who watched the live broadcast were also shocked by Du Sheng's amazing performance. So handsome! The host of Yangshi Channel 5 couldn't help but exclaim loudly. It is difficult to see such a shocking performance of national martial arts in professional boxing competitions. This is simply a visual feast. If the opponent is knocked down again, there will be no suspense in this game. Okay, that's how you beat me to death. In a bar in Beijing, a group of men raised their wine glasses and cheered in unison. One of the rough men who was slightly drunk shouted with a blushing face. If this kid can beat the little puppet, I will introduce my daughter to him and don't have a bride price. Hey, stop daydreaming. The people around laughed. On the ring, Ko Sato, who was helped up by the referee, was almost collapsed. This is a monster, right? He felt the tingling pain in his humerus, and seemed to have some bone cracks. How to fight this? Seeing that Sato Ko's breathing became more and more rapid and his eyes were distracted, Du Sheng understood that the other party's physical strength was approaching. He shook his head gently, squatted his legs slightly, stood still, then pointed to the ground and made another hook move. It's almost the same in one round, so let's present the last exciting clip. Seeing this, Sato Ko immediately understood Du Sheng's intention. The other party planned to stay in place and let himself attack. Damn it, it's so awesome! Sato Ko was furious and almost gritted his teeth. This guy is clearly playing tricks on himself as a clown. But in the face of live camera broadcast, you must never retreat. He gritted his teeth, let out a low roar, and then rushed towards Du Sheng wildly. Baga! He shouted angrily, then jumped up, raised his knee high, and a powerful flying knee hit Du Sheng's neck. Flying knees are extremely lethal moves in any fighting skill. Hearing the whistling wind and crackling sound, he obviously had all his strength burst out. If this is solid, not to mention the fragile neck, even the door panel will have to be broken in the waist. When faced with such attacks, professional boxers usually choose to avoid rather than to confront them head-on. However, Du Sheng did what he said, and was still rooted firmly in place like an ancient tree. Click! He stomped his hips, hugged his arms round, bent his single foot forward, and used the bear to squat and lean hard, instantly blocking the extremely fierce attack. Then he used the elbow to wrap his arms and elbows. This move involves two major theories of Bajikwan, namely the word zang and the word bao zang. That is, wrap the other person's arm around and then beat him to death. When Bajikwan kills, it is not to use the elbow or iron mountain support to drive others out, but to hit them hard in the arms. Bang bang bang! Du Sheng wrapped his left arm around the other party, and his right hand was filled with various hooks, straight punches, and knees. The offensive is like a storm. The opponent cannot escape, and will also suffer heavy blows in succession. Sato Yeo vomited blood in his mouth, feeling that his bones were broken at this moment. He wanted to force Du Sheng back, but he felt like he was entangled by a magnet. The other party made a move and couldn't find any opportunity. Finally, he was hit by a shovel of the hall sweeping leg, and his whole body flew backwards and hit the ring. The referee rushed forward quickly and stopped Du Sheng in front of him in case he continued to attack. After the series of blows just now, if an ordinary person is afraid that his sternum will be broken, he will fall into a coma on the spot. Du Sheng still stood still and had no intention of taking action, but took off his braces and fists. He looked at Ko Sato, who wanted to struggle to get up indifferently. He watched the referee raise his hand and make a cross gesture, and said lightly, "I've given you a chance, but it's a pity that you won't be useful." When Sato Ko heard this, his face turned into pig's liver, and he was unbearable for shame. He originally wanted to say something to Du Sheng, but before he could say anything, he was carried away from the arena. Dong! The bell rang and announced that the competition was over. Buzz! Immediately, a deafening cheer broke out at the scene. In the audience, a bright red appeared like clouds. It was a mainland audience coming from afar, waving the national flag in their hands excitedly. The host's voice was excited and high. "I am really worthy of being the dark horse in the mainland known as the Sniper God. Congratulations to the third final champion of the Legend of Woolen, Du Sheng. Win! Brother Sheng, we are the champions." Ma Yaoei and others jumped onto the ring excitedly and picked up Du Sheng high, allowing the audience to witness the hero's style more clearly. Championship! At this moment, Du Sheng not only created a new era in the Eastern boxing world, but also won the first Chinese gold belt. The audience was in a state of excitement and shouted wildly for Du Sheng. The national flag was flying in the audience, and there was joy. The Chinese finally won the boxing championship at their doorstep. This historical moment is destined to be remembered forever. After Du Sheng shook hands with the referee as usual, he immediately threw the boxing gloves into the audience. This action immediately triggered a fierce competition among the audience. It seems to be competing for a precious honor. Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand to thank the crowd, excitedly waving the red paint, preparing to return to the lounge to change clothes. Because the next award ceremony is the highlight of Wu Lin. The audience around were still shouting. Besides being happy to make a fortune, they also celebrated this hard-won victory. Some mainland boxing fans even made a phone call to share this joy with their relatives and friends. For everyone, this may be just a regional competition in the boxing world, and its influence is far less than that of large-scale events such as UFC and K1. But this is what they have been looking forward to for a long time, a glorious glory belonging to the Chinese. Over the years, although martial arts films have shined on the international stage, kung fu stars such as Li Xiaolong, Cheng Long, and Li Lianjia are even more well known. It also made countless foreign audiences curious and yearning for magical kung fu, and related martial arts museums are also spread all over the world. But in the professional fighting arena, Chinese people rarely appear. This inevitably leads some people to question Oriental Kung Fu and even derogate it to a show-only flower stand. Although overseas Chinese are dissatisfied with this, they are unable to refute it with facts. In recent years, China has begun to try to send contestants to participate in events such as Martial Legend, K1 Fighting, and One. Especially for the first two, many boxing fans traveled all the way to watch the battle, hoping to witness the glory of the Chinese. However, due to differences in rules and insufficient experience, no one has been able to achieve results before. Now, Du Sheng has entered the finals of The Legend of Wulin with his strength, which undoubtedly has greatly encouraged all Chinese people. At the beginning, their expectations were not high, and they just hoped that Du Sheng could enter the top 3 and show the Chinese style. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng won the championship directly as a dark horse, and his performance was explosive. How could this not make them extremely excited? While some Angfen boxing fans screamed, they also sang the national anthem loudly. The neon audience around may not understand Chinese, but they were shocked by the enthusiasm and unity of the Chinese audience. The most complicated face on the scene was undoubtedly Don Jin. He not only hopes that Du Sheng will win, but also shows that he has a good vision, but also worry that the other party's value will soar after winning. This is really a mixture of flavors. Now, the opponent has already obtained tickets to the UFC championship, and this hot commodity is definitely robbed. He felt a little restless when he thought of his old rival Bob Arum snatching him from his hands. He really wanted to talk to Du Sheng again, but the other party wanted to accept the award, so he would definitely not have time now. Du Sheng changed his clothes and came to the podium. On the right, runner-up Ko Sato has gradually recovered, at least it is not a big deal to receive the award. But his face was a little gloomy at this moment, and tape was still attached to his nose, which greatly reduced his brave image in the past. On the left is third place Gabriel, who defeated Jazana by weight and successfully won the bronze belt. The three of them gathered in front of the podium and followed the prompt sound. Gabriel took the lead in taking the copper belt and a 300,000 bonus check from the organizer. Subsequently, Ko Sato with a silver belt also came on stage to receive the award one by one. Finally, everyone's eyes shone at Du Sheng, who was at the highest podium. Chapter 179 Breaking the Miracle. Thank you for finding your lover and waiting for your lover, and you will give me rewards. Du Sheng. Du Sheng. Du Sheng. The audience cheered Du Sheng's name in unison. The person in charge of the organizer came over, shook hands with Du Sheng to congratulate him, gave him a dazzling gold belt, and handed him a huge check of 1 million. Du Sheng smiled and held the huge picture to greet the audience. Looking at the excited atmosphere at the scene, my heart was also excited. He never thought that just a champion in a regional event could arouse such high joy and excitement among his compatriots. What he didn't know was that everyone had been looking forward to this trophy for countless days and nights. The neon lights and mists are not only without regrets, but they have repeatedly participated in provoking the dignity of the people. Due to the limitations of this, it is difficult to put the overall situation first, and it is difficult to impose control over the neon country. Therefore, there was a burst of anger in everyone's heart. Du Sheng won the championship this time, not only as simple as winning the gold belt, but also a spiritual victory. Du Sheng used his fists and strength to exclaim a fierce anger for the Chinese people. In the audience, people sang in unison and the scene was filled with blood. This inspiring scene was broadcast live on TV, spanning thousands of mountains and rivers, and presented on the screen of Yangshi 5, the mainland. At this moment, countless people watching the live broadcast were also silently excited. In the VIP stands, Zhou Xingqi and Lu Yingyan chanted the audience's passionate singing, and their hearts were filled with shock. That is an emotion they have never experienced before. It is also the deepest estrangement between the mainland and Xiangjiang. But they have to admit that the Chinese have finally begun to rise in the boxing world. If Du Sheng can continue to sweep his opponents in the UFC field and win the championship, it will be an unprecedented feat. Kung Fu superstar deserves its reputation. Zhou Xingqi looked at the stars on the stage, his eyes flashing. With real Kung Fu and such a huge topic, isn't this the one I can't find in my movie for a long time? It's really wonderful. In the monitoring room of Yangshi 5, Director Bai was staring at the live broadcast screen, and couldn't help but cheer for Du Sheng's outstanding performance. In recent years, Yangshi 5 has always hovered at the bottom on the ratings list. Except for the audience's favorite, the World Football, there are almost no other program that can attract attention. The broadcast of The Legend of Wulin is of great significance. It is not only a test of whether Bai Xian's conception of heroes has broad market prospects. It also contains some special meanings. Director, the data has been updated. The assistant quickly walked to Director Bai, his face filled with irrepressible excitement. The national viewership rate reached 2.8%. What? Director Bai widened his eyes in surprise, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Are you sure it's 2.8%? He clearly remembers that after the premiere of Yangshi 5's Ace program, The World Football in the Millennium, the highest ratings were only 3.19%. Now, the broadcast of the boxing match of The Legend of Wulin has reached a rating of nearly 3%. It's true, Director. The assistant nodded for sure and said excitedly. It seems that fighting programs really have potential. Okay. That's great. Director Bai nodded repeatedly, with a long-lost smile on his face. This means that the hero list applied for by my nephew is expected to become a trump card for building the pillar of the nation. As soon as Du Sheng walked off the podium, he was immediately surrounded by media reporters waiting by. In an instant, dozens of microphones surrounded him. The camera flash was endless, making Du Sheng a little dazzled. In addition, the reporters rushed to ask him questions like a quick answer. Most artists scalp numb when they saw the machine gun formation. Du Sheng was calm and saw Zheng Xian inside, so he simply stopped not far from her. Calm down, can you ask questions one by one? Mr. Du, have you obtained a UFC direct pass? A thin monkey reporter rushed in front of him and took the lead in asking a question. Yes, but due to the North Plague, the specific details are still under discussion. Mr. Du, can you tell me about the direct ticket? Is it a digital competition, a fighting night or an elite road? Another reporter asked. As we all know, UFC is one of the most famous mixed martial arts events in the world, with many different championships, matrices, etc. Digital competition. This is a major UFC profitable event, including most gold belt competitions, championship qualification challenges, popular contestants competitions, etc., and requires paid to watch. Fighting night. This is a smaller UFC event. In order to make it famous, many outstanding players participated, but they did not have the high attention as much as the digital competition, so they watched for free. The Elite Road. This is a series of small events, which are the regular season for advancing to the digital competition and are free to watch. In a word, if you want to be famous and make money, playing digital games is one of your goals. Du Sheng knew that this was a boxing fan reporter. Seeing that everyone was curious, he said something more. Directly access the Champion Qualification Challenge. Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar. This is a direct promotion to the digital competition. It eliminates many tedious selection matches and cushion matches. According to the past, if you want to participate in a digital competition, you are usually qualified only if you have won the gold belt for important events, such as Intercontinental Boxing Champions and International Boxing Champions. The income of this type of player includes appearance fees, bonuses, advertising endorsement fees, etc., and the annual income is basically no less than $2 million. The appearance fee alone starts with hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mr. Du, your weight is welterweight. The current UFC champion is Matt Hughes. He has dominated the list for nearly 3 years. Are you confident of winning his gold belt? Matt Hughes, who was a wrestler, is a very popular player in the MMA world, and has defeated many famous players such as GSP, BJ Payne, Matt Serra. His current appearance fee is no less than $3 million. Du Sheng naturally heard of this person. If history has not changed, the other party will rule the UFC welterweight for 5 years. He responded calmly with curious eyes. I said before that as long as you participate in the competition, the goal is to win. No matter who your opponent is, you will do your best without regrets. Many reporters burst into laughter after hearing this. Come on, I look forward to you breaking the miracle. Breaking the miracle, the implication of the comments has revealed some expectations of the reporters. However, they have no malice, and most of them are encouragement. It's already great to be able to get here. No matter whether we can enter the UFC championship or not, it is considered that we Chinese have taken a big step. Come on. Although they are all friendly and encouragement, they do not have too high expectations for whether Du Sheng can stand firm in UFC. Du Sheng knew this well, but did not explain it much. This kind of thing is the most convincing only through practical actions, and vernacular words are ultimately difficult to convince people. At this time, another well-informed reporter asked. It is rumored that Miss Zhang Baji invites you to participate in the protagonist of the next movie of Oriental Star Entertainment. Is it true? Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and glanced at him, and said ambiguously. I haven't received the invitation for the time being, but this possibility is not ruled out. This is just a nonsense. When he arrived in Xiangzhong in the early morning of last night, Zhang Baji couldn't wait to practice martial arts. It's 4 a.m., have you ever seen anyone who practices martial arts so actively? After the girl finished practicing, even though she was sweating profusely and was weak all over, she still mentioned the next movie of Oriental Star Entertainment to him. A costume film is being prepared. It is said that there is a lot of investment. It is used to impact next year's Spring Festival. This girl locked in the heroine, and the hero was scheduled to be Liu Yingmao, but he was going to hold a concert later and might not be available. She suggested to Qi's mother that Du Sheng would be decided. In addition, Zhang Baji also mentioned that this film will invite Lu Wei to be the producer, Wang Jing to be the producer, the director is the vice president of Xiangzhong Film Director, and Zhuang Wenqiang as the screenwriter. I have to say that the team is indeed strong. After listening to it, Du Sheng gradually locked in his mind. The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat adapted from the novel 7 Heroes and 5 Righteousness. This film in her previous life made it to the top 10 box office list of Xiangzhong, and the mainland also scored more than 20 million, ranking among the top 5 box offices. The box office in Nanyang is not bad either. The reason why Du Sheng is concerned is mainly because Oriental Star Entertainment has this promotion channel, which can expand its popularity in Asia. If there is a schedule at that time, you can look forward to it. At this time, Zheng Xian finally found an opportunity to speak and blinked at Du Sheng. Mr. Du, you have said before in the mainland that once you win the championship, you will donate all your income. Is it true? This is actually a disguised publicity for Du Sheng. After all, the communication channels in the mainland and Xiangjiang are different, and some news has not been fully unblocked. Du Sheng looked at her with appreciation and said, Waban Charity was officially established today. The organizer has transferred the 1 million Hong Kong dollars earned by the champion. It is expected that the money will be returned to the mainland tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. At that time, this donation will be used to transform schools, roads, and water and electricity in the extremely poor areas of Mijiang County, Qian Prefecture. The champion's income is 1 million plus the endorsement fee of Newman Walkman is donated. These days, the world of Walkman is still the only one. Many people use Newman brand Walkman. The current shipment volume is more than 30 million, which is a major national brand. The endorsement fee of 500,000 yuan per year, plus Newman's 500,000 yuan charitable donations can also be regarded as the leading role of Du Sheng's Huaban charity. When everyone heard this, they all applauded. Look at this work and look at this demeanor. Donate as you say donate, without any nostalgia, and can be open and transparent to check where the donations are. To be a celebrity idol, you should have this positive image. After the interview, Du Sheng still did not have time to rest. Because Don Jin hasn't left yet, another K1 representative has come to him. Listening to Ma Yaoei's excited explanation, Zhou Xingqi didn't know what purpose he wanted to get together later. Just as Du Sheng walked towards the lounge, the excitement and live broadcast outside had not yet fallen. Jordan District, Ji Hotel. Lu Yifei, wearing a kawaii nightgown, sat on the sofa in the suite, staring at the TV screen intently. Xiangjiang paid channel is broadcasting the finals of The Legend of Wulin tonight. Although she didn't understand Cantonese very much, whenever she saw Du Sheng showing extraordinary strength and confidence in front of the camera, an indescribable joy surged in her heart. Chapter 180 Intercontinental League. Lu Xili stood leaning against the window, looking at the city scenery under the night sky, and fell into deep thought. At this time, Du Sheng was probably meeting Lu Yingying's big names in the entertainment industry. The speed of this rise is really unreasonable. She shook her head with some emotion, and she was filled with thoughts. Looking back on the filming scene of Dragon last year, she was worried that her daughter would be deceived. But how long has it been? Du Sheng's achievements can only be described as amazing. In this way, Zixi is indeed unique in some aspects. Lu Xili turned her head to look at Lu Yifei staring at the scene with an intoxicated look on her face, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She adjusted her mentality a little, and then said to Lu Yifei seriously, Zixi, do you want to go to Elizabeth Stadium and meet those stars in Hong Kong? Of course I want to. Lu Yifei replied without hesitation, with a light of expectation flashing in her eyes. But her next words made Lu Xili roll her eyes. My cousin hasn't left yet. Lu Yifei added excitedly. Is there nothing else in your mind except your cousin? Lu Xili was a little helpless and asked. Du Sheng knows you are still filming in Xiangjiang. Didn't he ask you to watch it on the spot? Call me, but we're busy shooting. Lu Yifei smiled discontently. Anyway, if you can watch live broadcasts, you don't have to deal with those cumbersome social occasions, it's also great. In fact, the main reason is that she does not want to affect Du Sheng's competition. Especially when she thought of watching Du Sheng get beaten up on the spot, she felt uncomfortable all over. Lu Xili was a little hit. She just praised this girl for her unique eyes, but now she becomes cute again. She sighed and said earnestly. You have a good relationship with Du Sheng, but you are still under 20 years old. You should know that men's thoughts are changeable. Let's hurry. Lu Yifei only heard the first half of the sentence and happily turned her fingers. In another 148 days, it will be my 16th birthday. Lu Xili shook her head helplessly and decided to wake her up directly. I mean, with Du Sheng's current popularity and status, do you think you can get together with him in the future? She didn't want to instill this kind of thought. After all, Zixi is still young, but sometimes she can't help but not say it. This girl may not know her special feelings for Du Sheng, but she can see it clearly. This is also the reason why she didn't agree with the two of them being too close to each other at the beginning. But now it can't be dissuaded. Lu Yifei was stunned by this question and held her cheeks and thought. I have never thought about this problem before. After a moment, she said in a daze. Is it good for my cousin to increase his fame quickly? And he said that we will shoot a drama together next year at the latest, and it is not easy to get together. Did you ever hear that men become bad if they have money, and the same is true for their reputation to increase quickly? Lu Xili said lightly. You are young and beautiful now, and there are channels and resources behind it. It is normal for Du Sheng to maintain a friendship with you. But one day he surpassed you in all aspects. Do you think your friendly relationship can be maintained? Lu Yifei pondered for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yes. Lu Xili smiled gently, with a little helplessness. You are too young and don't understand the world. No, it's because you don't understand your cousin. Lu Yifei muttered. He has never been such a person, and he will never despise the poor and love the rich. Okay, we won't argue about this. Lu Xili looked at her daughter and changed her tone. After Du Sheng won the championship this time, his popularity was at the forefront. If The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Infernal Affairs were released, he would almost be selected as one of the top 10 major and small students. By that time, more and more women would appear around him. For example, during this period, many media have reported on his scandal with Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, and Jia Suen. Let's do whatever it is. What are the advantages of a little girl of your age compared to them? Lu Yifei sat by the bed, as cute as if she was down. Yes, what are the advantages you have compared to them? What is the relationship between me and my cousin? She didn't know what she thought of, and her face turned red. When Lu Xili saw this girl thinking randomly and dreaming in the daytime, she said speechlessly. Behind every successful man, there is a woman who silently gives. If you want to maintain a good relationship with him, you have to take action now, do you understand? Lu Yifei seemed to understand and said blankly. Then what should I do? Seeing that his daughter finally got enlightened, Lu Xili nodded with relief. Have your cousin told you that the clothing brand Kung Fu that he will be opening with the Zheng family's son? I heard him say it. Du Sheng is busy filming and competitions. How much time do you think he has to manage these affairs? He has a studio, someone should be in charge of these. But if this continues, his position in the studio will gradually weaken, and even his financial power will not be guaranteed. What should I do? Lu Yifei understood a little, and was a little anxious. I haven't graduated yet, and I don't understand these things. Lu Xili almost rolled her eyes, thinking to herself why this girl is becoming more and more cute. You want to film in class, aren't I still there? She sighed. If you really recognize this cousin, can I still be able to do it, can't you watch? Lu Yifei's face was blushed when she saw that she was discovered with a little thought. Mommy, do you want to participate in the management of the Kung Fu school? But you have no relevant experience either. She was at her age when she was in love. At this moment, she could not find a second man who was better than him except her cousin. Lu Xili was speechless. For Du Sheng, it doesn't matter whether he understands management or not. What he needs now is a trustworthy person to be his representative in this joint venture brand to ensure that his rights and interests are not damaged. If you want to get closer to him, you have to seize this opportunity. After hearing this, Lu Yifei felt it made sense and nodded and said. This shouldn't be a big deal. My cousin must agree. I'll ask him later. Lu Xili nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the girl was so stupid that she could not help. Lu Yifei thought about it and said, "Or I won't film anymore and change to studying business administration, so that I can help my cousin better in the future." Lu Xili. She took back her previous thoughts. How could I have given birth to such a daughter? Although this is not helpless, it is also a disease like a prescription. You stupid kid. Lu Xili sighed, with a little helplessness in her tone. If you are not in the same circle with him in the future, do you want to see him show his love with other women? I don't want it. Lu Yifei muttered and retorted, a little anxious. Isn't that true? Lu Xili looked at her in anger. So, leave these foreign affairs to me, just handle your cousin's relationship well. Isn't this very simple? Lu Yifei muttered. I'll play with him when I have time. Lu Xili was so angry that she coughed repeatedly. Knowing that this girl was still too pure, she shook her head speechlessly. Just tell your cousin what I just said, he will understand. I know, mommy. Lu Yifei responded well, but she was not ignorant. Is it really good to just let my mother intervene in my cousin's management affairs? Will my cousin feel that he is randomly interfering? On the other hand, Du Sheng was taken to the conference room by the organizer. He thought he was the first to meet the old man Don Jin who could not go away, but he was a yellow man. The person who visited the K1 Asian Division Director Matsushima Fujisawa. He looks 37 or 8 years old, wearing a straight suit and looking smart and capable high-level. To be honest, Du Sheng was quite surprised by the visit by the competition manager himself. Although he won the title of Wu Lin competition, his fame in the boxing world has not yet reached the level of thunder. At this moment, K1 is in its heyday, far from declining rapidly as it was 10 years later, but is in the momentum of expansion. The other party should have arrived today and directly dispatched the regional supervisor, which is undoubtedly a priority for him. Mr. Du Sheng, I think you have guessed the purpose of my trip, so I will go straight to the point. Matsushima Fujisawa speaks Chinese, which is quite smooth. Today, I represent the K1 fighting organization, and I hope to sign a contract with you and invite you to participate in our Intercontinental League. The winner will have the opportunity to go to Neon Kyoto to compete for the title of King of the World of K1 Max. The K1 Max event can be regarded as a grand event for K1 fighting to gather top middleweight players in the world. This magnitude reflects the advantages of strength and speed, especially the production of outstanding yellow fighting boxers. The K1 Max World Kings such as Bukit and Masato are currently unrivaled in the Asian fighting world. Therefore, winning the title of K1 Max World King means becoming the first middleweight player in the world in kickboxing. This also shows the lofty status of this event. Du Sheng also paid attention to similar events when he watched Kunlun fight in his previous life. At that time, K1 had been acquired by Xiangzhong Company, and it was difficult for the kickboxing industry to see such a high-level international event. Even the former king of Bokaiu came to the east in his later career to participate in a gold-making competition like Wulin Feng, which is a hero in his late career. Now that he has the opportunity to challenge the strength of these top boxers at their peak, to be honest, he is indeed very interested. Why? To summarize several aspects. First, the UFC championship has not yet been determined when it will be held, and this year is an unknown number. The second is a matter of time. Next, he will definitely be in a state of filming. He can get there in a few hours by going to Neon. He can make quick money and take into account both. If you go to the north, this will be delayed. The third is popularity issue. Before, he returned home in a defeat. If he could be a representative, his reputation would definitely be much higher than that of Wu Lin. And because of the publicity involved in the UNNI Yanzhuo is even more explosive. Fourth, the ability to make money. As Wang Yeyang said, the current net income of 5 million yuan per year is considered high. Even the newly promoted first-line actors Lu Yi and Li Guanpeng have a pay of about 25,000 yuan per episode, and the shooting time is often several months. Of course, they can endorse advertising, but the advertiser's offer is not high, with a maximum price of 800,000 yuan per year. This has to be shared with the company and paid taxes, and a net herd of it can be calculated. In the past, this money was indeed difficult for Du Sheng to make but today is different from the past. There are too many places he has to spend money next. Wu Lin can bring him 6 or 7 million, and K1 is likely to be much more or less. Chapter 181 Top Treatment. For example, establishing a clothing brand of Kung Fu School is not enough to just talk about it. Even if it is under the Jinlila brand, production supply and channel construction can be reduced. But other things such as market research, publicity and promotion, financial management, team building, etc. all require financial support. Especially hiring professional talents in design, production, sales, marketing, etc. is very expensive. Next, after discussing the design and style with Zheng Zidao, he handed it over to Jinlila's production channel, and then first distributed the goods and went on the market in Jinlila's stores in Xiangzhong and Guangzhou and other Wulin with wide influence and more developed areas. If you invest half of the investment in the early stage, Du Sheng would have to invest at least 3 million yuan, and he would definitely have to follow up in the future. In addition, the joint venture production of Hero List has also entered the process. Invite boxers, create a stage, broadcast payment on TV, promote promotion, etc. In the early stage, you will get 10 million yuan for conservative investment, and more than 3 million yuan for equal division of the three parties. Then, Du Sheng also planned to invest in another drama this year, which would cost at least several million. The money obtained during this period includes the 1.98 million won by betting tonight, the 590,000 ringtone income, and the 760,000 yuan reimbursement of Goddess Dragon. The whole group is about 6.96 million. Not enough at all. Therefore, even if you don't mention making huge reputation and fame, K1, a fast-moving event, is almost one of the must-haves. Despite this, Du Sheng did not reveal his thoughts. Because he knows that events like K1 are completely different from the four giants in the boxing industry, and the screening and requirements for players are much stricter. Even if he really wants to participate in the competition, Du Sheng hopes to win more favorable conditions for himself. Mr. Fujisawa, the K1 event is indeed the pinnacle of global standing fighting today. Being able to enter K1 is the dream goal of many boxers. Du Sheng looked calm and said, "But I have a little doubt. With my current record, it seems that it is not enough to make you so proactively seek cooperation." He knew that the reason why Matsushima Fujisawa valued him so much was not only because of his strength. Looking at the global boxing competition, there are many people who can beat Ko Sato, and there must be other intentions hidden behind this. Mr. Du is indeed quick to speak. Matsushima Fujisawa responded with a smile. You can defeat Kazuo Sato to win the title of Wulin, and this strength is undoubtedly the key to our board of directors paying attention to you. In addition, our K1 is at a critical moment in global expansion. This time, I asked me to come to the headquarters. I not only want to sign a contract with you, but also hope that you can become the spokesperson of K1 Dazonghua district and open up the links for the future K1 Oriental division. Hearing this, Du Sheng understood in his heart. Just as the previous boxing promoter Don Jin wanted to sign himself, the K1 fighting organization also took a fancy to the eastern market with huge potential. If the door to the Oriental market can be opened through Du Sheng, what if you sign a contract with a lot of money? Even if Du Sheng wants to enter the GP World Finals, the K1 organization will do its best to help him. Even if you provide him with some personal means or preferential treatment, you will be willing to do so. What they valued was not Du Sheng himself, but the vast country behind him. K1 is currently in a period of rapid expansion. It not only has two major events, K1 GP and K1 Max, but also has expanded into multiple regional events such as Lighthouse, Kimchi, and Europe. In East Asia, Neon and Kimchi have long become the key markets for K1 operations, so there is naturally no reason to let go of the huge Oriental market next to it. It's just that in the past, Dongfang failed to produce a capable player, but now it's different. Du Sheng won the title of the Legend of Woolen. Some people may think that this championship is not valuable, but these are not problems at all. Anyway, many people don't know much about foreign events. As long as they are cleverly packaged and promoted, they can hype Du Sheng into the world boxing champion. For example, in some small fighting events abroad, the organizers often invite some foreign players to participate, and those players all have dazzling boxing titles. But there are only a handful of these so-called boxing champions who are truly capable. There are very few boxing champions who can be called the world's top competition. Most people cannot verify the authenticity of these titles, and whatever the organizer says is what he or she says. Matsushima Fujisawa reveals so frankly that the purpose of the K1 organization is indeed coming with some sincerity. Commercial operations in the fighting field are actually a contest of interests. Since Matsushima Fujisawa is so direct, it doesn't matter if you talk about it. I am indeed interested in the K1 event because Mr. Fujisawa is very respectful. Du Sheng pondered. But I think some restrictions need to be discussed about some terms of signing. As one of the 3 major fighting events in the world, K1 is more important in the minds of Asians than in UFC and the 4 major boxing. In order to avoid the continued loss of championship popularity, participating in K1 is indeed a part of Du Sheng's plan when UFC cannot start. So he doesn't want to worry too much about this issue. However, the competition contract between K1 and UFC is very different from the contracts of the 4 major boxing organizations. In the boxing industry, boxers who sign contracts with the 4 major boxing organizations can freely choose which organization to join. Contest. This means that you can choose to participate in WBC competitions and also participate in IBF competitions. If you are strong enough, you even have the chance to win the title of boxing champion from the 4 major organizations at the same time and become the undisputed overlord of the boxing world. But K1 and UFC contracts are exclusive. Once the contract is signed, the contestants will not be able to participate in the competition organized by other events. For example, if you sign in with UFC, you cannot participate in the Nanyang 1 competition. If you sign into K1, you cannot participate in events like Woolen Style and Hero List. This is something that Du Sheng couldn't accept. His ambition is not limited to K1, but to make his own Hero List popular. If he is bound by the contract of K1, he will not be able to participate in any kickoff competition except K1, or even participate in UFC and boxing competitions during the contract period. Mr. Du, the contract can be negotiated. You might as well take a look at the documents we provide first. Matsushima Fujisawa was ready to take out a contract document. From this we can also see that he was full of confidence in persuading Du Sheng to join. Because the price of this contract is very attractive to any boxer. Du Sheng took the document and glanced at the key treaty a little. The price tag offered by K1 this time is indeed very generous. He doesn't have to play in the division preliminaries, but he plays directly in the intercontinental game. His first appearance fee is 8 million neon coins. The participation fee for participating in the K1 Max event after intercontinental wins is as high as 15 million neon coins, about 1 million soft sister coins. You can get it regardless of winning or losing. This 1 million soft girl coins are just participation fees, and the appearance fee and bonus will be calculated separately. The appearance fee for the K1 Max final is also 1 million soft girl coins per game, and the winner can also receive a bonus of 250,000 soft girl coins. The final Max King will receive a championship bonus of 2 million soft girl coins. You should know that even players of this level of broadcasting are only about 1.8 million soft girl coins. As a newcomer who has just entered K1, Du Sheng can get 1 million soft girl coins to appear, which is a very rare high price. Of course, this money is not so easy to make. The reason why Du Sheng can get such a high appearance fee is because he needs to become the spokesperson of K1 Dazonghua District and participate in promoting future K1 Oriental events. In other words, this high appearance fee is more like an advertising endorsement fee than just the game income. For ordinary K1 newcomers, they may not hesitate to sign a contract when facing such treatment. This is also the reason why Matsushima Fujisawa is so confident. In his opinion, this appearance fee alone is equivalent to the championship fee of Woolen. Not to mention the 1 million participation fee of K1 Max and the winning bonus. A newcomer like Du Sheng cannot refuse such temptation. Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang also saw the content of the contract. To be honest, they also think that such conditions are already quite good, and K1 does show sincerity. Although they also wanted to persuade Du Sheng to participate and they could make some money, they surprisingly didn't interrupt. This kind of thing is better decided by Du Sheng himself. Mr. Matsushima, I have to be honest. This contract from K1 gives newcomers quite good treatment. Du Sheng showed a hint of apology on his face. But I'm sorry, I still can't accept it. He has a clear understanding of his own value deep down. The appearance fee of 1 million soft girl coins is attractive, but for him, it is more like a fixed shackle, locking the upper limit of income. Du Sheng is not the kind of person who is easy to satisfy. He knew that his abilities and value were far beyond this amount. As long as he shines on the ring, those advertising endorsements and sponsorships will naturally come to you, and you can easily bring more benefits. Think about Liu Xiang after the Athens Olympics. His amazing advertising endorsement fee of tens of millions is proof of it. Matsushima Fujisawa was surprised by Du Sheng's refusal, and he felt a little angry about being offended. This Oriental boxer overestimates his value. But the chairman's arrangement forced him to continue negotiations. Matsushima Fujisawa tries to make his tone sound calm. Mr. Du, you have to know that this is already the treatment of a top K1 boxer. Du Sheng smiled slightly and responded. Mr. Matsushima, I understand what you mean, but my goal is more than just appearance fees. I can even consider giving up this part of the fee and seeking a more flexible income model. Matsushima Fujisawa's eyes widened, and he was obviously shocked by this proposal. You mean? I hope to reach a more open cooperation with K1. Du Sheng smiled slightly, but his words were full of confidence. For example, participate in box office, advertising sponsorship, and PPV share. Even if your company is willing, we can explore a new cooperation model. I find professional promotion companies to cooperate with, and only use the K1 platform. K1 can enjoy the benefits without spending a penny. Speaking of this, he paused and added. But there is a requirement. My current situation is difficult to adapt to K1 Max, so it is better to change it to K1 GP. The condition is to skip the preliminary round and the intercontinental match and enter the finals directly. You feel how about getting this advice? Chapter 182 Betting Agreement. In the minds of most boxing fans, K1 GP is equivalent to K1. K1 Max is just extended from it. K1 Fighting has been born 10 years ago, and its main sector is also K1 GP. Unlike boxing and other fighting events, K1 GP does not set weight thresholds. Therefore, the contestants are basically in the heavyweight class, and generally weigh more than 88 kilograms, just like a giant beast in the fighting world. Most of these players have heavyweight championship titles in international fighting events such as SKA, WKA, WBO, etc. This is exactly the original intention of the founding of K1 GP. Gather the world's top heavyweight champions and join in a battle of ultimate honor. It is precisely because of its unique event setting that K1 GP has now become no one in the field of standing fighting. His champion is even known as the top of the boxing world and the strongest king in the world. However, due to the differences in race and physique, Asian players are often good at skill and are difficult to compete with Western players in terms of body shape and strength. Therefore, since the founding of K1 GP, Western players have long dominated. As for Neon set membership symbol Zheng, he participated more in the K1 Japan GP, that is, the K1 local competition. Occasionally, foreign experts are invited to participate, aiming to train outstanding players who can directly reach the K1 GP final for Neon. In the K1 system, in addition to the GP World Championship and the local competition, the K1 Max Series was also added last year. That is, focus on Asian lightweight players, with a weight limit of less than 70 kilograms. However, Du Sheng's weight exceeded 5 kilograms, and the value will only get higher and higher after practicing Dragon and Elephant. I basically didn't have the chance to be with this event. In this way, we can only participate in the K1 GP battle as an outside player. Currently, the event is held in 8 major cities around the world. Winners can participate in 4 or 5 intercontinental competitions held by Lighthouse, Europe, and Neon. Intercontinental champions can enter the K1 GP semifinals held in the second half of the year. There are 14 places in the semifinals. 7 places are allocated to local competition finalists, 4 to 5 are allocated to the Intercontinental Championship champions. The remaining 2 to 3 places are specifically allocated to foreign players who have failed to reach the semifinals but have high popularity and market appeal. Du Sheng's idea was that there were 2 to 3 foreign players. As long as you can reach the finals, the participation fee will be several million if you don't mention the championship. Du Sheng's words shocked Matsushima Fujisawa and Ma Yaoi next to him. Is this guy so dazzled by victory that he had such a bold and incredible idea? There is no way. Dongfang sent several Sanda masters to fight for K1 before, but rarely achieved good results. In the K1 Max World Championship held last year, the folk master appointed by the Wushu Association also made a high-profile appearance. However, it is regrettable that he encountered the elimination of the first round. The repeated failures are passed back to the peptide tomb, which makes people sigh. How dare Du Sheng? If it is just a competition at the same level, with his current ability, there may be a real chance. But he actually wanted to jump to the indiscriminate level K1 GP World Championship. Look at his 75 kg body, how should he deal with those giants who often weigh nearly 100 kilograms? Those opponents are heavyweight champions in major international competitions, just like heavy tanks on the battlefield. Compared with them, Du Sheng is more like a lightweight sheep. Why compete with them? Even Wang Yeyang, who was full of confidence in Du Sheng, was a little uneasy. Speaking of which, as long as Du Sheng can teach a few Neon players a lesson in the K1 local competition, he can gain enough gimmicks and reputation. As for the GP World Championship at the indiscriminate level, it is a bit indecisive, so let's forget it. Du Sheng took everyone's reactions into his eyes, but just smiled and gave no explanation. In fact, he was not impulsive and very clear-eyed. Although K1 fighting will be popular for more than 10 years, its glory is like a meteor passing through the night sky, fleeting. This is not a K1's fault, but the fact that kicking and boxing failed to adapt to the historical trend. As for the 1 million appearance fee, Du Sheng really didn't take it seriously. As a rebirth, he is well aware of the potential and prospects of the fighting market. For example, the return battle of Tyson the next year, the entire game was worth an astonishing $800 million. Compared with this appearance fee is simply insignificant. The value of kickboxing may not be comparable to that of old-fashioned fighting like boxing, but he firmly believes that his value is not just that. As long as K1 can give power, Du Sheng firmly believes that with his own abilities, even if he only makes the hero list famous, the income he earns can be dozens of times. This is also the reason why he has been considering whether to go to K1. His eyes were never limited to the meager gains in front of him. Mr. Du, your proposal is completely beyond our expectations. Matsushima Fujisawa thought carefully and said. It can be considered when changing to K1 GP, but you must understand that the current revenue of K1, besides box office and sponsorship, PPV's revenue is not high. If you really calculate this way, your appearance fee may not even be 500,000 soft girl coins. As for the combination IMHO, with your current abilities and strength, it is very difficult to hold a fighting event alone. Moreover, such event promotion is difficult to bring benefits to K1, which may damage K1's reputation. Matsushima Fujisawa's tone gradually became heavier, and I felt that the person in front of me was a little naive. The K1 headquarters is willing to provide him with the treatment of a top boxer, which is a great recognition of him. He values his oriental identity and his future layout in the K1 region. But what Matsushima Fujisawa didn't expect was that this young man's ambition was much more than that, and he actually wanted to discuss cooperation with K1. Speaking of which, judging from the current situation, the cooperation model proposed by the other party is not at a disadvantage for both parties. K1 can only add Du Sheng to its own money if it costs hundreds of thousands of soft sister coins. But the problem is that, as a top fighting organization, many things of K1 are not measured by money alone, but also have to consider reputation and face. If Du Sheng does not have enough strength to operate the event with his partners, K1's reputation will also be implicated once problems arise. This is unbearable for a thriving fighting organization. As for changing to K1 GP, although Matsushima Fujisawa doesn't understand why Du Sheng refused to lose weight, former chairman Sadaji Sikawa originally intended to let him play in the GP World Championship. It is not impossible to negotiate to give him a semi-final spot. As for whether the opponent has the ability to reach the finals, it is not his consideration. When Du Sheng heard this, he was surprised, not disappointed, but instead smiled. With his current popularity and strength, it is indeed difficult to promote high-standard events, and it cannot lead the hero list. But don't forget that he has not signed a contract with a boxing promotion company. If you have the chance in the future, you can join forces with old foxes such as Don Jin to create a competition. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and proposed a new plan. Mr. Matsushima, it is my principle to share the form of free signing and event promotion. As a feedback, you can use my influence to promote the K1 Oriental event. As long as you participate in the competition, it is almost inevitable to be used as a promotion by K1, and Du Sheng knows it well. Although he does not want to see foreign brand events expanding in the Eastern market, he really needs to look at it carefully. Promoting events like K1 will help the development of mainland fighting careers such as Hero List. If you want to achieve results in the global fighting field and wash away foreigners' prejudice against Oriental fighting, you must have top fighting events to attract more experts to participate. Investing risks and obtaining returns coexist, and no one is willing to trade at a loss. In a sense, cooperation between the two parties is indeed a win-win choice. Matsushima Fujisawa pondered for a while and said, "I need to report it to the board of directors of K1, please wait a moment." After saying that, Matsushima Fujisawa went out to contact him. Mayaoi, who was beside him, couldn't help but speak. "Brother Sheng, this kind of free contract risks and opportunities coexist. I know the blueprint in your heart, I know the blueprint in your heart. But the prerequisite is that you must win and make a name for yourself in order to transform your potential into actual benefits." Although Wang Yeyang didn't say anything, he felt a little scared when he thought of Du Sheng facing those giant beasts weighing more than tens of kilograms. "Don't worry, I won't do things that I'm not sure about." Du Sheng looked free and smiled faintly. K1 is standing kickboxing fighting. That is, you can only stand and punch, and you cannot use ground skills or throwing skills. This kind of fighting is most commonly used by kicks, followed by arm fists. And the advantage of his fourth level of Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu is exactly the iron legs and iron arms. Those giants have no advantage in holding the fall, and it is still unknown which one is better in front of him. Moreover, the reason why he proposed this treaty naturally had a hidden purpose. That is, when K1 is in decline, let Hero List swallow it in one fell swoop. Even the declining K1 has a future value that far exceeds that of the emerging fighting events of Wulin Feng. Building a top-level and influential fighting organization for the East is not only the mission of a martial artist, but also his contribution and gift to the East. Ma Yaoi seemed to be infected and said no more. The friend in front of him became more and more confident, with a kind of power that made people unable to help but convince. This may be the difference between masters and mediocre players. The negotiations between Matsushima Fujisawa are progressing very quickly and they look in a good mood. K1 Board of Directors has agreed to you to change the event and share the share plan. He said a long story short and went straight to the point. In the future, your appearance fee will be guaranteed at 100,000 yuan. The rest will be distributed according to the income from tickets, sponsorships, and PPVs, and after deducting all operating costs, it will be distributed in the June 4 ratio. Du Sheng had already shown joy because the other party agreed, but he never thought that the other party proposed the share ratio of June 4. You should know that in the boxing industry, no organization can monopolize 60% of the profits of a game. Even 40% is rare. Du Sheng's smile faded and he said lightly, "Since the K1 organization is so cautious, we might as well sign a bet agreement. If the profit of the event is less than 2 million soft sister coins, I will not withdraw a penny. If it is less than 3 million, we will share the share of 55%, if it is less than 4 million, we will open for June 4. If it is less than 5 million, it will be open for 73, and once the profit exceeds 5 million, I will get 80% and you will get 20% of K1. As soon as this statement came out, Matsushima Fujisawa was shocked. He really didn't expect that this man was so bold that he would dare to sign a bet agreement with the K1 organization. Chapter 183, The Condom. As we all know, the current profit of K1's top boxing star event is only 5 million soft sister coins. Unless there is a battle between the four kings like Bokayu and Mozato, plus the paid broadcast of Neon Kingdom, it can achieve a profit of 8 million. Du Sheng's proposal of this kind of bet actually abandoned his own minimum security. If the game profit does not meet expectations, his income will be far less than the initial appearance fee. However, this agreement has many benefits to K1. If Du Sheng fails to become popular, K1's expenditure will be greatly reduced. If he becomes a fighting superstar in the future, although K1's revenue may decrease, it will at least make a profit. In Matsushima Fujisawa's view, it is already the limit that Du Sheng can reach the height of the samadhi and the samadhi, so the risk of K1 is extremely small. After hearing the proposal, he immediately called K1 chairman Kazuyoshi Ishii. Ishii Kazuyoshi's reply was also quite quick. It was hard for him to imagine how Du Sheng brought K1 a net profit of more than 5 million soft sister coins. In his opinion, this agreement is almost a sure profitable deal. Since Du Sheng is willing to bet, K1 is naturally willing to go with the flow. Mr. Du, we will sign the contract later. This is my contact information. Matsushima Fujisawa said, handing over a business card to Du Sheng. Du Sheng took the business card and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. You should know that in today's sports, basketball or football is not the most profitable. Those events that often reach hundreds of millions of levels are all from the boxing world. The reason why K1 failed to continue to be brilliant is actually related to Neon people's relatively short-sighted strategic vision. They often only see immediate interests, are limited to millions of events and have no long-term plans, so they miss the opportunity to make the event cake bigger like UFC. Okay, look forward to formal cooperation. Du Sheng stood up and shook hands with Matsushima Fujisawa and sent the other party away. After Matsushima Fujisawa went out, Ma Yaoi couldn't help but say, "Brother Sheng, this contract is too risky, and you may not even be able to support your own fighting team in the future. There is only opportunities when there is risks. If you don't take advantage of your youth, what should you do when you are old?" Du Sheng smiled and was in a good mood. Although he doesn't need any coaches to train, if he goes abroad to play games, the fighting team will still have to be formed. But this doesn't cost much, just let Zheng Zidao or Zhang Fu be patient. The event agreement with K1 has been basically finalized, which has achieved a major goal in the near future. Next is waiting for the K1 GP semifinals to be released and go to Neon to compete for the championship in the second half of the year. The period of time spent playing in the preliminary and intercontinental games is enough for him to do a lot of things. Because it is a free signing, the UFC schedule does not limit. The K1 GP also has over 1 million paid audiences in Lighthouse Country, and the ratings of the finals can even surpass the UFC event. The combined popularity and influence of these two are stronger than starring in a Hollywood blockbuster. It can not only make quick money, but also make a lot of reputation. It's a big hit in one fell swoop. Du Sheng was about to leave, and was planning to meet Lu Ying, Kinja, but found that two groups of people were waiting outside the door. In addition to the old acquaintance Don King and his assistant, the other group was three. What surprised Wang Yeyang was that all the people in front of him were foreigners. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart that his boss wouldn't become a hot commodity. Du Sheng glanced at him and thoughtful. He suppressed his thoughts and welcomed Don Jin and the others in first. The middle-aged white man on the other side saw him coming and greeted him with a smile. Du, good things are in pairs tonight. Shouldn't you celebrate with a drink to win the championship? Although Du Sheng vaguely guessed the other party's purpose, he still glanced at Tang Jin. Sure enough, Don Jin snorted coldly and said, "Wilson, it's really right to say you're a hound." "Haha, thank you for your praise, this is my specialty." Wilson did not talk about his response and walked into the conference room under Du Sheng's leadership. Two assistants behind him were following like shadows, full of power. Wilson looked around, smoked a cigar and looked at Du Sheng and said, "Although this is a temporary place, it is indeed a bit simple and incompatible with your future superstar style. I opened a private room at the Shangri-La Hotel nearby. Do you want to join in the fun? It is considered to celebrate your victory tonight." Du Sheng knew that the person in front of him must have had some plans when he came uninvited. Before he could speak, Don Jin had already interrupted coldly. "Wilson, if you have farts, just put it off quickly, don't beat around." Wilson shrugged, not angry, looked at Du Sheng and said, "Du, I have to say that your performance tonight is very exciting. It is not impossible for you to surpass the world boxing champions such as Mayweather and De La Joao in the future, and even enter the US dollar event of the billion-level event. But you have to understand that professional competitions are ultimately a business competition. Strength is important, but promotion and operation are also indispensable." Speaking of this, he changed his mind. "And as an Easterner, it is not easy for you to stand out in UFC and other northern boxing matches, but I can help you. I am a top broker of CAA brokerage firm and have rich promotion and operation experience. K1 GP Champion Hunter, K1 Max King Klaus, WBC Heavyweight Boxing Champion Stevenson, etc. are all under our company. As the world's #1 elite talent agency, CAA has naturally heard of it in many fields such as film, television, and sports. Currently, the company not only has superstars such as Tom Cruise and Tom Hanks, but also directors such as Spielberg and Cameron." However, despite the sensation of the other party, Du Sheng did not say anything, but just smiled and said, "Mr. Wilson, since your company is so strong and the one who signed the contract is also a top boxer, how could he come to me?" "Good question. Our CAA company has always attached great importance to the discovery and cultivation of newcomers. A newcomer like you, Irish amateur boxing champion Conor McGregor. There is also K1 GP champion Hunter, which we have cultivated step by step." Wilson's words are full of passion and confidence, and the people mentioned are basically famous boxing superstars now or in the future. If Du Sheng was a young man who was easily impressed by words, he might be really confused by the other person's words. Don Jin, who was standing aside, sneered and said coldly, "Wilson, put away your old-fashioned rhetoric. Du is not the kind of newcomer who is easily fooled." Du Sheng was never moved by his offer of such a large contract fee, let alone these sweet words. Wilson smiled discontentedly and said, "Old Tang, do you have less deception?" Tang Jin turned to Du Sheng and reminded, "This person is very good at taking advantage of the ignorance and desire of newcomers to sign some brokerage contracts full of traps. By the time you find a problem in the future, you may be trapped in it, so it is best not to be fooled." Wilson put away his smile, obviously a little annoyed. He was not a soft persimmon, and he inadvertently revealed Don Jin's past ugly behavior. For example, Don King took advantage of Tyson's lack of understanding of the contract and asked him to sign many unfavorable contracts. After being released from prison, Tyson found that his property had been transferred, and his savings were gone for years, but he has not recovered all his losses so far. Ma Yaoei and Wang Yeyang looked at each other and didn't understand why these two suddenly started to bite the dog. If there is no deep hatred, who would believe it? Seeing that it was still early, Du Sheng simply took the time to listen to the opera. Just take a look at the current darkness of North American boxing in advance. After all, ordinary boxers don't have many chances to know about these secrets. For some small thoughts, Don King also hated Wilson, the troublemaker, and revealed the other party's rules of controlling the ring. For example, Wilson attracted some potential newcomers to sign contracts by providing training teams and venues, but did not comply with the agreement after signing the contract, and also sold these newcomers as cannon fodder to other boxers to achieve results. Wang Yeyang was secretly shocked when he heard this. It turned out that there were so many unknown hidden pits in the boxing world. If Du Sheng goes abroad to play games, he will be caught if he is not careful. 10 minutes later, Wilson and Don King, who were dissatisfied with each other, left. In the end, they failed to convince Du Sheng to sign the contract. However, this is within their expectations. It is unlikely that there will be competitors, unless the bottom line signing is given up. However, before Don Jin left, he made a phone call to contact him, and obviously he would not give up. Ma Yaoei couldn't help but say, "Brother Sheng, Wilson's conditions are pretty good, are you indifferent?" Just now, Wilson reduced the share commission to 20%, and promised to bring Du Sheng to 4 major boxing events to get international gold belts. "You can consider Don Jin." Du Sheng finally said this lightly. "What?" Ma Yaoei was a little surprised and a little doubted that he had heard it wrong. "If I were asked to choose, I would rather choose an agent with strength and ambition than choose a person who was dragging me down." Du Sheng knew in his heart that no agent would be so stupid that he would go to cultivate cannon fodder. Most boxers who become cannon fodder are often given up because they cannot show enough value or lose in the game. As long as you have great value and can win continuously, the broker will not only not abandon you, but will instead invest more resources to enhance your popularity and market value. Du Sheng is quite confident in himself and needs a boxing agent who quickly helps him expand his influence and successfully operates various events. Although Don King is caught in a scandal, there are still many boxers who are eager to become his players. It's because of the business ability. No one is perfect, so you have to choose the best. Anyway, the UFC championship has not started yet, and once I play in K1, more than 2 boxing promotion companies will come to you. He is not in a hurry at all, just take your time. Du Sheng answered a call and stood up. "Let's go and meet Brother Hua and Brother Xing, it's hard to wait for a long time." Ma Yaoei laughed and took the lead in leading the way. Brother Hua opened a private room in a nearby tea house and was having an old time with Brother Xing. "I didn't happen to eat, so it seems like I have to get some free meals." Du Sheng smiled and got into the car. Zhou Xingqi and Lu Yingguo have not worked together for 10 years and have not had much contact. Outsiders may think their relationship is very ordinary. In addition, when Xiang Tai criticized Zhou Xingqi, the artists who had worked with Zhou Xingqi before were afraid of the Xiang family's great power and turned against each other. Either he is not familiar with him or he says he never wants to work with Zhou Xingqi again. And Liu's bathing is so jealous that he is not Chapter 184 Guest Role. At that time, Tianmu Company was in a lawsuit, and Liu Yingguan remnants of the Peace family provided support. However, unexpectedly, he still stood up and supported Zhou Xingqi. I think Xiang is too misunderstood. I have never said that Zhou Xingqi is not my friend. I only said that I am his fans now, before and in the future. The theme song of Shaolin football movie Kicking Out a Future was invited by Zhou Xingqi to Liu Yingjian. The second year before yesterday, Liu Yingying summer fiesta concert, and Zhou Xingqi went to support him. Still uninvited guests. So from this we can see that although they have a competitive relationship, they have a good relationship in private and often have dinners and parties together. Wang Yeyang knew very well that this opportunity was rare and couldn't help but say. When filming Shaolin football, Zhou Xingqi chose Zhao Qi as the heroine in order to cater to the tastes of mainland audiences. Brother Sheng, you have a short debut, and your overall popularity may not be as loud as Zhao Qi, but if you can participate in Zhou Xingqi's new movie, you will definitely broaden your future acting career. After all, Zhou Xingqi's golden sign currently represents the peak level of Chinese comedy movies. Du Sheng nodded gently and expressed his deep agreement. He will not be limited to small screens all the time, and will definitely gradually advance into the film field in the future. At present, the main reason is that the mainland TV drama market is still in a quiet period, and there are very few good works, so there is a demand for this. But after a few years of boom, competition will become greater and making money will not be easy. In contrast, although the film industry is moving forward in difficulties, the market is expanding because the wealth in the East has increased by 10% or 20% compared to the previous life. And this year, is there a once in a lifetime opportunity than participating in Kung Fu? No. And how classic is this movie? It was a big hit as soon as it was released that year. It also broke many box office records in Southeast Asia, and 10 supporting roles have made it famous. Du Sheng's mind turned around and several figures appeared. For example, the boss of the Crocodile Gang, Feng Quzi originally made a guest appearance, but he didn't expect this role to become a classic. Especially the domineering line, "Who else? Is there any king's law? Is there any law?" The lively treasures of landlords and landlords also contributed a lot of jokes. Cooley is a powerful master in seclusion in the market, and his unique skills are 12 ways of tail legs. The actor is Wang Jinghua's husband, and his unique skills Goro gossip stick. Taylor, Sissy, what impressed me most was the Hong family iron fist. Jiangbo, although there are not many appearances, the image of bare butt is very profound. The most classic line is undoubtedly, "Why is the landlady suddenly gone?" The leader of the Axe Gang, with a neurotic performance, and his axe dance is classic. Bucktooth Jen, her image is so prominent that it is unforgettable at a glance. The Fire Cloud Evil God, the last boss, the martial arts of the world, are all strong and can be broken, only fast and cannot be broken. Du Sheng began to think in his mind. Which character is Zhou Xingqi going to invite him to play? Excluding 2 female characters is likely to be related to fighting. Actually, I've already got some clues. To put it bluntly, even if the other party just invites him to play the role of the leader of the Crocodile Gang with a brief scene at the beginning, it is enough to increase his fame. Of course he wouldn't be so stupid that he refused when he had the chance to act. Jayajit Tea House, private room on the 2nd floor. Axing, haven't you finished choosing the role of your movie yet? After Lu took a shower, he glanced at Zhou Xingqi who was holding a few documents in his hand and greeted him to take his seat. While speaking, he poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Zhou Xingqi, with a little grey hair, sat down next to him. He didn't hide it in front of his friends, but he was a little lonely. You have read the script. The role of landlord was originally left to Ada. But he didn't come, which made me angry. There is also a landlady. When I was auditioning last time, I found that there was a girl with a very consistent temperament, but I didn't find her information during the screening. After asking, I found out that she was accompanying my friend to audition. Speaking of the landlady audition, Zhou Xingqi still has a deep impression on him. After the other party accompanied his friend to the audition room, he leaned on the chair, crossed his legs, flipped the newspaper and spit out cigarettes, which was both leisurely and domineering. Strange, there are still artists you can't hire. Lu Ying was a little surprised when she praised the fur marks. Last time, Xiang Tai had a disagreement with Zhou Xingqi. The reason why people in the circle broke with Zhou Xingqi was purely because they were afraid of the Xiang family's forces. Once Zhou Xingqi spoke to ask for people, there would definitely be many people queuing up. There is nothing else, this is the only name of Zhou's comedy king, and there is no other semicolon. The other party has been retiring from the film industry for 18 years, and it is not small, so you can't take it with money. Recently, Zhou Xingqi is indeed very worried about preparing for Kung Fu. He practiced hard every day to show his muscles, and he couldn't decide on several main supporting roles. The previous selection of the Fire Cloud Evil God was Tan Dao Liang, but the other party only told him that he would be recuperated after being injured. Kuli Chiang, one of the 3 hidden masters, has not found a suitable one for more than 100 people in the audition before. Not to mention that shooting requires real kung fu, candidates for martial arts guidance are also in trouble. What's the other party's origin? Lu Fei ordered Lu Tao to ask. Do you want me to ask? One of the 7 little blessings Cheng Long and Hong Bao's senior sister Yuan. Zhou Xingqi shook his head. I asked, the other party doesn't want to make a comeback. The role of a landlady is like tailor-made for her, which makes him very sorry. So it's her, she may not necessarily not want to make a comeback. Lu Fiqu is considered a veteran in the Jingzi film industry, so he naturally knows the Qi Ziofu and smiles. Last year, someone asked UNC to come out to film. Do you know what conditions she put forward? What conditions? She said she had a bad temper and could not tolerate insults on the set. If someone dares to scold her, she will never show mercy and will leave at any time. Zhou Xingqi nodded, and believed that this was the person he was looking for. He didn't talk about this anymore, and turned around and said, who do you think the role of Kuliden is the most suitable one to invite? Lu Yingzi brother Ben Yonglei asked. You haven't had a suitable audition for so long. You should have special requirements, right? He knew very well that Zhou Xingqi was a real perfectionist in his treatment of filming. Anyone who has worked with Zhou Xingqi knows what the harshness of the stubborn man on the set is. When filming, the other party often goes to film repeatedly because of one shot because he is not satisfied with it, regardless of cost or time. He only has the work he is satisfied with. For example, after shooting a camera for several days and spending millions of hard work, Zhou Xingqi suddenly felt that something was wrong and asked for a reshoot. It is precisely because of this that I have no friends and is disliked by so many artists. First of all, you must have real kung fu. When Zhou Xingqi mentioned this, he became interested. Secondly, when fighting, you need to be hard bridges and hard horses, and you must be famous for every punch and kick. My original intention is to have outstanding leg skills and have to take into account authenticity. In fact, after watching the finals tonight, he felt that Du Sheng's real skills were good, and all aspects were quite consistent. But the other party is good at Bajiquan, which is a bit inconsistent with outstanding leg skills. I don't know if it can be competent. In order to be rigorous and not have any problems, it is necessary to find a few more real materials to try. Lu Yingzi broke into the slightest and blinked. The other party came to have tea tonight, and he had some ideas. But the martial arts artists in Xiangjiang are old, and it is unknown whether they can still fight. He pondered for a while, remembered tonight's finals at the same time, and said with a smile. It should be quite appropriate to have someone, but he is still filming a drama recently, so I don't know if there is any air casting appearance. Who is it? Zhou Xingqi knew that Lu Fei was worried, that Guo was worried, and could not help but be curious. Du Sheng, who just won the championship, should be very consistent. Lu Yingyi, Qin Lao Nai, Zhou Xingqi suggested. There is a lot of popularity now and the popularity is also very high. As long as he can be invited to join, the box office in the mainland may rise a lot. Do you think he is good? Zhou Xingqi's face showed strangeness and surprise. Lu Yingzhou, no penalty. I have worked with him in 2 movies before. Needless to mention his martial arts skills, his action design is also very distinctive, and his acting skills are the best among his peers. I am quite optimistic about his future. Do you want to ask for help? Well. Zhou Xingqi was a little embarrassed and said. If it was him, then there was no need to ask. What, don't you like? Liu's bath guanidine turtle glutinous rice dumplings. Is it because of the scandal between him and Xiang Taken? He knew that Zhou Xingqi had a quarrel with Xiang Hua due to his pay and contract 10 years ago, and the relationship between the 2 parties has not yet eased. No. Zhou Xingqi doesn't want to cause misunderstandings, tell the truth. I have invited him over. Liu's bathing skull hit Yunu for a while and said. You have invited him, do you need to find someone else? I auditioned for more than 130 people for this role, but I'm not suitable now. Zhou Xingqi was a little helpless and said. And Du Sheng is the master of practicing Bajiquan? I'm looking for a leg master, and it's best to be good at Tan Le, Vajra Le, and Shadowless Foot. Is this a big deal? Lu said. Does the leg skills of the main person who learns Beiji must be bad? I wonder if you have ever watched Big Boy. He leaped onto a wall more than 2 meters high in 3 steps. He didn't know how flexible the skills of flying eaves and walking walls were. Moreover, he has also learned Sanda, Tanlu, and Piadagu. Let me put it this way, in terms of traditional martial arts, let alone martial arts stars, even full-time martial arts fingers such as Yuan Bin may not have a deep understanding of him. He is less than 20, is he really that powerful? This time, Zhou Xingqi was really shocked. Yuan Bin is a recognized martial arts expert in the industry. He has designed countless classic fighting scenes. Du Sheng knows more than him? Of course, since he is willing to come, he probably has some ideas. Lu Yinjian praised her because others are really so awesome. If even he doesn't meet your requirements, then you really won't withdraw. Zhou Xingqi was thinking. It seems that this person is really amazing. He has been a mistake. When they arrived at the tea house, Wang Yeyang and Ma Yaoyi ate some food casually and couldn't wait to redeem the prize. Du Sheng went to the private room and took a bottle of red wine with him. Following the door of the private room, he saw 2 acquaintances sitting there at a glance. Chapter 185 As I Wish. Zhou Xingqi, wearing spring casual outfit, was lowering his head to ponder the script. The other party's long hair made Du Sheng think of the character in Kung Fu in an instant. I have to say that it is really like life. A Sheng is here, let's have something to eat first. Lu Yingye arrived at the door and greeted him with a smile. Du Sheng naturally would not be polite and responded politely with a smile. Zhou Xingqi put down the script and saw Lu Yingtian and said. Axing, this person who showed his power just now should be familiar with him. Du Sheng, I'm lucky to know, please sit down. Zhou Xingqi stood up with a smile and warmly invited Du Sheng to sit down. Liu's eyes were filled with surprise. When he mentioned Du Sheng before, he seemed not so eager. I also plan to find more martial arts artists as spare tires. Why did your attitude change so much suddenly? Listen to Huazi, Du Sheng has ever been a martial artist. Zhou Xingqi looked at Du Sheng, who was tall and majestic in front of him, and said with some emotion. During this period, in order to prepare for Kung Fu, he was extremely tired in his physical and mental state. In fact, when filming Shaolin Football, he felt a little exhausted. In order to create a good role, he also practiced boxing hard and successfully lost more than 10 pounds to make himself look younger. But this process not only makes me feel tired from time to time, but I even shake my walking. Although this movie won a lot of awards, he obviously felt that time was even more ruthless since then. However, he has always had a vision, which is to shoot a kung fu movie belonging to the Chinese. He was worried that if he didn't take action, he would probably have no chance and no strength to complete it. Because of this, he resolutely set the tone of shooting. However, after more than a year of preparation, I couldn't even get all the characters together, and my worries became more and more. Seeing Du Sheng as such an outstanding rising star, Zhou Xingqi had some thoughts in his heart, but he was actually somewhat envious. Because at the other party's age, he is still playing a supporting role. Let's understand a little bit. Du Sheng was not very clear about the meaning of Zhou Xingqi's words. When he saw Lu Ying's silence, he smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Xing is preparing for a new film recently. Have you not invited the martial arts commander yet?" He couldn't figure out for a moment whether the other party lacked a role or a martial arts finger. "I invited Hong Bao's team to come, but he hasn't nodded yet." Zhou Xingqi knew that his previous words were misunderstood by the other party, and explained with a smile. "Brother Hua praised you all the time just now, which was beyond my expectations, and I felt it was touched for a moment. But I came here tonight, intending to invite you to make a guest appearance. He has filmed so many dramas and has seen many martial arts commanders, but those with ability and experience are never less than 30 years old. It would be strange if you don't feel moved." Du Sheng knew it and did not mention this matter again, and said with a smile, "Brother Xing has spoken, no matter how busy he is, he has to take time. In the face of decades like Hong Bao, he is indeed not enough to see. Moreover, in the field of martial arts guidance, Hong Bao's Hong Quan and Sanda are very authoritative and have a lot of experience in action design. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are experts. A person like Zhou Xingqi who strives for excellence naturally cannot believe that he has the ability to compete with Hong Bao based on his own words. I think you are quite in line with this role in all aspects." Zhou Xingqi was not a person who was dragging on the slut, so he handed over one of the documents. "If you have an idea, you can read this script first." Du Sheng reached out to take it, and it caught his eye with 3 bold words. "Cool labor is strong." To be honest, this is both reasonable and unexpected. After all, there are only so many outstanding characters, and you can eliminate them one by one. Characters like the landlord, tailor, and the evil god of Fire Cloud are either inconsistent age, inconsistent temperament, or inability to display their specialties. The Fire Cloud evil god is better, but Zhou Xingqi asks to be ugly to highlight the protagonist. After counting, only 3 or 2 can match. Cooley is very good at martial arts. Although he is dull and not good at speaking, he is quite kind-hearted. Especially the scene where the Axe Gang burned a mother and daughter to death and bravely stood up to face the siege, which sublimated the role. All aspects are indeed consistent with Du Sheng's guest appearance. What surprised him was that this character in his previous life should have been played by Shaolin disciple Shi Xingyu. Hasn't he been here to take the test role yet? However, when I think of Zhou Xingqi's audition for more than 200 talents in the role, I feel relieved. When will Brother Xing take a photo? Du Sheng browsed it once, and it was not much different from that in memory. If you agree to star in the role, I will get the casting of the landlady and basically start the filming. Seeing Du Sheng put down the script, Zhou Xingqi asked with some expectations. By the way, will you be able to use 12 ways of Tan Le? In fact, even if Du Sheng doesn't know how to do it, he will invite him to make a guest appearance. As Lu Yingfeng said, if the other party is so popular, it would be a fool if he is not moved. As the saying goes, the southern fist and the northern legs, as long as we are martial artists, we have basically practiced the 12-way Tan Le. Du Sheng smiled and said, "If the shooting starts recently, the time will be consistent. The boxing proverb practicing boxing but not practicing legs is like a rash person. Therefore, Tan Le is also regarded as a basic martial arts training program. Moreover, this leg method is very popular in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and is simple and easy to learn, and is the best choice for strengthening the body. Du Sheng must have practiced it, but he is not just proficient. That's great. Zhou Xingqi was a little happy and said, "This movie will be filmed in Modu. When the filming starts, I will call you." While speaking, he handed over a card. "Okay, I'll wait for Brother Seeing to call you." Du Sheng took it with a smile and agreed directly. The Legend of the Condor Heroes should end in May. Infernal Affairs has just been released by then. Infernal Affairs 2 is in preparation, and there is just a period of spare time. Although it is just a guest appearance, it is not easy for mainland artists to star in such popular movies. For example, for the current top young actors such as Lu Yi, Li Guanpeng, and Ren Quan, they are asked to choose popular movies or make small and medium-sized investment TV series. How do they choose? Moreover, this is Zhou Xingqi's signature movie, and the character is also considered awesome. I spent a week to contact my personal connections. What reason would I refuse? Lu Yingyuan and they agreed, and were happy for Du Sheng and greeted him. The food is served, come on, eat something first and then chat. For a moment, the atmosphere became relaxed, and there were talks and laughs. As long as it is not in the shooting state, Zhou Xingqi will be easy to communicate without turning into a tyrant on the set. During this period, Lu Yingying mentioned to Du Sheng about the production and promotion of Infernal Affairs, and the possibility of letting him cooperate in the mainland to promote it. This is a matter of course, and it is also to make the film better. Du Sheng is absolutely invincible. Taking advantage of the other party's mood, he also asked a joke. If Infernal Affairs is released and exploded directly, will the second part be released soon? Lu Yingrang hurriedly concealed, nodded with a smile. According to the current popularity and predictions from multiple parties, Infernal Affairs should have the potential to be popular. Wei Wenqiang and others have prepared the script in advance. Du Sheng knew in his heart that this should be the prequel of the young version of Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have to prepare for the group after filming Kung Fu. If we include Zhang Baji's costume film, we will probably have to go all the way in the past few months. This is the result of popularity explosion. As expected. Speaking of which, if Zhou Xingqi hadn't found the heroine, he originally planned to recommend his cousin to audition. Unexpectedly, after asking, I found out that the other party had signed a female artist named Huang under his command and planned to promote her to debut, so I gave up. As long as Lu Yifei wants to act, opportunities will be indispensable in the future. Zhou Xingqi was worried that Ye Chang Menduo would be too long, so he directly ordered his assistant to bring the contract. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Du Sheng signing his name. After solving a problem, he was in a good mood and planned to continue his efforts. Therefore, after the meal, Zhou Xingqi said goodbye and went out, and took his assistant straight to the landlord's house. Du Sheng sent the video to Yezi to avoid conflicts in arranging advertising endorsements. When he saw Lu Hui, Taiju suddenly remembered something and asked, "Brother Hua, has Mr. Zheng mentioned the Huabang charity to you?" Liu's hair and gizzards had no contact with each other, so he naturally knew who Zheng Xiao was in Du Sheng's mouth. He sat down again, thought for a while and said, "Mr. Zheng has indeed found me and has heard of it a little. He heard that many extremely poor areas in the mainland lack charitable rescue, and he also advised me to take the lead in donating a donation. It seems that this Huabang was founded by you and him?" "Yes, but donations alone cannot last long." Du Sheng did not hide it, and also expressed his plan. "I plan to donate part of the shares of the Kung Fu Piao clothing brand to the Waban charity in order to operate the Tulan." Lu Huanya was a little interested and nodded from time to time during chatting. He knew that it would be difficult for a charity to maintain and develop for a long time by relying solely on donations from society. Its operation is much more complicated than the outside world imagines. Therefore, many charities choose to make commercial investments to maintain their healthy operation. Taking the famous Wellcome Trust as an example, since its establishment, the charity has achieved considerable returns every year through a series of investment operations, realizing a virtuous cycle of funds. More importantly, this operating model allows charities to reasonably avoid taxes within the scope permitted by law, while ensuring that a certain proportion of funds can be used for charity every year. Although this may seem a bit utilitarian, it at least ensures the sustainability of charity to some extent. However, investment is ultimately a risk science, and no investor can guarantee eternal profit. Zheng Zidao's original intention of investing in charity is commendable, but he did not consider the stable source of funds needed for the long-term development of charities. Moreover, the volatility of donations is too great, and it depends entirely on the will and ability of others. As for donating a small amount of clothing for every sale, it cannot solve the root cause. Therefore, Wampang Charity not only requires a professional team to manage, but also requires stable investment channels to supplement the donations. The plan proposed by Du Sheng is undoubtedly a good attempt. Or, it is a great guarantee. Chapter 186, Rarely Shy. How strong is the brand effect of Lu Fade Rui Yan? Besides, Du Sheng is also a popular star in the boxing and film industry, and his future achievements are limitless. He firmly believes that as long as this brand is launched, it will definitely cause a warm response from the market. In this way, people are buying while clothing. It also contributes to the improvement of poor areas, achieving a win-win situation in social and economic benefits. Liu's bathing guanidine guinea pig scattered stubborn horseshoe birds suddenly passed away forever, and his interest increased a little more, and he couldn't help but say, "Can I get this Wampang charity into it?" He is a charity ambassador himself. In order to donate money to the disaster area of Huqiai 10 years ago, he refused many commercial cooperation. There is such a good opportunity now, of course I won't let it go. With Brother Hua joining, why worry about Huabang charity? Du Sheng couldn't ask for it, so he agreed readily. In fact, even if Lu Yinjian gave up, he would take the initiative to mention it. Because the other party's status and influence in the entertainment industry, as well as its popularity in the mainland, will bring great help to the development of Huaban. What's more, the other party invested 2 million yuan and arranged for the company to help, which could indirectly reduce his burden. Zheng Zidao was happy when he learned that Lu Yingmu Yumao was not idle. In addition to the busy listing of the Kung Fu school, we are also preparing for the fundraising work of Huabang. He plans to invite many big names in the circle to hold a grand fundraising event. It was indeed a bit difficult to rely on his personal abilities alone, but with Lu Yingyun and Yu Mao's confidence was undoubtedly more secure. Liu's bathing and lingering in exchange for Sunyan. He bluntly stated that he would add another charity performance to his next concert, inviting celebrities from the Xiangzhong entertainment industry to participate. As long as he comes forward, this concert will be shining with stars, and major media will also rush to report on it, so naturally there will be no less donations. In this way, Du Sheng was idle. At most, after handling the endorsement shooting of Newman Walkman and Kung Fu School tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, you can return to the imperial capital. After the gathering, Du Sheng was about to return to the collapsed place. Because there were people waiting there long ago. Unexpectedly, a text message was sent, which forced him to change his mind for the time being. Yang, go back and rest, just leave the car for me. When Wang Yang heard this, he shrugged and left with documents, bills, and other items. Although he won tonight was not 1/5 of Du Sheng's money, he got nearly 200,000 out of thin air. Who knows this excitement? So he decided. After a while, I will go to the famous Bolan Street in Xiangzhong to open my eyes. I heard that there are many foreign girls over there, with big buttocks and cool clothes. The beer sold is very distinctive. He had to buy a box of high and low levels and drink it slowly. On the other side, Jordan District, Villa Hotel. The Little Winner of Love is expected to be filmed for 2.5 months, and most of it has been filmed so far. Lu Yifei's scene has not been finished yet, and she will have to start filming tomorrow. She lay down when she turned off the lights, but she still held the phone in her hand, sliding the screen constantly. In fact, she was not bored, but she was a little confused and wanted to wait for something. As for what to wait for, she couldn't explain clearly. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. A new text message came into view. When she saw the sender's notes saying cousin, she immediately clicked on the text message happily. Are you asleep? She stuck out her tongue and replied. Not yet .. Her cousin's reply so quickly made her feel a little excited. Didn't you say you have something to come to me? Come out and chat for a while. Where are you? I'll come out now. I've arrived in Jordan, near your hotel. You wear more clothes when you go out. It has just rained and it is a little cold outside. It just finished the rain, and the night was indeed a little chill. Lu Yifei got up from the bed, found a small coat and put it on, and then tiptoed to open the door. She lives with her mother, and she still has beds side by side. If she causes trouble, Lu Zili will probably notice it soon. She was a little guilty and opened the door gently. After going out, I couldn't help but turn my head and take a look. Then I let go of my heart and close it, wrapped my coat tightly and went downstairs. She walked around the side of the hotel, where there was a bamboo garden and a lake with pleasant views nearby. The crew had filmed off-campus dramas there before. When she walked to Zuyuan, she saw a familiar figure sitting there at a glance. Cousin. Lu Yifei walked forward quickly and shouted happily. Du Sheng smiled and waved at her, noting the nightgown under her little coat. Why did you come out in a nightgown? If you have buttons, you won't expose it, look. Lu Yifei turned around and showed it to him like a treasure. Seeing that the girl was lifting her coat, Du Sheng was speechless. This was a fixed-point exposure, right? He placed the bag on the bamboo chair next to him and signaled her to sit down. Lu Yifei sat down next to Du Sheng happily, looked at him curiously and said, Cousin, didn't you say you would give me a little surprise? What is it? Look at what this is. Du Sheng took a delicate jade flute from the stone table and handed it to Lu Yifei with a smile. Lu Yifei then realized it and said happily, Cousin, you know how to play the jade flute. Last time she learned that Du Sheng sang another theme song, she had curiously discussed music issues. Don't you want to hear me playing pure music with this flute? Du Sheng jumped on the sound hole with his fingers and smiled. When I came here, I saw a jade flute sold on the roadside shop, so I bought it and tried it. While speaking he put the flute close to his lips and began to play. Which song is it? Lu Yifei was wondering, and suddenly heard the familiar melody floating, and immediately distinguished it. It's Drunk Spring Breeze. She blurted out, her eyes flashing with surprise. That day, my cousin once said that he would brag to her if he had the chance in the future. After so long, she had long forgotten about it, but she didn't expect the other party to remember it. Under the night, the lake ahead is sparkling, reflecting the bright crescent moon, and the sparse shadows make fun. The vicissitudes and quaint melody of Drunk Spring Breeze is like a ribbon flowing in the world, gently brushing every leaf. Lu Yifei held her cheeks and watched Du Sheng play quietly, with her beautiful eyes a little infatuated. She could feel that the Drunk Spring Breeze played by her cousin this time had an invisible touch of tenderness and affection. At the end of the song, Du Sheng put down the flute and saw Lu Yifei still intoxicated. It's not as good as the audio version, right? He gently pinched her pretty cheeks. The artistic conception is very good, I'm fascinated. After Lu Yifei finished speaking, her face suddenly turned red. Because I was really fascinated, I wonder if Swan was uncomfortable sitting, so I sat sideways on my cousin's lap. Seeing this girl's rare shy look, her ears turned red, but she unexpectedly didn't leave. Du Sheng smiled in his heart, so he simply took out the newly bought clothes for her and put them on them, and then gently held them in his arms. Although Lu Yifei became more and more shy, she was extremely docile, and was as attached to her in her arms as a cat. The two of them snuggled up naturally, and the picture was a bit warm. Du Sheng smelled the fragrance emitted by her body, and felt a little more tender in his heart, and rubbed her hair. Cousin. Lu Yifei's white ears and pretty cheeks were so red that she couldn't speak but stopped. Finally, she took a deep breath and plucked up the courage to look at Du Sheng, her voice whispering like a mosquito. Cousin, I like you. Du Sheng was stunned by Lu Yifei's sudden true feelings. This girl's behavior was a little abnormal tonight, and her thinking jumped too much. However, he could also feel the girl's affection for him, and hugged her horizontally in his arms, and teased softly. Girl, this is not like you. Can't it be that you have become a role in filming and have not yet left the state, right? Where is it? Lu Yifei blushed like an apple, and simply buried her little head in his chest. At this moment, she felt unprecedented peace of mind and didn't think about it at all. She even hoped that Du Sheng would hug her for a while. Okay, the girl has grown up. Du Sheng smiled, and instead hugged her tighter. In this quiet night, everything around seemed to have disappeared, and only two people were whispering softly. After a while, Lu Yifei adapted to Du Sheng's arms, her shame decreased a lot, and she raised her red little head and said, Cousin, do you like me? Certainly. Du Sheng rubbed her soft hair and said with a smile. My cousin is so innocent, cute, and adorable, who doesn't like it? Lu Yifei smiled sweetly and leaned quietly in Du Sheng's arms. After a moment of attachment, she suddenly didn't know what she remembered and was a little distressed. Do you know, cousin? Actually, I have always been unconfident. Just like those online comments say, I am just a fragile porcelain doll. How could you feel this kind of emotion? Du Sheng was a little puzzled. However, it can be seen that this girl was obviously stimulated by the attacks and comments on the internet. Lu Yifei muttered. The people in my family are excellent. My mother is an excellent dancer and has outstanding appearance. My cousin is also an actor, and she is even more beautiful. I can dance, but I am far from being as good as my mother. Although I am also acting now, I always feel that I am not good enough and I don't even deserve to carry my shoes to my cousin. I think I can get to where I am today, but I only get their gifts and... Du Sheng knew that this girl was a little fragile, so he patted her shoulder and said seriously. Never underestimate yourself. A person's achievements and value are not judged by outsiders. In this world, you are unique and no one can deny it. In my cousin's heart, you will always be the best. After receiving comfort from Du Sheng, Lu Yifei felt relieved and took the initiative to reach out and put her hand around his waist. Looking at the girl's cute and charming appearance, Du Sheng couldn't help but move and wanted to bite her. Lu Yifei seemed to feel something, not only a little nervous but more anticipated. But in the end, Du Sheng looked away and just rubbed her into his arms. If it were based on the era background of Chen Long, most girls of the age of Lu Yifei would have already started their own families. But this is modern, and it is at an innocent age. Not over 16 years old. Lu Yifei was a little disappointed when she saw this, but when she thought of her mother's reminder, she understood. She leaned in Du Sheng's arms and said softly, Cousin, are you willing to wait for me to grow up? Du Sheng hugged her tightly and said with a smile. Of course, who will accompany me if I don't accompany me? Lu Yifei smiled sweetly, wrapped her hands around Du Sheng's neck and leaned against his shoulder. Chapter 187 Excellent Lottery combining the chapter, Make Up a Brand. The night fell unknowingly. The two of them walked side by side on the streets, enjoying this rare tranquility and harmony. Lu Yifei happily held Du Sheng's arm, like a happy spirit bird. When I learned that the girl didn't eat much at night, I simply took her to a Chinese restaurant. In order to avoid paparazzi squatting, the two chose a quiet location to sit down. The boss learned that they were compatriots from the mainland and was particularly enthusiastic and even gave them free drinks. When she was half full, Lu Yifei suddenly remembered Lu Xili's words and simply said them all. After hearing this, Du Sheng finally understood why this girl was able to come out smoothly. And I have not been urged back so far. Does Lu Xili really not know that her daughter sneaked out? Not necessarily. Combined with the girl's words, is the other party planning to be prepared for any trouble? However, Lu Xili also understood that it was inappropriate to do this, so she did not urge her, but let the girl play. Du Sheng shook his head in his heart, even a little funny. Lu Xili knew that she could not control her daughter's idea, so she chose to default. Is this a let go? Seeing Du Sheng silent and his eyes were a little weird, Lu Yifei couldn't help but say, "Cousin, don't think about my feelings. If you think it's not appropriate, then forget it. Anyway, my mother just mentioned it casually, it is unknown whether she has time or not. There is nothing that is not suitable." Du Sheng waved his hand slightly. In fact, there is some reason why Lu Xili does this. At least, it can be considered far-sighted. He really needs to arrange a reliable person as a representative on the Kung Fu sect. At first, he wanted Yezi to take the place for the time being, and he would talk about it when there was a suitable candidate. But now Yezi is devoted to the hero list program, and as his fame grows higher and higher, her agency matters are enough to be busy. Therefore, it is necessary to prepare for the future. At present, there are not many people Du Sheng can trust. With the girl as the axis, Lu Xili is indeed a suitable candidate. Although Lu Xili is smart, she still has a little unclear relationship with Chen Jinfei of Hongguo International Film and Television. But she was sincerely kind to Lu Yifei. This is something that everyone can see. Otherwise, you won't give up your career and follow the girl around like a nanny. After pondering for a moment, Du Sheng said, "Let me tell my aunt, and I'll help her arrange it if she wants to take charge of the business." In front of Lu Yifei, Du Sheng naturally would not refuse. But if you really want to arrange for Lu Xili to join the company, Du Sheng still needs to consider it carefully. It is true that he needs to send a representative to the Kung Fu school, but since Lu Xili has spoken, she obviously won't make small fuss, at least she has to be above the top executives. It's just that the Kung Fu Pack clothing brand is a semi-joint venture, and some arrangements must be mentioned to Zheng Zidao. Moreover, even if Lu Xili is allowed to join the company, what is suitable for her? At present, the clothing brand is still in its inception and its business has not yet been fully launched. At most, there are gaps in design, marketing, sales, supply chain, and production. Forget it, let's see which field she prefers. In order to make Lu Xili feel at ease, Du Sheng still sent the girl back after the midnight snack. "Girl, go up." Du Sheng glanced at the time, saw Lu Yifei holding her arm, and said softly, "Otherwise, Aunt will worry. It's only 22 o'clock, so don't worry." Lu Yifei pulled Du Sheng behind the hotel, wrapped her hands tightly around him, and refused to let go. If both of them hadn't been pretending to be wearing masks, they would have attracted paparazzi. "Okay, then leave it for a moment." 5 minutes passed. Du Sheng was speechless and directly picked up the girl. Lu Yifei, who had a thin face, had to blush and let go of her hands. "Cousin, bye-bye, I'll look for you next time I'll go back to Beijing." Although she was still a little reluctant, she was still quite sensible. "And guessing that I could be out for so long, it was obviously because my mother relaxed. You can't be greedy for you." Du Sheng watched her disappear before turning around and leaving. Thinking of someone who was hungry on the other side, I suddenly had a headache. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. This kind of life will make people degenerate, but in order to prevent the fairy from going out to harm others, he will take everything alone. Now, this is called being brave enough to assume social responsibility. Half an hour later, Shangri-La Hotel. Ding dong. Ding dong. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this place, Du Sheng stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a moment, Zhang Baji, who was a little sleepy, saw the visitor through the cat's eyes, and instantly cheered up and opened the door. Sheng, why did you come so late? There is no way. Several promoters come to the door. Have you eaten it? Eat. Du Sheng let the woman pull it into the room and closed the door. After Zhang Baji took the bag, she began to untie his belt. The movement was so smooth that it seemed to have been tempered. Don't worry, you have something to help. Du Sheng smiled gently and sat on the soft sofa with her in her arms. Tomorrow, I will discuss organizational structure with the Zheng family's master. I will tell you to help write a brand introduction. To create a brand, you cannot just talk about it. You need to consider what advantages, characteristics, development prospects, etc. of your own brand. In order to let buyers feel the high-end and noble brand concept, target market, and positioning must be accurately grasped. However, with a lack of right-hand assistance around him, Du Sheng had to start and let Zhang Baji write on his behalf. It's very late today, just can't it be done tomorrow? Zhang Baji pouted and stopped, obviously reluctant. She has been holding it in for more than half a month. She just wants to share martial arts practice time with men these 2 nights and learn 2 high-end techniques. Tonight, Du Sheng beat Pu's move to wrapped his arms and elbows in the ring. It was very suitable for her to see the lingering force. Du Sheng carried the girl to her side and said in a warm voice, "There will be a luxury fashion festival tomorrow. After dealing with trivial matters, I will take you to have a walk. It's not enough, you have to make some compensation." Zhang Baji turned around and sat on Du Sheng's lap. She blushed on her face, and leaned close to his ear and whispered, "We can write a brand introduction while doing a brand introduction like this, which will make the brand introduction more emotionally ups and downs." Hello. Du Sheng was shocked at the brink of such a tricky thing, which shows that this girl is indeed quite talented in some aspects. Well, it's not what you bastard taught me. The next day, after dealing with the 2 endorsements and the trivial matters of the Kung Fu school preparation, it was already evening. Unfortunately, Zhang Beizi practiced too much last night and was almost late for filming. She couldn't go to compensate for the night. Du Sheng thought he could take a break and wait until he would reshoot Newman Walkman's sports advertisement tomorrow, so he could basically leave. Unexpectedly, K1's representative Matsushima Fujisawa came to visit him again. Speaking of which, the work on K1 was progressing faster than he expected, and he actually faxed the revised contract. Overall, the content meets the requirements of the previous negotiations between the 2 parties. The most critical point is that K1 does not restrict Du Sheng from participating in other fighting events during the signing period. Of course, this free sign is not without restrictions. Du Sheng can participate in heterogeneous fighting, such as boxing and UFC, but similar standing fighting events on Holland are excluded. Du Sheng had no objection to this. After all, K1 is already a top event in standing fighting, and other organizational events are not very attractive to him. After the signing is completed, the focus of the K1 event will shift to intercontinental events, aiming to determine the ranking as soon as possible. If Du Sheng fails to get the special invitation qualification, he has to challenge the top players in the intercontinental rankings to win the Intercontinental Championship title within a limited time. Now that I have signed the contract, I have basically obtained the precious quota for the semifinals. Next, the final of K1 GP will kick off in the summer, and the finals will be scheduled for the end of October. Once Du Sheng lucky enough to enter the finals, it is inevitable that he will cause a sensation in the global fighting world. It will even be paid attention to by the 4 major boxing and UFC and other heavyweights. Because since the 10th session of K1 GP, all Europeans who have won the finals weigh more than 95 kilograms. No one in Asia was selected. The Holland player occupies 8 people. The other 2 people are from Ruishi and Xingzhelan respectively. As for Neon's own players, even though K1 has changed the rules many times for them, even Mosato, one of the 4 great kings known as national heroes, has not reached the semifinals. He can only dominate the K1 Max, which is also a concern. It is said that this year it will launch another attack on K1GP, which will most likely occupy a semi-final spot and will not give up until the goal is reached. In this comparison, if Du Sheng, who was from a weak fighting country, could it not be a sensation? It is reasonable to sign a contract with K1, but the people around Du Sheng did not feel particularly excited. As long as Du Sheng can win 1 or 2 games and let them make enough money with the high odds difference, they will be satisfied. As for looking forward to Du Sheng winning the championship, don't be too ambitious, being able to score 4 is enough to show off. Du Sheng had no explanation for this. After all, there is still some time before the finals, and it is useless to say it. Of course, it would be great if UFC could resume the game during this period. If he can win a heavyweight gold belt, I am afraid that the chairman of K1 will stop playing and will come forward to invite him to participate. After dealing with trivial matters that day, Du Sheng flew back to the capital after lunch. In order to end the legend of the Condor heroes as soon as possible, he asked Lai Shui to sell nematode in advance. Time flies, and 10 days pass without realizing it. During this period, he filmed plots such as the Lion Slaughtering Conference, the Chincan Conspiracy, and the Shaolin Martial Arts Competition. The entire crew is busy. Early this morning, Huero Film and Television City. Lai Shui, who had just appeared, called Du Sheng. In the last scene, you married Zhou's hero, Zhao Min comes to rob the bride. Are you ready? After filming this scene, the crew officially completed the filming. Du Sheng asked the makeup artist to put on makeup and said with a smile, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. By the way, Director Lai, you can't put this scene to the end, right?" Gao Yuan was wearing makeup next to her, and was also curious to look at her. This opponent is Du Sheng, and she is not worried about her acting status at all. It was this marriage scene that has been delayed until now, which makes her feel strange. Wee water is dipped in crickets and flickering. No, I used to be outside the scene, but I only had time to go back to the film and television city today. Naturally, he wouldn't say that since your kid came back from winning the championship, the entire crew atmosphere has changed. Not to mention those little girls' eyes lit up when they saw Du Sheng's heartbroken. Even Gao Yuan, who had originally been heartbroken, showed signs of admiration when he looked at Du Sheng. Let's chat together. This is a pain. After all, it is personal that everyone can see that the relationship between Jia Swen and Du Sheng is abnormal. Especially after Du Sheng came back from Xiangzhong, Jia Siwen didn't hide it anymore and was both tired of entering and leaving. The scene of these two women competing for one husband was staged outside the play in advance, allowing Lai Shui to sell the tragedy by the window. Considering that the two women's condition was not in line, they dragged it to the end. A quarter of an hour later, several people finished makeup. Du Sheng, wearing a light pink dress, looked around Gao Yuan in an ancient robe, and said with a smile, "You are dressed very handsome, probably Zhang Wuji's most decent style." Du Sheng looked at himself and was quite satisfied. As the leader of the Ming cult, you must have some style. Not long after, Jia Siwen, wearing a thin pink dress, also came over. Gao Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Sister Wen's outfit is really beautiful and charming, and she has a princess-like look." Jia Swen's beautiful eyes fell on Du Sheng, and she turned around before answering. Yuan, your red wedding dress is also very eye-catching. No wonder someone comes to you together. Du Sheng. He was suspected of being arranging and dispatching by Lai Shui early this morning, so he had no time to think about anything else. Fortunately, Jia Swen's resentment came and went quickly, and soon she called Brother Wuji. The feeling of being alone made Gao Yuan feel sour. Because the next scene was her and Du Sheng's marriage. Unexpectedly, the last step to get married was screwed up by Zhao Min. Now it seems that the outside of the show seems to be similar. With this emotion, Jia Siwen and Gao Yuan were invisibly mixed with personal emotions when filming. Especially Jia Siwen. Those who don't know about this kind of resentment and anxiety think she is competing for her husband. Yuan is almost the same. After all, she has been sleeping in the same bed, so she has a different feeling for Du Sheng. Although not as fierce as Jia Siwen, she perfectly presented the emotion to the changes in her facial features during her performance. Lai Shui, behind the monitor, couldn't help but applaud. The two female protagonists in front of me are surprisingly good today. The meaning of tit for tat can be felt through the monitor. If you want to say that you feel the deepest, it is naturally Du Sheng who is sandwiched in the middle. He suspected that these two women were fighting in the play, but they were almost verbal outside the play. Thanks to this, his tension in the play has also become a little stronger. Show the chivalrous righteousness that cannot regret marriage with Zhou's hero, so that the character looks more affectionate and loyal. Zhang Wuji, who was in Su Yupeng's version of Zhang Wuji in his previous life, was a little panicked when facing Zhao Min's questioning, like a young boy. Although Su Yupeng's performance was not bad, he always felt that it was almost interesting if he savored it carefully. Because the expressions are always repeated, you either frown, hesitate, or anxious. The overall situation is a bit single. Thanks to his full-level acting skills in LV3, Du Sheng not only showed Zhang Wuji's chivalrous spirit, but also interpreted the complex character of indecisiveness and affection. Crack, very good, I announce that the Yan Yi has been officially completed. Lai Shui shouted loudly. The crew immediately cheered, and many people breathed a sigh of relief. After nearly 3 months of rushing, it was finally finished. This means that the last sum of money is also settled, so there is no need to worry that the drama will die halfway through. But everyone also knew that if Du Sheng had not had good design and acting skills, this drama would have probably only been mostly filmed. So they all gathered around him to congratulate him. After packing up the business, Lai Shuizhu several starring actors prepared generous red envelopes. Du Sheng and Jia Siwen each gained a considerable number, up to 2,000 oceans. This is not because Lai Shui is the main reason why outdoor shooting is too expensive. In addition, it is expected that part of the special effects will be used, and 22 million yuan will be used for 70% and there is no remaining money at all. If the three producers hadn't injected the last fund in time, it would have been difficult for even a dinner to celebrate the final round. But even if it is filmed in a provincial inspection, this TV series will be regarded as a classic in the future. Many years later, people pulled out various versions of Zhang Wuji, but Du Sheng's version could not be avoided. At the dinner, the remaining members of the crew gathered at a hotel near the film and television base to celebrate the completion of the film. Although the dishes are not luxurious, they are just some farm dishes, but they are healthy and natural, and everyone is happy to eat. Du Sheng attended tonight as an actor, with Jia Siwen and Gao Yuan on both sides, just like a warm family. Faced with the upcoming separation, Jia Siwen seemed a little reluctant. She kept picking up food for Du Sheng and said, Sheng, I plan to go back to my hometown Tianjin first and go to film the endorsement in a few days. Her father was from Tianjin and later went to Wancheng to develop. The last time her mother and younger brother came back to worship their ancestors, they stayed in Tianjin. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, nodded and smiled. Okay, it doesn't matter if your advertising endorsement is late. Let's go back to the city after the finale banquet. As for Yeji's relationship with sex, she asked Jia Siwen to audition for Han Shanping's The Supreme Beauty, but it has not yet come out. If nothing unexpected happens, you will probably be able to win. After all, after the release of The Emperor of Han, starring Jia Swen, the ratings were good, and there was also The Legend of the Sky is going to be broadcast. When it comes to this, I have to mention Lu Tao who came to visit the set last time. Thanks to the popularity of Goddess Dragon in 3 stations in Canton, after filming The Last Emperor, she received an audition invitation for The Young Emperor. This drama was filmed by Cantonese TV, and it was almost certain that she played the heroine. As for the male lead, the director was the first to find Du Sheng. If he hadn't really taken time, the role wouldn't have been left behind. A smile immediately appeared on Jia Wen's face and put a piece of chicken leg into his mouth. That's great, let's go together tonight. Gao Yuan, who was sitting next to him, thought about it and decided to go back. Did Ashen drive by himself when he returns to the city? Can he take a ride? Seeing her with some expectations, Du Sheng nodded with a smile. Of course, it's the way anyway. The car was rented by the crew, so it's useless. Jia slapped him, and pretended to be angry and pinched him, but turned his head and smiled at Gao Yuan. Your agent hasn't come, it's better to go with you, and there's still some care for you along the way. Everyone drank a lot of wine for this meal. As the capitalist plus male lead, Du Sheng was even drunk repeatedly. The half-drunk and half-hazy feeling made him in a surprisingly good spirit. It's just that Wang Yeyang is driving, otherwise he can't escape by driving. After the show ended, he returned to the room to clean up a little, and then came outside the doors of Gao Yuan and Jia Siwen. Their rooms are not far apart, and the girls have a lot of things and are sorting out things inside. Du Sheng was bored and took a look when he passed by the door of Yuan. Why are you walking without sound? Gao Yuan turned around, was startled, and unconsciously placed his hands on his chest. It's just that the clothes on her hands were a bit out of place. Yuan, aren't these pants torn apart? Why are you still keeping them? Du Sheng joked. He could tell at a glance that Gao Yuan's clothes were the ones she wore after getting drunk that night. I can't keep it for collection, I want you to care more. Gao Yuan blushed and hid her pants with a guilty conscience. Then he realized it and gave him an angrily glance. It wasn't that torn by you as a bastard. Haha, the collection is pretty good, you can keep cleaning up. Du Sheng would not admit it, and left with a smile. Turning around and coming to Jia Siwen's door, he was about to knock on the door and go in. Bang! Jia Siwen just came out, and she was holding something in her hand and knocked her head into his arms. Bastard, you want to scare me to death. Jia slammed him with his pink fist and muttered a little angry. Seeing that no one around paid attention to this place, Du Sheng hugged her in his arms and reached out to pinch her vengeful and pretty face. Then, without waiting for the other party to react, he smiled and patted her buttocks and went downstairs first. These two women had to pack up a lot of things and would not get out so quickly. He simply asked Wang Yeyang to drive over first to avoid the trouble of moving back and forth. As soon as I got into the car, a crisp reminder suddenly came from my ears. The filming of The Legend of the Condor Heroes has been detected, will the lottery be settled? After experiencing it several times, Du Sheng was no longer surprised. This is the first time I have been the protagonist and I have been waiting for the lottery. How can it not be settled? Moreover, this time my acting skills have been improved to LV3 Max, and my ratings are definitely much better in all aspects. Purple items should not be able to escape. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was unexpectedly high. In the statistics, the host character fit is 89%, the roles account for 36.5%, and the completion is 88%. The prize pool is re-updated. Du Sheng was extremely satisfied with this. According to this degree of compatibility, if the acting skills are improved to LV4, wouldn't it be more than 93%? As for the proportion of scenes, this is calculated based on the entire drama, which can be said to be quite high. After all, The Legend of the Condor Heroes involves more than 100 characters, and it is impossible to have scenes of Zhang's father and son at all times. The settlement is completed, the performance rating of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is excellent. The host's current comprehensive evaluation is E, and the annual lottery draws can be 1/10. Will the lottery be conducted? Du Sheng took a look at the comprehensive evaluation. According to the recent Puppet Incident plus Championship plus Infernal Affairs and other focus and publicity, it should not take long to advance. According to his guess, either win the K1 or UFC finals, or The Legend of the Condor Heroes will be released, and you can easily accumulate relevant factors such as identity, power, status, etc. But it has to be said that compared to the past, the improvement of comprehensive evaluation has become slower and slower than before. Based on this situation, there should be only a handful of people in the world who can achieve a comprehensive evaluation of D. It is not an exaggeration to be called Little Superman by then. As for the A level that is more upward, cutting iron like mud and dodging bullets are all easy. I guess you can look forward to the fact that your body is carrying bullets and firing them. As for the higher S, is it an evergreen land god? Or is it the superhuman level of flying and hiding the earth? Too much, it cannot be explained by science. I can't imagine it. P.S. The brand is almost done. I will make up the chapters in a few days, and the number of words is the same. Thank you for your support and forgiveness. Chapter 188 Big Bang Extraordinary. Du Sheng calmed down and focused on the lottery. What high-quality items and skills can Zhang Wuji and Zhang Qiushan extract? Internal power, light skills, footwork, magical pills, dragon-slaying sword, tiger head hook, iron judge pen and other treasures. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were very useful. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart, "Raffle lottery." As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush! As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and purple and blue intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shackle card, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret script of Green Bull Poison Technique, green. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the light skills of Tyun Zone, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of Black Jade Intermittent Paste. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a dragon slaying sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Yang Divine Art, purple, technique. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of gold ingots. Damn it, it's purple, it's still the same. The purple light in front of me was dazzling, and Du Sheng knew very well what this meant, so he couldn't help but be overjoyed. After a closer look, I felt even more happy. Acting reaches the limit of blue, and there is a lack of breakthroughs, and the shackle card, purple, comes out. This is destined to be its. At least after the breakthrough, the settlement rating will be better in the future, and the probability of winning purple in the lottery is higher. As for whether to keep it for dragon and elephant prajna, to be honest, there is not much need. Not to mention that it is only 4th floor now, how long will it take to upgrade to 7th floor max? If you really want to make a breakthrough, there will be no shortage of shackles at that time. Du Sheng didn't think much about it and used it directly. With a click, countless acting-related knowledge flooded into my mind. Just like the whole person is sublimated. Acting LV4/purple, 100108/1,000,000. After accepting the knowledge, Du Sheng nodded quite satisfied. According to his inference, he is now in the 5th and 6th level of acting skills in level 7. An artist of this level can be called a drama madman. For example, old actors such as Chen Daoming and Liang Chaoei. Not only is the acting very infectious, but the character is also very delicate, with in-depth portrayal and full of vision. The acting skills have reached this point, which is completely enough, and there is no need to waste your reputation in the next few years. Moreover, it is worth 1 million to achieve the peak of LV5. In order to improve that comprehensive evaluation, it is not worth it for the time being. Du Sheng calmed down and glanced at the following. Green Bull Poisoning Skill LV1/Green, 10/1000. The Poison Classics written by Hu Qingyu, a doctor in Butterfly Valley, can not only distinguish poisons after learning them, but also be good at various poison techniques, poison formulas, and detoxification methods. Du Sheng remembered that Zhang Wuji had learned medical skills with Hu Qingyu in Butterfly Valley, and it was not surprising that he was proficient in poison skills. It's this thing that doesn't work much in modern society. Eating ash is not enough. Sometimes it is quite good to use it unexpectedly. For example, if you use the castor I drew last time to extract the toxins, it is a must-have medicine for traveling at home. Thinking of this, he simply threw it into the lottery warehouse, only stores items obtained from the lottery, and it does not occupy any space anyway. Tianzong LV1/Blue, 100/1000. Wudang School has a unique skill in lightning skills, a light body, as fast as lightning, as agile as a dragon, and can move forward and retreat freely. This thing was created by Zhang Sanfan and can be regarded as the top light skills in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. If it is placed in major online games, this can even be used as teleportation. But looking at that introduction, just like the fighting stars, internal strength is required to maximize the effect. Of course, you can also use skills now. For example, dodging, moving, advancing and retreating can enhance 1 or 2 points of strength in combat, which is also good. Black Jade Intermittent Paste? I went, and I actually pulled it out. Du Sheng's eyes were delighted. Needless to say, after returning to the store later, I would use it for my adoptive father. Not to mention the kindness of raising a child, Huang Deli's ability is there, not to mention the ability of a martial arts finger, so he has to rely on him more in the future. Du Sheng then turned his gaze on the 2 golden items below. I won't talk about gold ingots. Nowadays, when selling antiques, there are hundreds of thousands, and it's not a big problem to double them in a few years. Dragon Slaying Sword. Du Sheng was a little speechless. If it were put in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, no one dared not to obey this thing. But in reality, because the shape is too special, I guess I can't even sell it as an antique. But it is good to treat it as a collection. Moreover, the handle of the knife is inlaid with gold, which is also considered valuable. Du Sheng set his eyes on the last one. 9 Yang Divine Art, first level /purple, 1000/8000. There are 9 levels of exercises. After completion, the internal force can be continuously reborn, which can bless the power of fists and feet and automatically protect the body, and has significant healing effects. All diseases will not arise and all poisons will not invade. He had only one emotion in his heart. What luck is this? It can only be described as the best. Among all Zhang Wuji's martial arts, it should be the most important and famous one. What I draw now is still purple, with 1000 experience, something that is worthless. Next, as long as you practice internal strength in Dragon and Elephant Prajna Kung Fu and use it in conjunction with this, you will be a perfect killer weapon. According to Du Sheng's guess, as long as the dragon and elephant are opened up one of the 3 meridians and 7 chakras, internal strength should be produced. Not the 5th floor, it's the 6th floor. If 9 Yang Divine Achievement can cultivate internal strength. Du Sheng couldn't help but glance at the reputation value column. Reputation value, 68,829. This has been accumulated after improving acting to LV3 max. If it weren't for the popularity of Yangshi 5 broadcasting plus winning the championship, the reputation would be more than 20,000. Du Sheng thought about it and swam his eyes on several main skills. In the end, it still stays on Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu, 4th level /blue, 81018/243000. Whether it is the next K1/UFC fighting final or the next step of the world, this kind of Kung Fu blessing is indispensable. Even the techniques such as Dozhuan Xingshi, 9 Yang Divine Arts, and Tidal Yun Zone are waiting for it to break through and gain internal strength. There is no doubt that the first thing to add in the future is it. Of course, the effect of adding it to 9 Yang Divine Art should be good. The first level is the Misty Air, the second level is the Easy to Cleanse the Muscles and Marrow, the third level is the Most Yang Hot Air. The fourth level is the Method of Shrinking Bones, the fifth level is the Method of Turtle Breathing, the sixth level is the Method of Gecko Swimming in the Wall. The seventh level is Invincible to all poisons, the eighth level is Indestructible to Vajra, the ninth level is Invincible to Vajra. Upgrading to the second level will have the effect of easy tendons and marrow cleaning, and the cost is only 24,000. It may not be as outrageous as in the book The Legend of the Condor Heroes, but it is certain that it is strong. As for how to generate internal strength? Not yet known. Because in the original work, the ninth yang cultivated the misty true energy. As for the relationship there is, it is unknown for the time being. People who practice martial arts in modern times can still cultivate their internal strength, but they have never heard of the magical internal strength and true energy in martial arts. In addition, when you practice 9 yang divine arts to the last level, you must survive the heat and self-immolation of your whole body. You can get a famous teacher to help you open up hundreds of acupuncture points on your body, break through dozens of piercings on your body, or an adventure like Zhang Wuji in the Kaibaba of the universe, to be considered a true practice. Otherwise, you will only accumulate the internal strength of the 9 yangs, and you cannot generate endless cycles. You will easily be too disheartened to death after fierce battles. Master Ruchweiwen is an example. Forget it, it's useless to think too much, let's take a look first. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and acted directly. First, I spent 23,000 reputation values and added them to the 9 yang divine art. 9 yang divine art, second level / purple, 24,000 / 72,000. After a sensation of numbness and itch, my whole body felt as if I had relaxed my muscles and activate my meridians. Unlike before, this time there was an extra stream of heat running up and down the abdomen, and the muscles and bones in the body were stretched. Is this feeling in the abdomen internal force? Du Sheng carefully identified it, and it was difficult to confirm for a moment. Because there is no reference. And I don't know if it was because of the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 meridians that failed to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians and 12 meridians and break through dozens of piercings throughout the body, so I can't mobilize them for the time being. The skill's effect is determined based on the comprehensive evaluation. If you want to perform best, please improve as soon as possible. In addition, the comments also mean that the skill effect is limited to physical fitness being unable to maximize its performance. Despite this, it is still quite good overall. As long as you continue to improve, everything will be fine. In addition to giving birth to anger, it also improves physical fitness, enhances immunity, and improves metabolism. Du Sheng subconsciously clenched his hand with force. Click. The steel-like handrail actually made a creaking sound. The clench just now was no less than 750 pounds. Du Sheng was slightly happy. Although the internal strength was unknown due to the meridians, it was worth it. Seeing that the reputation value is only more than 40,000, it is not enough to improve the third level. After thinking about it, he simply added it to his main skills. Dragon Elephant Prajna, 4 levels / blue, 125847 243000. Although the effect is not as obvious as the previous initial improvement, the response, agility, speed, and other aspects are slightly improved. And it is halfway past the 5th level. The popularity of Infernal Affairs plus The Legend of the Condor Heroes plus the K1 finals should be able to make up for the reputation, so you can look forward to it. Only then will there be a real transformation. As Du Sheng thought, a sound of footsteps came. The garden, there is no left behind, right? It's gone, where is a Sheng? Why aren't you seeing anyone? Du Sheng had no choice but to get out and help Wang Yeyang load things into the car. Fortunately, the two of them don't have many belongings, otherwise the car might not be able to be fully equipped. A Yang, go to XX Community, Fengtai District first. Du Sheng ordered. Gao Yuan's home is there, not far from here. Of course, if she wanted to stay and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, Du Sheng would be unlucky. It's just that the relationship between the two parties is close and distant, and this girl is also thin-skinned and most likely has no chance, so she will send it home first. In the play, after Zhang Wuji resigned from his position as leader, he took Zhao Min to travel around and traveled around, and also went to Imei and the Persian Ming cult. In the end, good things could be achieved. He also has a chance here. For example, when the Legend of the Condor Heroes is released, we must have to gather together to promote it, right? Half an hour later, the car was parked in the community, and Du Sheng got out of the car to help carry the luggage. Fortunately, she was not far from Gao Yuanyuan's home, and when she left, she wanted to speak but stopped. Du Sheng smiled and said, "If the next person named Zhang comes to bother you, or wants to audition for a role or something, you can find me, you can help, won't push it away." Gao Yuanyuan smiled relievedly, and actually put down her reserve and took the initiative to come forward to give him an affectionate hug. "You still owe me an explanation about what happened that day, of course you want to find you." Du Sheng gave a gift and said with a smile, "Then let's make compensation." Gao Yuanyuan was not polite to him. When he opened it, he saw that it was an exquisite bracelet, and then he smiled like a flower and waved his hand. "Go away quickly, otherwise you will feel better soon." Sure enough, as soon as Du Sheng sat in the back seat, he was pinched by a tender white hand on his waist and said angrily, "I just held and hugged me, are you taking advantage of my girl? How is that possible? I was obviously taken advantage of." Du Sheng smiled, knowing that she was not a stingy person, she was just joking. "If you don't believe me, I'll check myself." Jia Xuan's beautiful eyes rolled and she whispered in his ear. In fact, she has a good relationship with Gao Yuanyuan. During the time when Du Sheng went to Xiangzhong, they even made an appointment to go shopping together. Du Sheng let her toss and shook her head speechlessly. Okay, let you check it casually later." "Hehe, that's what you said." Jia Xuan didn't know what she thought of and said to Wang Yang, Yang, don't go to the airport for now, just go to the Hills Hotel in front." Du Sheng's face turned strange when he heard this, remembering the message Fan Ou sent before. After filming mobile cell phone yesterday, this girl seemed to say that she came to Daijing to wait for him and also checked in the Hills Hotel. I don't know if it's the same house. Wang Yang is actually not surprised, and he laughed. Okay, it's there in 5 minutes. During the filming period, he would come out to buy things from time to time and was basically familiar with the surrounding areas. 10 minutes later, Du Sheng took a look at the room sign. Room 308. Take a look at the information I got when I asked Fan Ou just now. Hills Hotel, room 310. This is a coincidence. Du Sheng muttered to himself. Although he is not afraid of a collision, it seems that this kind of thing is too exciting under the eyes of a female voter. Jia Xuan was also a little uncomfortable, just like a lie. Fortunately, I don't check my ID card these days, and the two of them are wearing masks and sunglasses, otherwise they will be reported to me. After entering the room, she breathed a sigh of relief. Min, I'll book you tomorrow's air tickets, you can go and take a shower first. This is not urgent. Anyway, it's more than 100 kilometers long, so it's okay to take a bus tomorrow. Jia Xuan pulled Du Sheng's arm and smiled to his ear. Last time, you taught me how to train in the water. Recently, I realized a trick to save money, try it first. Du Sheng. These are all martial arts geniuses. Jia Seng was in a state of interest, and took off his high-heeled sandals, lay barefoot on the sofa and tied up his long hair. Although there is no intentional temptation, his beauty is there, and every frown and smile is full of temptation. Du Sheng knew that this girl tied her hair to prevent water for a while. While admiring, he took out a red wine in the cabinet. It is necessary to drink some wine to warm your body. After drinking half a bottle of red wine, Jia Siwen's eyes began to become distant. The faces between the cups are like peach blossoms, and the look is even more charming. No matter how you look at it, it is so charming. Du Sheng saw that the tank was full, and walked forward and walked towards the bathroom. Jia Xuan chuckled and wrapped her pink arms around the man's neck. Not long after, bursts of chaotic sounds of practicing the exercises came from it. I don't know if the fit is not enough, the bath sound is particularly outrageous, and I heard it at all in the 310 rooms next door. Fan Ou was lying on the bed and reading a book quietly, how could he not hear it? It's been half an hour. It takes so long to take a shower? It's so noisy. What made her even more annoyed was that the other party didn't know how to restrain himself and even shouted loudly. It was not until 40 minutes later that the noisy sound of shower gradually subsided. Fan Ou's emotions did not calm down, but were instead provoked. The longing for someone is even more lingering. She was exhausted after filming the scene and came here just to ask the man to rub Shu Jinyan. Now that the thoughts arise, how can I suppress the winner? A Sheng, is the finalizing banquet over? Fan Ou called the phone with a hint of resentment. A couple of men and women checked in next door to the hotel. They kept playing with the ants. The sound of bathing was very loud, which made me feel straight. Du Sheng covered the receiver, turned his head and glanced at the familiar tutor beside him, and whispered. This kind of behavior is indeed outrageous. You don't know how to think about others at all. Didn't you complain? Forget it, this kind of young man must have been suppressed for a long time and finally came out. Fan Ou is still a little conscientious. After hearing the man's voice, he became much more annoyed and smiled charmingly. By the way, can't you leave after completing the filming today? There are too many people on the crew, so it is not convenient for me to show up. Are you here at the Hills Hotel? Du Sheng coughed lightly, not knowing how to answer, but it was difficult to refuse. After all, the other party rushed over from Mo, and it was also full of good intentions. Du Sheng took a look at Meng Lu and thought about using this drama just now. When you practice the exercises, you must wake up until dawn. He gently threw the other party away from bed. The finale banquet has ended, I'll hurry over and wait for me for half an hour. After saying that, he walked towards the bathroom. Just now, I was a little bit over my practice. I overturned the abalone soup, and I still had strawberry marks and fragrance all over my body, so I had to clean it up. But at this moment, I wonder if it was gone. Jia and Zuya woke up and rubbed his eyes. A Sheng, I just practiced the exercises and played with my handsome face. Du Sheng turned around and looked at her, and said with a smile. Yes, you can't stand this little bit of storm. Don't practice such a difficult move next time, it's not good to catch a cold. Jia Swen knew it was a man who asked a model to smile with peace of mind and asked curiously. Are you going out? Du Sheng's face did not change and said while washing in the bathroom. The car that Yuan Bin was in was hit on the airport road just now, and now it involves compensation issues. I have to go over and deal with it. Ah? Is it serious? Jia Swen asked worriedly. She knew that Yuan Bin took a plane back to Xiangjiang tonight. When the other party learned about her relationship with Du Sheng, he usually took care of her. I don't know, I have to go and check it out. Du Sheng changed a set of clothes and came out of the bathroom. Then don't delay, hurry up and go there. Jia Swen sat leaning against the bed, and then noticed that she was not in a tiny strand and pulled the quilt. It should be a trivial matter, don't worry, I'll come back after I finish it. Seeing that there was still time, Du Sheng simply sat down beside the bed and softly coaxed her into the bed. Otherwise, the noise will be too loud and the noise will be clamored again. Well, then you go and be careful when driving. Jia Swen felt at ease and then closed her eyes. I don't know if I was too tired and soon fell asleep again. Du Sheng covered her with a quilt, closed the door gently, and walked out of the room. The suites at the Hills Hotel are in a double-row layout, with room 308 facing 309 and 310 happening to be on the left of 308. This is really just a trip out. Du Sheng glanced at the watch and felt that it had been half an hour. He was too lazy to wait any longer, so he walked straight to the door of room 310 and knocked gently. Hearing the knock on the door, a charming smile immediately appeared on Fan Ou's pretty face. Her mouth was slightly raised, and she was wearing only a pink gauze. She stepped barefoot across the soft carpet as soft as clouds and came to the door lightly. After glimpsing through the cat's eyes, I saw the tall and outstanding figure, and immediately pushed the door out happily and flew into his arms. "Die puppet, I haven't come to find someone for so long, it's almost flooding." Her words were filled with deep resentment and longing. The charming appearance of the fox is fully displayed, with a variety of charm. Du Sheng was amused and cried, and glanced left and right while patting her shoulders. "Miss, this is a corridor. Can you restrain yourself a little?" However, Fan Ou has been getting more and more angry at this moment, and the thoughts in his heart are burning like a fire. She just wanted Du Sheng to put out the flame for her. In addition, she hasn't seen her for 2 months, so she can't control her. She just wants to snuggle tightly in the man's arms and seek a sense of security. Du Sheng held her with one hand and gently hugged her into his arms. He looked at the surroundings and entered the room. Having said that, if Fan Ou hadn't introduced the audition for Qianlong at the beginning, it would still be unknown whether he could achieve today's achievements. Besides, the other party has been suppressed for 2 months, and it is really rare to cultivate one's heart and mind. As a person with open mind, Du Sheng has to do his best now that Fan Ou wants to bring down his anger. After entering the room, Fan Ou suddenly felt that his sense of security increased and his nervousness gradually dissipated. In order for men to make the eunuch more comfortable, she simply opened her heart and put a pair of legs on it. 30 minutes later, Du Sheng poured the sweat off the Fan Ou sauce ammonia. The night breeze in early summer blows gently, making people feel more comfortable and also brings women back to their condition. The two of them snuggled up by the window. Outside the window was the noisy traffic and the starry lights were inside. A sense of pride suddenly surged in Du Sheng's heart, and the lives of ancient scholars and officials were no longer the same. When he returned to room 308, it was already early in the morning. Jia Swen has long fallen asleep. As for the woman on the other side, she lasts for an hour and is so comfortable, and she does not have the best condition to make her feel comfortable. Du Sheng washed up briefly and regained some vitality. He glanced at 3 special skills and shook his head slightly. It seems that if you don't add some points, it's still a bit of a force to fight against too. However, the reputation value has been spent and I don't have much thought for the time being, so I hugged Jia silenced Amaranth. The next morning, the hour hand pointed at around 6 o'clock. Du Sheng was awakened by Jia Swen's thoughtful contemplation. As the sky gradually turned white and the dawn stormed out, the two of them washed up with their hands. "It's all your fault. I'm sore and painful all over my waist. How can I get on the bus later?" Jia Swen brushed her teeth in front of the mirror and said with a slight resentment. "This guy doesn't even miss the time to get up, he's just a bastard." "Haha, isn't this what you asked for?" Du Sheng knew that this girl was right and wrong and said with a smile. "If you say anything else, you have to be separated for a while. You must try your best to cherish every minute." "Humph, it's your problem anyway." A word when Jia Siwen started this, she felt resentful. As such a popular drama as The Supreme Beauty, that old Han feels good to you, but you don't even go to audition. Now, she is almost joining the group, and the two are destined to be separated for 3 or 2 months. "Miss, I have to spend time." Du Sheng was speechless and said. "Then we have to cooperate with Infernal Affairs to promote the promotion. In addition, Kung Fu has started filming and is about to join the crew. It's not very good now. A popular celebrity like Zhao Wenzhuo will match you, but the 4 young actresses don't have the treatment." Although the drama The Supreme Beauty was criticized by the audience for changing history, its ratings can be among the top 10 of the year, which proves that its background is good. And he can also make friends with Han Shanping, a big shot in the film and television industry, and he will definitely win multiple goals in one fell swoop. If it weren't for the fact that he was too lazy to be cloned and the investors of the drama recognized Zhao Wenzhuo, he would definitely consider it seriously. Jia Swen also knew the reason, but she was just reluctant to leave. Chapter 189 Confessing Your Love Early in the Morning. After washing up, the two returned to the dining table and had something to eat. By the way, Yuan looked at you recently, something was wrong. For no reason, Jia Swen suddenly asked an ambiguous question. Did you have a secret relationship? This is all about it, why did you suddenly mention Yuan? Du Sheng was a little amused and crying. This girl's thinking is so jumping that it makes people confused. After all, the two sides had just exchanged ideas, and in a blink of an eye, another woman was mentioned. Humph. Anyone with a discerning eye can see this kind of thing, but can you hide it? You said this, I didn't hide it. I thought this girl was just mentioned on a whim, but the next words caught Du Sheng off guard. It would be great if Yuan was here, so it would help me share some pressure. You are so stupid that you can't handle it alone. Jia Swen stuck out her tongue mischievously and blinked at him. Du Sheng was stunned for a while before thinking about it, a little dumbfounded. Min, are you serious? Thinking about Zhang Wuji's life with his arms around, it seems quite exciting. Jia Swen finally showed her fox's tail and looked at him with a smile. You bastard really have this idea, I've tried it out. I didn't expect that you are more fraternal than Zhang Wuji. Fortunately, this girl has rich life experience and has seen something even more outrageous in Bay City, just a joke. It seems that I don't care much about it, but I just occasionally have some weird ideas. As she said, I'm too afraid of choosing. With Du Sheng's identity and ability, it is highly likely that he can't hold it. There have been rumors about having sex with Fan Ou, Zhang Baji, Lu Tao, and others before. But she was reluctant to let go of this man she had finally reached. So it seems pretty good to get a support? Du Sheng didn't know Jia Swen's weird idea, so he took her to the machine after breakfast. Then I bought 2 breakfasts without stopping and returned to the hotel. As guessed last night, Fan Ou, this girl, was sleeping soundly and had not woken up yet. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and simply went to exercise first. After returning from a punch, Fan Ou was already eating. Seeing the man sweat all over, he smiled charmingly. No wonder I was so fierce last night. It turns out that I kept exercising every day. Du Sheng changed into clean clothes and was also looking at the woman. I haven't seen each other for a while, I've lost a lot of weight, but I've seen some places rising. The lights were too dim last night and I didn't have time to take a closer look. At this moment, the amaranthus and aphids on her body could not conceal the spring scenery at all. Especially after moisturizing, the smooth and delicate skin exudes a charming luster, and every frown and smile is full of charming style. Fan Xiangjing is worthy of being a Xiang Jingjing. Not only did he let the man see it openly, he also walked forward and sat down with him, putting his legs on his legs. I've become much stronger and more handsome. I've got a lot of girls recently. Just guess it. He is worthy of being a professional appraiser. Du Sheng took the woman into his arms, got addicted to it, and said with a smile. You don't know that I run around and fall asleep every day when I get tired. You didn't come to communicate with me, which made me over-energized and could only go to box. If you believe in you, you will have a puppet. Fan Ou gave him a blank look and said giggling. I feel like you were more angry than me last night. Why are you so excited? She was quarreled by the bath next door for more than half an hour, and she had not been released after saving for nearly 2 months. She thought she could control this man. Unexpectedly, the other party was even more excited than her, and I don't know what kind of excitement he was. Du Sheng naturally would not tell her that the feeling of picking flowers next door would be very exciting, and it changed the topic. When will Mobile be released? Haven't the big kings ever been to the crew? Hua Yiding is optimistic about this movie, and it should be the main focus of the New Year holiday. Fan Ou restrained his charm and said. The King Wang Zhong has been to the crew, mainly discussing distribution matters with the producer. Wang Zonglei has never been here. I heard that it was premiering in France for the purpose of Purple Butterfly, and went abroad with international Zhang and Liu. Du Sheng was shocked and a little surprised. He originally planned to give him a big gift after the other party jumped. I didn't expect to be so free and happy. Since he was not committed suicide, he was too lazy to care more for the time being. Where is Sister Hua's side? You actually endure it. When Fan Ou heard this, his face was a little complicated and said, I wonder if there was a close friend who reported it to me. The big and small kings learned about her secret contact with Shengqian Entertainment. She has not had a good life recently. She is still a little grateful to Sister Hua. At that time, in order to join the crew of Fantasy Princess, she signed an 8-year contract with Qianjiao Company. Unexpectedly, Qianjiao always looked down on her and even publicly said that she would always be a maid. If Sister Hua hadn't helped Fan Ou, who had quarreled to terminate the contract, she would have been hidden. Du Sheng asked a few questions, and it was not easy to comment on such rumor for profit, and he pondered. Have you mentioned Honggaiao film and television that I told you before? I mentioned it, but she had focused on Shengqian before, and there was no further information. Fan Ou didn't know why men valued this, so he said what he learned. She has also lost a lot of resources. Some artists have their own ulterior motives, so the team is difficult to lead. Du Sheng was not surprised, but the time has not come yet. If you are late, you can ask Yesi to contact him. He stopped asking about this and said with a smile. So, you don't have to count on your film resources. There are no other invitations for films at the moment. Sister Hua recommended 2 TV series. Fan Ou lay lazily in the man's arms and said lazily. One is the heroine of a war drama, and the other is the second female costume. I can't get much interest and plan to take a break before talking about it. Du Sheng can understand this. Mobile cell phone has not been released yet, and her current status is neither up nor down. Currently, the star of Pitex is still the world of the 4 little flowers, Zhang Qingcan, Huang Yi, and others. Their double ice ranks behind. Treasure Basin. Du Sheng mentioned the title of the drama mentioned by the other party and said in his heart. Is it the one film that was filmed by Xiangzhang and the mainland in joint venture? The heroine was originally scheduled to be Zhang Qingcan. That's right, what's wrong? Fan Ou turned his head, a little strange. She knew very well the man's vision of choosing dramas. Since she mentioned it now, she must have thought about it. Speaking of which, the investment and lineup of this drama are very good. If she can play the heroine, she will indeed consider it seriously. Unfortunately, the director is optimistic about Zhang Qingcan, and there is only the second female student at present. Du Sheng smiled and asked without answering. The director is Chen Huaoyi from Xiangzhang, right? If you have any ideas, I can ask you for help. The heroine of the drama in her previous life was indeed Zhang Qingcan, but before the filming started, she turned it down due to personal reasons, so she temporarily replaced her. Coincidentally, this director is a fellow student of Zhuang Wen. Du Sheng not only met Chen Huaoyi in Infernal Affairs, but also had dinner together. No matter whether the result can be changed or not, he can still say something. Of course, the reason why he is so active is mainly because the drama is popular when it is broadcast and locks in the top 5 ratings next year. Although Du Sheng will not appear in the role, since he can win a woman, it would be a pity to miss it. Fan Ou knew that men would not be aimless, so he finally took it seriously. Then please help me contact me. Currently, Sister Hua is having such a quarrel with the big king. She is likely to have no movie resources in the future, so it is also good to shoot a popular drama. According to the man's wishes, is this Cornery Basin a trend? The male protagonist of the drama seems to be Bald Zhang, known as the Little King of Xiangzhang, or is it the first time he has returned to the mainland to film a drama? This gimmick can indeed bring a lot of popularity when it comes to hype. Although Du Sheng had Chen Huaoyi's contact information, he did not ask directly, but asked Zhuang Wen to ask in a roundabout way. In terms of relationships, he is still closer to the old ministers like Zhuang Wenqiang and Lu Wei. Not long after, I sent a reply to convenience. After watching it, Du Sheng smiled and said to the woman, "It is currently tentatively set to be Zhang Qingqin. If she doesn't play, you can consider it." This woman had the chance to succeed in her previous life. Unfortunately, Wang Jinhua's resources were downgraded and she auditioned for the second female lead. It was difficult to change after signing the contract. Now, there are great opportunities. That's great. Fan Ou was happy in her heart, hugged the man's waist, and said with charming eyes, "Tell me, how do I want me to thank you?" Du Sheng picked up the woman, leaned in her ear and said a few words. Fan Ou rolled his eyes and said angrily, "You want someone else's life?" But in the end, he nodded with a slight gaze. There is no way, the young man is too angry. Even her, a big playboy, couldn't stand it. In addition, I just finished the fire last night and I was no match for it at all. If it's not fun, don't do it randomly. So, Fan Ou shyly put down the reserve and face of big stars and chose to develop in a direction. The two men and women didn't know how to restrain themselves, and they were happy and lingered for a whole day. Until noon the next day, Du Sheng sent the woman who was reluctant to leave Shu on the plane. It is no exaggeration to say that apart from being stubborn, the woman was convinced by other things. As for himself, his body is indescribable, but his waist is a bit difficult to hold on. It seems that everything is too urgent. Brother Sheng, that's awesome. Wang Yeyang was shocked by the car. Frequently looking at Du Sheng. Fan Ou is really your woman? It's incredible. Although there were rumors about the two people before, Du Sheng was a small guy at that time, who would believe it? I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. I think it's necessary to clarify this matter. Du Sheng lowered his voice a little and said seriously. I came here this time, and I was actually just discussing the script of the new drama with me. Brother Sheng, although I am not very smart, you can't be a fool. Wang Yeyang seemed a little excited and retorted righteously. Du Sheng coughed lightly and looked him up and down. I admit that I don't believe this reason myself. However, Confucius once said that seeing does not necessarily mean real, so what you see may not necessarily be what you think. Okay, I understand. Wang Yeyang didn't want to be insulted with his IQ, so he rolled his eyes. This is the same as what you often say, you only allow heroes to save beauty, and don't allow villains to complain, right? Du Sheng felt that Wang Yeyang's awareness was as high as 3 floors. Just as he was about to close his eyes and rest as he could recover, Wang Yeyang obviously did not have this awareness. Don't hesitate, tell me what else is there. Brother Sheng, you are experienced and have a lot of communication with women. I would like to ask you a question. Wang Yeyang seemed a little embarrassed. How do you tell if a girl has a crush on me? Du Sheng suddenly felt energetic and asked in surprise. Is there a girl who has a crush on you? No, is it that the sun came out from the east? Wang Yeyang laughed and said with anticipation. Brother Sheng, what do you think of Xiao Zhang? Zhang Simon? It's pretty good. Du Sheng was a little surprised and nodded. Zhang Simon is Fan Ou's assistant. She is 23 or 24 years old and has a few small freckles on her face, but she is better at youthfulness and elegance. Do you think she's good too? Wang Yeyang seemed a little surprised. I feel this way, too. Du Sheng understood, shook his head and sighed. If you think she is good, it must be whether she is interested in you. Absolutely, Zhang Simon should be in a crush on me. Wang Yeyang said intoxicatedly. She greeted me with a smile today when she saw me. Du Sheng was speechless and said sympathetically. She can still hug kittens and dogs when she sees them. But I found that when she saw you, she never laughed. Wang Yeyang said seriously. She seems to have complaints about you, saying that Sister Ou is powerless when walking today. Did you bully her? Du Sheng. This really corresponds to the old saying, I would rather quarrel with smart people than speak fair words with confused people. He felt that his IQ was rubbed against the ground by Wang Yeyang. Brother Sheng, you won't really bully Sister Ou, right? Wang Yeyang said in surprise. No wonder she was exhausted when she was in the car just now. It turned out that you were tampering with her hands. You've finished speaking, what else should I say? Du Sheng closed his eyes directly, too lazy to refute. To be honest, I confessed my love to Zhang Simon early in the morning. Wang Yeyang was a little shy and a little distressed. Brother Sheng, please give me a reference, I couldn't understand what she meant for a moment. I finally took the first step, it's great. Du Sheng opened his eyes and praised. What did Xiao Zhang tell you? She looked at me carefully, said the word bad, and then walked away with great difficulty. Wang Yeyang recalled seriously. Du Sheng looked at Wang Yeyang with some sympathy. With your ability to understand, you should understand the meaning of this word. Brother Sheng, you don't know anything about this. Wang Yeyang immediately transformed into an archaeologist and said seriously. There is an idiom called righteousness, and I'm sure this word is not just as simple as the surface. Du Sheng was dumbfounded. Does there still have deep meaning? Of course. Look at what this word is separated. Wang Yeyang said intoxicatedly. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is as deep as a needle at the bottom of the sea. When she says okay, she may just be perfunctory, and when she says no, she may just be shy. And what does it mean to put together? In fact, it was just like when my wife said she didn't want it when she was in a bridal chamber. With this ability to understand, who dares to say that Wang Yeyang is not good at studying? Du Sheng gave him a thumbs up. What if she pointed to the room and said get out? Wang Yeyang actually thought carefully and smiled. Pointing to the room and saying go out, that's not simple. What is the most obvious thing in the room? The bed, isn't this the rosy sheet? That means that although she rejected me on the surface, she was actually willing in her heart. Du Sheng was convinced and pushed the door open and got out of the car. Just with your shameless spirit, I really can't figure out why you were single for so long. Shame. Wang Yeyang parked his car with ease. Others say that I can't stand the endurance, but in fact, I still have a long-lasting life just because of being single for 20 years. The next day, Du Sheng, who returned to the studio, became busy again. According to Yezi's proposal, Du Sheng had to take a series of art and photo shoots, wait for photos to provide magazines and newspapers with good partnerships with the studio. In addition, some photos will be uploaded to the internet for public viewing, which is also considered silent publicity. It's understandable. After all, these can be used as wallpapers for mobile phones and computers, and can also be made into star stickers to attract young students to stick them on walls or desks. In fact, this should have been made. It was just because I was busy before that, this matter was put on hold. The photos of Du Sheng on the internet are mostly stills of him in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Goddess Dragon, or images of him during interviews with the media. Yes, Ji has a very good move, and his related photos soon appeared on the inserts of many entertainment magazines. These carefully processed pictures can also be seen everywhere on the internet, replacing the previous blurry or lack of focus avatars. As a manager, Su Yao has never forgotten to share these photos on websites such as Blogs, Postbus, and Tianya. Today, Du Sheng's blog fans have long reached 3.8 million. Among the same generation, his activity is even better. Even some artists who are more famous than Du Sheng may not be comparable to his blog's popularity. This is largely due to Su Yao's emphasis on online fans. Du Sheng also opened several fan groups for this purpose to facilitate her careful management. After the shooting, he had to deal with the production of the Kung Fu School clothing brand and the hero list. Such a busy life will pass in a few days. At noon that day, Du Sheng received a call. It was called by Lu Wei, director of Infernal Affairs, with a smile on his face. Sheng, I haven't congratulated you on winning the finals of the Woolen before. It's really eye-opening. Lu Sir is overreputable, everyone is just polite. Du Sheng vaguely guessed the other party's intentions after making a few polite words. Sure enough, Lu Wei next talked about the matter of Infernal Affairs. Brother Hua must have told you that our movie will be released simultaneously in Xiangjiang and the mainland and will be scheduled for May Day. If you are more convenient recently, please help promote this drama. The general idea is to ask Du Sheng to help post blogs, post bars, etc. to recommend them. When the release is approaching, the main creators will come to the mainland to be screened. No problem. Speaking of this, you are very popular recently, and you have brought a lot of attention to Infernal Affairs. So in order to borrow the east wind, I specially left all the protagonist shots for you during editing, and I will try to put your name in front of the cast. Thank you, Sir Lu. Du Sheng was naturally happy to see his success. He speculated that this was not just out of recognition of him, but probably the roles in Infernal Affairs would increase accordingly. After all, his popularity are there, and he will not be touched. Lu Wei also agrees with this. I also admire Lu Ying's gizzard at that time. Now it seems that I have undoubtedly obtained a big advantage. If it were him, he would probably not have made such a big decision. At least I dare not provoke those behind Chen Wangzai. As for cutting Du Sheng's scenes a little more, this situation is not uncommon in the entertainment industry. Often, actors are still unknown small characters when participating in a certain work, but the work unexpectedly became popular after it was broadcast. Not only did the producers, but even the director would try every means to borrow the popularity brought by the other party. Du Sheng's situation just confirms this. With his victory in Wulin and aroused widespread attention, Lu Wei and the investors of Infernal Affairs were very excited, as if they had picked up a treasure. Of course they would not miss such a great opportunity. Sheng, what do you think of this arrangement? Lu Wei suddenly made a suggestion and said. When interviewed by the mainland, Infernal Affairs can be portrayed as a work of your character transformation, and you will star in the next second part. No problem. Although Du Sheng's participation in Infernal Affairs was not for role or transformation, it is indeed more newsworthy when it comes to being the leading actor. The success of Infernal Affairs 1 can also lay a solid foundation for the launch and traffic of Infernal Affairs 2. This time, Lu Wei called, which actually implied that the second part was being planned. I believe that in the near future, the publicity related to Infernal Affairs and Du Sheng will be in full swing in the mainland. After hanging up the phone, Du Sheng recalled his performance in Infernal Affairs, and a hint of expectation surged in his heart. This movie itself is a masterpiece of Xiangjiang's market-saving work. On the other hand, isn't this also a blessing for his popularity? With Du Sheng's cooperation in publicity, the number of materials about him in Infernal Affairs gradually increased. Cover photos, makeup photos, some stills, etc. were exposed one after another, which aroused heated discussions among many fans. Many fans were looking forward to it, and they couldn't help but participate in the discussion. Handsome, so cool. Brother Sheng is really suitable for wearing police uniforms. His eyes, temperament, and his hairstyle are so charming. This image is indeed eye-catching. Brother Sheng will not play a role like a bad guy or an undercover agent in the play. No wonder the rich woman from Xiangjiang offered a price of 2 million for him. This is simply a crime. Everyone goes to the cinema to support it. If this movie fails, there will be no second one. Of course I have to support it. I look forward to the second part he starred in. Sky on platforms such as Yacht, Taiba, and Blog, fans' messages are full of support and expectations. The crew even spent money to buy hot searches. Recently, infernal affairs can be seen on the headlines of major entertainment versions from time to time. When some small crews saw this lineup and posture, they all dispersed their intention to schedule May Day, so as not to even be unable to float. In order to maintain popularity, Du Sheng also accepted exclusive interviews from 2 newspapers and magazines. I won't talk about the urban entertainment news where Zheng Zian is located, I agreed before. In order to show his confidence, this girl brought the deputy editor-in-chief. The other is Zion, which mainly focuses on journals that are famous for twists and turns of love stories and celebrity anecdotes. After the interview was successfully completed, Du Sheng politely sent the magazine staff out of Miracle Studio. The other party was obviously deeply touched and smiled before leaving and said that he would do his best to write this interview. Although I am young, I am indeed well educated. After getting into the car, the 2 staff members sighed. Their words and behaviors are very sensible, so steady that they don't look like a newcomer who has only been struggling in the entertainment industry for 2 years. Yes, this feeling is usually only felt when communicating with senior artists. Forget it, you are handsome and outstanding, you are so gentle and well educated. No matter how you look, you don't look like you are playing boxing. So I deserve to be the first team student this year. The woman who was in charge of interviews before was very concerned about industry trends and said. However, the competition for the title of 4 big students this year is very fierce, and Du Sheng doesn't know if there is any chance to be selected. Yes, Lu Yi, Li Guanpeng, Hu Jun, Chen Kun and others who were selected the year before have all their masterpieces released this year. Rising stars such as Tong Dapo, Wang Xiaoman and Deng Chao are also catching up. Du Sheng's popularity is too complicated, and he is missing a masterpiece. The legend of the Condor heroes should be in the later stages, so you can look forward to it. If Infernal Affairs 2 has the opportunity to take on filming and release, it will be more valuable. Chapter 190, Attack on the Top. Thanks for one night of miserable one, rewards for idle clouds. As soon as the interview ended, Yazi called Du Sheng to the office and said solemnly, "Do you know Oriental Entertainment?" Seeing Du Sheng nodding, she continued. This is an entertainment platform created by gathering top media people in the country. The concept of 4 young actresses/students in the entertainment industry was proposed earlier. Now they are about to select the new 4 students, and I plan to build momentum for you and strive to win this honor. The new 4th student in the class. Du Sheng felt a little moved after hearing this. If it is held every 2 years, it is indeed time to select this year. The title of the 4 little actresses has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and the 4 big and small students have also received widespread attention. As a person in the circle, young artists who are a little motivated want to be among them. Although Du Sheng felt it was a bit vulgar, he could not escape and knew more about the difficulty. After all, the most important thing in the entertainment industry is these false names. But there is a lot of talents in the circle and there is never a shortage of competition. People like Hu Jun, Li Guanpeng, Lu Yi and others are still in a strong momentum. Chen Kun, who starred in the Golden Fen family this year, Deng Chao, who won praise from young Kangzi, is mostly determined to win this. This shows how fierce the competition is. However, if it can be listed among them, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to your career and development. Even if it is just a gimmick, many people are willing to pay for such titles. For example, the reason why Guo Fukan, Li Bi, etc. in Xiangzhong became popular is largely due to the title of 4 Heavenly Kings. People fight for one breath, and trees live a life of their skin. This is the most realistic portrayal of the entertainment industry. How to get it? Du Sheng felt that with his current popularity, he was not very safe. The popularity of Woolen winning the championship will gradually fade away. It is also difficult to build momentum by relying on your own studio alone, because other entertainment companies are also actively operating. If you want to stand out, you have to depend on your personal abilities and works. How to measure whether an artist is qualified to be selected. Compared with the previous selection, Du Sheng had an answer in his mind. The number of films and TV shows, professional awards won, fashion magazine endorsement brands, and popularity in the hearts of the audience, etc. These are the criteria for measuring a popular artist. Of course, except for the exceptional exceptions for those traffic young actors such as Kung Kan, Sung Soon, Dao Tao, who have no representative works more than 10 years later, who can make a fortune in the entertainment industry. In this era, film and television masterpieces are still the top priority. An artist who has no works is not worthy of being a judge of a young actress. This is the same for Du Sheng, Hu Jun, and others. Yezi's words also indirectly prove that Du Sheng is no longer Karami in domestic entertainment. He is already qualified to compete with popular young actors such as Hu Jun and Li Guan. Looking back on last year, he was probably disliked by his complement for these people. It can only be said that things in the world are like chess and new things. In addition, Chen Kun, Li Guanpeng, and others are certainly the hottest young actors today, but they have not yet accumulated a deep foundation. Nowadays, they are more like the traffic stars who have been popular in the past for a while in the future. And this is Du Sheng's chance to attack the top position. It's good that you have ideas. Yes, he said softly. But can you rate it? Excluding off-market moves, finally it depends on your fame. In the first half of this year, you have Celestial Dragon and Snowflake Goddess Dragon. The second half of the year will be The Legend of the Condor Heroes, as well as the to-be-determined Infernal Affairs 2, Kung Fu, The Rat Falls in Love with a Cat. If the latter can be released this year and surpass the popularity of the first half of the year, then your chances of being selected will increase greatly. I'm confident in this regard. Du Sheng smiled slightly, revealing a little confidence. If you take out any movie The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Infernal Affairs 2, it will not be inferior to The Legend of the Condor Heroes and The Goddess Dragon. If there is another boost from the popularity brought by Zhou Xingqi's appeal and Zhang Baji's scandal, no one of his peers can block his limelight. Since you have confidence, I will make a good plan and build momentum for you then. Yesi suddenly remembered something and said. By the way, the movie Kung Fu has started filming last week. Your scenes are in the early stages, so you can prepare for it. Did you say when will you join the group? Du Sheng is absolutely fine. Anyway, he is just a guest appearance and doesn't have many roles. Moreover, it was filmed in Modu, so it was not far from here. As for the preparations, Du Sheng had already finished it. In order to better shape the character, I wrote a few thousand words of character notes for Cooliden. From the daily life of Coolie Chiang working in a grain and oil store, to the heroic decisive action of the Axe Gang when he cruelly poured oil on the mother and son, to the tragic defeat of him by the two Qin demons. Du Sheng could figure it out clearly. I'm afraid even Zhou Xingqi, the person in charge of the filming, probably has no understanding of the details of this character as much as Du Sheng. I will join the group 3 days later, and the shooting will take about a week. Yesi reminded him. After filming, Infernal Affairs should be released, and you have to prepare a sequel plan at that time. Du Sheng smiled and said. Okay, then that's it. Yezi, a beautiful agent, is indeed good. I won't say that I can help you solve problems with your eyes and make you feel good. My strong background is enough to shock some sluts. At this time, the phone rang. After Yezi answered, she looked at Du Sheng with a strange expression. When will the filming of the drama Zhang Baji talks about start? She said that the producer is establishing a project, and one of the investors has something wrong and should be put into the summer vacation. Du Sheng asked. What's wrong? The phone call was from Sister Hua. Yezi listed the situation and said. Sister Hua, you know, he plays a fried dunk in this drama. But something went wrong with Kung Fu and you may need to join the group in advance. What happened? The action director of this drama is Hong Bao, but Zhou Xingqi is quite dissatisfied with his design, and even the relationship between the two sides is unhappy. War finger. Du Sheng was a little surprised but not surprised when he heard Yezi's words. Sister Hua's husband seems to be a martial arts coach. Can't he handle it? I designed a set, but Zhou Xingqi didn't choose it. Yezi also told the reason why Sister Hua called. The general idea is that the crew is down, and it is not a solution to waste it there. Du Sheng thought about it and asked. Hong Bao's martial arts skills are quite famous in the industry. It shouldn't be true. Which aspect does not meet the requirements? 2 aspects. Yes, Ji further explained. First, Zhou Xingqi's requirements for action design are too imaginative, and second, Hong Bao is an old-fashioned and traditional hard bridges and hard horses are not very suitable. Understood. Du Sheng nodded slightly, finally understanding why the two had a quarrel. Although Hong Bao and Cheng Long are both 7 little fortunes and learn from Peking opera master Yu Zhanyuan, their focus is different. The former is a conservative, mainly based on Peking opera juggling. The latter is an action comedy, and you dare to take risks and fight. Not to mention the influence of the two, talking about the change and tension of the action design, Hong Bao is indeed slightly inferior to Cheng Long. Of course, Hong Bao has profound attainments in Hongquan and Sanda. He has designed action fighting scenes for dozens of films, has rich experience and is one of the best in the industry. If even his design does not fit Zhou Xingqi's ideas, I'm afraid that not many people will be satisfied. Where are you stuck at the moment? The movie was filmed for 8 days, but only the scene of Ah Sing and Fatty crazy appearance and the conflict with the Axe Gang was completed, and then the progress stagnated. Next, the final battle between the 3 masters of Zukang City and the 2 elders of Yunmo will be filmed. However, Zhou Xingqi always felt that there were flaws in Hong Bao's careful design of the action, and the two sides had a dispute. Especially after all 3 new moves designed by Hong Bao, they were rejected. It completely aroused Hong Bao's anger and felt that the other party was deliberately provoking. At noon, the two sides almost started fighting, and finally Hong Bao left with his sleeves. Zhou Xingqi was also very popular, and the crew was almost stopped. Yezi shook her head after saying that Zhou Xingqi's requirements are too high and he can't understand the desired effect, so he asked Hong Bao to refer to the martial arts comics Dragon and Tiger Gate. Who can understand this? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand leaving. Du Sheng nodded with a smile. Last time I heard him say that this movie has referenced Huang Yulang's comics such as Tathagata's Palm and Dragon and Tiger Gate, among which the Fire Cloud Evil God was stripped from Dragon and Tiger Gate. I guess Hong Bao didn't watch it at all. Can't understand this kind of comics. If Du Sheng had not had memories of watching movies in his previous life, he would not have understood what kind of fighting effect Zhou Xingqi wanted just by saying this. To put it bluntly, what Zhou Xingqi pursues is the kind of internal and external showdown in Dragon and Tiger Gate. A picture of qi and energy that can be captured with the naked eye. It is understandable that Hong Bao left in anger. Because such an effect is indeed difficult to achieve through conventional means. This not only includes martial arts design, but also requires the perfect combination of Hollywood's top special effects and creativity. For example, how can the 2 elders of Yunmo use piano to present real attacks and fight with the 3 masters of the city in the air? It is really difficult for ordinary people to design reasonable fighting and attractive scenes. Even if Zhou Xingqi invited the top martial arts commander Yuan Heping in his previous life, it was a long time to go through. Yesi saw Du Sheng in deep thought and said, "How is it, are you sure?" Although it is quite difficult, Zhou Xingqi's movies have extremely high appeal in the mainland. Since Du Sheng has made a guest appearance, if he has another action director, it may become a beautiful story in the future. In addition, Du Sheng doesn't accept advertising endorsements and says that he will consider it when The Legend of the Condor Heroes is released, and there is still time left. So she suggested that he give it a try. Du Sheng just smiled. "I'll do my best, no one dares to guarantee such a thing. There is indeed a rough picture in his mind, but whether it can be implemented depends on whether it fits. After handling the matter at hand, he set off for Motu that day. The story of this kung fu is set in the kung fu, so most of the filming is carried out in Motu Film and Television Park. There is a film and television shooting location with Lao Motu as the background, and many scenes with the characteristics of Lao Motu era are completed here. For example, Flying Life 2, Flowers, etc. It was almost evening when Du Sheng arrived at Motu Film and Television City. Unexpectedly, Zhou Xingqi actually had time to see him. Du Sheng was a little bizarre and couldn't help but say, surprise. Isn't Kung Fu being filmed? Brother Xing, can you actually go away? This drama was directed and acted by Zhou Xingqi, not to mention this working period. Even if the other party is not shooting, he must handle the storyboard matter. Hey, I won't mention it. Zhou Xingqi had a little sad look on his face, which made Du Sheng feel older than last time. All of this is because of the shooting in the past 2 days. There are less than 1 shots that satisfy him. The progress has not made much progress, and the expense of raising more than 200 people every day is enough to make people lose their heads. Today, Hong Bao's departure made the crew even worse and almost stagnated. Zhou Xingqi has been preparing for this drama for 2 years and has worked hard, so he is naturally unwilling to give up halfway. Unfortunately, his directorial skills are not perfect enough, and he can't even describe the storyline, so he can only speak with one mouth. This method can sometimes make the intention accurately convey. Especially when it comes to shooting action scenes, outsiders cannot understand them at all. What he pursues is to use special effects to enhance the effect based on solid skills. In short, I want the comic style to present a sense of reality. He has tried this style in the previous movie Shaolin Football. But the selling point of that movie was football, and Kung Fu was just an embellishment. This time, he wanted to create a pure Kung Fu movie that perfectly presents the martial arts scenes in his mind. As a traditional Peking opera martial artist, Hong Bao is used to real Kung Fu and pays attention to real evidence every punch and every kick. Hong Bao felt repulsive from the bottom of his heart about the scene that Zhou Xingqi pursued, which was comparable to online game fighting scenes. Just like Lin Xia plays the piano and poses with some special effects in the six-fingered piano demon, and later it is added with some special effects. In such a play, why do he need to point out the horse like this? Isn't it just to draw the gourd? There is no way for the two to communicate about this difference in concept. Even if Hong Bao cannot leave, Zhou Xingqi plans to find someone else. This afternoon, he tried to contact Cheng Xiaodong and learned that the other party was still in Hollywood and would not be back next month. As a last resort, I contacted Yuan Bin to save the scene. As a result, this person is a busy person and will take over as long as he has a job. Now he has joined the team. However, Yuan Bin remembered Du Sheng's favor, and the last time the two sides collaborated on The Legend of the Sky, it was quite pleasant, so he mentioned it casually. Zhou Xingqi remembered that night's dinner, and Lu Yingping was ranked as good as Cai Ma and Du Sheng's martial arts skills, so he remembered it. In fact, he was seeking medical treatment in an emergency and asked for more people. What if the blind cat meets a dead mouse? The result was that I didn't know if I didn't ask, and I was shocked when I asked. The dramas such as Big Boy, Goddess Dragon, Celestial Dragon, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes were actually Du Sheng as the martial arts leader. Therefore, Du Sheng joined the group early. Zhou Xingqi took out a picture book and asked Du Sheng to sit down. Yuan Bin said that your martial arts guide is full of imagination, is it true or false? It's okay. Du Sheng heard that the other party had some expectations and smiled and said, I wonder what is the problem of Brother Xing's current, I will refer to it. Zhou Xingqi did not go around the corner, so he directly entered the topic. I am now facing a problem of action design. Can you provide some innovative ideas? The shooting progress has been stagnant for several days, and time is tight, so this problem needs to be solved urgently. At the same time, Zhou Xingqi also wanted to verify whether Du Sheng was really what Lu Yingyi said. That's awesome. This part of the plot is that the two elders of the Yinmo demon were invited by the Axe Gang to deal with the three masters of the Zukang city. The three masters are the characters you play: the coolie who is good at 12 roads, the tailor who is proficient in the Hong family's iron line fist, and the fried darling who is good at Goro's gossip sticks. Zhou Xingqi further elaborated. In order to highlight the greatness of the two elders of the Yinmo demon, all three masters were defeated, and then the landlord couple who could not stop anger was triggered, and then the conflict with the Axe Gang was triggered. But the question is, how can we wonderfully present the duel between the three masters and the two elders of the Yin demon? This is often the case in film production. The script is just a rough outline, and the specific details and flesh need to be gradually filled during the shooting process. After listening to Zhou Xingqi's narrative, Du Sheng was not good at acting too much to avoid being exposed, and asked in deep thought, "How is the strength comparison between them?" The landlord couple joins forces the most powerful, but they are not the opponents of the two old Yinmo demons when fighting alone, but in the end they are the three masters of the city. Seeing that Du Sheng could keep up with his thoughts, Zhou Xingqi explained his thoughts in detail. Du Sheng compared what he heard with his memories of his previous life and said for a moment, "If you want to show the effect of lion roar and piano sound, special effects are indispensable." "I understand this." Zhou Xingqi nodded. "But the special effects can only be used as embellishment means. Fighting should be realistic, and the character's actions are the core. This is what it should be." Du Sheng smiled slightly. "So the most difficult thing in this fighting scene is how to show the long-range battle between the three masters and the landlord." "That's right." Zhou Xingqi's eyes flashed with excitement, and it was obvious that Du Sheng had understood his intentions. Both the two elders and the landlady are good at killing enemies with voice, but relying solely on special effects and pretentious behavior is too fake. So how to design a mysterious fight between the three masters and the two elders of Yinmo, and how the landlord couple defeated the two elders of Yinmo, are the biggest difficulties. The special effects of the piano sound are like sharp blades, which are extremely unfavorable to those who fight with bare hands. Du Sheng calmly analyzed. The landlord couple is inseparable, and their joint ability is stronger than the two elders of Yinmo. It is not surprising that they can detect the latter's motives. Since my character does not have any weapons, it is likely that he will be the first to be killed by an invisible sound wave. "That's right, that's it." Zhou Xingqi's voice showed a hint of excitement, and the other party's thoughts coincided with him. Du Sheng still has memory pictures in his mind, it would be strange if he doesn't fit. He continued to explain. "The two elders of the Yin demon use money to do their business, and they know very well how to fight quickly, so they are likely to choose ambush. The sound of the piano is elusive and it is a long-range attack. People who have no relevant combat experience cannot defend themselves. Therefore, my character was successfully ambushed by the two elders of Yinmo at the beginning of the plot. As for the battle scenes, they can be designed like this." Du Sheng presented the pictures in his mind in words. The two old Yinmo demons pretended to be performing on the street and were playing the piano on the road. When the coolie happened to pass by. As for how to present the greatness of the two elders? The sound of the piano hidden murderous intent, the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were silently broken, and the night cat on the house hung up quietly. When coolie strongly noticed the murderous intent, his head was cut off by invisible sound waves when he turned his head. As Du Sheng told the story, a corresponding artistic conception appeared in Zhou Xingqi's mind. On the dim corner of the siege, Coolie Chiang, who was forced to leave, walked out with a package on his back, with the sound of a piano in his ears. The light of the street lights was mottled and swaying, and the leaves around them quietly broke in the sound of the piano, as if they were cut by an invisible hand. A wild cat jumped over, but before it could land, a trace of blood had already splattered on the wall. "Yes, yes, that's it." Zhou Xingqi nodded repeatedly, implicitly excited. Du Sheng actually perfectly presented the ideas he was thinking in his heart. Hearing the end, he grabbed Du Sheng's arm and said with a little excitement, "No wonder you are praised by so many people. Your ideas are indeed imaginative and are most in line with my ideas. How about you being the action director of Kung Fu? Everyone on the scene promises to let you dispatch it." He was sure that as long as Du Sheng agreed, these fighting scenes would no longer be a difficult problem. What's more, the other party is the main actor in one of the scenes, and the completion level can definitely become a classic. Du Sheng just smiled and did not answer positively, but changed the subject. "Hong Bao signed the contract, right? Zhen Ziden has been using thousands of changes as a martial arts guide recently, which is a process of accumulating connections. He is no exception. He can even accumulate directorial experience, so he naturally won't mind these things. What we are talking about at this moment is another aspect." Zhou Xingqi was stunned, understood Du Sheng's meaning, and shook his head and said, "Since Master Hong left, there is nothing to talk about, don't worry." Du Sheng knew that he just couldn't hold back his face, and pondered. "I had an exchange with him during the last semi-final of Woolen. This way, I will make an appointment with him tonight, and everyone will sit down and chat." He knew that Zhou Xingqi had a kind of arrogant temperament in his bones, especially after becoming popular. He experienced the cold relationships of human feelings in the cold world, and would no longer easily reveal his emotions. Moreover, in order to maintain the confrontation, I am unwilling to bow to others easily. Therefore, it gives people the impression of loneliness and pride in the circle. Hearing the words, Zhou Xingqi was silent for a moment. He knew Du Sheng's kindness and finally nodded. He is currently in a stalemate with the Xiang family and knows very well what it means to be alone. If it can be solved smoothly, it doesn't matter if you owe Du Sheng a small favor. At 7 p.m., a restaurant next to the film and television base. As soon as Du Sheng and Zhou Xingqi sat down, they heard footsteps coming from outside the box. The next moment, the private room door was covered by Zhao Baikai. I saw a strong fat man with white hair combed neatly, walking in with a majestic look. The whole person gives people a sense of being powerful without being angry. Following him were 6 or 7 burly men, all with a cold face and without a word. There was a food truck in front of him, and Hong Bao did not stop. He took the initiative to flee and hurried forward and moved away to leave space for everyone to pass. Du Sheng stood up and smiled faintly. I am worthy of being the eldest brother, and my aura is indeed extraordinary. I looked up and saw him. I put on a high hat and talked about it first. Sheng, I've been missing for many days. Before Hong Bao could speak, a young man walked up behind him and greeted Du Sheng with a smile. It was Hong Tianzhao. Since Du Sheng won the championship with a dark horse, he has long been convinced. It is indeed not unfair to lose to such a great man. And there is also a bit of bragging, right? The originally tense atmosphere was immediately diluted by Hong Tianzhao's disturbance. Although Hong Bao didn't have much smile on his face, he said hello slightly. Mr. Du, I've been lucky to meet. Hong Tianzhao frequently winked at Du Sheng, and noticed Hong Bao's tense face. Du Sheng knew what was going on and said, I haven't eaten yet, why don't I finish talking? Chapter 191 Leaked. Hong Bao looked at him carefully and sat down. Du Sheng, this matter has nothing to do with you today. It's better not to be able to do it. Speaking of this, he looked at the silent Zhou Xingqi and his face darkened. You just want to solve it. Zhou Xingqi glanced at the few people brought by the other party, showing dissatisfaction. Master Hong, you took people away without a sound at noon. Do you know how much impact it will have on the crew? It would be fine if he lost hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, but outsiders also said that he deliberately excluded and teased Hong Bao. Hong Bao also had anger in his tone and said coldly, I told you yesterday that there are many mosquitoes here, and my skin is allergic to my bite. Can't I go to see a doctor? Zhou Xingqi was too lazy to argue with him and said directly, Okay, everyone knows the truth. Since you are not interested in this, Master Hong, then just terminate the cooperation. Terminate cooperation. Hong Bao smiled and was angry. How many sets of action plans have I provided to you? You don't even think of any of them. Now you will terminate your cooperation without saying a word. Are you trying to trick me? Zhou Xingqi sighed and explained. Master Hong, I never mean to play with it, and the problem is not with you. But the effect I want cannot be achieved, and it is difficult for both sides to reach a consensus. In order to catch up with the progress, we can only replace people. Hong Bao was angry in his heart, stood up and pointed at Zhou Xingqi and shouted angrily. My team can't achieve the results you want, just others can do it. Are you treating me as a fool? He didn't say anything. How long has Du Sheng been here? Now he has designed a trick that meets your conditions? What a lie! Seeing that the atmosphere became tense, Du Sheng reached out and pressed him down, saying, You two have something to do, otherwise. Hong Bao was in anger and instinctively put his back on his back. A crisp sound. The other party did not move at all, but he took a step back. Hong Bao suddenly froze and even swallowed the words in his throat. He looked at Du Sheng, who was still smiling, and felt the numbness on his wrist again. Although I didn't use 50% of my strength just now, the other party didn't use any force at all. Such a strong contrast can be seen. Du Sheng looked at Hong Bao for a while and said lightly. Everyone is in the same circle, there is no need to make a fuss over a small matter, and the price is not worth it. In his previous life, Hong Bao and Zhou Xingqi refused to give in to each other, and they did have a good time. It has also frequently made headlines in newspapers. In the end, both sides won't deserve the loss. Hong Bao sat down silently, and a trace of indescribable surprise surged in his heart. No wonder my son was in the hands of the other party and couldn't even hold on for a round. This person who can win the title of Woolen is indeed well deserved. Speaking of which, although he has also learned Hongquan and Sanda, his most amateur level at the fighting level is indeed not comparable to professional players. After working hard just now, he had a deeper understanding of this. Hong Bao glanced at Du Sheng deeply and said, Mr. Du, my Hong family signed a contract with him. He has put in so much effort and he has to replace us with just one word. Who can do this to the end? Zhou Xingqi also looked down. You don't say hello, you can leave just by saying goodbye. The crew spends a lot every day, do you think I can feel good? He didn't want to break up with Hong Bao, but it was awkward to continue to cooperate with both sides. Since you can't communicate, what does it mean to call me tonight? Hong Bao's face was as heavy as water, and he was still a little annoyed. He left at noon because he was angry with Zhou Xingqi, and at the same time he wanted to retreat. However, he didn't expect that Zhou Xingqi was even more indifferent to his work and directly invited outsiders to replace him. In this situation, neither side has any way out, and even reputation will be damaged if it gets worse. Zhou Xingqi did this because he felt that his martial arts finger was not good. Once such a thing is rumored, how can the Hong family still gain a foothold in the world? Therefore, even if Hong Bao didn't want to make things too irritated, he had to fight for his brothers at this moment. Du Sheng also knew the crux of the problem and pondered. You too, why not? Zhou Xingqi and Hong Bao both looked over after hearing this. They all knew that this game tonight was made by Du Shengla, and the original intention was to solve the problem. Du Sheng pulled the two of them into their eyes and said, The current situation is caused by many factors, and it cannot be blamed on anyone, do you all agree? As the saying goes, you will see each other without looking down. Both of them are well-known figures, and you will not be stubborn in small matters. Speaking of this, he looked at Zhou Xingqi. Or why this is better. The previous efforts of the Hong family class are undeniable, and they are working hard. Should we pay the salary? Zhou Xingqi is not an ungrateful person. He understands that Du Sheng is giving the steps to both sides and ponders. Although my classmate and I have different ideas and I am a little stubborn about the action requirements, I do have to pay the salary, so it's still double. Hong Bao's face cleared slightly when he heard this. In fact, he also knew that it was difficult for both parties to get along. The other party said that the concepts were different, and it could make sense to the outside world. And the salary is double, which is also considered to be a thin person. Hong Bao glanced at Du Sheng deeply, then turned around and said to a group of brothers and sisters, "I deeply admire Mr. Du defeated the puppet in Woolen and won the championship. Tonight he was drinking to treat him to dinner, and I was willing to give him such face. If you still have any comments, you might as well speak directly." Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and they shook their heads and expressed no objection. What an international joke! Hong Tianzhao met Du Sheng when he participated in the competition. How badly he was beaten up was vivid in my mind. Who dares to do random tricks in front of this person? Hong Bao took all these reactions and said to Du Sheng, "If you take over this drama, my contract will be invalid." Du Sheng smiled and bowed to thank him. Hong Bao signaled Zhou Xingqi for a moment, then stood up. Zhou Xingqi didn't say anything more. It was indeed the best ending to spend a little money to solve the problem. Hong Bao stayed for a long time and turned around and prepared to leave. "Wait, there's something else." Du Sheng stopped him. "What else does Mr. Du have to do?" Hong Bao turned his head strangely, even Zhou Xingqi was no exception. "I wonder if you have heard of Zhou Yaoan, the director of The Legend of the Condor Heroes." Seeing the other party nodding, Du Sheng continued. "Director Zhou is going to film a costume martial arts drama 18 Arhats, saying that he lacks a team of martial arts fingers. How about you introducing it?" Hong Bao raised his eyebrows. "Oh! This is undoubtedly a good thing for him. Speaking of which, since the Xiangzhong film market was hit by Hollywood, the once popular martial arts films have gradually lost the market. Correspondingly, the situation of their martial arts teams is becoming increasingly difficult. Cheng Long's Cheng family team and Yuan Heping's Yuan family team both switched to Hollywood and sought development. Yuan Bin, Yuan Bao, Cheng Xiaodong, and others also went to the mainland Bay City, and all found acre of 3-point land. Hong Bao originally planned to rely on single police Flying Dragon to stabilize the mainland market, but failed to do so. Now I can only count on the film Kung Fu, but I almost turned against each other." Unexpectedly, after a round trip, he found a way out from Du Sheng. For the martial arts team, shooting TV series is much more beneficial than making movies. The shooting cycle of movies is usually very short, but TV series are different. Not only does the income be higher, but the work is also relatively easy. As for Zhou Yaoan's name, Hong Bao naturally heard that the other party had reported the filming revision issue that the other party had mentioned to Jin Yang. "I heard that the starring actors of 18 Arhats are Jiao Injun and He Runcheng. The other party's kindness is indeed good. Du Sheng, then I'll bother you." Hong Bao thanked him in a complicated face, which was considered an admission that he owed the other party a favor. "You're welcome." Du Sheng smiled slightly. Everyone makes a living by relying on Kung Fu, so naturally they should take care of each other. Apart from that little private life, Hong Bao can be regarded as one of the best in both his personal abilities and the martial arts team, and may be able to use it in the future. As for Zhou Yaoan, he was indeed invited, but considering the schedule, it was not clear. He originally planned to recommend Yuan Bin, but this person has been busy recently, so it's good to do it now. Speaking of which, if it were in the previous life, because of the suppression of Zhang's hit song, the director would have been silent for 5 years before he could make a comeback. Now because of his butterfly, his future is still smooth. No matter what, thank you for your care. Hong Bao's face became more and more complicated, and he said, "Don't take what happened just now. Understand that life always has ups and downs." Du Sheng's face was calm and he pointed at the hot dishes around him. Let's leave after eating, so as not to waste it. Hong Bao gave him enough face and greeted everyone to take the seat. Zhou Xingqi also put down his grudges and raised his glass to greet Hong Bao, apologizing slightly. With Du Sheng giving him a step, he had already seen it. Even when considering the later subtitles, Hong Bao's team will be given the title of Action Guidance. As for Du Sheng, according to the other party's ability, the nominal action director Zhou Zhou is very good. The two of them made up their past grudges and the atmosphere at the scene finally eased. Before leaving, Hong Bao said to Du Sheng, "If you have something to use for me in the future, just make a sound." Although he has a straightforward personality and a firecracker, it does not mean he is stupid. Du Sheng is now well known in the mainland and is even more in a state of soaring to the sky. The little entanglement in the past is no longer important. Moreover, if there are too many friends, the road is easy to walk on, and the contradictions are not irreconcilable. It is the real ability to eliminate problems and convert opponents into your own resources. The person in front of him obviously did it. It not only attracted him to the Hong family, but also deepened his relationship with Zhou Xingqi. The other party really understood the interpersonal relationships in the entertainment industry. Hong Bao couldn't help looking at his son, and saw Hong Tianzhao asking for advice in front of Du Sheng. He shook his head slightly and completely extinguished his thoughts. After drinking and eating, both sides dispersed. Considering that it was difficult for him to complete the action scene alone, Du Sheng called his adoptive father and his newly accepted apprentice. After applying the black jade intermittent cream some time ago, Huang Deli's calf actually improved magically with his acupuncture. Nowadays, you can walk freely without crutches. This has helped Du Sheng a lot. Out of curiosity and dissatisfaction in his heart, Hong Bao simply sent someone to pay attention. After learning about Du Sheng's movement design, he had to admire the fact that this person's ideas were indeed imaginative. With so many martial arts teams, perhaps only the other party can cooperate with Zhou Xingqi's creativity last year. In this way, Kung Fu entered the shooting process step by step. Du Sheng has not had many roles in the guest appearance of Coolie. With his LV4 acting skills and martial arts skills, he had already finished filming yesterday. However, there are other martial arts scenes in the future, and I am still busy every day. Zhou Xingqi was quite satisfied with Du Sheng's action tricks and learned that he might have to film Infernal Affairs 2 in mid-May. In order to avoid another accident, he simply filmed the action scenes in advance. Du Sheng naturally would not refuse this. Although it is hard to catch up with the deadline, he has learned a lot from such concentrated shooting. Zhou Xingqi is not just a nonsensical and funny person. The other party's camera language is good and the rhythm is also good. For example, fast switching of lenses, slow motion, and other techniques make the visual effect of the movie more prominent. This allowed Du Sheng to accumulate a lot of experience, and he would be more confident if he led a drama in the future. If I change to practice Beiji, wouldn't it be too late? After every day, Zhou Xingqi always unconsciously finds Du Sheng and discusses his skills. Because a few days ago, he finished watching the video of Du Sheng's participation in the woolen competition and was extremely shocked by Du Sheng's ability. He has been obsessed with Kung Fu since he was a child, and his idol he admired the most was Li Xiaolong. In order to learn Wing Chun, he even worshipped Li Xiaolong's senior brother as his teacher. Among his many works, many shots will imitate Li Xiaolong's starting style to pay tribute to his idol. The filming of Kung Fu is no exception. It can be seen that he is obsessed with Kung Fu. This time there is a real Kung Fu around you, how could Zhou Xingqi miss it? After just one trial, he gave up and hoped that Du Sheng would give me some advice. Beiji is best practiced by young people, and this skill can cause the enemy to be disabled at the least, and the opponent will be killed at the worst. Du Sheng smiled. It was not easy to hit him too much. If you want to cultivate yourself, you might as well learn the 5 animal play or the 8 Duan brocade. You must not give advice before. You should have been practicing for a while and your body has some problems, otherwise you would not have grey hair so early. Zhou Xingqi was stunned and recalled the past practice. In order to create a body like Li Xiaolong, while exercising, he also controlled his diet extremely strictly and had not consumed rice and flour complementary food for 2 years. After listening to Du Sheng's explanation, I realized that this way of practicing will consume a lot of money on the body and may even overdraw the body. Only then did I understand why I have aged so quickly in recent years, and I even feel exhausted from time to time. Because since filming Shaolin football, he has practiced in this extreme way to highlight his body shape. Under Du Sheng's acts, he simply learned Bajuan brocade to cultivate oneself and cultivate one's energy. In the first few days, he did not feel much change. But as time goes by, my mental state gradually improves and my sleep quality has also improved significantly. This time, Zhou Xingqi felt very moved and completely admired Du Sheng. On April 30th, the Beijia Plaza in Guangzhou was decorated with lights and colorful colors, making it very lively. The premiere of Infernal Affairs was grandly opened here, attracting thousands of viewers to participate. Media representatives, mainland movie fans, and fans who travel thousands of miles from all over the Southeast Asian region are eager to see the charm of Lu Tianwang, Liang Chaoei, Du Sheng, and others with their own eyes. Despite the consultation meeting, he still took the time to attend and support the premiere of the movie. Similarly, Liang Chaoei, who is filming Subway, also came to the scene to experience this joyous moment with the audience. As for Du Sheng, the current Wu Lin wins the championship. The degree is still there, and the enthusiasm of fans is also there, and it is no exception to strike while the iron is hot. The premiere was originally scheduled to start at 8 p.m., but as early as the afternoon, there were already crowds of people outside Beijia Plaza. Everyone shouted the idol's name excitedly. For example, Brother Hua, Brother Wei, Sniper God shouted the most, and the atmosphere on the scene was very warm. Du Sheng is undoubtedly one of the key figures in this premiere. Although he is not the protagonist in this film, his high popularity and commercial value in the mainland have made him the focus of attention of many media and fans. Du Sheng came here 2 hours in advance, and it was not until he finished putting on makeup that he saw Lu Wei, Lu Ying, and others appear. Everyone just said hello, and didn't care about chatting, and they all became busy. Then he got the manuscripts right with the host and walked onto the red carpet one by one. Facing the camera's flash, Du Sheng always kept a gentle smile. The lethality of rich women who want to raise small puppies the most is indeed not a joke. As soon as he appeared, the screams at the scene were almost the same as Lu Yingyuan's. The premiere was full of stars, not only the main creative team of the film, but also industry celebrities such as the producers of the World Asia and the mainland distributors. Even the main creators of thousands of changes released at about the same time came to support them. These include directors Lin Chaoxian, Zhen Zidan, starring Zheng Yujian, A Jiao, and ASA. After the production, distribution, and others politely complained to each other, the official interview session was entered on the spot. Although Du Sheng has little role in this film, he is arranged to be interviewed on the stage. However, he knew himself and did not deliberately steal the spotlight this time. When the reporter asked about the box office, he only gave a prediction. Despite this, it still shocked everyone, including the organizer and Lu Yingyuan's love for the sake of the. Because Du Sheng said that the box office of Xiangzhong is 60 million, the box office in the mainland is expected to exceed the 40 million mark. To be honest, even director Lu Wei dare not say that he is so tall. Especially at present, the Hong Kong film market is sluggish, with 10 million box offices in the top 10 last year, and the top spot is only over 30 million. Even though Zhou Xingqi's blockbuster work Shaolin Football 2 years ago, the box office of Xiangzhong was barely exceeded 60 million. Infernal Affairs has been completed after several twists and turns in nearly 2 years, and it has not even been favored by investors. Where did this young man get the confidence? Du Sheng just smiled and didn't explain too much. After all, the box office results of Xiangzhong in his previous life were there. As for the mainland, it was a crushing defeat in the previous life. There are many reasons for this, but the main reason is that it has been pirated. Many viewers have watched the DVDs at home, but who even went to the cinema to watch them? However, this time it was released simultaneously, and there were no bullshit leaks. The 40 million he mentioned is actually a bit conservative. After sitting down, Du Sheng and Liu Yingying were together. Directors Lu Wei and Lin Chaoxian also took the seat at will. Old Lu, are you worried about box office issues? This is the first film that my company has participated in, how can I not worry? You're calm, there's definitely no problem. Lin Chaoxian understood this mentality and patted his old friend on the shoulder with a smile. Even people with strong psychological pressure are inevitably nervous. What's more, Lu Wei invested money this time. Once you fail, there will be no day to turn things around. Although this kind of subject has always had a stable audience, as long as the struggle between police and gangsters is truly displayed, there will always be people paying for it. But if there is no innovative experience, the audience will not buy it. Lin Chaoxian himself is a master of police and gangster films, so he is very clear about the advantages and disadvantages. How is your Infernal Affairs different from previous police and gangster films? Lu Wei pondered for a while and said, it's indeed different from the past. You'll know in detail after a while. Lin Chaoxian raised his eyebrows and became a little interested. Because no matter how novel the police and gangster theme is, it is nothing more than the battle between criminals and prisoners, and it is impossible to escape the framework. Infernal Affairs is about to be released, and everyone will not say much. The beginning of the movie is deep and gloomy tones, which is indeed different from the past. Those who live for a long time are the great disaster in hell. This dark tone and heavy scripture set the tone for the movie. Zhang Yujian, who was sitting in the second row, was a little surprised. Lu Sir seems to like playing this kind of literary and causal theory. He has worked with Lu Wei many times, including 6 movies in the demonic alone, and many of them are like this at the beginning. The screen of the big screen turned and came to the temple. 5 years ago, Taiheng Village, Tun Mun. The parking gear next to the Royal Palace restaurant. It's a good time to open, my brothers and I have ambitions. The fortune teller said to me, one general succeeded and 10,000 bones were woven. With Zhang Jiwei's deep voice, the camera slowly pushed towards Du Sheng. The opening is so important, it actually focuses on this young man. Lin Chaoxian was a little surprised. Normally, in order to attract the audience, a film will first give the shot to the big names. If he were to take pictures, it would definitely be locked on Liu Yingying. But Lu Wei did the opposite. Of course, Du Sheng's popularity in winning the championship is not bad at the moment. But there is still a lot of gap compared to the previous 2. Speaking of which, in addition to caring for old friends and inspecting competitors, Lin Chaoxian has always been in the idea of finding the starring actors in the next play. Originally, he thought Du Sheng could only play some tough guys with martial arts roles or hard horses. The result was unexpected. It is not an exaggeration to describe Du Sheng's acting skills as outstanding. Those cold eyes, the numbness that seems to have experienced the world, and the natural rebelliousness. These cannot be performed by acting. The more I looked down, the more shocked Lin Chaoxian was. The young version of Lu Jianming played by Du Sheng went from a gangster to sneak into the police academy and then to the police officer. Although he looked sunny and upright in his police uniform, he felt his tolerance and ruthlessness. The audience knew that he was an undercover agent and a stingy insider, and he became a police officer. Is this a blessing or a disaster for the police force? At this time, the camera turned. The protagonist was replaced by Lu Huai. At this point, the film really kicked off. Lin Chaoxian finally understood what Lu Wei said just now and murmured to himself. It's indeed different, this is a double spy. The messenger sneaked into the social criminal undercover police station. This kind of terrifying spy competition plot is indeed full of highlights. especially the mutual penetration is interspersed one after another, and the tension is so exciting that it is too late to stop watching. But what impressed Lin Chaoxian the most was still the one who had to count Du Sheng's unruly eyes at the beginning. My eyes are full of drama, and I can't forget it. Chapter 192 Operation Mekong. Although Du Sheng had seen it a long time ago, the impression is very different at this moment. Lu Wei did add shots to him, and it should have been deleted from Zheng Jiwei and Yu Wenel. Fortunately, the overall impact is not great. In addition, the feeling of immersion is different. For example, the classic clip of Lu Ying facing each other on the rooftop is played. As far as he knows, the original script was not like this. Zhuang Wenqiang originally conceived that Lu and Liang had a happy fight on the rooftop. But before the filming started, Lu Yingye was a senior, and expressed his desire to end with a fight. No fight? How should I finish it? Zhuang Wenqiang asked in confusion. I don't know either, but I just don't want to fight. Facing Lu Yingyuan, Zheng, he shrugged and could only change the script. After all, after 2 years of crafting, the script has been revised several times. It is precisely because of this that this is the classic scene that can be recorded in film history. If Du Sheng remembered correctly, Lu Yingxiu's wife were also coming to watch the game in Wulin. What's more interesting is that this movie in his previous life tried to win the Oscar for the best foreign language film, but was rejected on the grounds that the subject matter was inconsistent. However, Hollywood's 5 major production companies developed a strong interest in the film. In the end, Warner bought the copyright for $1.75 million and remakes it into The Walker. Ironically, the film later won the Oscar for Best Picture. More than an hour later, the movie screening ended. After watching it, Lin Chaoxian, Zhang Yujian and others had a strange feeling. For Chen Yongren, death may not be the worst outcome. There is no worse possibility than his life. 3 years later and 3 years. In the end, his spirit was almost broken. From the deep meaning of the movie, longevity is even more a catastrophe in the infinite hell. Perhaps, Chen Yongren is not the most miserable one. I always feel that this story is not over yet, and there seems to be a sequel. Lin Chaoxian murmured. As both directors, he could naturally see Lu Wei's ambitions and scheming. This obviously leaves a suspense. What's amazing is that this does not destroy the presentation of the story of Infernal Affairs. It not only brings wonderful audio-visual enjoyment to the audience, but also makes people feel endless aftertaste. I'm even looking forward to the next one. I also want to see what the tragic ending of Lu Jianming's blessing will be. This is indeed a different police and gangster film. Lin Chaoxian looked at Lu Wei with a complicated expression. If nothing unexpected happens, this movie will definitely be a big hit. From the director's perspective, this movie undoubtedly has great appeal and potential. It not only has profound connotations, excellent acting skills, but also has shocking audio-visual effects. As a release at the same time, the pressure is now coming to the changes of moments. Haha, I'll accept your noble words. Lu Wei responded with a smile, his face relatively calm. The courtesy between people in the circle does not mean anything. Only the box office can prove everything. The premiere of Infernal Affairs is over. This is an unforgettable experience for all viewers. Even media reporters gave Infernal Affairs a high praise from their personal perspective. That night, public opinion began to ferment. Everyone can't wait to know what the box office will reach when Infernal Affairs is officially released tomorrow. When the show ended, Lin Chaoxian specially found Du Sheng. I hope to work together next time I have the chance. Looking at the outstanding young man in front of him, he developed a little interest. Because next, he plans to shoot a police and gangster action movie, and needs a mainland actor who will be the box office. Du Sheng's heart moved and responded. Thank you Director Lin for your attention, I believe there will be a chance. He knew very well that the person in front of him was police and gangster films. For example, Witness, Reverse War, Devil Police, Operation Mekong, Operation Red Sea, Emergency Rescue. Lin Chaoxian and Du Sheng exchanged contact information and said with a smile. Next to the next year and the next, don't let me go. Being able to get the attention of so many big names shows that this young man does have huge potential. The next day, Du Sheng cooperated with the team for a day, and he had no time to do anything else, so he went home to sleep. Yezi, who helped to check for the missing, did not rush to rest, but returned to the studio and took out her laptop. This film is about whether Du Sheng can take on the protagonist in the second part, so it is extremely important. The premiere of Infernal Affairs was launched nationwide. Although the box office results have not been announced yet, major online forums and websites have already been in full swing. The pros and cons of a film can often be seen from the audience's early feedback. Tianya, Taiba. No, it's a movie forum. The hottest position for the film discussion is not Taiba, but the movie night sale. There are many online reviewers and enthusiasts there. Whenever a blockbuster is released, it is often particularly eye-catching. This is indeed the case. Yesi clicked into the entertainment version of the movie forum. At a glance, I saw that Infernal Affairs steadily topped the list, and there are many related hot searches below. And in the hot searches, there are endless comments. Liu's pinnacle work that shakes way. This is a post posted by a senior movie star, and it is currently very popular. Yesi clicked into it and found that this was a film review based on personal viewing experience. Although it involved some plots, it was obvious that the praise for Infernal Affairs was beyond words. It seems that he is still a fan of Liu Yingyu. Below the post is a heated discussion among many netizens. It's so amazing, this can be called Xiangjiang's rescue work. I personally think that this movie is enough to win Dark War, and Big Boys have great wisdom in a classic way. It's not bad for a big production, with continuous plot suspense reversals, which is completely different from previous police and gangster films. But what surprised me the most was the undercover agent played by Du Sheng at the beginning. That's right, Du Sheng's costume is so handsome. Oh my god, am I a little surprised that I actually feel good about such a fickle undercover. Me too. The role setting of this movie is very outstanding. Needless to say, Liu Yingying's two protagonists are the two protagonists, Du Sheng's acting skills are comparable to them. Even after he left the stage, his unruly figure still appeared in my mind from time to time. Looking forward to the second part, I heard it is a prequel, and Brother Sheng will star in it. Same as above. After Yesi finished reading it, she hung an elegant smile on the corner of her mouth. This is undoubtedly a good start. Although Du Sheng is just a supporting role, the beginning is so outstanding and his name is frequently mentioned. This means that his performance has been recognized by many audiences. The movie forum is noisy. What will happen to Du Sheng's personal platform? Yesi immediately closed the homepage and clicked to enter Du Sheng's post. This is one of the gathering places for Du Sheng's fans. There must be many hardcore movie fans who come back to leave their experiences after watching it. Sure enough, as expected, Du Sheng's post bar has been in full swing. On that post that cooperated with the promotion, there were no less than thousands of messages. The image of Brother Sheng is a bad guy, and he will definitely be one of the best characters in Tianya this year. That's right, Brother Sheng's undercover performance is simply amazing. At the beginning, the rebellious gangsters, then the sunny and suave at the police academy, and finally the calmness of the undercover police force, became silky. The acting skills have improved very quickly, and it feels smoother and more contagious than Big Boy. There is a suspense at the end of the movie, which is definitely a big highlight. Director Lu Wei said before that he has started preparing for the second part, which is likely to be a prequel. I look forward to starring Brother Sheng. These comments are full of strong personal emotions, so almost all of them are positive comments. Yes, Ji was not sure if the public felt this way. But at least judging from the current feedback, Infernal Affairs should be stable and the sequel is about to be on the agenda. She also noticed that Du Sheng's platform fans' attention has increased again, up more than 100,000 from before the release. According to this trend, it is only a matter of time before it reaches 3.8 million. In addition to post-bar, blogs are similar. Come here to support Brother Sheng. After watching Infernal Affairs, passers-by have completely fanned. In addition to new fans' messages and movie feedback in the post, those fans who have not yet watched have also been aroused. I'll go grab tickets at 5 AM tomorrow. I don't believe I can't buy them. I was so moved that I wanted to see it. I was originally going to wait for the movie to be released before watching it, but now it seems I can't wait. Even if it's just to support Brother Sheng, I have to buy tickets to watch Infernal Affairs, not to mention that there is Lu Yingyin's use of the game, which must not be missed. The situation is quite good. Yezi began to look forward to those big VS, bloggers, newspapers, etc. for no evaluation of the Infernal Affairs. The power of public opinion cannot be underestimated. After all, before the box office of the movie was announced, the evaluations of all parties were crucial to the trend of the film. Early that morning, Du Sheng took a bus back to the set of Kung Fu. The martial arts guidance is still close, so he has to deal with it no matter how hard he is. As a result, as soon as I got into the car, I saw more than a dozen newspapers on the seat. He glanced a few casually and found a lot of reports about Infernal Affairs and thousands of changes. The reporters seemed to have specially created an atmosphere of fierce competition between the two films. This is also a common means of the media. The movie Infernal Affairs was very popular at the box office. Lin Keoxian's premiere of The Legend of Changes has received positive reviews. Who will be better when the May Day 2 blockbusters face each other head-on? Lu Huangzaiduan Lai Lei gave Fan Yuejun accompanies thousands of changes, comprehensively analyzing the pros and cons of the two movies and the audience overlap. The championship effect of Woolen is revealed, and the theaters are full. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and stopped paying attention. The box office of the two films may be similar now, but the reputation of The Legend of Changes will gradually decline. On the contrary, Infernal Affairs will go all the way higher. It is already obvious which one is better or worse. At this time, Yezi sat opposite him. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "Communicate with Kung Fu and I will have to join Infernal Affairs 2 next week. There are no other arrangements here recently, right?" Chapter 193, Help in Time. Infernal Affairs was released in Xiangjiang for 3 days, and the box office exceeded 14 million. Even in the mainland, it has risen to 9 million. According to this trend, it is really possible that Xiangjiang will exceed 60 million. In the mainland, many cinemas have increased their screening schedule. According to the current attendance rate, 30 million is indeed too conservative. Many viewers went for Du Sheng. Because of the previous police uniform photos, stills and movie feedback on the internet, many people have long aroused the interest of them. Lu Wei also called and decided to continue filming Infernal Affairs 2. The plot mainly revolves around the young version of Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren. Du Sheng is one of the leading actors and asked him if he can join the group next week. So we have to do a good job of scheduling here in advance. No. Yezi was as elegant as before and said with a smile. Some endorsements came to us and reacted quite quickly. Infernal Affairs has only been released for a few days, and someone has taken a fancy to your future promotion value. I'm going to have a good selection, your value has increased a lot now. Just do it. Du Sheng smiled and nodded. He knew very well that the price fluctuations in the entertainment industry were as unpredictable as changes in the stock market. It may be highly sought after for the time being, but no one may be interested in it. And it is obviously his rising period recently and is highly favored by all parties. Due to the popularity of Infernal Affairs, even some of his previous scandals and controversies in The Legend of the Condor Heroes have been temporarily forgotten. Back on the set, Du Sheng entered a busy state again. Fortunately, the action scenes have been almost done. Even if they can't finish them, the remaining adoptive father can help them, and at most they can take time to make up for them. Whether busy or leisurely, Zhou Xingqi likes to discuss with Du Sheng. This kind of communication often sparks new creative sparks. Du Sheng deeply felt Zhou Xingqi's persistence in shooting and the infinite creativity of shooting as he changes. Any jokes that feel humor can arouse Zhou Xingqi's strong interest and even want to put them into practice. In his spare time, Du Sheng will also observe Zhou Xingqi's directing techniques. Yudao is that a soldier who does not want to be a general is not a good soldier, and any actor also has the idea of directing. Over time, he has learned a lot of director tips. In addition, he found that Zhou Xingqi was not only strict with others, but also with himself. During the shooting of the battle with the fire cloud evil god, Zhou Xingqi insisted on using Wuya for several consecutive days to complete high-risk actions. Such a long Wuya suspension is definitely an arduous test for ordinary people. But Zhou Xingqi persevered with amazing perseverance. This moved some of the old actors from Xiangzhong who had complained about him. What surprised Du Sheng even more was that when he was about to leave the group, Zhou Xingqi's agent took the initiative to come to ask whether his studio was interested in joining Xingui Entertainment. I can't decide this in one sentence, I have to ask the joint venture. Du Sheng looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and smiled and refused. Tian Qiwen seemed to be mentally prepared for this and explained. Don't get me wrong, this is not Brother Xing's idea, but my personal proposal. I can see that Brother Xing appreciates you very much. If you can join Xingui, he will definitely support you strongly. Maybe he had this idea long ago, but he had never spoken because you might refuse. I'm here this time just to inquire about your intentions. I understand, I personally thank Xingui Entertainment for its favor. Du Sheng responded with a smile. But Miracle Studio has just been launched shortly after it was founded, and everything is complicated, so it is not advisable to consider anything else for the time being. Tian Qiwen nodded slightly, but a hint of regret flashed in his heart. He felt that Du Sheng was the kind of artist who could form a wonderful combination with Zhou Xingqi. And the one who had such a tacit understanding before was probably Wu Menda, who had a conflict due to misunderstandings. Qiwen has talked to you? The day before Du Sheng left the group, Zhou Xingqi mentioned this matter inadvertently. Seeing Du Sheng smile and nodding, Zhou Xingqi shook his head. He obviously guessed my thoughts wrong. A new popular like you, let alone joining Xingui, I'm afraid it's possible to transform into a company boss in the future. Du Sheng asked with a smile. Does Brother Xing think that after I joined, I will part with you like some people? The two are already quite familiar with each other, so it's harmless to make a little joke. That's not the case. Zhou Xingqi was indeed not angry, but instead felt that Du Sheng was easygoing and said with a smile. Because you are a person who cannot settle for the status quo and is a champion in the boxing world, and the future is unlimited. Xingui cannot cultivate you and cannot be compatible, it will only drag you down. Brother Xing has politely raised it. Du Sheng just smiled. Are you treating me as an Asian superstar? Wrong, as long as you grow steadily, your achievements will not be limited to this. Zhou Xingqi patted his shoulder and said seriously. Let's not talk about boxing and acting skills, your movement guidance ability is there. It's impossible that you won't have no idea about directing, right? I don't have this ability yet, so I just think about it. Du Sheng responded modestly. I really want to direct the show, I can teach you. Zhou Xingqi recognized Du Sheng's ability quite well and offered an olive branch. If you can't make it in the future, even if Brother Xing doesn't say it, I will ask you for help. It's out of the question. Zhou Xingqi stood up and looked into the distance. You don't have a drama that stars you have yet to be released, and you can be so popular. Once you have international fame in K1 or UFC, you will be a casual move to surpass Cheng Long and Li Lianjia in the future. Du Sheng really didn't expect Zhou Xingqi to give him such a high evaluation. Although he didn't think he was going to fall to someone else's back, who would have expected what happened in the future. Shortly after leaving the crew, a crisp reminder sound came from my ears. When the filming of Kung Fu has been detected, will the lottery be settled? Du Sheng pondered for a while, but chose to settle. Although he has a little guest appearance, he feels good about himself in other aspects. At least, the character Kuli Chiang has some special abilities. There are 9 draws left, and it won't take long to advance and get 3 rewards after you get there. It's useless. And after your acting skills improve, the lottery rating will not be bad. In the statistics, the host character fit is 88.9%, the roles account for 1.8%, and the completion is 90.2%. The prize pool is re-updated. As expected, Du Sheng was quite satisfied. He filtered through the things that might be extracted in his mind and recited silently in his mind. Brush. 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned, and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 barrels of kerosene. Congratulations to the host for obtaining tenacious will, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script of the Grand Master. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first axe scar. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to control the set, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 12 road tan legs, LV1/blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 silver dollars, oceans. There is no purple, which is expected. However, the 3 barrels of kerosene were given at the beginning, which made Du Sheng a little unrestrained. Although this is the opening scene in the movie, it is too common in reality. At most, it is to set fire to the warehouse, traces of destruction, and survival in the wild. However, it is easier to store and access, and it is better to have it than not, and it should be used in the future. Tough will LV1/blue, 100/1000. Strong will, able to overcome the limits of physiological pain, and have strong resistance to mental control and telepathy. As expected, this is the characteristic of hard work and hard work. He has been working as a brick mover for many years and has developed a firm mind and is unable to overcome obstacles. This is not bad. At least if you encounter sudden trauma or hypnosis in the future, you will have strong resistance. Du Sheng nodded secretly. For example, when an ordinary person is hit by a bullet, the pain is difficult, let alone moving, even overcoming the pain that is completely broken. Those who are still jumping around when they are hit by bullets in the movie are unlikely to happen. With this skill, it is possible to do it. The script of the movie The Grand Master. Du Sheng couldn't guess why he pulled out this thing. Could it be that the protagonist in Kung Fu becomes a master, and it is a story that the protagonist of Kung Fu becomes a master of his generation? Or maybe this lottery not only includes Kuli Chiang, but also incorporates the factors of his own action director? No matter what, this movie is quite good, with Dubon's score of 8.2 and a box office of nearly 200 million. In addition, this is a rare-release version. Unlike the official version released at the beginning, it incorporates too many things and fails to highlight the protagonist. The structure of this rare-reflected version has been completely adjusted, mainly about the great changes and grudges of a generation of masters. Not bad, I'll have a chance to shoot it in the future. Du Sheng was quite satisfied. After all, his main focus is action movies. This is like a pillow sent by dozing off. Axe and scars are hired, and 10 silver dollars, oceans, are. It is quite realistic to sell these things as antiques or give them to your adoptive father to collect them. Set control ability LV1/blue, 100/1000. Using environment, content, character personality, lighting, sound effects, lenses, editing, special effects, etc. Divide the plot into multiple paragraphs with different rhythms, control the urgency and order, and let the audience's emotions follow the ups and downs. This is also very good, most of it will be used in the future. Du Sheng has now been given the title of action director. If you want to make an excellent work, you must master these things. The most disappointing film disadvantage of the entire Asian region is its rhythm, especially action movies. Most Hong Kong film directors just fight, and do not know how to use environmental, lighting, special effects and other factors to control the rhythm. The reason why this time was drawn is probably related to observing Zhou Xingqi's directing drama. In this way, if there are not enough 7 items for the filming lottery items, will they be drawn and adjusted according to the actors themselves? For example, the coolie in this drama is strong, and there is really no corresponding thing to draw. You can't pull out the coolie costume he was wearing, right? The comprehensive evaluation income is basically blue-green. What materials should be used to make these clothes, trousers, shoes, and socks to reach the green level? Du Sheng was too lazy to care about it anymore and moved his gaze to the last item. 12 Road 10 LELV 1/blue, 100/1000. The hands are 2 doors, and they hit people all with their legs. Tan's legs have 4 hands, and people and ghosts are worried when they see them. Khulad's natal skills have been drawn out, they are still blue, not bad. Du Sheng smiled and was in a good mood. There are 12 ways of Tan's legs, namely, bounce, stomp, kick, chop, hang, lift, sweep, whip, kick, knee, swing, etc., all of which are leg attack skills. He has learned it himself, but he has not learned it well, and even the skill panel has not appeared. Nowadays, the draw will not only save a lot of learning time, but also be used for practical purposes. Especially in the next K1 final, the most used one must be leg skills. This is simply a timely help. Chapter 194 Fraudulent Thanks to the Militia 3, Rewards for your idle cloud. What are the biggest fears of boxers like him when facing opponents with a weight of over 200 kilograms? That's right, it's just being held and thrown to the ground. Especially when facing the throat-locking technique of Taishan, even if his legs and arms are hard, he may face being crushed by KO. The rules of K1 prohibit ground skills and hugging skills, which is indeed a major benefit to Du Sheng. But the problem is that elbow strikes are also prohibited. The Bajiquan is commonly known as elbows, hands, and elbows, and the most important thing is the elbow method. Faced with these restrictions, it is difficult to distinguish which one is better or worse. But if there are more Tan Le, your own advantages will be great. Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value. 12308. The reputation value accumulated before was added to Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu and Nine Yang Divine Kung Fu, which are all recent gains. Most of them are brought about by the release of Infernal Affairs. According to the current popularity, it is possible to double its reputation. He had no idea of retaining it, and directly spent 1,000 to add it to 12 roads of 10 legs. In an instant, countless related skills and experiences were deposited and integrated in my mind like water. That kind of practical skills is as solid as a master who has practiced Tan Le for 6 or 7 years. He felt that his strength was comparable to the sum of 4 or 5 Ma Yaoi's punching force with all his strength. Du Sheng calmed down his emotions and added all the remaining reputation to Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu. It seems that 100,000 is still missing to break through to the 5th level, and internal strength is hopeful. He was in a more pleasant mood. Just as I just returned to the store, a text message popped up, which made the pleasure slightly relieved. A Sheng, Wu Dun is here. He didn't know how to find me and asked me to meet him with a guest. After reading the text message, Du Sheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Wu Dun actually dares to cross the sea? It's interesting. And let Jia Saiwen go to see the guests? Anyone who has been in this circle knows what it means to invite artists to meet guests. I can't get on the table either. What's more, Wu Dun is the kind of society that uses swaggering celebrities as welfare. The purpose of this visit to the mainland is worth pondering. Moreover, he and Jia Swen have terminated their cooperation. What is the purpose of suddenly coming to the door? Or is it the follow-up of the last time I poured dirty water? No matter what the reason, it is certain that this person is not good. Du Sheng's mouth curled up a curve, and it was said that it was not polite to come but not go. The other party came from afar, and he felt embarrassed not to give him a big gift. As long as you plan properly, you will definitely incite the storm. But after this matter is done, in order not to involve yourself, how to escape is the key. On the other side, Wansheng Street, M Shop. What are you going to be too late? Let's go, producer Zhao is waiting. Wu Dun, wearing a suit and a big belly, frowned and urged Jia Saiwen. You can treat me tonight, and the previous grudges will be eliminated. Brother Dun, you and I have no relationship for a long time. Although Jia Swen was unhappy, she didn't want to have a quarrel with the other party and said calmly. What's the reason for you to ask me to greet people for no reason? The greetings the other party said were mostly not just as simple as drinking and singing with the big boss or producer. This made her very disgusted and she didn't want to go. Speaking of which, in addition to looking for Du Sheng in this time, she mainly shot an endorsement advertisement, and then you will be included in the Supreme Beauty. I don't know where the itinerary was leaked, so Wu Dun came to the door. She decided to ask Du Sheng to check it out afterwards and completely deal with the hidden dangers. Wu Dun frowned even deeper, but there were people coming and going on the street, and there was an assistant next to him, which was not easy to use. Producer Zhao admires your performance in The Emperor of Han, just to meet and have 2 drinks. Wu Dun tried to suppress his thoughts and said in a calm tone. He is preparing for the last love drama of the Hyun trilogy recently, and it may be good for you. This is half true and half false. Producer Zhao really admires Jia Saiwen very much, and even wants to. As for the Hyun trilogy, it is the 8 characters without a single stroke. Jia Swen vaguely guessed that the other party's mouth was the one who was probably close to the king of Huai. Wu Dun's distribution channels in the mainland basically rely on this person's connections. Her eyes changed, and in order to completely break the connection, she had a scheming in her mind. I'll go put on some makeup and I'll come later. Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Wu Dun was not easy to urge her, but just a vague warning. Guangzhou Entertainment City, 208 box, come early. Otherwise, no one will take care of you when you are in the Wanchenge. Jia sneered in his heart and became more determined. She has long been unfamiliar with the Bay City, and she has given up going back to develop, and the other party's threat is just like that. After pondering for a while, she called Du Sheng again by going to the lounge to make up. After learning that the man was coming and there was a way to deal with it, he felt relieved. At this time, someone dressed up in disguise, put away the phone and turned off the phone, and came to the vicinity of Guangzhou Entertainment City. He noticed that there were surveillance around and the entrance, and did not swagger in for caution. When he walked around to the back of the side, his outfit changed again. It has become a popular young man in black clothes. He lowered the brim of his hat, then climbed over the wall and passed through the alley. I have to say that the ability to fly eaves and walk on the wall plus ladder and clouds is indeed. He came to the side drain pipe, supported himself with one hand and leaped with both feet. Without any tools, I climbed up to the 2nd floor in an instant without alarming anyone. Even if a parkour master sees this scene, he will probably give him a thumbs up. The man in black came to the corridor on the 2nd floor and walked normally among the customer group. I don't know if there is a band resident tonight, so there is still a lot of passenger flow. Most of the 2nd floors are booths, and you can see the dance floor and singing and dancing performances on the 1st floor with your eyes. At this moment, with the hot music being deafening, many people are singing and dancing. There are also many people who dress up as strangers like men in black and lower their hat brim. This era is when strange costumes are popular. The man in black looked around and found that there were indeed many wine-raising girls wearing student uniforms. As for whether he is a college student who is promoting on the wall, this will be verified later if you have the chance. He leaned against a dim light and searched for the target box 208. As a result, I just glanced at it and found a trace. Because of so many private rooms, only 208 is too eye-catching. 2 subordinates were actually arranged to be stationed outside the door. Is this a habitual behavior? Or do you think this is the same as Bay City? To put it nicely, this is a sign-up, but to put it nicely, it is a puppet in my heart. The man in black pretended to be a half-drunk guest passing by nearby, and glanced at the surroundings quickly. Fortunately, there is no camera. Despite this, he was not good at forcing himself to break through. At this time, Yu Guang suddenly caught a glimpse of the waiter holding the fruit plate, and suddenly had an idea in his mind. In the 208 box, Wu Dun was warmly entertaining a distinguished guest. "Brother Zhao, I will respect you first and wish us a happy cooperation." The cooperation he came to discuss tonight was a legitimate business, and he took a boat to cross the sea, so he only brought a few confidants, so he did not make a big fuss. "Mr. Wu, it's easy to say about cooperative investment and issuance." The middle-aged man called Zhao Baogang smiled slightly and said, "I'm just a heroine missing from my next film. Can you introduce it?" "With your ability, Brother Zhao, this should not be difficult." Wu Dun smiled and showed an ambiguous smile. "It's good, I know the heroine of the Emperor of Han that was recently popular. If you think she can get by, I will let her come later to ensure that Brother Zhao is satisfied." But he cursed in his heart, "X shit is short of the heroine, are you special? I paid for the money you invested in. I just pick up girls when I pick up girls, and I am hypocritical." What he annoys most is this kind of person. It's okay to start directly in Bay City, but there are so many rules in the mainland. "Oh!" Zhao Baogang's eyes lit up and he smiled. "Can Mr. Wu invite Jia Saiwen? That's quite appropriate." Bang! Just as the two of them were laughing, the door of the private room was kicked open. Zhang Jinyao and a team of men rushed in, took out the search warrant and looked at the number of people in the private room, and said in a deep voice, "I am Zhang Jinyao, a first-level police inspector of XX Brigade. When I received an illegal transaction, I squatted down with my hands in my arms. Is the mainland messenger so good? Can you just go to private places at will?" Wu Dun was not afraid at all, because they were just talking tonight and did not involve illegal activities. If they were in the Bay City, they would even dare to fight to the death, but there would be no one to protect them anyway. So, not only did he not obey the hug, he squatted down, and even his subordinates stared at Zhang Jinyao and others with bad eyes. One of the younger brothers who were used to being arrogant in Bay City subconsciously wanted to grab the search warrant to check it out. Although Zhao Baogang sat down and didn't move, he felt vaguely inappropriate. However, he hadn't waited for him to figure it out. Bang! A dull sound. The younger brother who snatched the search warrant fell to the ground on the spot, sparks all over his body. In addition to the painful wailing sounds, the private room was instantly terrifyingly silent. Wu Dun finally saw something wrong and asked in a deep voice, "Inspector Zhang, we are just a private party, where did the illegal transaction come from?" But he had not finished speaking and placed it under the coffee table on the fruit tray, and a bag of things was found. "Impossible! How could there be stock here?" Wu Dun was shocked and angry. He used to do this job and guessed what it was instantly. Bang! Zhang Jinyao's subordinates didn't care about these things, and the electric power in his hand was buzzing. Wu Dun, who was lying on the ground in pain, almost went crazy and said angrily, "Pun your mother! Which bastard is framed by labor and capital?" Because he was afraid of being recognized by others this time, he came quietly, so how could he bring fans with him? Zhao Baogang couldn't sit still, and said in surprise and angrily, "This is not ours." Although the thing had not been opened yet, he could guess with his toes that it was definitely not a good product. Zhang Jinyao ignored these things, so he let people watch them and signaled the deputy team to step forward. Ali, open it and take a look. The deputy team put away their clothes and quickly stepped forward to unzip the zipper. There were bags of fans inside. He picked it up and weighed it, and it was about 200 grams. Captain Zhang, this is a force to get the stolen goods. The deputy team reported quickly. Wu Dun is coming from a bolt from the blue and is about to doubt life. He furiously pointed at Zhang Jinyao, who found out his fans, and questioned angrily. This is absolutely impossible. I suspect you are deliberately framed. Chapter 195, Being a Gun. Wu Dun's doubts are not surprising. Because in the past he used to greet others. With his sense of identity, these mainlanders may not have no ideas. As long as you confirm, promotion and salary increase is not a dream. Bang! Zhang Jinyao responded to him with a heavy kick, waved his hand and said coldly. Catch them all back and interrogate them strictly. I suspect there are still friends who sell stolen goods. Although they received anonymous blessing this time, they had to go out even in the early morning when they were illegally forced to go. What's more, his niece Zhang Xian pestered him to go crazy about headlines and people were outside. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. As for how many people in the private room were captured, or were they framed? This is not important at the moment. Anyway, they are not good birds, and they deserve it. Zhao Baogang, who was surprised and suspicious, originally wanted to raise a relationship or ask someone to intervene, but saw this and squatted down with his head in his arms. 50 G can be sentenced to death, and these 200 G. He gritted his teeth in his heart and had already pulled out the third generation of Wu Dun's ancestor to whip the corpse. Back outside the entertainment city, the figure in black who was leaving comfortably, had a smile on the corner of his mouth. Although the amount of 200 G is far less than the hundreds of kilograms sold by Wu Dun once, it is enough to make him realize the truth in Longcheng, the mainland for most of his life. Speaking of which, if Wu Dun hadn't come over and had an appointment with Zhao Baogang to fish, it would have been a bit difficult for him to kill two birds with one stone. After all, one is a famous big shot in Bay City, and he is an existence that calls for the wind and rain there. Another one is Huai's background. Even if you can come out safely this time, you will have to be covered in fishy clothes. Invisibly, it is equivalent to cutting a piece of the big and small fingers. Du Sheng turned his head and glanced at the entrance of the entertainment city, although it had been temporarily blocked. But it was vaguely seen that a tall girl holding a camera was excited to squeeze into the entrance with a fat man carrying a shoulder-resistant equipment. Du Sheng smiled and quickly stayed away from the scene. After cleaning up the gloves and clothes, he thought about it and took the bus to the other side. Sheng, how about it? After entering the suite, Jia Siwen welcomed the man in happily, and was slightly worried. If you can't handle it, forget it, I'll just go there perfunctorily. Although this place is not Wu Dun's territory, she knows very well that this person has great ability. Although Du Sheng and Yezi help, it is better not to be afraid of the other party. I guess there's no need. In order to save trouble, Du Sheng did not tell the truth, and sat down on the sofa with the woman in his arms, saying ambiguously. When I just passed by, the entertainment city was sealed off. The one you mentioned was being escorted out for some reason. Real? Jia Swen was surprised and happy, with a hint of excitement. She knew that Wu Dun had always run a grey industry, so she knew very well what this meant. Although the other party had some kindness of support, she had already paid back what she should have paid back, and both parties had already cut off, so she didn't want to be pestered for a long time. Is it true? You will know if it's true after a while. Du Sheng no longer mentioned these disappointing things, and held the woman in his arms, making a fool of himself. Let me check if Princess Minmin is really so obedient. It's been so long, how can I stay? Jia sneered and buried his whole body in the man. Du Sheng's fire it came up immediately. Not long after, the two of them laughed and mingled. After a moment, Jia Siwen's voice changed, but there was a little softness in her eyes. Princess Minmin is disobedient. She was also taken to meet by an old man. Tell me, how should I punish you? Jia Xuan angrily said, and took out the necklace in the bag. I knew you were going to give me a gift, this was a gift he gave me when he met. She didn't want it at first, but she still kept it before she could leave. Du Sheng's eyes lit up. Put it on now. This is Wu Dun's kindness. He should not be too independent in life, so he can't let the other party participate, right? Jia Xuan knew his personality well, gave him a blank look, stood up hard, and worked her whole life for a while, not only put on a diamond necklace, but also put on the dress given by Du Sheng. The lavender-toned dress perfectly outlines her graceful figure, and her clean and white skin and necklace shine brightly in front of Du Sheng. Her face is like the peach blossoms in spring, her smile is full of smiles, and her eyes seem to contain the misty rain in the south of the Yangtze River, revealing a unique charm. Seeing this scene, Du Sheng could not bear it, and a moth flew into the flames immediately. At this moment, Wu Dun and his friends were sitting anxiously in the detention room waiting. As for the matters such as having Jia Si Wen cultivated wine, and even being detained and photographed by reporters, they have long been ignored. What he wants to do most now is to leave bail. However, Zhang Jinyao's words directly extinguished his expectations. We searched for the entire entertainment city, and only 208 private rooms have fans. Moreover, there are still your remaining fingerprints outside the melon seed bag. If you don't want to be sentenced to death, then just tell me honestly. Wu Dun's face was ashes and could not hear any words behind him. Du Sheng naturally didn't know about this. After spending half an hour to punish Princess Minmin, considering the subsequent impact, he also suggested that she be more low-key recently. Although Jia Xuan has never entered the private room tonight and Wu Dun has no contact, she is not implicated on the safe side. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers around her, it is still necessary to do so. As for himself, although he can't find out, Infernal Affairs 2 will be launched the day after tomorrow and will have to rush over tomorrow, so he will naturally not be trapped here. The follow-up production and finale of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, I have to ask you to follow up, I'm leaving. The next morning, Du Sheng finished handling the trivial matters and communicated with Yesili to prepare for his trip. How long will your drama take? Should I go there? Yesi couldn't help but ask a question considering the production of Hero List. In addition to being responsible for external contacts at Miracle Studio, she also has promotion, ringtones, production, and payment collection. If I hadn't hired business and assistants to help, I would have been very little time in the studio. It should be done in about half a month. Du Sheng pondered for a while and gave an approximate time. You've been too busy lately, don't have to come here. After the discussion, I took a bus to the airport with Jia Si Wen. Jia Xuan couldn't help but be curious and asked. Don't you star in Infernal Affairs too? Why can you finish filming in half a month? The promotion and poster are indeed the starring actors. Du Sheng handed over the script and said with a smile. But this drama is in parallel with 3 lines, and the role is not absolutely core, but it only runs through the whole drama. Jia Xuan didn't understand a little, so she simply took it and flipped it out. Only then did I understand why the man said that. Infernal Affairs 2 tells the story of the past and present life of Infernal Affairs, and time has turned back to 10 years ago. The first line, the brewing and torture of 10 years, forced Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren, 2 young men who were involuntarily, into a Lifian death hell. The second line involves the layout of the undercover agents related to Han Chen and Huang Zhishan, played by Liao Qizi, who are plotting to control the situation behind them. The third line is Ni Yang Xiao's revenge for his father. Structurally speaking, the story of Infernal Affairs 2 started with Ni Kun's murder. The following 3 stages were linked together, pushing the story to an irreversible level one by one. Speaking of which, in this film, Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren are indeed not the absolute protagonists. Because they always have no choice. Huang's Heshan secretly encouraged Mary, allowing her to take risks for her husband Han Chen's advance. Among them, Lu Jianming, played by Du Sheng, was willing to be a gunman for her because of her secret love for Mary, but she used it to assassinate an icon and left it alone. Lu Jianming finally killed her, just to maintain his only remaining dignity, and to explain why he betrayed his relatives and eventually fell into the Abyssin hell in the first part. Oh! It turns out that you have reached the top in the security hall, so many of this sister-in-law are informing you behind the scenes. After Jia Saiwen figured it out, she looked at the man with a smile. I am worthy of being a teacher-in-law killer, don't let it go, that's Brother Wei's future wife. Du Sheng pulled the corner of his mouth, wondering how this person's thinking jumped. You're thinking too much, why would I provoke her for no reason? Lu Jialing does look moist, but her invisible methods are not bad. When the first film was filmed last time, Bay City female Sea King only showed her love for Liang Chaoei, and soon the scandal of playing a male model in Xiangzhong was revealed. This is probably Liu's pen. Although his bad habits are communicating with beautiful women, he is not as hungry as food to destroy his future. After sending the woman to the plane, Du Sheng and Wang Yeyang saw that it was getting late, so they also waited for inspection together. After arriving in Xiangzhong, he rushed to the model design room of the Kung Fu school. After spending a long time to confirm with Zheng Zidao the Kung Fu school logo with red background and white characters, as well as the style and sample pictures, the next step is to send it back to the mainland to place an order for production. The first thing to manufacture is sportswear, focusing on mid to high-end fashion items, and the first batch should be around 100,000 pieces. These matters have been handled by professionals, and Lu Zili has joined as a representative. Du Sheng is relieved for the time being. The next day, he came to the press conference early in the morning and the first person he met was director Lu Wei. People often say that when a happy event comes, a person's mental state will be particularly good. Lu Wei in front of him was blushed, obviously the representative. This time, Infernal Affairs 2 was launched very quickly and the preparations were quite sufficient, which shows how much attention it attaches to the production and investment behind it. Compared with the tragic fate of Infernal Affairs 1, the opening press conference of Infernal Affairs 2 is luxurious. Looking back at the release of Infernal Affairs at the beginning of the month, Lu Wei was worried about whether the box office would fail. Nowadays, Infernal Affairs 2 does not have such concerns at all. With the strong promotion and support of Huan Entertainment, the prospects of this work are bright. Chapter 196 Scandal. Lu Wei looked at Du Sheng and said with a smile. I heard that you also made a guest appearance in Zhou Xingqi's movie. This name has emerged. Congratulations. Everyone in the circle knows that Zhou Xingqi's movies are popular, but it is quite difficult to make a guest appearance, and at least it is recognized by Zhou Xingqi, the stubborn. Du Sheng smiled indifferently and said. Lu Sir is overreputable. My grades are still far behind Brother Hua and the others. It seems that your ambition is quite big. Lu Wei said in a little surprised. In less than 2 years, from a small stunt stand-in to the new young actor today. Such a big leap has long been the level that many people dream of. As a result, the other party was not proud and complacent, but wanted to go to Liu's body to see him. It is indeed ambition. It is a good thing to have dreams, but young people must remember not to be too ambitious. Being down to earth is the most important thing. Lu Wei sincerely encouraged him and greeted with a smile. The time is almost over, let's go to the press conference of Infernal Affairs 2 together. At the press conference, Lu Yingguan Keizu attended. Although he did not participate in Infernal Affairs 2, he naturally would not be absent as the sole character and producer in the previous work. Lu Ying Kr Panai Squid, when you see everyone, hello politely, no matter the other person's identity is high or low. However, when I saw Du Sheng, I still chatted for a few words. Not long after, Liang Chaoei also came to take the seat. He sat down while Lu Ying and teased. Infernal Affairs 2 does not have us, and it shouldn't be absent from Infernal Affairs 3. After Lu Huangziu, he smiled slightly. Audiences must not understand. You have failed in the first part, so how will it appear in the future? The implication is that they have long known the plot development of Infernal Affairs 3. Because unlike Infernal Affairs 1, the second and third part are almost simultaneously launched. After all, the results of the first part are there, and they were released in Xiangjiang, mainland China, Nanyang and other places, and all of them have won the weekly box office list. The value of this IP has been recognized by the market. Liang Chaoei shook his head and sighed. I have to say that Lu Sir, Lao Zhuang, and others have tricky thinking and even have their personality splits. Yes, although it is foreseeable that Lu Jianming is crazy, it will definitely be a surprise that his personality will split Chen Yongren's role. Seeing that the press conference had not started yet, the two of them couldn't help but talk about Infernal Affairs 2. Although this film is a supplement to the first one, they have read the script a long time ago, and the plot and details are handled well. Lu Fixi poked Du Sheng, who was in the press conference, said with emotion. Let a Sheng take the lead in the lead can indeed add more highlights and topics to Infernal Affairs 2, and also create momentum for the subsequent release of Infernal Affairs 3. Like movie IP, the popularity of actors will gradually fade. The producer decided to launch the following two subsequent projects at the same time in order to maintain this popularity. Everyone knows this. The reason why the first part achieved its current success in the mainland is that everyone knows that the popularity brought by Du Sheng is indispensable. Because everyone has expectations for him, including producers and producers. Although Liang Chaoei didn't say anything, he had to admit that the young man's rise was fierce. It is precisely because of this that this press conference attracted much attention and attracted many media and fans to watch. Senior executives and many investors of Huangzai Entertainment were also present. No matter what, the opening ceremony of Infernal Affairs 2 was a sensation. As the actor who plays the young version of Lu Jianming, Du Sheng's popularity is unquestionable. During the press conference, nearly half of the microphone was added in front of him, which was enough for outsiders to feel his popularity. Around the scene, there were also a group of Wu Lin fans coming to support them. They may not care much about the characters and plots in the movie. But because of the idol's role, even if you were not interested, you would still look forward to it. It's not just a matter of interest in movies. This is to support your idol. After the press conference, the official shooting will be launched. The first filming was the scene where Lu Jianming went to the drama club alone and killed Nikun cleanly. The group took a bus to the set, and several starring actors got out of the car, and then the crew members were on the crew. The scene was set the day before yesterday, just start shooting today. The extras on the street were already in place, and they were all sitting there chatting listlessly. Lu Wei sat behind the monitor and signaled that he could start shooting. Director Mai Zhaowei personally ran to the camera with the board. First scene, first shot, Asian. The night is drooping, and the streets of Xiangjiang are dim. Du Sheng wore sunglasses and a black windbreaker, and walked alone through the bustling night market. The sunny and handsome face, outstanding temperament, and leisurely and at ease, attracted others to look at each other from time to time. Lu Wei nodded secretly and reminded. Take the long view and take a picture of his back, while the camera swept over the paper bag in his hand. There must be suspense at the beginning and give motivation. But there is a saying that when you hold a pipa and half cover your face, the most attractive thing is hazy and mysterious. As he went around, Du Sheng walked through the vegetable market, late-night snacks, clocks and watches. Come to a drama club located deep in the old street. His expression was always calm and his behavior was calm and relaxed, just like returning home after buying a midnight snack. There is no way to see that after the next thing is accomplished, you will have to escape to the world. Xiangjiang Kui Club. In the end, Du Sheng stared under the plaque of the drama club for a moment. Listening to a sound of folk art from inside, he came to the iron railing gate as if nothing had happened and rang the doorbell. A nanny came out to open the door, and Du Sheng said calmly, "Is Uncle Kun here? I'll look for him." "Uncle Kun, someone is looking for you outside." Hearing the reminder of the nanny, Ni Kun, holding the music score, turned around and saw a young man wearing sunglasses. Slow motion, take a moment of their eyes. Seeing that Du Sheng was in good condition and felt like he was full of energy, Lu Wei couldn't help but remind him again. Photo to Du Sheng's face and capture the unruly look. Ni Kun didn't know Lu Jianming, and he realized that he was not his subordinate. Just as he was surprised, he saw the other person smiled and raised the paper bag in his hand, as if he wanted to hand it to him. Bang! The next moment, a sudden gunfire sounded. The people who were playing were shocked and the sound of folk art suddenly stopped. Ni Kun, who was in his chest, froze all over and looked up in disbelief. What I saw was the holes exposed in the paper bag. Bang! The gunshots sounded again. Ni Kun's heart exploded and he staggered to the ground. Du Sheng turned around and left without any delay. It's like a lone wolf walking alone, cold and cruel, full of decisiveness and determination. His figure disappeared into the vast night like a ghost. The drama club was silent, leaving only Ni Kun's body lying quietly on the ground. Click! Lu Wei's tone was full of relief, and he looked at Du Sheng and said, "You kid can do it, not to mention getting into the show in an instant, your acting skills are superb. When I filmed the first film last time, although the other party had good acting skills, it was definitely not as sculpting as it was. Whether it is physical movements or tone or eyes, it doesn't look like it's acting." Everyone at the scene also had this feeling. This kid is like a complete transformation. Although there was only one sentence in this scene just now, Du Sheng gave the character charm in every move. Those who didn't know the truth thought that a thrilling attack was just released. Lu Sir praised it. Du Sheng just smiled and said, "If I become proud later, you can just stop complaining if I make continuous NG." Everyone laughed and knew that this was unlikely to happen. For example, when filming the previous film, the other party only NG 9 times in total, which is simply too much. Even Liao Qizi, an old actor who plays Huang's Heshan, was filled with emotion when he looked at Du Sheng. With the other party's acting skills alone, I'm afraid that few younger generations can match it. Even Lin Jiadong, who is obsessed with acting, is probably inferior to him in terms of plot appeal. Time passed without realizing it. Lu Wei knew that Du Sheng was busy and that the early stages were Lu Jianming's plot, so he simply focused on filming. I have to say that Xiangzhong films very fast, and now half of the scenes related to him have been filmed. The sunlight shines through the roof of the studio and is modeled on the busy set. The camera moved slowly on the track, focusing on a man wearing a black windbreaker and riding a motorcycle. This scene is about Lu Jianming preparing to shoot Ni Yongxiao. Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of the set. The reporters stayed raised their cameras one after another, and the flashes continued. Zhang Beizi, wearing a simple but fashionable dress and wide sunglasses, walked into the set with a smile. Her appearance immediately caused a sensation at the scene. Zhang Baji is not only a popular goddess in Xiangzhong, but also has had scandals with Du Sheng. Today she suddenly appeared. Was it to visit Du Sheng? "A Sheng, who are you here?" Wu Jianyu, who plays Ni Yongxiao, joked at Du Sheng with a smile. Du Sheng turned around and saw Zhang Baji, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Why are you here?" Zhang Baji took off her sunglasses, exposed her charming big eyes, and said with a smile, "The Rhapsody happens to be filming a road scene nearby, so let's see you." She completely ignored the gazes of the people around her, walked straight to Du Sheng, and naturally sat down next to him. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle, and the staff whispered, "It seems that today's headlines have it." A reporter muttered quietly, pressing the camera shutter in his hand. "Stop making trouble, many people are watching." Du Sheng knew that this person was in a slight mood and was a little amused. Because in a place where everyone couldn't see it, Zhang Baji angrily reached out and pinched his arm. The reason is very simple. A man has been busy filming and has been unable to get along with him for so long. She had to come by herself. Speaking of which, Lu Yifei also wanted to come, but unfortunately she had already transferred to Bay City for re-photos. Zhang Baji leaned in Du Sheng's ear and whispered, "If you don't come tonight, I'll come to visit the set every day." Du Sheng. The two of them were talking as if no one was around, and occasionally burst into brisk laughter. The staff on the scene looked sideways frequently, and even Lu Wei couldn't help but smile. He was worried about how to increase the attention and publicity of Infernal Affairs too, so there was a topic. Chapter 197 Forced Intrusion. Do you think they are really a perfect match? A little assistant sighed. That's right. I heard that they had rumors before, but now it seems that it's true. Another staff member whispered. Not far away, several resident reporters were excited to take pictures while thinking about tomorrow's title. A romantic scene appeared in Infernal Affairs too. Zhang Baji visited Du Sheng intimately, and the scandal came true. The shooting continued, but the atmosphere on the scene was obviously much more relaxed. Zhang Baji's arrival not only brought motivation to Du Sheng, but also brought joy to the entire crew. After the filming that day, Zhang Baji and Du Sheng left the set together, leaving behind scandals and speculations all over the place. Actually, everyone misunderstood. They are innocent and just like to practice. Damn, I've taught me such a difficult move. After spending half an hour practicing, Zhang Baji, who was covered in sweat, fell softly into the man's arms and said angrily, "If I am as late as last time tomorrow, I will tell the reporter that you have tied up." After the last finals, in order to cooperate with Du Sheng to write a brand introduction and have sex, her legs were both weak when filming the next day. You came to visit the set tonight. You must have had a scandal. It's not too much to punish and warn. Du Sheng smiled and knew that this girl was right and wrong. Humph, are there few confidants who have had scandals with you? Zhang Baji suddenly remembered something and said with some resentment. By the way, if you finish the filming early tomorrow, can you pick me up? What's wrong? There is someone in the crew who is very annoying, but I can't get rid of it. The investor also planned to make me hype with him, and he was so annoyed. This time, Zhang Baji collaborated with Lu Qingyuan, Gu Zhe, Chen Xiaochun, twins and others to shoot the movie Rhapsody, and the director is Du Qifeng's best partner Wei Jiawei. Last time Du Sheng participated in the filming of Big Boys Have Great Wisdom, he got along well with this director. As for who is pestering Zhang Baji? Okay, I'll take some time. He guessed it instantly. It seemed that in his previous life, Chen Xiaochun was pestering Zhang Baji to pursue her. Is this necessary to reuse the same trick? But seeing this girl's impatientness, Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. In addition to a little pity, he was worried that Chen Xiaochun would be stimulated to become mentally ill. The next day, after a busy day of shooting, it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening that Rhapsody was over. With director Wei Jiawei's click, he cheered on the spot and then lay all over the floor. It's really tiring to shoot continuously like this. On the contrary, those movie fans who were waiting outside the set couldn't wait to enter the venue and were waiting for close contact with their idols to take photos. Zhang Baji and twins were the first to be involved, surrounded by many men and women. Gu Zhe, one of the male leads, was surrounded by girls dressed by more than a dozen student girls asking for autographs. Chen Xiaochun is also famous and is entangled by a group of fans and movies. He graduated from the TV artist training class of 1986 in 2019, and won the Best Supporting Actor award at the 14th Xiangjiang Film Awards for his movie 9 Days of the Seventh Dynasties. Later, he played the role of Shan Chicken in the series The Demonic. Then he played the quirky Wei Xiaobao in The Deer and the Cauldron, which was well known to countless viewers. In addition, he has also developed well in the music industry and won the Xiangzhong Winner Award 2 years ago. In terms of development momentum, it is second only to the Four Little Kings. At this moment, looking from a distance, Chen Xiaochun was wearing a straight suit, calm, and his every move added a bit of masculine charm. Even Du Sheng, who had just arrived nearby, was a little emotional. Xiao Hunzi was indeed very attractive to the girls when she was young. Tung brother, sign me. Xiao Hunzi, our Quan family all likes the way Xiaobao you play. Brother Chun, come on, you are the best. Brother Chun, I'll kill you, you're the ones who dream every night. Faced with the enthusiastic movie fans, Chen Xiaochun seemed calm and there was a down-to-earth smile on the corner of her mouth when taking a photo. After the fans dispersed, he breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. Oh, I'm so tired, it's also a headache if I have too many fans. Lu Qingyuan, who was so dark next to him, jokingly said. Don't complain. I'm not higher than you in terms of fame? Not as popular as you. Chen Xiaochun shrugged and smiled, and suddenly suggested. Thank you all tonight, why don't I invite everyone to have a midnight snack? As he spoke, his eyes seemed to pass by Zhang Beizi inadvertently. Zhang Baji gently lowered her long eyelashes, and seemed to have not noticed them. When everyone saw this, they all smiled in their hearts. It is clear that Chen Xiaochun probably had special ideas about the beautiful Zhang Baji. Actually, this is not surprising, after all, the latter's appearance, temperament, and reputation are all there. Regardless of whether it succeeds or not, there will be great blessings for rumors. Chen Xiaochun was indeed a little interested in Zhang Baji, but he still pretended to be heartless. He glanced at the twins group who had just signed the name and said with a smile. Jiao, do you want to go together? In the past, even if he had ideas, he would not be so positive. But as soon as the news that Zhang Baji went to visit Ban and Du Sheng came out yesterday, he couldn't sit still. This is almost going to be a mess, but it is impossible not to take the initiative to attack today. Jillian shook her head, raised a large bouquet of roses in her hand and said. I won't go anymore. I have to deal with these flowers first. There is no place to put them. Jillian, S.A., you are so enviable. If someone gives me a bouquet of flowers every day, I will definitely consider his pursuit seriously. Others expressed envy. But Asa curled her lips. I think this is quite boring. If you have money to give flowers, it's better to donate it to Hope Primary School. Having said that, her face still showed the joy of being pursued. Since you don't go, let's go. Chen Xiaochun looked at Zhang Baji with anticipation and said. Baiji, I'll drive you away. Zhang Baji was speechless and pointed to the clothing store diagonally opposite. Sorry, I have to buy something, you guys. Chen Xiaochun was a little disappointed and asked around for a while. Everyone said it was too late to get together next time. He was still a little unwilling to give up and looked at Zhang Baji. I almost hurt you during the shooting today. I really feel sorry for it. Or what if I give you a gift as compensation, you won't refuse this little care, right? After Chen Xiaochun finished speaking, she was quite looking forward to waiting for Zhang Baji's response. Zhang Baji was stunned for a moment, and didn't know what she saw, then she burst into a charming smile. Then, go over. Chen Xiaochun was filled with joy and immediately led the way forward. When he came to the store, he tried his best to show his aesthetic taste. After carefully selecting it for a long time, he finally chose a fashionable lace dress that combines sweetness and elegance. Baiji, do you like it? It's pretty good. Zhang Baji was not thinking about her skirt, but looked around, with a trace of strangeness flashing in her eyes. Chen Xiaochun was overjoyed and said. Then you go and try it, buy it if it's right. Zhang Baji took it casually and came to the fitting room. The door opened in response to the sound, and a figure was already inside. It was Du Sheng. I've been waiting here for a long time. Zhang Baji smiled and closed the door, leaned her back against the door and angrily said to the man. Chen Xiaochun is waiting outside, what do you want to do? Du Sheng whispered 2 words in her ear, which made the latter coquettish and faintly anticipate and exciting. Then, let him wait outside. When Zhang Baji said this, she was a little worried. But the impact doesn't seem to be very good. Don't you want him to retreat? This is an opportunity. Zhang Baji sighed slightly reproachfully, and then showed off the skirt in her hand. I knew you would give me a problem. This is the skirt Chen Xiaochun specially selected for me. Du Sheng's eyes immediately lit up and he smiled. Yes, let Xiao Hunzi pay the bill and let him feel involved. Looking at this gentleness and considerate, I am afraid that everyone will be moved. Zhang Baji had long known a man's character. She gave him a blank look and changed into the skirt that Chen Xiaochun carefully selected. The light blue color is paired with a sweet temperament, and the layered lace sways a charming curve, which makes her skin look like snow and outlines her graceful figure. Especially those fair and charming legs, silent temptation bloomed under the hem of the skirt. Du Sheng's eyes lit up and he immediately gave her a thoughtful review. At the same time, Chen Xiaochun from the cashier outside was waiting anxiously. He had been wandering for half an hour, but Zhang Baji never showed up. He was eager to see Zhang Baji's style in that skirt. When I think of the beautiful scene, I feel endless excitement. While waiting, his heart was even more thrilling countless reverie. For example, Zhang Beizi was wearing the skirt he chose and dressed up carefully for him, and the two walked hand in hand in the streets and alleys. These pictures are filled with warmth and sweetness. Waiting is indeed anxiety-prone, but if you wait for happiness, Chen Xiaochun feels that all this is worth it. But this time of waiting for happiness seems to be too long. Even if you dress up carefully, it won't take so long, right? Chen Xiaochun finally couldn't sit still. She looked around from time to time and couldn't help but pace back and forth in the specialty store. He really wanted to go to the fitting room to take a look, but he was afraid of leaving Zhang Baji with an impression of impetuousness and impatience. What if this is a test? So, he had no choice but to hold back, and he was anxious and expectant. Time passed by more than 10 minutes. Chen Xiaochun's initial excitement, joy, and expectation gradually disappeared, replaced by anxiety and doubt. Ding bell. Chen Xiaochun looked up and found that he was so embarrassed that he was closing the curtains. It seems that I am preparing to get off work. I actually waited for more than half an hour. Chen Xiaochun could no longer sit still, so he stood up suddenly and decided to find out the situation. Sir, this is a women's fitting room, men are not allowed to enter. In front of the fitting room, a dress named Zhao Bi was on the verge of Bai Bangong. The clothes sold here are all female clothes, and the customers who come and go are either prominent ladies or famous ladies, all of whom are noble guests. If you do this indiscriminately, who will be responsible for the problem? Get out of the way. My friend went in and didn't leave for a long time. I suspect that your store was unreasonable, which caused her to fall and faint. Chen Xiaochun was furious and waved his hand to take the swearing bottle, intending to forcefully break in. Chapter 198 Bastard. This will happen again next time. Xiaochun, are you? At this moment, a soft call came from the fitting room. Chen Xiaochun looked up when he heard the sound, and saw Zhang Baji coming back slowly, looking at the chaotic scene in the store with confusion. The crowd gathered around, and the store was messy. How could Zhao Bin look at the clothes? Chen Xiaochun looked at all this and felt ashamed of shame in his heart. Why am I so anxious? What if you leave a bad impression? Regret poured in like a tide, making Chen Xiaochun stammer for a moment. Baiji, you haven't come out for so long, I'm worried about you. Chen Xiaochun looked a little unnatural when she saw the people around her. He also knew that his image this time would definitely be greatly reduced. Maybe there is still a test of oneself in it. I was feeling a little uncomfortable just now, so. Zhang Baji explained softly. Seeing that her face was tired and her voice was slightly hoarse, Chen Xiaochun couldn't help but worry. Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital for a look? Zhang Baji smiled and waved her hand, saying. It doesn't matter, maybe it's because I haven't had a break for too long, just go back and rest. Chen Xiaochun hesitated for a moment and asked carefully. Baiji, that skirt. He was quite disappointed because the other party did not wear his carefully selected skirt. Zhang Baji smiled gently and explained. The skirt seemed to have some flaws. I accidentally tore it apart and returned it to the merchant to see if it can be repaired. No. The newly bought skirt is rotten before I wear it. Chen Xiaochun was furious. It's so expensive but the quality is so poor, I must complain to them. A skirt sells for tens of thousands, which is comparable to robbing money. Forget it, today may be just an accident. Zhang Baji persuaded. I'll pay the money myself. How can you pay for it? I'll buy it again. Chen Xiaochun waved his hand and said boldly. Sustaining these sets are wrapped up. The packaging was quickly made. Seeing this, Zhang Baji smiled softly and walked out of the store. Just as she raised her legs and walked over the steps, she suddenly snorted lightly, and an unnatural blush flashed across her face. Baiji, what's wrong? Chen Xiaochun immediately asked with concern. It's okay, but I'm still feeling a little uncomfortable, just take a break. Zhang Baji shook her head slightly and stopped by the roadside. This bastard is almost removed. She was scolding with hatred and angry, and a crimson appeared on her delicate and stunning face. Chen Xiaochun didn't have much eyesight and asked happily. My car is nearby. Do you want to take you for a ride? As he spoke, he had some hope. Zhang Baji looked at his hungry look and knew very well what the other party was trying to make. Although I was a little bored, I still smiled and politely declined. Thank you, my friend said I'll pick you up later. Chen Xiaochun wants to say something else. It's so delicious. A black car drove past and happened to be crushed on the water underground. It was a coincidence that it all splashed on Chen Xiaochun, making him instantly become a chicken. At this moment, he has no demeanor at all. Zhang Baji had long recognized the car and knew that Du Sheng must have done it on purpose. She was smiling in her heart and had to pretend to be embarrassed and said, Sorry, my friend didn't mean it. After Du Sheng got off the car, he seemed to notice Chen Xiaochun's embarrassment and said in surprise. Hey! I'm so sorry, it's all my assistant who can't use Mazda for driving and didn't notice the water on the roadside. Chen Xiaochun saw the person clearly and felt like he was shocked. Because Zhang Baiji was already happily holding Du Sheng's arm in front of his suitor. Looking at her happy appearance, how could there be any physical discomfort? This is no longer a different treatment. It is the difference between humans and animals. Chen Xiaochun no longer had the intention to see the couple showing off their food, but he still maintained his demeanor and said to Zhang Baiji, Baiji, take a break early, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Zhang Baiji said casually, and saw Du Sheng open the car door for her, and sat in happily. Watching the vehicle go away, Chen Xiaochun wants to speak but stops, which is extremely complicated. Because he was holding a few bags of expensive clothes in his hand, he was destined to be bad. Seeing that there was no attention along the way, Du Sheng hugged the woman and smiled sly in her ear. There are no flaws. Zhang Baiji used her pink fist to hit him, and said unanimously, Bastard! I'll ignore you next time. Looking at the innocent bird's appearance, Du Sheng suddenly became angry again and whispered in her ear. This made Zhang Baiji look red, but she was slightly expectant. A week later, the crew of Infernal Affairs 2. Du Sheng's scenes have basically been filmed, and only the last scene is left. That is, Lu Jianming confessed to Mary, and his personality became cruel and distorted after being rejected. He told Ni Yongxiao, who had always held a grudge. Scene 83, Shot 9, Item 2, Asian. As the scene record hit the board, the live camera rustled. There were people coming and going in the airport. Du Sheng sat in a black car, staring at the entrance and exit with expressionless face. His eyes were complex and heavy, and his face was both expectant and unwilling. The next moment, he saw a familiar figure. She dragged her luggage and hurried towards the airport. Du Sheng took a deep breath, took out his cell phone and dialed Mary's number. This is the last time I am trying to stay. However, the phone ringing rang in Mary's bag, but she did not answer. Du Sheng smiled, but his eyes became cold and cruel. Then, I looked at a car next to me and crashed into the frightened Mary like a rampage. Bang! A loud bang broke through the noise of the airport. Mary's figure drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. Her luggage was scattered all over the ground, and blood flowed out of her body, dyeing the ground red. The final shot is frozen on Du Sheng's contradictory and regretful face. Click! Lu Wei shouted and said with relief. Congratulations to Ashen and Jialing for completing the filming. The crew will hold a simple filming banquet for them tonight. Remember to come. Everyone agreed. Although it is common to finish the food, you must not miss it if you have to eat it. Speaking of which, they still benefited from Du Sheng's glory. In normal times, there is no ending banquet for character filming, it is only possible for movie filming. A staff member of the crew was holding flowers and was originally going to greet Du Sheng, but was elegantly intercepted by Lu Jialing on the way. I'll give it to you. The staff smiled and handed the flowers to Lu Jialing. Du Sheng and Lu Wei were talking, and Lu Jialing handed the flowers to Du Sheng and said with a smile. Sheng, congratulations on the finalization. Du Sheng took the flowers, hugged Lu Jialing briefly, and said with a smile. Sister Ling, haven't you finished the filming too? Lu Jialing smiled slightly. That's not necessarily the case. I will be in the third part next. Du Sheng was stunned and said. That's right, Brother Le and I have indeed finished the filming. Their young version of Infernal Affairs 3 is only memorable shots, and they are directly cut, so there is no need to star in it. However, Lu Jialing, not only Han Liantengying and Liang Chaoei have rival roles. Since the next scene requires a lot of preparation time, Du Sheng decided to leave first. Night fell, and it was past 6 o'clock in the evening. Lu Wei's phone call came at the right time to inform Du Sheng of the venue of the final banquet tonight. The Huayao restaurant in Mongkok arrives on time at 7:30. After Du Sheng agreed, he got up to wash and asked Wang Yeyang to go to the restaurant together. Arriving at the restaurant, Du Sheng found that in addition to the crew, there were many reporters present. As soon as he stepped into the door, he was surrounded by reporters. Mr. Du, what are your expectations for the new film Infernal Affairs 2? Who do you think will have higher box offices in Infernal Affairs 2 or Infernal Affairs 3? Mr. Du, when will you participate in the K1 final? These reporters were invited by the crew to create topics for new dramas. After Lu Wei, Yu Wenel, and others arrived, they also cooperated with the media for interviews. As expected, most newspapers in Hong Kong will report tonight's finale and the news that Du Sheng will be going to Neon K1 to fight puppets. When the dinner was about to begin, a fresh and beautiful figure appeared at the door. Who else can it be if it is not Zhang Baji? Are you surprised? Hee. Zhang Baji sat down next to Du Sheng and blinked at him. But Du Sheng guessed something and glanced at the producer representative Huanya who was present. Surprisingly, he is a genius director Wang Jing. As the cups and chats at the wine table gradually became warmer, most of the actors came tonight. On the one hand, it is to celebrate Du Sheng's completion, and on the other hand, it is to explore the tone of Lu Wei and Wang Jing to see if they can make a role in their next drama. Therefore, the topics on the dining table are basically centered on Lu Wei and Wang Jing. But surprisingly, Lu Wei often pulled Du Sheng to talk, as if he had forgotten the noise around him. I have something to tell you. At this time, the chubby Wang Jing suddenly cleared his throat. It seems that it is preparing to announce important things. The conversation on the dining table immediately became smaller, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. In the second half of the year, we plan to prepare a costume comedy. If you have the right schedule, you can try it. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings started to laugh and shout. Wang Sir has spoken. Even if the schedule is not appropriate, we have to make time. As long as the two directors don't dislike each other, they can play it with a role. I won't say anything extra, I'll be in the wine. Although everyone responded, Wang Jing noticed that Du Sheng always smiled and never asked. This surprised him a little. Could it be that this kid is not interested in costume comedy? In the past, they didn't need to do anything extra. But this drama is co-production with the mainland, and Du Sheng's popularity is there. This requires some thoughts. Lu Wei saw Fatty Wang's doubts and looked at Du Sheng with a smile. Sheng, when will you participate in the K1 final? Although the Intercontinental Champion was decided there, the foreign players have not been completely confirmed. With the promotion and publicity, it is estimated that half a month later. Du Sheng has officially received the invitation notice, and the time is set in early July. In fact, the 5 intercontinental competitions held in Lighthouse, Europe, Neon, and other regions were decided last week. As expected, he was almost captured by Western boxers. If it weren't for the promotion qualification in the K1 local competition, Neon boxers would probably have lost their face. As the world's highest level standing skills fighting event, the finals have always been the top priority and are also the gold medal winning stage, and pre-match publicity is indispensable. It is said that by then there will be more than 100 media such as TV, newspapers, magazines, radio stations, etc. on site alone, and the specifications are indeed not comparable to those of Woolen. It is necessary to promote half a month in advance. Chapter 199 Someone came to rob it. Then you have plenty of time. Lu Wei said actively. What are your plans next? I guess I will invest in a TV series in the second half of the year, but the copyright has not been settled yet, it depends on the situation. Du Sheng talked about Legend of Sword and Fairy. Although someone has been sent to contact the game party in Bay City, there is no feedback yet. Seeing that he was not talking about the new movie, Lu Wei raised his eyebrows at Fatty Wang. Wang Jing pondered for a while, looked at Du Sheng and said. Baj mentioned to you the movie we are about to prepare before. When Du Sheng saw the woman, he couldn't help but look over and said with a smile. I mentioned that I have decided that she has played the heroine. Are you both Wang Sir and Lu Sir involved? Haha, we'll just have a name, but Baiji is sure. Lu Wei knew that Zhang Baji had already told the other party about the situation, so he simply explained it to him. Huazi is holding a national tour, and we will have to film Infernal Affairs 3 next, and it has been made clear that we can't take time. So, it depends on you now. What they said is naturally The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat, co-produced with the mainland by Huanya Company and Oriental Star Entertainment Investment. Du Sheng had already received the script and knew that many old acquaintances at the scene had participated. For example, Zhuang Wenqiang continues to be a screenwriter. Lu Wei won't talk about it. He has to produce the late stage of Infernal Affairs 2 and also film the third part, so he only has to be the name of the producer. The director is Chen Jiasheng, who was once the director of Tianmu Company, and his representative works include Falling in School, Suqier, The Hero of the Jingguyu, The Bodyguard of Zhongziu and so on. However, he is most famous for teaching two great directors, Chen Mushan and Lin Chaoxian. In fact, Du Sheng knew that it was not necessary to translate the script. This movie was based on the well-known 7 Heroes and 5 Righteousnesses, and mainly revolved around the grudges and hatred between the Yu-Cat Zhan Zhao and the Broken Mouse Bai Yutang. Well, Bai Yutang was changed to a female starring Zhang Beizi. Du Sheng was not surprised by this, after all, the producer was Wang Jing. This guy has a criminal record of changing his role. The most famous one is Dongfang Booby, played by Lin Ixia. The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat is a comedy after all, and this comedy master is indispensable. But the changes are really big. Is Wang Jing so sure that mainland audiences will accept such a big magical change? I have to say that he is really right. When it was released in previous lives, the film had good box office and reputation. Du Sheng pondered for a moment, and seemed to look at Lu Wei with some point. Does there be many supporting actresses who play opposite Zhang Zhao? Yue Hua, do you have many scenes? Not much. Lu Wei reacted instantly and said. But this character has been promised to Hui, and it's not sure if there are any changes. Zhang Baji blinked, knowing that Du Sheng mostly wants to ask studio artists for audition roles. This is very common in the industry. She has no words. Is Hui so? That's pretty good. Surprisingly, Du Sheng just smiled and didn't mention anything. This movie is not bad in all aspects, and the other parties' distribution channels can also radiate to Nanyang. This means that the appreciation rate of popularity and reputation will also be greatly enhanced. In fact, as early as last night, Du Sheng agreed to Zhang Baji's proposal to play together. It's just that we must maximize our interests, and we can strive for a little bit. Although he didn't say anything, Lu Wei was concerned about it. Moreover, considering the increasingly popular reputation of this man in the future and his long-term cooperation, he took the initiative to ask a few more questions. Wang Jing laughed. Since they are all from Hui, they are all from the OU, and their popularity is not much different. Who would have played it? Wouldn't it be like that? Everyone complained in their hearts that the difference was huge. It's like the difference between a sister-in-law and a sister-in-law. However, Wang Jing's words were almost set. Du Sheng did not mention these again, but raised his glass and stood up, and said with a smile. I have the honor to play Lu Jianming this time, and I have not thanked you for your support and help. Not to mention the many, I wish the Infernal Affairs trilogy will be prosperous all the way and the box office will be a hit. Lu Wei, Wang Jing, Zhuang Wenqiang, and others laughed and raised their glasses one after another. People from several tables nearby also raised their glasses, but they looked at Du Sheng with envy. The fate of people is really different. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng was poured more than a dozen cups by everyone. The alcohol tolerance of this group of people is amazing. Especially Lu Wei, the alcohol tolerance is astonishing. After the dinner, most of the men at this table were staggering. Even Zhuang Wenqiang, who is a scholarly habit, seems to be drunk. Du Sheng shook his head, actually trying to get himself drunk? This group of people is still too young. Despite this, he was also a little dizzy. After leaving the hotel, they got into the car with Zhang Baji one after another. This girl seemed to still remember what happened during the meal, and she said with a smile. You bastard, you don't forget to think about others in Xiangzhang. Du Sheng knew that she was talking about the second female supporting role being Fan Ou, so he let the woman's hands make trouble at her waist and said with a smile. Yue Hua is Zhang Zhao's sweetheart in the play. No matter who he changes, he is destined to compete with Bai Yutang, you. Instead of letting an irrelevant fine work come in, it is better to change the one who knows the truth, right? In the play, Princess Yue Hua is the sister of the emperor and the king of Xiangyang, and she had a marriage with Zhang Zhao. For the sake of her sweetheart, it is inevitable that she and Bai Yutang have a big fight. Fine work. Zhang Baji didn't seem to hear Du Sheng changing the subject, or even if she heard her, she would not take the initiative to retreat. After all, a man's great abilities and fame are visible, and his career is booming. Which woman would give in to him so generously? The most important thing is that after eating the marrow, the deeper the sinking becomes, and she has long been reluctant to let it go. Now that I heard some secret inside information, I couldn't help but say curiously. Is there any secret that you proposed to replace that Li Ou? While speaking, she took out the prepared anti-alcohol medicine. This has to mention the man behind Li Ou and her friendship with the king of Big and Small. When Du Sheng saw that a woman was in a gossip, he simply explained a few words. Maybe she is right, but the title of Huai underground boss is a bit mysterious. Zhang Baji was stunned after hearing this. Only then did I realize that the last time Du Sheng was slandered as a patentman descendant and that behind the quagmire, it was possible that Xiao Wang was secretly helping him. As for Liu Yu, the relationship behind it is too chaotic. He is not only the lover of a real estate tycoon, but also has a scandal with a well-known male star. He is still an underground boss lady now. However, Zhang Baji understood one thing, that is, Liu Yu and the big and small kings were closely related. In this way, it is indeed not suitable to play the role of love with your own men. The most important thing is that Liu Yu has a rich love history and still likes young actors. She was worried that Du Sheng would not be able to control her and was left. Even if I haven't been taken away, is there another opponent invisibly? In this way, let Fan Ou come in and reduce competitors? Zhang Baji had a headache. She couldn't vent her anger tonight, otherwise she wouldn't be able to live this life. Du Sheng didn't know that this girl was actually a logical genius, so she went to be stubborn by herself. However, as long as the two women are not in a bad mood when they meet, they can even join forces to ravage themselves. There are several special skills, and the subtle effect of keeping one's heart-to-heart relationship is not a big deal. It is still unknown who can win. When I think of the opportunity to complete the double kill honor, he was actually a little expectant. Unfortunately, Zhang Baji still overestimates herself. I don't understand what a pillar is. I don't know what the immortal king is. He carried the girl who had stopped onto the sofa. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Du Sheng feels that a woman is in a better state. Even the originally slightly large-scale one has now been promoted. Du Sheng couldn't help but feel a little relieved. This was something he had brought up. He couldn't help but think of his cousin. Thinking about whether education should be started from childhood. The next day, Zhang Baji was reluctant to send the man out. Didn't you mean I'll go back tomorrow? Why did you suddenly change your mind? As for the little resentment last night, I don't know if I figured it out that I really couldn't control it, but I disappeared after venting it. Now it's hard to let go. There is no way, someone comes to grab the copyright, I have to go over and see the situation. Du Sheng patted her shoulders and said with a smile. Didn't you say the mouse falls in love with the cat is officially planned in early June? It will take at least more than a month to shoot, and when you are tired of it. This film was filmed in the mainland, so he didn't run away from him. Zhang Baji thought about it and her graceful eyes were full of smiles. I don't have many scenes in Rhapsody. Try to let the director coordinate the filming and fly over to meet you as soon as possible. Speaking of this, she was concerned. Copyright issue, do you want me to ask Chi Ma for help? Du Sheng thought for a while, shook his head and smiled. Not used for the time being, I'll talk about it if I need it. What is involved this time is the copyright adaptation of the game Legend of Sword and Fairy. The game is produced by Bay City and is currently under the responsibility of Motoruan Seeing Technology. Although Sword of Fairy is a standalone game, its sales are very popular and it firmly sits at the top of the top 3 domestic players. As for the competitor, it is Tang Ren Company, which has become famous in the circle. Since Du Sheng obtained the script, he has been trying to contact the person in charge of Ruan Seeing Technology, but the other party has not let it go. Now it seems that it should be because of the intervention of Tang Ren, the competitor. In his previous life, this drama was indeed launched by Tang Ren. But Du Sheng even had a script, so he would never be able to withdraw willingly. So we can only rely on our own methods. If you can't do it, remember to call me. Since Zhang Baji still had to film, she could only say goodbye to Du Shenji and said, if it really doesn't work, I'll ask someone to help you contact Diwu Company in Wancheng. She is obviously becoming more and more concerned about a man's career. In the future, competition will be the weight. Don't worry, I'm a little sure. Du Sheng smiled and hugged her, waved his hand and got into the car. Bai Yutang has many fighting scenes, so you should be familiar with the script first to avoid delaying progress. Humph, don't be so pretty, I don't believe you can keep suppressing me. Zhang Baji gave the man a blank look, and she was overwhelmed by the past 2 nights. However, after this interruption, her reluctance finally dissipated a lot, and she also urged her to get off the RV at the urging of her agent. Chapter 200 Weird Skills. As soon as he got into the car, a familiar reminder sound came from Du Sheng's ears. The filming of Infernal Affairs 2 has been detected, will the lottery be settled? Actually, it popped up last night. He originally wanted to wait until the finale banquet was over before smoking, but he forgot about this. However, the draw time limit is relatively long, and it will be fine tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Du Sheng pondered for a moment and directly took the opportunity to draw. Although Lu Jianming is not the absolute protagonist in this movie, he has rich experience and has been promoted to senior inspector in CIB. Later, the superiors suspected that there was an insider in the office because he had a clean foundation and solved many cases in CIB, so he was transferred to the Criminal Information Department to investigate the insider. In other words, there are many police skills in various types. In addition, with the support of LV4's acting skills, the settlement evaluation is not bad. Sure enough, as the thought fell, the lottery interface was filled with purple, blue and green. The settlement is completed, the performance rating of Infernal Affairs 2 is excellent. The annual lottery draws are 1/8. Will lottery draws be conducted? Raffle lottery. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and the blue and green intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bulletproof vest, for police. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the anti-reconnaissance ability, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script of New World. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the M10 HB revolver. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pack of M fans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yin and Yang transposition, blue, skill. Congratulations to the host for receiving HK $50,000. Although there is no purple, the overall quality is good. Du Sheng swept around and nodded slightly. After so many lottery draws, he felt that there should be a hidden luck component in it. For example, if you need a bowl of water to serve it equally, the chances of purple will be reduced in the last time the Legend of the Condor Heroes will be reduced. With this police bulletproof vest, you can respond safely if you encounter emergencies in Xiangjiang in the future. As we all know, 90% of the goods sold on the market are fake, because real goods are not allowed to be sold. Those fakes are at most puncture-proof, which can only protect against daggers and other types. And the one in front of you is different. It is perfectly equipped with a senior inspector, and it is not a big problem to resist ordinary pistols. Anti-scoring skills? A must-have for spies. Du Sheng's eyes swept down, and his face suddenly became strange. Anti-reconnaissance capability LV1/blue, 100/1000. Proficient in counter-monitoring and surveillance, hidden whereabouts, simple disguise, anti-tracking and other abilities. When he thought that Lu Jianming was a member of the society, he was relieved. After all, for this sensitive identity, the first thing to do is not to collect intelligence, but to hide yourself and master anti-reconnaissance. This thing actually has an effect on Du Sheng. For example, after becoming famous, you will definitely be bound to be squatted and even got hit by a gangster to cause trouble. If you master this skill proficiently, you can reduce many unnecessary troubles. Especially when you go abroad to play games in the future, it may be possible to avoid life threats. The script of New World. Du Sheng was no longer surprised to draw out all kinds of strange things. Last time, Kung Fu was drawn out the Grandmaster with a contemporary background, which shows that it is related. Is it the version from the country of kimchi? He suddenly remembered that in addition to being remade by Hollywood, Infernal Affairs seemed to have also tinkered with a version of Infernal Affairs. But the director beat him to death and refused to admit reference or plagiarism. Here I will give it a real secret. It has to be said that the influence of Infernal Affairs is indeed amazing. After being broadcast in Kimchi country, New World not only entered the top 10 in the total box office, but also swept many awards and made a lot of money. Du Sheng was so at ease that he had the chance to get it in the country of Kimchi after it was filmed. See how they copied it. Is this the pistol that Cheng Long often uses in the police story series? Du Sheng looked at his eyes and nodded slightly. Speaking of which, the M10HB revolver is currently the largest and most widely used military disciplines in the Xiangjiang Discipline Force. Different from the old M7 rotor, this pistol uses a 4-inch heavy barrel and plastic grip, which effectively improves accuracy. Moreover, this gun is equipped with 12 rounds of bullets, 6 rounds are loaded in the gun and 6 rounds are loaded on the magazine. This thing will definitely be used in the future, so the more it will be better. HK $50,000, M fans a pack. There is nothing to say about the former, there are many draws in each lottery. This is the latter. Du Sheng thought of someone who was still detained and not allowed to be released on bail, and he happily put it away. In the future, let's see which one is not good at looking, and he doesn't mind giving him a fortune. Hey! This skill is interesting. Du Sheng stopped his eyes on the last skill and couldn't help but exclaim. Did it mutate like those special skills that were drawn out? This idiom comes from 9 chapters of The River by Chu Yuan of the Warring States period. Yin and Yang change their positions, and the time is not appropriate. According to the literal meaning, characters with completely different positions should be interchanging their positions. It is easy to understand in movies, most of which refers to the inverted life of Lu Jianming and Chen Yongren in the Abyssal Hell. But now, the skill effect has completely changed. Yin and Yang translocation LV1/blue, 100/1000. Through the joint practice of both men and women, mutual assistance can be achieved and mutual transformation and supplementation of yin and yang can be achieved. For example, you can adjust the bone and muscle structure, improve the body shape, and shape the perfect body proportions. Moreover, as the skill level increases, in addition to the gradual increase in repairability, it can also eliminate congenital physical defects. The most important thing is that it can act on the other party. Outrageous! It's so outrageous! The first thing Du Sheng thought of was that after practicing with women, he would subtly nourish the other person's skin, beautify, shape the body, and eliminate congenital physical defects. For example, Jia Swen always felt that her height was a defect, which could help her to gradually increase her practice. Fan Ou felt that her hip shape was not upright enough and she basically wore dresses when attending public places. Zhang Baji thought her voice was a bit hoarse, and once her voice was raised, she gave people a fierce feeling. My cousin has always despised her little steamed bun, cough cough. Even when you smile, your gums will appear, so you always smile in public places and dare not laugh too presumptuously. In addition, Gao Yuan was upset that she had no talent in acting, Lu Tao despised herself for not being white enough, Yang Mi felt that her little finger was short, and Lu Shishi complained that she was not responding very slowly enough. Is this just blue? Something is wrong. Du Sheng couldn't understand. He thought about it carefully again and finally got a little confused. When yin and yang are transferred, the transferer may have to pay a slight price. For example, internal strength, essence, energy, etc. will temporarily lose part. But these can be restored through eating and nourishing, practicing, etc., and the time is not long and the problem is not big. Du Sheng pondered for a moment, and directly spent 1000 reputation value to increase it to LV2 first. If it weren't for the fact that he hadn't accumulated much and hadn't reached the maximum level, he would have to fill it up first. This lottery is worth it. Du Sheng calmed down and boarded the plane. As long as you continue to maintain and draw as many special skills as possible, the future will be promising. Even if you become a little Superman in a few years, it is not impossible. Cantonese, near Southern TV. After Du Sheng left Xiangzhong, he did not return to the store. Instead, he took Wang Yeyang to Guangzhou and booked a private room for a medium and high-end restaurant. Not long ago, Yezi called him and said that Ruanxing Technologies people were in contact with the person in charge of Southern TV. According to the information she found out, it has some connection with the copyright adaptation. Du Sheng then realized that before Tang Ren purchased the copyright, the person in charge of The Legend of Sword had already joined Southern TV to discuss the adaptation. I just don't know why, and the negotiation has not yet been reached. Since he has intercepted the news, of course he cannot miss it. It just so happened that the people from Ruanxing Technology had not left yet, so they flew over from Xiangzhong and made an appointment in person. Wang Yaoyang opened the door of the box and asked a little uneasy. Although our studio has invested in 2 dramas, it does not have any substantial resources. Can we really negotiate a cooperation? Before, he followed Du Sheng's arrangements and tried to contact Ruanxing Technology many times. He even went to Moda once in person, but he couldn't talk about anything. That's because you underestimated our studio. Du Sheng was calm and smiled faintly. Not mentioning Yesi's strong backing, we are back with Zhongyao film industry, and we can gather a professional team at any time. Moreover, the success of the first 2 movies is visible, so it is not difficult to distribute resources. Besides, this time it is just a preliminary contact. It is best to be able to reach a negotiation, but there is no need to be discouraged if it cannot. He has not yet mentioned his own influence and popularity, these are hidden resources. The person in charge of Ruanxing Technology, who was hitting a wall, agreed to meet in a hurry, which actually explains some things. At 12 noon, 2 middle-aged men in suits were taken into the private room by the waiter. The man who came in first was about 36 or 37 years old. He looked elegant and steady. His hair was fixed with glue, which made him look a little fashionable. The man behind him was wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with heavy bags in his eyes, and was dressed as a technician. Du Sheng stood up with a smile and said, "Mr. Yao, I have heard of the famous name for a long time, and I finally have the honor to meet you today. Speaking of which, I have always had a special liking for your company's Fairy Sword series and Monopoly games, and I will never get tired of playing it." While speaking, he looked at the middle-aged man who was one step behind and kept greetings. "This should be Director Zhang, right? When will Xuanyuan sword be released? You can't put pigeons anymore." The ones who came were Yao Zhuangxian, General Manager of Ruanxing Technology, who was known as the godfather of the standalone game industry, and Zhang Xiaoquan, Game Production and Director of Ruanxing Technology. "Mr. Du is too proud, you are young and promising." The 2 knew that Du Sheng had investigated them and smiled and were polite. After a brief greeting, the few of them took their seats, and Du Sheng and Yao Zhuangxian sat in the main seat inside. Wang Yeyang, sitting in a corner, was very sensible and signaled Zhao Ben to start serving the wine. Du Sheng was not in a hurry to talk about the serious business, but instead used gamer visual to talk about interesting news in the industry with Yao Zhuangxian, and even talked about the dynamics of the game industry. After 3 rounds of drinking and the atmosphere became more lively, he quietly got to the point. "Mr. Yao, I wonder what you think about the cooperation and adaptation." Chapter 201 A Heavy Punch. But unexpectedly, Yao Zhuangxian had a straightforward personality and said straight to the point. "Mr. Du, thank you for your favor for the Fairy Sword game. You have contacted us many times before and expressed your intention to purchase the film and television adaptation rights of Xianjian game. We attach great importance to this and conducted some investigations, but the specific details are not very clear. Can you please introduce the situation of Miracle Studio, as well as the specific shooting plans and arrangements for subsequent filming after obtaining the right to adapt the film and television?" Miracle Studio was only established this year and its scale is relatively limited, which is why he has never agreed. Du Sheng knew this well and remained calm. Mr. Yao came to Guangzhou for negotiations this time, and he should have inquired about the deeds of the Ye family. In fact, my agent Yezi is a child of the Ye family, and she is also an important partner of Miracle Studio. Our studio has indeed been established not long ago, but its advantages are very obvious. First of all, we have the connections and channels of Cantonese TV, which is something you cannot seek cooperation. Secondly, you should know the influence of the Ye family in Canton. Whether it is Celestial Dragon or Goddess Dragon, the resources to broadcast in Canton are unique. Again, our studio has rich experience and outstanding achievements in film and television production, and each work has received a good response. If the Fairy Sword is adapted into a TV series by us, I believe the ratings will not be inferior to Goddess Dragon and Celestial Dragon. Finally, in addition to our studio, who do you think is interested in game adaptation? He never loses behind others when bragging and whining. Although some of the exaggerated elements are basically true. Yao Zhuangxian also knew this and fell silent. Although the Sword of Fairy game is popular, the single-player game has little influence on the overall situation. This year it has been released for the 8th year and no copyright-related development has been found so far. Although Tang Ren's company came to the door some time ago, the other party heard that the game involved a large number of special effects and virtual scenes, and the investment and production cost 50 million yuan, and then there was nothing. For Du Sheng, except for the slightly worse studio size, there are indeed many other advantages. Not long ago, Yao Zhuangxian sent someone to investigate this studio that took the initiative to come to seek adaptation cooperation. It basically matches what the other party said just now, which is something that Tang Ren's company does not have at all. In addition, Du Sheng's popularity is there, and if he plays himself, the advantage will be even more obvious. Seeing Yao Zhuangxian silent, Du Sheng smiled in his heart and explained further. If I guess correctly, the reason why you can't reach an agreement with Southern TV is probably related to production funds. This money probably involves tens of millions, and it cannot be easily obtained. And the reason why Yuruan Seeing Technology has always wanted to develop TV copyrights is to take the influence of the Fairy Sword series to a higher level. Zhang Xiaoquan, who was a technical worker, did not hide it and silently nodding silently. The investment in special effects and virtual scenes alone is conservatively estimated to cost more than 15 million. As for more, he did not explain in detail, so as not to scare the other party away. The person in front of me should be interested in cooperation, not like most liars who come to fight Kai Yufeng. Du Sheng knew this well, that the investment in this drama in his previous life was at least several times higher than that of the TV series of the same period. The statements that broke out online are 60 million, one is 80 million, and the other is 130 million. No matter which number it is, it can be regarded as an astronomical number. In addition, the filming cycle of this drama is also very long, taking less than 16 months, which invisibly increases the production cost. Since Du Sheng dared to take over, of course he had confidence. We have reached a preliminary cooperation intention with Zhongai AO Film and a TV station in Guangzhou. If you include your company's funds, investment will not be a problem. In addition, our studio has another major advantage, that is, the project starts quickly. I can guarantee to you both that as long as the copyright is authorized to us, the shooting will be started before October this year. If everything goes well, this drama will be able to meet you in the middle of next year. At that time, your new game Legend of Sword and Fairy 3 will also be launched, and you can further increase your sales by taking advantage of the popular TV series. Hearing this, Yao Zhuangxian's heart was already shaken. But the other party just said that there was not much substantial action, and he was still a little doubtful. Aware of Yao Zhuangxian's hesitation, Du Sheng decisively showed his last trump card. Let's do this. For further implementation, we can sign a conditional contract. For example, setting a bottom line for investment amount, I personally play the male lead, and broadcast ratings, etc. If Miracle Studio fails to meet the conditions agreed in the contract, the copyright sale contract will automatically expire. Yao Zhuangxian and Zhang Xiaoquan looked at each other and could see the surprise in each other's eyes. Is this person so confident in the adaptation? The investment and production of the entire drama are quite expensive, not to mention the time issue that is spent before and after. In addition, to put it bluntly, there is currently no precedent for game adaptation. Once this drama is lost, the popularity of Du Sheng will be unprecedented. I can only say that this courage is really commendable. For Miracle Studio, the worst result is only 2 or 3 months of delay. Seeing that they were finally moved, Du Sheng struck while the iron was hot. For Ruan-Seeing Technology, copyright is also left. Do you really have to wait a few more years? This proposal was extremely beneficial to Ruan-Seeing Technology, and Yao Zhuangxian finally couldn't sit still. He discussed several key issues in detail with Du Sheng. For example, shooting date, cooperative investment, director and casting, etc. Du Sheng's answer made him quite satisfied, so he initially implemented the copyright transaction. The negotiations come to an end, and the next step is naturally to eat and drink. Du Sheng knew that Yao Zhuangxian and Zhang Xiaoquan were not good at socializing, so he did not overindulge in drinking. Besides, a contract has to be signed next. In the afternoon of the same day, the two parties reunited with their lawyers and officially signed a copyright transaction contract. The contract clearly stipulates that Miracle Studio acquires the right to adapt the film and television of Legend of Sword and Fairy for 600,000 yuan. The contract is attached with both parties. First, the total investment amount of the TV series Sword of Fairy 1 is not less than 40 million, Ruan-Seeing invested 15 million, and the rest were collected by Miracle Studio and the joint venture. Second, the TV series Sword of Fairy 1 must be filmed this year. Third, the producer of Sword of Immortality 1 must be Yezi and Du Sheng is the starring actor. Fourth, Ruan-Seeing and Miracle Studio are named producers and have the right to provide guidance and suggestions on the shooting. It is worth mentioning that this conditional contract will take effect immediately after Miracle Studio pays the deposit. Yao Zhuangxian did not care too much about the adaptation fee of 600,000 yuan. After all, even 15 million were paid out, what they care about is how to further expand the popularity of Sword of Fairy. This is the key point to laying the foundation for subsequent online game listing and promotion. After signing the contract, both parties were at home and happily ended. After leaving the door, Du Sheng felt relieved. Let's see the negotiations with Zhejiang TV tonight. If everything goes well, it will be powered on in July. With the detailed storyboard scripts he obtained plus his own abilities, he said that he would be released in the middle of next year, which is really not a random bragging. As for the revision fee, Du Sheng reported it casually, and Yao Zhuangxian didn't care, so only one thing was left. After getting into the car, Wang Yeyang, who was looking through the contract, still felt a little unreal. Brother Sheng, it is indeed gratifying to win the Sword of Immortality with such a low revision fee. But we have to invest at least 25 million in the production cost agreed here. Where can we do this? In today's era, the production cost of single episodes of TV series is basically around 200,000 yuan. Even if it is well produced, the investment in the entire TV series is only about tens of millions. Like Zhang's hit song invested in Tianlong, only a few people spent tens of millions to build a film and television base to make money. What's more, Miracle Studios' account is only a few million at most, so it's impossible to generate 25 million. Don't worry, I won't joke about my reputation. Du Sheng smiled calmly. Although it was not explained in detail, Wang Yeyang could hear the confidence in it. What he didn't understand was, what was the confidence? In fact, 25 million sounds like a lot, but not much is shared. Last time Zhongshen came to the crew of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Du Sheng took out the script and discussed it with the rich woman. The other party said that he recently returned another payment and reserved part of it for the later release of Against the Cold Plus promotion. He can indeed invest in a drama in the second half of the year. After learning about the follow-up intentions of Du Sheng, a partner with a prosperous fortune, she did have some ideas. After all, the several dramas that both parties have worked together have made money, and The Legend of the Condor Heroes is also a big hit that can be seen with the naked eye. It would be strange if you can't be moved. Especially after hearing that Miracle Studio planned to invest more than 10 million yuan in this regard, Zhong Zhen had long carefully collected information about the Sword of Fairy. Finally, I gave an answer, and I expected that I could take out the same amount of funds to invest in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. It is easy to make friends with rich women, but there is only 7 million in advance. In addition, Yazi saw that The Legend of the Condor Heroes had a big trend, and she also wanted to continue after she tasted the sweetness. It is not difficult for her to invest 2 or 3 million. Moreover, with this golden sign, Zhejiang TV, which received the bonus of Goddess Dragon last time, is also interested in entering the game. In the 1980s and 1990s, TV stations always followed the model of investing in and producing their own playback. Nowadays, due to the emergence of advertising sponsors and funders, although the self-investment and self-casting model has changed, TV stations, as the main investor, are still the mainstream. As long as Zhejiang TV is optimistic about this drama and invests 700,000 to be the premiere, the integrated funding channels will basically be fully integrated. Yesi is on the way, and there is a high probability that this will happen. Even if it doesn't work, 30 to 40 million is almost enough. The reason why the version of Sword of the Immortal won in the previous life was that in addition to the long shooting cycle, the excessive squandering of the big names was also a problem. If Du Sheng was in charge himself, this would definitely be a big expense left. At least, a 16-month shooting cycle is no problem to shorten several times. As for whether it will lose money, this possibility is not even 100%. After all, the two starring actors who had no acting experience in their previous lives and didn't even know the camera and camera position can create classics. What's more, the lineup is now fully upgraded. If Du Sheng directed it himself, he could replicate some of the classics in his memory. The reason why there is still a 10% chance of failure. Then we have to mention the power of the river crab beast. This problem occurred in my previous life Sword of Immortal 1. Before the filming started, it was banned. According to time calculation, it should be mid-next year. A notice will be issued on the prohibition of broadcasting of computer and online game programs. This news was like a heavy punch, which made the crew of Sword of Immortality 1 instantly confused. In order to pass the review, they had to rectify and modify it overnight, which led to many places not being able to meet it. But even so, the drama still did not pass the right to go to the satellite channel and could not be broadcast on the satellite channel. It could only be broadcast on local stations. The magical thing is that it actually created an average viewership rate of up to 11.3% on the local station. What is this concept? How much popularity and reputation can it bring? Just compare Zhang's hit songs Tianlong with an average rating of 5%. This is also the purpose of Du Sheng taking over the adaptation rights at all costs. And in order to avoid risks, we agreed to make it as soon as possible and broadcast it on the air before the river crab beast descended. Chapter 202 Fighting for Beauty. Thanks to JLY69, rewards for Yayun Bulletin. Calculate the time, there are still recent years before issuing the ban notice. If everything goes well, the time is definitely more than enough. I am afraid that river crabs and beasts will arrive early, so I must implement and prepare as soon as possible. It is worth mentioning that Zhejiang platform is the star platform, and cooperation with it is also one of the factors that resist risks. That night, Yezi rushed to Guangzhou in her busy schedule and took Du Sheng to Baiyun Hotel. This hotel is not far from the broadcasting department and Canton TV station. Usually, the reception of the 3 TV stations is often chosen here. Du Sheng booked a private room on the second floor of the hotel. After all, Ruan Xing Technology will invest 15 million, and Yao Zhuangxian and Zhang Xiaoquan are also here to join in the fun out of caution. The agreed meeting time is 7 p.m. It was still early at this moment, and a few people sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby, chatting and passing the time. Yao Zhuangxian learned that the elegant and beautiful girl next to Du Sheng was a partner of the Ye family. The other party also made an appointment with the TV director tonight, and he became more and more anxious. If they had this connection before, why would they have encountered obstacles everywhere? When the time gradually approached 7 o'clock, the TV station staff arrived as promised. Similar to Du Sheng's side, they are 5 of them. Walking in front is a slightly slim man with a clear contour and sharp and powerful eyes. His hair was carefully cared for, and each piece was combed neatly, revealing an aura that cannot be ignored. Du Sheng is not unfamiliar with this momentum. He also met several nobles in his previous life, and his temperament was quite similar to this one. This is a unique temperament cultivated by holding an important position in a certain unit for a long time. Du Sheng took a look at the other person's appearance and instantly guessed his identity. Ye Xiniang, director of the Canton Broadcasting Office. Uncle Yang is here, please sit down. Sure enough, Ye Zi smiled and stood up to look welcome. The kind and unpolite reception can be understood at a glance. After a few greetings, she introduced Du Sheng, Yao Zhuangxian, and others without leaving any trace. Ye Xiniang is indeed in an extraordinary relationship with Ye Zizi, because he is the latter's cousin. Ye Xiniang looked at Du Sheng thoughtfully, and then introduced the 2 people around him. One is named Zhao Yaming, who is the producer of Zhejiang TV. The other one is Chen Yamei, who is the deputy director of the TV station. They are all heavyweights. When Ye Si saw these 2 people, she winked at Du Sheng. Du Sheng nodded slightly, knowing that if nothing unexpected happened tonight, it would probably be possible, so he would watch and cooperate. In other words, the broadcasting offices of each government have the right to be compared to the life and death of the TV station. Yes, she even invited someone like this. What else is there to be confused about? No surprises, the agreement was basically completed. Zhejiang TV invested 8 million yuan and enjoyed the premiere of Sword of Fairy 1. In addition, it also enjoys the sharing of advertising revenue, copyright sales, CD sales, and leasing, derivative product sales, etc. The proportion they earn is the price that Du Sheng and Ruan Xing Technology need to pay. Although the other party asked for a slightly higher price, it was still worth it overall. During this period, Ye Xiniang joked at Ye Sizi. Xiao Yizi, I haven't seen you bring the man back. This time it's really rare. Although it was a joke, Ye Si also surprisingly did not refute it, but Zhao Yaming and Chen Yamei were both talented people, so how could they not know what this means? So they added another sentence: if the ratings of Sword Immortal 1 reach 5%, they will actively contact other stations to purchase second and third broadcasts. This promotion and broadcasting are exactly what Ruan Xing Technology wants. Yao Zhuangxian also accepted it with greater efforts for this. What Du Sheng values is not only the drama that can bring rich money and profits, but also the surge in popularity plus reputation. If Guangzhou helps with distribution and publicity, the effect will be really great. And some expenses can be reduced in the later stage. Because Zhejiang TV promised to use their equipment. In order to prepare as soon as possible, the other party will send a director plus producer to the scene. Neither Du Sheng nor Yao Zhuangxian had any objection to this. After all, this is a matter of course, and they will also have relevant personnel to cooperate. This dinner has officially confirmed the cooperation hub, and the project will be launched next. After the review is approved, it is about preparations, forming a shooting team, selecting actors, and shooting locations, etc. The above time will take at least 1 month, and the slower one will take 2 months. During this period, Du Sheng had enough time to finish filming The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat and even had the time to deal with the release of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In terms of investment, it was initially determined to be Miracle 7 plus 3 million plus Honggaiao 7 million plus Ruansing 15 million plus Zhejiang TV 8 million. The remittance accounts are divided into 3 times. If you can't spend so much, you will reduce them according to the proportion. As for the director, there are more candidates for each recommendation. First of all, Ruansing, who has invested heavily, recommends Luo Ting, who has directed Journey to the East, The Smiling and Proud Wanderer and Lu Xiaofeng. Du Sheng had no objection to this. Because this person was the director of works such as Sword Immortal 1, Sword Immortal 3, Flying Immortal from the Sky, Xuan Yuan Sword, and Ant Sword Chi Tan in his previous life. With him here, this drama can be more secure. As for Miracle Studio, Du Sheng is naturally the first to be recommended. He has long proved his ability, and even Zhou Xingqi asked him to be an action director, but everyone had no objection. The TV station recommends that they cooperate with Liang Shifu. This man has directed works such as I Have a Date with a Zombie 2, The Legend of Jai Gong, Xiao Xialang, and Young King. He is also a great man. Everyone also agrees. Although Zhongzhen was not present at the end of Honggaiao film, he mentioned when contacting him by phone that he could consider letting Li Dachao come. Du Sheng knew that this was the new director who joins Honggaiao, and it was not easy. This year, he was nominated for the 40th Golden Horse Awards Best New Director Award for the movie Black and White Forest. At this point, there are 4 directors alone, which shows the importance given by all parties. As for the list of leading actors, Du Sheng is locked, and the rest depends on whether all parties want to recommend it. Even if their own company has no artists, they can exchange resources with other companies. As for external screening, unless you really can't find a suitable candidate, how can you give up such a great value? The details depend on the formal preparations, and the plan is not so far away. However, as a producer-deducer, Du Sheng also has the right to recommend. My cousin definitely can't escape. After all, I had agreed to work with her in the second half of the year. This drama in her previous life was her representative work. It is extremely fairy-like and in line with the setting, and there is no reason not to choose. For other candidates, it depends on the follow-up. If Fan Ou, Jia Suen, Gao Yuan, Lu Tao and others have no schedule at that time, Du Sheng will arrange the signing candidates for Yang Mi, Lu Shishi and others. As the value of capitalist plus producer plus director plus adapted script plus starring, it is still okay to have 1 or 2 roles. Since Kung Fu has not been finished, some action scenes are about to end, Du Sheng took a bus to Motu that night. Fortunately, my adoptive father has the help of his seniority, and it only took 2 days after he came back. Supplement and improve the fighting scenes of Tathagata's magic palm and toad skills. During this period, Fan Ou, who had not seen him for more than half a month, ran over again. What's the situation? Isn't the filming of Cornery Basin started? After dinner outside, Du Sheng let the woman take her arms and walk by the lake. Although Fan Ou is dressed in a low-key manner today and wears a mask, her graceful figure and charming temperament cannot be concealed. What a big deal, you haven't heard of it yet. Seeing that the man was a little confused, she chuckled. Bald Zhang fell down from his horse yesterday and broke his legs, and he pressed the second female riding down below. Now the entire crew is stagnant. Yesterday afternoon, a scene where Shen Wanzan went to marry her cousin Zhao Shui with a betrothal gift. I wonder if Bald Zhang wanted to pretend to be forked, so he rode a circle with Zhang Ting, who played the second female lead. Unexpectedly, the horse ran without being controlled, and the two were thrown away directly. The reason why the news has not been circulated is because the producer issued a ban. However, this kind of thing can't be hidden for long, and it will spread soon. After hearing this, Du Sheng was speechless. Is the problem serious? Will the crew stop directly or wait for them to recover? It's not very serious. I heard that the bald head hurts the calf bone, and Zhang Ting's back fell to the ground, hurting her shoulder blades. No matter what ban order is, Fan Ou has no intention of hiding from men. But they have to recuperate for at least 1 month after being injured for 100 days. As for the crew, it seems that it is difficult to replace people, so the next step should be to suspend filming. If you don't change people, you won't be able to stop. After all, something happened to the male protagonist and the second female lead, and it would be a waste of money to start filming other people's scenes on the market. Du Sheng had nothing to say about this. Anyway, Fan Ou has signed a contract in the group, and as long as she is not willing to die, it is unlikely that she will be replaced. As for Bald Head, I can only say that 1 report will be paid back. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Did you contact Yuan the mouse falls in love with a cat?" "I contacted Sister Hua, she has helped me with the next step." Fan Ou kissed Du Sheng on the cheek happily and said happily, "I heard that this character was originally Li Ou, did you propose to change it to mine?" "I just make a suggestion. Whether to change people or not we'll have to decide whether to change people." "Hehe, now it's confirmed that I'm the one who starred in it." Fan Ou is still full of joy. After all, the film resources are too rare, so she still works with her own men. It just so happens that the cornucopia will be suspended for 1 month, and it's enough time to finish filming. This incident was notified by Sister Hua last night, which made her happy for a long time. If it weren't too late, and I had to sign a contract the next morning, I'm afraid she would come to Du Sheng to celebrate that night. There is no other reason, because this role is obtained from competitors. It was the man's move, which made her feel refreshed. Speaking of which, the 4 Days and Double Ice has been competing for the Central Plains since the beginning of the millennium. And started the battle for the #1 sister that lasted for more than 10 years. Everyone was fighting for the beauty, and they were in the limelight for a while, without any distinction between winning and losing, which made the entertainment industry prosper. Especially Shuangbing, which is also under Wang Jinchuang, has been compared by the media. In addition, the relationship between the two parties is now in a different direction, and conflicts are inevitably arising. As their momentum gradually rises, they all want to suppress each other. This time, the producer of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat came to Taihe Film and Television to change the role. Wang Jinhua nodded. In fact, she was not without any thoughts. It was really Li Ou who was almost turning to the king of big and small. At this moment, the big and small kings are not in the mainland. If she does not recover any decline, it will be even worse in the future. Chapter 203 Seeking Justice. Fan Ou was happy for a moment, suddenly his beautiful eyes turned and he laughed. "I heard that your other rumored girlfriend has also appeared in it, aren't you afraid that we won't deal with it?" Seeing that her face was normal, Du Sheng understood that this girl was not comparable to an ordinary illusionate girl, and smiled. "You have always been smart and should not do such things as killing chickens and getting eggs. Besides, this kind of thing is very popular for the crew, and I wish you had a scandal to attract popularity." Fan Ou gave him a blank look and snorted. "What if that guy bullies me?" She is indeed not as famous as Zhang Beizi at present, and she knows that Dongfangxing Entertainment has invested in this movie and is overwhelmed in all aspects. She also knows a lot about the multiline scandals between celebrities in the circle and has long been used to it. The reason why I pointed out the topic at this moment is not to compete for a genuine girlfriend, but to consider Zhang's strength and whether it would be difficult for a man to get stuck in the middle. After all, if she can play, men will inevitably add fuel to the fire. As for Zhang Baji in the love triangle of Feng's Haifei, she insists on fighting for a position? She wouldn't be so stupid. At least in the period of career growth, even before the age of 30, I would not consider making a public man. You can rest assured about this. Du Sheng also knew the joints and smiled. During the shooting, as long as you don't go against the tit, I can make sure she won't do anything wrong. Speaking of which, he did have such hidden worries at the beginning. After all, neither of these two women can easily control them. Especially Zhang Baji's love mind has always taken these things tightly, otherwise the love of Feng's Haifei would not cause a lot of trouble. Although many things have changed now, this girl has received several. The influence of special skills is almost impossible to tolerate other men in my heart. But there is a saying that if you are not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of something. In view of this, Du Sheng spent 9,000 yuan in popularity a few days ago to upgrade Heart-to-Heart to LV3. As expected, the effect of holding one's heart for a long time, being determined and being a confidant becomes stronger. Especially with this unwavering point, Zhang Baji's reluctant state when she parted last time can be seen. So, at this moment, he was not worried that he would not be able to hold back the two women jealous. As for whether they can get along well with each other, even this is unknown for the time being, everything depends on the follow-up. That's fine, I'm too lazy to care about your romantic and funny things. Fan Ou himself was a playboy before, and he had long been open about these things. However, she was reluctant to let her give up the man around her. It is a safe way to pass one day. Fan Ou no longer explores these things, and changed the topic. The crew said that the filming will be officially started in 3 days. Are you sure you can handle it here? It's over, there's no need to deal with it. Du Sheng saw the wild mandarin ducks in front of him, screaming and pulling the woman back. I will meet the investors in Sword of Immortality 1 tomorrow, and I still have to take time to go there. The project approval and inspection have been submitted, and the next step is to sign a contract, remittance, preparation, and other matters. Although Fan Ou also wants to act, she still has a drama on her body, so she obviously has no time. When she got home, she saw her taking out the potato chips and want to watch the CD. Du Sheng carried her directly to the bed. Ah! I won't come tonight! Fan Ou exclaimed. Last time she got up at noon and her feet were all on board. Next to the end, everyone has no time, so you just want to come or not. Omit 10,000 words. Seeing Fan Ou who was limping into a ball, Du Sheng finally realized the anger in his heart. This girl dressed so charmingly tonight and even wore a silk skirt. Who can tolerate this? The feeling of the abdomen when I was improving the 9 Yang Divine Arts is most likely to be internal force, corrected by chapter 188. Although it has not been called for due to meridians, the transformation effect is excellent, and the characteristic of being extremely strong and yang has caused the fire to become stronger and stronger. Du Sheng calculated it in his mind, and with the current state of 1 vs 2, it should be no problem. In addition, the effect of yin and yang transfer to correct the defects of girls is there, so of course they have to be urged to practice hard. Francis, near the Seine River. In a suite in a luxurious hotel, Li Ou stood by the window with worries, looking at the stars outside the window. Although the movie Purple Butterfly that they have high expectations has caught up with the Cannes Film Festival, it is still unknown whether it can win the award. The most important thing is that after the premiere in France not long ago, the box office was pitifully low. If you are worried about being a Chinese overseas student in Germany next time, you will be afraid that it will be a shortlisted film festival. At this time, the door was gently knocked. Assistant Xiao Chen hurried in, with a hint of embarrassment and uneasiness on his face. Sister Bing, there is something bad news. Li Ou frowned, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. What's the matter? Tell me directly. It's the role of Yue Hua in The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat originally planned to be played by you, and was stolen. Xiao Chen lowered his head and said carefully. What? Li Ou suddenly raised his head, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Who robbed me? Yes, it's Fan Ou. Xiao Chen's voice became smaller and smaller. Hearing this name, Li Ou's face turned pale in an instant. The name Fan Ou has long become a taboo in her heart, and the grudge between the two has been around for a long time. Now that she openly snatched her role, she undoubtedly slapped her in the face. What's going on? How could the crew agree? No matter how well Li Ou was cultivated, he couldn't help but feel annoyed at this moment. I heard that Du Sheng proposed to the crew. Xiao Chen answered carefully. He is very popular now. The crew asked him to play the male lead, and may also want to use the popularity to increase the box office in the mainland. Du Sheng. Li Ou's face darkened and he said. He actually has such a great influence. Can the crew refer to the suggestions? They have been abroad for more than a month and have no idea about the domestic situation. In addition, she didn't pay attention to those rising stars, and her thinking was still in March, so she didn't know that Du Sheng had already risen. Xiao Chen was about to speak when the door was pushed open again. Wang Zonglei walked in. He just finished handling the matter of submitting the film festival for review, but the news he received was not very good and he was in a bad mood. Li Ou observed his expression and leaned himself in his arms, and asked a few words with tender words. Wang Zonglei answered briefly, and suddenly noticed that her face looked a little ugly. What's wrong? You didn't help me with a movie resource before. Li Ou didn't cry, but just said resentfully. The crew proposed to let Fan Ou play, and Sister Hua agreed. Wang Jinhua? Is she the one who did it again? Wang Zonglei frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. I really thought that if I was not here, she would be able to make a big splash. He thought about it and asked again. This movie was filmed in mainland China in Xiangjiang. How could the crew remove you for no reason? Assistant Xiao Chen replied. Lu Huaxuan, the Eastern Star Entertainment, proposed to be replaced by Du Sheng, who suggested changing Sister Bing. Du Sheng? That little guy who had a scandal with Fan Ou in the past. Wang Zonglei sneered. You're really hard on your wings. That time Du Sheng visited Fan Ou to the crew of Flying Knife See Flying Knife again, and these two left a deep impression on him. If he hadn't been too busy recently, he would have let Fan Ou see what it means to go on airplanes and cannons together. Wang Zonglei's eyes changed for a moment, he hugged Li Ou in his arms, patted her shoulder and said. Don't worry, after returning to China, I will seek justice for you. No one can take away your character. Li Ou was happy, but he didn't show it. He just lay in his arms and felt pity. Sure enough, this appearance aroused Wang Zonglei's alternative protection. He picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. The next morning, Du Sheng held Fan Ou, who was lazy, and pulled him away from bed, washed and punched him. When I came back, I saw that the woman had not woken up yet, so I simply put the breakfast on the table, then sent her a text message and went out. Today, representatives of the 4 investors met and officially signed a contract plus preparation. The relevant agreement was agreed before, and there was nothing to discuss when we met, mainly about the payment, accounting, production supervision, production, and other issues. These are easy to deal with, and all parties have representatives, and no one can fool them. In addition, it is about scene collection plus shooting arrangement and other matters. However, these are also responsible for the 3 directors Luo Ting and Liang Zhefu, which is also considered their respective responsibilities. Fortunately, the script provided by Du Sheng is sufficiently detailed, and even the use, processing, character coordination and behavior, and plot changes in each scene are clear, which can save a lot of time. The most important thing is that this script even provides references to the places where the scenes are filmed. They have initially inspected several places, and they are quite suitable for the scene shooting, which is ridiculous. If everything goes well, it will probably be able to turn on the computer in 1.5 months. Finally, we will discuss issues such as casting. Unexpectedly, before Du Sheng could recommend Lu Yifei to play the female lead Zhao Linger, he was stolen. I wonder if you have watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes. I think the person who plays Wang Yuan is very fairy and ethereal, perfectly conforms to Zhao Linger's character setting. As the largest investor, Ruan seeing technology directly gave the candidate he liked. Du Sheng gave the financial support a thumbs up, but did not follow the crowd first. Just in case, just leave it until the end and wait for the finale. Zhong Zhen looked at him with a smile, knowing that the relationship between this cousin was not simple. Originally, she thought that the first person to recommend Lu Yifei would be Du Sheng, but she didn't expect that there would be such an accident. However, Lu Yifei's current fame is second only to the four Dans and double Bings. Her temperament is extraordinary and quite consistent. Zhong Zhen did not object and nodded in agreement. In this way, even if the TV station has some opinions, the result cannot be changed. Besides, Chen Yamei, the deputy director, was also very proud of Lu Yifei, and it can be said that he passed the vote unanimously. Du Sheng did not propose any important supporting roles such as the next male second male Tang Yu, the third male Lu Jinyuan, the Zhu Jianxian, the Moon Master, and Lin Qing'er. They would only speak if they did not fit the role settings. Fortunately, I am considering the interests here, and I want to do this big production well, and the recommended candidates are quite reliable. In addition, Du Sheng and Lu Yifei are the popular pair, and veteran actors such as Su Qi and Xie Junhao have been confirmed to join, which is also guaranteed to rating. After the resolution, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 204, Prying the Corner of the Wall. In this way, everything is ready and there is no east wind. Du Sheng recommended Yang Mi, who was under his studio, to play the second female lead. Lin Yuru and Lu Shishi played the third female lead, and there was no much resistance. But because there are competitors with repeated recommendations, everything has to be watched internal auditions. However, Du Sheng had some confidence in the two girls. On the one hand, he made the final decision to help Yao Zhuangxian establish the heroine, and called Lu Yifei in person, who had agreed to star in the role. In order to repay him, some invisible partiality was certain. Secondly, Zhong Zhen can also fight for it, and even if it cannot fight for it, both sides can exchange resources. Anyway, everyone will cooperate in the future, so this little face will be given. Finally, among the two girls, Yang Mi starred in The Legend of the Condor Heroes, which will definitely bring a lot of popularity when it is released. Her acting skills are quite reasonable. She is currently studying in addition to her studies, which is also in line with Lin Yuru's setting of smart, and clever. As long as there is not much internal competition, she almost booked it. It is worth mentioning that Lu Shishi is a poem. Since the last time Xiangzhong parted, she followed Du Sheng's advice and found a tutoring class for acting. After filming The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Du Sheng asked her to meet her and found that she had indeed transformed a lot. Considering that if you don't dig this treasure, you will also dig it out. If you don't dig it out, you simply signed her into the studio just like before. It is also a natural thing to put training on the agenda. An Anu's setting is innocent, cute, young but smart. There is also the feeling of Anjing's secret love for Li Xiaoao, and silently giving selflessly without regrets. These are also in line with Lu Shishi's elegant and peaceful temperament. Of course, if you really can't win the third girl, you can play the role of the butterfly spirit Ki or the fox demon Naiwan. The female supporting roles in this drama are quite outstanding, so you don't have to worry about not being able to get up in the future. With the preparation cooperation for the last Yi Tian period, the signing of this time was also smooth. Before leaving, Du Sheng suddenly remembered something and smiled at Zhong Zhen. "Sister Zhen, let's discuss something." "Wait." After the two sides cooperated so many times, the relationship naturally had to rise. He called Mr. Zhong again, and he was obviously separated. Furthermore, this rich woman is so pleasing to the eye today, and she feels comfortable even if she is close to her. What else is there? Zhong Zhen stayed a little unexpectedly and sat down again as if he was smiling. "Isn't it because I'm asking my two little girls to join the group?" It's hard to deal with no benefit. Today she was wearing a navy OL suit skirt, bright flesh-colored stockings, and a pair of thin-heeled high heels. She was both dignified and elegant, and she was full of the appearance of a royal sister. Speaking of which, since Songhai Film expanded its shooting business, it has also signed several artists. For example, the second male lead Peng Yuan, who was discussed just now, and Xie Junhao, who played the role of the brewing sword immortal, are all brilliant. Especially Peng Yuan. After Zhong Zhen learned that Du Sheng had opened a studio, he regarded it as a key training. According to her, she may sign a girl named Tang who was admitted to the Central Academy of Drama last year. Therefore, no matter how good the relationship between friends is, there is competition. What other benefits do Sister Zhen want? I fully agree with your nomination just now. Du Sheng looked at the beautiful and elegant rich woman and pretended to be distressed. I can't show anything except for giving my body to you, so you can pick it. He knew that Songhai did not have a capable female artist yet, so he was not worried about competition at all. What we want to discuss this time is also a question of related resources. Don't be fooled, hurry up and talk about the serious business. After the two sides became familiar with each other, Zhong Zhen was used to such small jokes. And you have to go to Canton to attend the new clothing product launch conference later. Have you had this time to chat with me? The new product of the Kung Fu School will be launched tomorrow, and Zhong Family Trading is also among the invited as a distributor. Seeing that the greetings were almost the same, Du Sheng smiled straight to the point. Sister Zhen, haven't you always wanted to expand the scale of Zhongyao film industry? Now there is an opportunity in front of you. Zhong Zhen knew that the person in front of him was the one who did not see the rabbit and did not show off the eagle, and he moved slightly. Tell me. Du Sheng said. You must have heard of the company Hui Taihe Film and Television, to which Shuangbing belongs. Recently, the situation in this company has been quite subtle and there have been internal conflicts. The first mainland agent intends to start a new business and will lead a group of artists to leave. Those are all the best in the domestic entertainment industry. Do you intend to contact her? In the entertainment industry, artists and investors always complement each other. Artists who lack capital support will inevitably be limited in their development path. And investment brokerage companies without outstanding artists can be difficult to make their mark. For Wang Jinhua, she does have many high-quality artists, but her funds, connections, backgrounds, etc. are still weak. This is also her original intention of choosing to work with the king of big and big. Choosing to part ways with Hui Company is a very cautious decision for either party. Du Sheng didn't know how far Wang Jinhua and Wang Xiao and Wang were having sex, but it was obvious that if it were not forcing him, Wang Jinhua would not easily choose to break up with Hui. But this is also a welcome view. He has never wanted the domestic entertainment industry to repeat the same mistakes as the rotten situation in his previous life. Hui, the dominant jackal, is one of the causes. Zhong Zhen is naturally familiar with Hui. She is also a member of the film and television industry. She has even worked with Wang Zhong several times. News about Wang Jinhua's solo flight is occasionally circulated in the upper stream circle, but this is the first time she has heard of the real reason. The other party is known as the top domestic agent, so she naturally has known it. If you can sign an actor of the other party's level like Shuangbing, let alone opening up the market, Songhai Film can even directly transform. But the premise of all this is that the information provided by Du Sheng is true and the cooperation between the two parties can be truly realized. Are you sure you can win over? Wang Jinhua is in a state of great trouble now. As long as you have an idea, it shouldn't be a big problem to talk about. Although Du Sheng only made a simple recommendation to both parties, his role is crucial. Moreover, there was a certain tacit understanding between him and Fan Ou. From a certain perspective, this is also paving the way for the future of both sides. You can find a chance and sit down and talk. Looking at Du Sheng, who was becoming more and more popular, Zhong Zhen was in a complicated mood. At first, she planned to win him over to take charge, but she didn't expect that she would be regarded as a lobbyist by the other party. There is really no place to make sense. As for cooperating with Wang Jinhua, will it anger the big kings? There has never been a warm and joyful laughter in business matters. Everything depends on who has the resources and background. The others are all false. Du Sheng is in a good mood as expected to promote the joining forces between Zhong Zhen and Wang Jinhua. If this matter is done, you can plan ahead of schedule in the theater layout. Guangzhou, Yangcheng. In the afternoon of that day, Zheng Zidao arrived at the airport early and connected Du Sheng. This new product launch conference is arranged at Jinlile's headquarters. It is considered to be a follow-up promotion for the Kung Fu school, and it is just right for us to be in the past now. There will be reporters and paparazzi coming in at that time. Just keep smiling and try not to contact us. Du Sheng asked a few questions, put on sunglasses and masks, and got into the back row of the car for a while. This new product launch conference is scheduled to be held at 4:30 p.m. on Saturday in the large square of Jinlile headquarters. In fact, the only process for artists to release new products is that they interact with fans, host Q&A, talk with distribution agents, shake hands with fans and sign and release. The car slowly arrived at the entrance of the square. Du Sheng turned his head and found that many reporters were taking photos next to him. This should be a promotion done by the Zheng family in advance. There were a lot of fans on both sides of the road, and the scene was quite lively. After driving for more than 10 meters, he saw a crowd holding a lilac support card at a glance. Most of them are girls, hundreds of people. Du Sheng looked at the scene in front of him and felt emotion in his heart. In his previous life, he also had fantasies when he saw those traffic stars being called out to the front and back. But I never thought that this luxury would be realized in such an identity and way. The world is mysterious, it is really wonderful. However, since you are living in the present, whether for your dreams or for fame and fortune, you should strive for and grasp the present. When Du Sheng saw that the fans noticed this, he couldn't help but smile and wave. Ah! Brother Sheng, I saw Brother Sheng, hurry up. Seeing the vehicle entering the venue, seeing Du Sheng still smiling and waving, the fans around him were instantly boiling, and many of them were so excited that they were bleeding. These fans are basically young girls, and their sharp voices almost pierced everyone's eardrums. Especially after Du Sheng got off the car, they were so excited that their faces were full of excitement when they saw this once out of reach. So handsome. Really elegant. He is worthy of being a kung fu star. In an instant, countless fans surrounded him with support cards excitedly. Some girls who passed the organization also lit up the support cards and put them together to form a super headlight card. There were 2 lines of big words flashing on it, and there was a burst of shouting in unison. The music and singing are endless, the stars are immortal. Hold the hand of the Sheng, accompany you forever. Their movements were neat and uniform, and their slogans were as powerful as rainbows. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, so I really don't know what spectacularity means and what passionate blood is. Tang Jie studied business management at a university in Yangcheng, and was a freshman this year. Maybe because of his background in the countryside, he is a little shy and has not joined the school club. He usually watches TV shows and watches variety shows when he has time. Speaking of which, when she first watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes, she liked Ling Jiying the most, and she felt that his smile was very innocent and handsome. I just kept watching and seeing the very special Murong Fu, I suddenly felt that my cousin could be so attractive. Gradually, she began to climb the wall. One time, on a hot search message related to Du Sheng, she saw that Du Sheng's Q Group fan club was officially established, and she applied to join without thinking. She has no friends in Yangcheng, and since she entered the group, she suddenly felt like she had found a confidant. She would read the messages about Du Sheng's updates in the group, and would reply to some newcomers' questions in the middle. Before she knew it, she actually formed the 6 groups of management. The day before yesterday, blog manager Su Yao updated her news in the group. She was so happy to learn that Du Sheng was coming to attend the new product launch of the Kung Fu School. I started planning early in the morning and organized my sisters to come to the scene. I heard that in addition to discounts when purchasing new products, the top 500 people can also get Du Sheng's autographed photos, and the top 1000 people also have small gifts. Chapter 205 Deliberately Making Difficulties. It's so lively, this business is done. The dealers, agents, branch managers, etc. who were present at the scene were surging in front of him, and he felt very moved. They are quite knowledgeable and have come into contact with their own brands or endorsements from top stars, but they definitely have no such active and enthusiastic fans. Moreover, although the Kung Fu School is positioned as a mid to high-end, the current price is not expensive, and a set is only around 100 yuan. It is still the exclusive channel of Jin Lilet, so you don't have to worry about not being able to do it. Some agents with ideas have considered whether to further strengthen cooperation so as not to have the dividends fleeting. Can you give in? There will be a fan meeting later, and you can. The security guard at the scene was also secretly shocked and quickly stepped forward to maintain order. While Du Sheng waved his hand to the fans for a while, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. But now is not the time to be sentimental. He calmed down a little and entered the new product launch conference. This press conference lasted for nearly 3 hours, and no problems occurred during this period. The process was done well, but the fans were too enthusiastic when signing the sale, which was delayed for some time, but it was still safe to end. It is worth mentioning that fans are very strong, and dealers, agents, etc. also highly recognize this product, and the first batch of goods are almost sold out. Fortunately, the second batch of 1 million is already in production, and subsequent distribution can keep up. Du Sheng sat in the back seat with a little tiredness, letting his head empty. I didn't expect that your fans would have such a strong support. According to the current situation, the Kung Fu Pian has gained a foothold. Zheng Zidao was a little relieved, but also a little unexpected. Next, in addition to expanding the scale and publicity, you can consider getting into the jogging, casual, and sports shoes series. Shelves in normal times, it is impossible to be so easy for a brand to be born. It is difficult for countless merchants to gain recognition from the public and sellers. Moreover, the products are still in the mid to high-end market. Without reputation and accumulation, there is no way to discuss promotion and release. Although the Kung Fu School borrowed Jin Lile's distribution network and supply chain, it did not invest too much in the early stage and achieved such excellent results. It has to be said that it is a bit amazing. From this we can see how exaggerated the popularity of Du Sheng's Kung Fu Boxing King plus popular young master is. Therefore, Zheng Zidao proposed to strike while the iron was hot. You can consider it, but I think it's better to wait for the feedback from the second wholesale to make a reference. Du Sheng considers the popularity of The Legend of the Condor Heroes release plus the K1 finals, and ponders. In addition, in terms of distribution channels, we can first radiate to adjacent areas in Canton, and there is also the need for R&D investment. Without considering making a lot of money in the early stage, it is necessary to gain fame and steadily expand. Of course, the premise is that there is a continuous investment of funds. Although he doesn't have much money left in his personal account, as long as the Kung Fu School has achieved results, he can mortgage a low interest rate from the bank. Not to mention that the Zheng family is behind the scenes, you can indeed consider expanding the categories and channels in advance. Zheng Zidao nodded slightly and thought about it carefully. The two met in a rare way. In addition to discussing clothing brands, they also talked about the issues of Waban charity and the creation of the hero list. The former is also under preparation for the charity performance, and everything is going steadily. On the hero list, although Yangtze has agreed to the joint administration system, the progress is not obvious at present when it comes to rules, awards and inviting foreign boxers to participate. Dongfang finally declined in the boxing world for too long, and the hero list is not famous, except for some boxers who want to make money. Those with high popularity cannot be invited. Unless Du Sheng, who is the representative, can produce it, it will be promoted globally. But there is a saying that things are done by man, just take everything slowly. The K1 semifinals will start in a few days. In addition, Du Sheng also told Zhou Xingqi about the previous chat. Change the name to Kung Fu and connect with his movie. Zheng Zidao was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. This proposal is good. That movie must have quality assurance, and with the gimmick of joining you, the boxing champion, you will definitely be able to bring this show away when you go online. Change this way. I'll talk to Bai Xian a little later. In order to gain fame, he will definitely cooperate. As for the related issues involved in name change, it should not be difficult to solve. Du Sheng also agreed with this. First, since Li Xiaolong made the world realize Oriental Kung Fu, the popularity of the word Kung Fu has instantly defeated the hero list. Second, the issue of popularization and catchiness. If you don't watch the fighting, it will be difficult to guess what the hero list is, and the Kung Fu is clear at a glance. Third, the K1 in one of the three major fighting events in the world is the first letter of karate, Kung Fu, kickboxing and other events. Du Sheng had already made up his mind to swallow an elephant by a snake. He wanted to be justified, to swallow K1, and to let Kung Fu, go back to the original source and return to the East. The best proof is that the name Kung Fu is to be the main one. In addition to the above, Du Sheng also mentioned that Lu Zili was appointed as one of the administrative supervisors of the Kung Fu school. Of course, Zheng Zidao has no objection. Du Sheng is too busy and must not have time to manage it. Miracle Studio has a lot of affairs, so he can't let his adoptive father come forward. Besides, Lu Zili is just a name, so he and Du Sheng have to decide on the decisions, which has little impact on the overall situation. In mid-June, 9 a.m. Beijing, Huairou Film and Television Base. The opening ceremony of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat is held here. There are crowds of people in the film and television base, including Chongqing Studio and local government leaders, Huanya Entertainment produced and representatives of Oriental Star Entertainment. In addition to dozens of media outlets, Wang Jing, who is the producer, Chen Jizhang, editor Zhuang Wenqiang and others also gathered together. As the main actors, Du Sheng, Zhang Baji, Fan Ou, Jin Kaokan, played by Bao Zheng, Wu Yu and others were naturally present. It has to be said that this show alone is enough to shock the mainland film industry this year. Time points to 9 o'clock, and Chen Jizhang greets him. The opening ceremony officially began with The Seven Heroes and Five Righteous Ones, The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat. Born in Canton, Chen Jizhang will definitely be among the top 10 if he wants to rank in the Xiangzhong director's circle. In terms of business, he won the box office championship with False School Veyron. In terms of art, The Beast won the Best Director and Screenwriter Award in the Academy Awards in the past few years. The new comedy film filmed this time is obviously intended to hit the New Year holiday. Coupled with the big scene of co-production in mainland China, the audience has long attracted the attention of countless audiences and media. However, at the entire press conference, Du Sheng and the two beauties were the most eye-catching ones. Du Sheng won't say it anymore, the popularity is there. Today, he was dressed in Zhang Zhao's ancient costume, which blinded many reporters and fans' titanium alloy eyes. Although Zhang Baji is wearing a chivalrous costume, she has bright eyes and white teeth, and she is light and looks more elegant and extraordinary. And I don't know if I am in a good mood, so I muttered to Du Sheng from time to time, and looked around and saw a beautiful and colorful look. As for Fan Ou, she was wearing a big red wedding dress and fragrant. The skin is both charming, and has a wide range of demeanor. Two women sat next to Du Sheng, one on the left and the other on the right, and they were really blessed. Not to mention, these two beauties have had scandals with him, so they are naturally more sought after by entertainment media. Buzz. Du Sheng, who was chatting with the two girls, felt relieved when they saw that they had no signs of jealousy. At this time, the phone rang and a text message popped up. But it was sent by Yesji. There is news in the industry that Wang Zonglei seems to have arranged for a reporter to make things difficult for you at the opening ceremony, so pay attention. Du Sheng's eyes were entertaining and glanced at dozens of journalists and media at the scene. Zhang Baji noticed his face and couldn't help but turn her head and said curiously, "What's wrong?" Although Fan Ou has become much lower key this time, he is also curious and turned his head. Du Sheng didn't say anything and handed the phone over to the two women to show. Zhang Baji looked at Fan Ou in a strange way and chuckled. "It's interesting. I don't know if I practiced with Du Sheng these 2 nights and got the nourishment of yin and yang transfiguration. My voice is no longer so hoarse, but it gradually becomes crisp and tender." Speaking of which, before coming, she treated Fan Ou as a potential opponent, and even felt a little hostile. "But I was harassed by a man last night. No matter how hard I fight, I was no match for it. After being exhausted, I was indifferent to anything. And I don't know if men have any special abilities, but I have been more determined and have become more determined over time." Her words just now were just strangers to her own changes. "Because before I met Du Sheng in Big Boy, if this kind of thing was put on Xie Ting Feng, let alone the triangular relationship of Feng's Hai Fei, I would have been a big fuss. Now there was only a little strange, and she felt it was incredible." Fan Ou's face was also a little strange, and he thought for a while and said, "That character should be very annoyed, and it's not surprising that Xiao Wang has stood up for her. Based on my understanding of the latter, his methods should be more than that. When Hui I can grow to this level, strange and mysterious struggles are indispensable. Wang Zonglei is one of the executors. Those dirty means such as frame-up, slander, and threatening opponents are still circulated within the company. For example, when he exchanged interests with Zhang's hit song 2 years ago, he agreed to the latter's request to completely ban Xiao Bin, so Xiao Bin could not survive in the circle. In order to force an actress to cultivate wine last year, she not only threatened to change the corner, but also sent her private photos to debt collection. Now, just let the reporter target? Didn't he know that Du Sheng had almost shaped his golden body since the incident of Daughter of Puppets? Or are people abroad, the news is lagging behind, and even unable to organize a backup plan for a short period of time? No matter what method it is, some things are inevitable, they are nothing more than water and soil covering it. Du Sheng had long anticipated this, and this kind of conflict was sooner or later. He did not expect the other party's resources and did not worry too much. Instead, he still had leisure time and whispered in Fan Ou's ear. "For you, my price is a big deal. Have you thought about it?" Seeing that Zhang Baji was not paying attention, Fan Ou gave him a charming look and said angrily, "Bastard! Isn't it enough to make trouble for me during this period? I'm teaching you, but I can't even ask others to ask for it. What a struggle!" Du Sheng said righteously. "Attend the press conference first, and then talk in detail until evening." Fan Ou always felt that her buttocks were not upright enough, and he also took great pains to do it. If it weren't for not learning Zhang Wuji's dragon claw hand, he would have to open his eyes to this girl. Chapter 206 Escape in a Panic. After waiting for a while, the main creative team was all here, and the press conference began. When entering the questioning session, Du Sheng knew why Yezi sent a reminder. This group of reporters is indeed very tricky and very good at judging the bush. And I don't know if I think his golden body is difficult to break, but this time the attack point is not on him. Ms. Zhang, a costume film you starred in last year failed to get a box office. Will you feel ashamed of joining the mouse falls in love with the cat this time? Miss Zhang Baji, recently a reporter photographed you living at Du Sheng's house after you came to the mainland. What are your responses to this? Xie Tingfeng has been in a relationship with Wang Fei recently. Do you have any attention? Miss Zhang, there are rumors that you and Mr. Du have registered secretly. Is this true or false? Someone revealed that you often play big names and treat staff with bad attitude. Is this true? You are frequently on hot searches in the mainland, are you all buying them? These are aimed at Zhang Baji. If she had been put before, she would have been as cold as ice in the face of such overwhelming slander and slander. Especially when it comes to issues related to Xie Tingfeng, she will most likely turn against each other. This time I looked at Du Sheng and smiled unexpectedly sweetly. Sorry, I won't answer topics that have nothing to do with the movie. Because half of the questions asked by reporters are almost all true except for slander. However, she and Du Sheng are both in the rising period, and they can keep their popularity without a positive answer. Only when you are stupid will you make a wave of trouble. As for Xie Tingfeng, she has long since stopped paying attention. Anyway, the reporter asked, she was calm and in a beautiful mood. Seeing that Zhang Baji was unexpectedly unstimulated, the reporters and media, I was a little stunned and had to divert my firepower. Miss Fan Ou, I heard that you can play the role of Yue Hua, is it Du Sheng who won you for you? Ms. Fan, your appearance and temperament have changed so much recently. Have you had plastic surgery? I heard that your roles are all obtained by using the rules of K. Is it true? It's been rumored online that you and Li Ou are in a bad relationship. This time, you still robbed her role through an unjust relationship. Don't you explain? Do you feel that you are dragging the four dans and double ice back, so you can only maintain your popularity through hype? Why do you always take on some vase roles? Is it because you don't have acting skills that can only be like this? There are rumors that you have had a quarrel with Hui Ai and are preparing to join Miracle Studio. Is that true? As expected, the reporters transferred their firepower to Fan Ou. This girl is not afraid of gathering fire, so she said leisurely. I can play the role of Yue Hua because the crew gave me the affirmation and support, and it has nothing to do with the role-playing or something. In addition, I am friends who can chat with Li Ou, please don't spread rumors. As for the changes in appearance and temperament, I haven't been abroad this year and I don't bother with any plastic surgery. This reporter, Fan Ou, is very clear about the reasons why his appearance and temperament have changed greatly, but this is not something that can be told by outsiders. Especially the point of becoming more and more protruding, it is because of the amount of attention and hard training of authoritative experts to achieve today's achievements. Outsiders have no idea how much she has paid for it. Seeing that her answer was clear, the reporters had no choice but to do anything for a moment. Two of the reporters looked at each other and had to look at Du Sheng, who was still alive. Mr. Du, it is rumored that this film is Lu Yingtian Taiting's model. Do you think you are more suitable than him? Are you afraid of setting a bad example for your children when you have sex with so many actresses? I heard that Wu Dun, the boss of Bay City, was framed and sent to jail by you. What are your explanations? It is rumored that Zhang Baji and Fan Ou are both your girlfriends. This time they work together, aren't you afraid that they will fight? The Kung Fu school has been very popular recently, but the donation you promised has not been in place. Is this considered a charitable fraud? You will participate in the K1 final next week. Do you have the confidence to represent Dongfang to wipe out the previous shame? Faced with this kind of bombardment, Du Sheng still has the leisure to search among the reporters. Unfortunately, I didn't see a familiar figure. It seems that Zheng Zian rarely leaves the base camp. As a producer, Wang Jing had seen Du Sheng's study and sophistication at the dinner table, so he was not worried about a failure and let him perform. Chen Zhizhang just turned around and looked at it without speaking. Du Sheng did not disappoint everyone, and said calmly, Brother Hua is my idol, and many of his advantages are worth learning from. As for some one-sided things, they are difficult to compare and are not suitable. His tour will be held in Beijing in a few days, and he will also come to the crew to visit the set. You can give him an exclusive interview. Speaking of this, Du Sheng glanced at Zhang Baji and Fan Ou and said with a smile. As for the story of spreading Baiji and Ou to my girlfriend, I can only say that if this is true, it will probably lead to the ancestral tomb smoke. He is professional when he speaks nonsense with his eyes open. However, when he didn't pay attention to the words, both women looked over, with a sweet and fascinating smile on their faces. As for the issue of charitable donations, Du Sheng looked at the reporter who asked the question and said lightly, there is a legal responsibility to spread rumors. I hope this reporter he will investigate clearly before talking about it. And this is the start-up scene of The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat. Please revolve around the movie, thank you. After accepting the interview, he asked Wang Yeyang to explain in a low voice. When the latter heard this, he nodded in surprise and then went out as if he had thought. The launch ceremony of this startup was quite smooth and did not allow anyone with a heart. Otherwise, you could indeed consider playing a one-handed external move. After the filming was launched, the official filming was launched. People in Xiangjiang have always pursued speed and efficiency when making movies, which is a tradition that has been passed down in the 1990s. When Zhou Runfa was filming The True Color of Heroes, there were 2 other dramas running around at the same time, filming 18 hours a day. Similarly, Wang Jing also made a feat of completing 7 films in a year. Although Xiangjiang movies are no longer as brilliant as before and rarely start filming in a hurry when they are not prepared enough, once the crew starts working, the busy and urgency is like a shadow. Chen Jiasheng has another movie to shoot at the beginning of next year, so the shooting plan for The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat is particularly compact, and all scenes, including action scenes, need to be completed within 2 months. Such a plan requires actors to quickly adjust their status and strictly follow the preset schedule to ensure that they can meet the standards smoothly. Du Sheng also attaches great importance to this drama. Because in some ways, this is actually the first movie he really starred in. With Chen Jiasheng's order, the crew came to Fiteng Film and Television City. The next thing to be photographed is Zhan Zhao, who has no place to use his skills in Kaifeng Prefecture. Because he has been abandoned for 10 years in his idle work, Bao Zheng couldn't bear to be decadent and deliberately gave him 10 days off. Zhan Zhao recalled his former heroic dream and planned to go back to the world to find friends in the past, so he met the brand-haired mouse Bai Yutang's plot. A Sheng, Bai Ji, Wu Yu. I'll tell you about the play. The assistant director was conscientious and said to several people with the script. Zhan Zhao returned to the world, and he thought that some fans would remember him, but unexpectedly. After a few minutes of talking, Chen Jiasheng sat behind the monitor and signaled that he could start shooting. Wang Jing, the fat man, was also present, and personally ran to the camera with the board. The first scene, the first shot, start. Longmen Inn, first floor. Du Sheng, who took off his black clothes and changed into a dress of a gangster, walked slowly into the inn. He glanced at the gangster who turned his head and thought to himself, I haven't been walking in the world for 10 years. Now that I appear, everyone must be shocked. While thinking to himself, he even put on a master's posture and waited for everyone to be upset. Unexpectedly. Who is this? He pretends to be quite similar. I thought some big shot came. We have to rely on ourselves tonight's big move, so don't look forward to it. Come and take a look at this hunting order. Bao Zheng's team is on the list. He killed Zhan Zhao 100,000 taels of silver. Everyone couldn't recognize Zhan Zhao at all, and they all turned their heads and continued to discuss major issues. Du Sheng observed the surroundings calmly, hiding the embarrassment in his heart. After 10 years of wasted, his heroic deeds have long been reduced to history, and no one has recognized him. At this time, a man wearing a sable hat came up to chat with him, and he had to lie that he was called Pastor Ar. Chen Jiasheng, who had been watching the monitor, had a slightly brighter look in his eyes and ordered. Face close up, Pay attention to the comedy traits of his eyes changing. At this moment, Du Sheng's face was a little stiff, his eyes were turning, and it was obvious that he felt uncomfortable all over. Especially when he introduced himself, his smile was a little reluctant, and his right hand holding the hilt of the sword was holding it in front of him, all of which showed the unspeakable embarrassment. I do have some tricks to be praised by Du Qifeng and Lu Wei. Wang Jing nodded slightly. Just relying on this quick entry into the show and delicate body movements, I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of Xiangzhong can compare with him. What does it mean to be embarrassed to cut out 3 bedrooms and 1 living room? This scene in front of you is. Moreover, the comedy contrasted with exaggerated changes before and after does not make people feel exaggerated, nor is it performed for the sake of acting. It can be said that Zhang Zhao in front of him has completely established his image under his interpretation. The shooting continues. Not only did no one recognize Du Sheng as Zhang Zhao in the inn, but there was also a village man who jumped out to spread rumors in public. I fought Zhang Zhao for 300 rounds without any decision. Just you, do you want to kill him? While speaking, the village man changed the 2 fingers he stretched out into 3 as if nothing had happened. At this time, the lens swept to the other side. The one who came into the camera was a man in white with a mustache surrounded by beautiful women. It was Bai Yutang who disguised as a man. I have to say that Zhang Baji is willful if she is good looking. At this moment, she not only appeared without makeup, but also had an inappropriate beard on her face, but she was still so outstanding. Where are their 300 rounds? She held the wine glass leisurely and smiled to prove that what the village man said was true. I was there at that time. In less than 100 rounds, Zhang Zhao was beaten to the point of being fled in a panic. Listening to so many people around him slandering him, Du Sheng smiled awkwardly and politely. I didn't expect that. I have not been in the world for so many years, and there are all black fans outside. Chapter 207 Charge Protection Fees? Click. Chen Zhishang nodded with satisfaction. Turn the next game, Bai Ji is in good shape, continue to maintain. In this way, the movie officially entered the stage of shooting. However, there were not many scenes arranged on the first day, and the crew parted at around 6 o'clock in the evening. However, the weather in the capital in mid to late June is quite hot. Everyone also has to wear ancient costumes to shoot, which is not pleasant. Du Sheng and Zhang Baji had already sweated all over and their hair was wet. As for Fan Ou, who was filmed in another group, her mother came here on a trip, and after the filming, she greeted Du Sheng and went shopping with her mother. This surprised Du Sheng a little. Not only did the 2 women not make a fuss, they also had a little intention of deliberately avoiding them. This also made his idea of pulling the 2 women together and teaching them a lesson. Along, where are you going? At this time, Zhang Baji, who had just changed her clothes, shouted annoyedly to a young man. The young man had a touch of white hair dyed on his head, which was the artist who played the role of Zhang Ping, the 4 rats. Du Sheng turned his head and just smiled when he saw this. As expected, this brother Zhang Hailong, who was born on the same day of the same month as Zhang Baji. Brother Fei said that the bar street here is very distinctive, so of course I have to go and have a look. Zhang Hailong was not afraid of this sister at all, but turned his head and shook his eyes at Du Sheng. Does my brother-in-law go? I heard that the state-owned girl group of Kimchi is here to perform. But before he finished speaking, he was hit by a piece of paper bag. Seeing that Zhang Baji was angry, she wanted to smash things with something. Zhang Hao got into the car and urged the Fei brother to drive quickly. Du Sheng was so amused that he grabbed the woman. Forget it, he is so big and there are so many people going there, so nothing will happen. In terms of maturity, under normal circumstances, men are indeed later than women. Moreover, Zhang Baji has a tendency to support her brother demons, the stricter she controls the more the latter resisted. It's a vicious cycle. I'm so angry. This bastard really doesn't make any progress. Zhang Baji was so angry that she was full of energy, but she still couldn't understand and said, "Next time I will not let him play a guest appearance, so I will save you any worries." This time Zhang Hailong was able to join the group, but she spoke. "It's really because this younger brother couldn't stand up to the wall and didn't want to study. He also learned from her father's daily control of the society. It's not okay. Don't he likes to learn boxing?" Du Sheng seemed to have some advice and said, "As long as you can bear it, I will ask my adoptive father to take him back to the countryside to practice in a few days, so that he will not even have the intention to fool around." Some time ago, his adoptive father had accepted two cousins from his hometown, Huang Yao and Huang Ping, as apprentices, and this one was not short of. According to Huang Deli's practice method, he was sweating profusely and trembling all over, so he was sure to fall asleep at night. Zhang Baji hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth and said, "Then let Uncle Huang train to save trouble." She really didn't want her younger brother to follow her father's old path, and that would really anger her to death. Last year, her father was released from the mountain again by the company and brought a group of young people to collect protection fees. No one is worry-free. Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "But based on his lazy habit, he will give up halfway after studying for a few days. Do you have any way to discipline him?" Du Sheng smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, he will learn it willingly." Zhang Baji didn't understand at first, and her beautiful eyes lit up when she was about to leave the set. Along asked you twice before for excuses. Could it be that he would take him to Neon to watch boxing next week? Seeing the man smiling and nodding, she realized why he was so confident. This is indeed Zhang Hailong's biggest hobby. He has begged her to tell Du Sheng many times before. Seeing that his sister was indifferent, he directly used the rogue technique, not only showing his kindness to Du Sheng, but also calling his brother-in-law eagerly. Zhang Baji warned him not to mess with relationships, but Zhang Hailong shouted more vigorously, making her really tired. If Du Sheng hadn't been reasonably reliable, I'd be afraid that media reports would have been flying all over the sky. At this moment, she finally breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the man had a way to curb her younger brother. While talking and laughing, the two of them put on masks and sunglasses and walked out of the film and television base. "What's going on here?" When he walked to the corner diagonally opposite the parking lot, Zhang Baji suddenly pointed to the two local dogs who were glued on the side of the road and said in surprise. Du Sheng looked at the scene connecting the ends and couldn't help but smile happily. A group of children living near the film and television base picked up stones and kept throwing and playing. Although the two local dogs were scared to run away, they were connected from beginning to end without separation. Zhang Bazi rarely saw such a scene in Xiangjiang, and was so surprised that she couldn't stop talking. "How come you can't separate?" Seeing that the people around him looked strange, Du Sheng hugged her and left. Even after getting in the car, Zhang Baji still couldn't figure it out. Looking at her looking dissatisfied with her desire for knowledge, Du Sheng smiled and said, "Do you want to know? There is a saying that practice brings true knowledge. If you don't try it, how can you know it?" He is still very rigorous in teaching. Zhang Baji knew that it was definitely not a good thing when she saw him like that, but she still couldn't help but be curious. "Tell me." "It's mainly because of the surging feeling, this is not something to say." Du Sheng laughed in her ear and said, "In this way, let's find an opportunity to experiment." Zhang Baji's pretty face suddenly flushed and she said angrily, "What's your brainstorm? It's so outrageous." But to be honest, she was a little excited and expectant for no reason. Du Sheng skillfully drove the Honda car, crossed the bustling city streets, and came to a quiet suburban manor. This is a vast jujube forest, like sailing into a paradise. He chose a lush jujube tree as the parking point, surrounded by green vegetation, which looked vibrant. After the stopping, the vehicle began to surging. "Brother Yi, look at that car, it's been shaking for half an hour, right?" Not far away, a girl pointed at the Honda car curiously and muttered, If it were the golden rooster that was so independent, how long would you think you could shake? Today, the manor is open to the public, and Yi Ji specially brought the girls he met at the bar last night to visit here. As a bar crane, he naturally knew what it means to have such a large shaking amplitude of the vehicle. This is simply a small car that pulls a big horse, and it's six to fly. He originally wanted to play with this girl's ups and downs, but when he saw the car shaking, he couldn't help feeling inferior. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 40 minutes passed. Isn't this stop yet? Brother Yi, who came back from a walk with the girl, was stunned. Is this an electric motor? He was very worried that the vehicle would not be able to bear it if it shakes like this. Brother Yi, you haven't answered my previous question yet. Hearing the girl's old story reported, Brother Yi smiled awkwardly and replied vaguely. Well, I should be able to shake it for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes? That's a long time. The girl looked at him in surprise. Don't you think it's short? A hint of undetectable joy flashed across Brother Yi's face. Hee, that's weird. The girl mischievously blinked. Brother Yi was about to answer, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of the engine. It turned out that the Honda stopped shaking and disappeared into their complex site after a moment. When Du Sheng and the others returned to their hotel, they happened to meet people who were going out for fun and returned one after another. You guys went to Binjiang Road, too. Wu Yu, who was full of strong tendons, looked at Zhang Baji with a little curious look at the sweaty Zhang Baji. Why didn't you see you just now? Du Sheng shrugged and said as if nothing had happened. It's too boring to go out for a walk. Hey, it's good to take a walk after a meal. Wu Yu looked at him in an ambiguous way and suddenly saw something. Baiji, why are your face so red? Is it sunburned? Go and apply ointment quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you can't film the show tomorrow. Zhang Baji gave Du Sheng an angrily glance, pretended to fan the wind with her hands and said. The air conditioner on Ashen's car is broken. It's hot, so it's delayed all the way. After saying that, she returned to the suite gracefully, and she felt like she was falling apart. Sheng, do you have time? Let's talk about tomorrow's drama. Du Sheng also wanted to go back to his room, and Wang Jing, who was chatting with Chen Jiasheng, suddenly waved to him. In addition to the two of them sitting in the lobby, there were also Zhuang Wenqiang, the actor of King Xiangyang and others. Zhuang Wenqiang took out the script and said to Du Sheng who was sitting down. Tomorrow, I will shoot the scene of breaking into the Xiangyang palace at night, but Fatty Wang said the atmosphere is not funny enough. Do you have many ideas? Please give me some ideas. It is impossible for a movie to remain unchanged from preparation to shooting. Especially Xiangzhong film artists, they are used to changing the filming habits while changing. Zhuang Wenqiang has worked with Du Sheng several times and is very clear about Du Sheng's abilities. Especially when the last time I filmed Infernal Affairs 2, the other party suggested changing a few lines, and the artistic conception suddenly became different. Wang Jing didn't be polite to Du Sheng, and pointed to one of the paragraphs and said, "This is mainly to highlight your separation from the world and find that you can no longer keep up with the times. How do you think it will be dramatic if you change it?" The Broken Rat by Yutang taught the son of Grand Master Peng. As a senior case-solving boss, Zhang Zhao knew that the 5 rats were famous for robbing the rich and helping the poor, and guessed that they would have a chance to take action tonight. The goal is likely to be the Peng family. If you add comedy, why not try this way? Du Sheng recalled and pondered. In the evening, Zhang Zhao squatted on the top of the Peng family's attic. The camera was first locked on him, and he sighed. I thought I was the only one who guessed it, but I didn't expect that the world of the world is really. Before he finished speaking, a sound of wheels crushed the roof tiles, and a trolley full of candied haws swam past the camera. Zhang Zhao put away his feelings, shook his head and shouted to the merchant, "Give me a bunch of them too." As he finished speaking, the camera opened from near to far, and saw more than a dozen people from the world sitting beside Zhang Zhao, obviously all guessed. I haven't been out for 10 years, but I didn't expect that there are masters everywhere in the world. Good guy, you guys can. Wang Jing's eyes lit up, and he looked at Du Sheng and applauded. This strong contrast is really comic, wonderful. As Du Sheng explained the camera, the picture was gradually presented in his mind, and he couldn't help but be amazed. Zhan Zhao, who is out of touch with the world, becomes lifelike. Chapter 208 Bastard, even the little girl is cheated. Chen Jiasheng also looked at the young man in front of him unexpectedly. They just discussed for a long time and couldn't figure it out, but they didn't expect that the other party had just thought for a moment and gave a ghost idea. This is more than just a good start, it is simply the finishing touch. This not only makes the atmosphere full of drama, but also does not destroy the seriousness of the character Zhan Zhao, but also leads to the subsequent absurdity of watching the play. It can be said to be 3 goals in one fell swoop. As they discussed in depth, Zhuang Wenqiang and others, who were originally a little careless, gradually sat up straight and became serious. This idea is good, keep going. Several people at the scene nodded from time to time and couldn't help but look at praise. In fact, similar ideas and funny points have long been looming in Wang Jing's mind, but they have not yet formed a clear outline. Now Du Sheng said it, it was like a meteor passing through the night sky, instantly spreading the clouds and mists to see the blue sky. He patted Du Sheng on the shoulder with emotion and said with a smile. It's understandable at one point, you are really a source of inspiration. Originally, Wang Jing only knew that Du Sheng's acting skills and kung fu were good, but now he felt that he had to re-evaluate the young man. If the other party can often contribute such unique insights, I am afraid that the mouse falls in a cat will go to another level. Faced with everyone's praise, Du Sheng was a little humble. Even if he doesn't mention it, everyone can think of these things when their thinking collides. However, as a person with innate advantages, it is a little faster to speed up. Moreover, some flaws from previous lives can be removed. In this way, with Du Sheng's interference and prompts, the filming of the entire drama has been accelerated a lot. In less than 10 days, the progress of the movie actually exceeded 1/5 easily, which was so fast that both Wang Jing and Chen Jiasheng felt incredible. Perhaps because of the previous few ventings, Zhang Baji's condition has also been completely renewed and she has performed very well in recent days. Chen Jiasheng was even more moved. It seems that the rumors that Du Sheng can bring actresses into the role are indeed true. None in this case, it also brings considerable benefits to the shooting progress. After a few more days of busyness, Du Sheng was still dealing with the day before he was about to set off for Neon. Although this movie is a comedy, combat is indispensable in costume dramas. As the producer, Lu Wei simply asked him to serve on the title. Fortunately, the crew budget is enough, so the money is still affordable. After filming the afternoon scene, Wang Yeyang saw that Zhang Baji didn't pay attention to this side, and quietly stepped forward and said, "Brother Sheng, someone is looking for you outside." "Who is it?" Du Sheng did not look up and was still designing fighting movements. He thought he was Yang Mi or Lu Shishi who lived locally and often came to visit the set. After all, these two girls often made an appointment to come together to observe and study in order to successfully audition for the Sword of Fairy 1. Just after waiting for a while without saying anything, he looked in the direction Wang Yeyang pointed. "I saw a girl with a pure temperament standing outside the set, looking at him with a smile." 6c. Du Sheng stopped his movements with a little surprise in his words. Speaking of which, during this period, both of them have been communicating on QQ and sharing some interesting stories about filming. Unexpectedly, this girl stood in front of her without a sound. This is the capital. It's also a special filming scene for the crew. Didn't she still be in Bay City the day before yesterday? Seeing that the shooting had not started yet, Du Sheng couldn't help but come to Lu Yifei and asked in surprise. "Girl, why did you come suddenly?" "Hee, guess." Looking at Du Sheng, dressed in a flying fish suit, Lu Yifei's beautiful eyes lit up. I have to say, cousin, you are so cool in your outfit. Du Sheng filtered out the praise and pulled her aside. What's going on? Have you finished filming? Lu Yifei nodded and explained. I finished the film yesterday. I told my mom to go back to school first. But she still has some things to deal with, so she asked her assistant to come back early. Du Sheng knew that she must have hidden something from Lu Xili, and shook her head and smiled. You didn't tell your aunt this time, what if there was anything on the way? What's the matter? It's not my first time traveling. Lu Yifei was holding a travel bag in her hand, and she probably came directly after leaving the airport. Du Sheng looked at her a few times and smiled and joked. That might be, such a beautiful little fairy is tempting to commit crimes when walking on the road. My cousin is just talking nonsense. Although Lu Yifei was shy, her sweet smile betrayed her mood. Seeing that her face couldn't hide her fatigue, Du Sheng no longer cared about these things, and his tone was much gentler. Have you not had a good sleep these 2 days? I finally waited until the filming was finished, so I was so happy that I couldn't sleep. Lu Yifei smiled playfully and used to holding Du Sheng's arm. Cousin, you haven't finished the filming yet, why don't I wait outside the set? Du Sheng rubbed her hair regardless of the surprise gaze outside the field, then walked towards the exit. Don't worry, there's a scene stuck, and the director is still discussing. Lu Yifei held Du Sheng's arm tightly and said with a smile. Cousin, after filming the show tonight, we will go to Beijing University World to play. After chatting for a while, Du Sheng let go of her and suggested. I'll ask a Yang to take you to the hotel, and you'll have a rest first. Lu Yifei did not let go and shook her head gently. No, I'll just take a look here and learn acting skills by the way. You haven't had a good rest these 2 days. If you continue to survive, your body will not be able to bear it. Du Sheng said softly. Go back first and have a good sleep. I will go back soon after I finish my work. I will go to Beijing Taipei World and Yankai Lake Paradise together in the evening. Lu Yifei mumbled a few times, and finally nodded reluctantly. Du Sheng touched her head docilely and signaled Wang Yeyang to drive over. Since he is going to Neon tomorrow, Wang Yeyang is busy helping him prepare for K1-related matters. After sending Qingzi into the car, Du Sheng returned to the set with peace of mind. In order to ensure that Lu Xili was not worried, he sent another text message. Lu Xili was speechless for a moment, and she couldn't blame her anymore, and replied. Will Zixi not say hello to you in advance? Will it cause you trouble? As for calling Lu Yifei to return to school? She knew it was useless to mention it, but she was upset. It's nothing. She came to visit the set from afar. I must take good care of her. Seeing that this person was quite envious, Du Sheng added. Auntie, don't worry, it's rare for Qingzi to finish the holiday, so it's good to let her relax. The implication is that don't call to force the girl, so as not to be foolish. Lu Xili was mixed with feelings, but what the other party said was reasonable and she didn't say much in the end. I'll let her go back to school tomorrow, and I have to prepare for the final exam. I can't let her go to Neon to play around. I understand, don't worry. After hanging up the phone, as soon as Du Sheng returned to the set, Zhang Beizi came over, strange and curious. Cousin? Very beautiful. She is also among the top in the beauty rankings of many female artists in Xiangjiang, but Lu Yifei's unique beauty still surprised her. Especially the green and pure temperament revealed by the other party's frown and smile makes others' eyes even more lit. Youth is indeed the most beautiful synonym. That's right. Du Sheng's face did not change and ignored outsiders' gossip. Pull the woman with a little gossip into the corner. UNG 3 times just now. Have you found out the problem? This kind of thing is so long that it is better to mix with the thin cloth. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Zhang Baji reached out and pinched the soft flesh on his waist, and hummed. You bastard, you even cheated on the little girl. Women are very delicate, so why can't she see Lu Yifei's attachment to Du Sheng? Bah! What a fickle guy! There is another one on the set that is ambiguous, and another one comes. If she hadn't been reluctant to let go, she would have wanted to use scissors to cut it. Seeing Fan Ou resting beside him, she seemed to be smiling. What could Du Sheng do? Just put it on your own and sacrifice your life to accompany the gentleman. He gave a lot of promises and agreed to buy various bags, perfumes, and other items on Neon. Du Sheng finally comforted the two girls. If he hadn't been foresighted and added a few special skills in advance, I'm afraid that it would be not jealous now, but that there were rumors everywhere. This also made Du Sheng even more envious of King's sexual blessings. In addition to the 4 wives in the family, the other party also had a bunch of confidants outside, which was so envious of others. Du Sheng thought of the group of harems of the boss of Dui Games again. It seems that the accumulation from one's own is still too bad. I feel so sad. It seems that the day after tomorrow, we still have to make more money in the finals and support our foundation. I guess neon puppets are not an exaggeration to make money because they work so hard to make money. After the filming one day, Du Sheng sent the 2 women back to the bedside and then turned to the other side. Get off the car and passed by the familiar flower shop on the corner of the street. He suddenly walked in on a whim. Not long after, I had an exquisite flower box on my hand and walked into the hotel lobby. The doorbell rang lightly, and Lu Yifei, who had just woken up, jumped up from the sofa and came to the cat's eyes to take a look. It was my cousin standing outside the door. There seemed to be something hidden in my hand. She quickly opened the door, with a happy smile on her face, trying to pull Du Sheng in. But the next moment, her eyes were attracted by the bouquet of blooming lilies in the other person's hand. Oh my God! She shouted in surprise, moved by this sudden romance. This is my cousin's first gift, and it is of great significance. You seem to say before, like lilies. Du Sheng smiled and handed the bouquet to her. Yeah, it's so beautiful. Lu Yifei took the flower, sniffed it gently, and then gently hugged it in her arms, as if she was afraid of disturbing this beauty. Then, she threw herself into Du Sheng's arms without hesitation. Du Sheng hugged her tightly, rotated it for a few times before asking softly, "Do you want to go out and eat something? Listen to my cousin." Lu Yifei nodded obediently, took Du Sheng's arm naturally, and prepared to go out. Du Sheng noticed the flowers in her hand and reminded, "Don't you put down this flower? Eating may be inconvenient." "No, I'm going to take it with me." Lu Yifei insisted on holding it. This bouquet of flowers means something special to her, and she wants it to bloom around her all the time. Du Sheng smiled, said nothing, but said softly, "After eating, you can eat, and then go to Beijing University World to visit." "Okay." Lu Yifei responded sweetly, holding the flowers while walking with Du Sheng. Like a little girl in love. Chapter 209. The opponent is amazing this time. Beijing World is a place full of life. As night fell, the stalls on the street began to become busy, with a wide range of products. After dinner, Lu Yifei and Du Sheng shuttled through the crowd, stopping from time to time to appreciate or choose the items they like. There are a lot of snack stalls here, which makes people linger. In such a place full of urban atmosphere and undisturbed, Lu Yifei was as happy as a chirping bird. She held the flowers and snuggled beside Du Sheng, enjoying this rare and wonderful time. "Oh, my legs are a little sore." After walking around for a while, she tried to free up her hand to get other things. "But I couldn't bear to throw such a beautiful flower away," hoping to look at Du Sheng. "Cousin, there are still many delicious foods over there. Let's go shopping." Du Sheng didn't bother to tease her, so he took the flower with a smile. The girl had already picked up a bowl of steaming tofu flowers from the stall and tasted it while walking. Du Sheng also laughed as she watched her eat with relish and full of girlishness. "Cousin, this tofu tastes good. Do you want to try it?" Du Sheng shook his head and had already eaten a lot of passively just now. He reached out and took out a pack of tissues from his pocket and handed them to Lu Yifei. Wipe your mouth after eating. Lu Yifei took the tissue and continued her journey of exploration happily. Soon, she was attracted by a snack stall again. This is called oyster orange, look, there is seafood on it. Lu Yifei said excitedly. Du Sheng smiled slightly. He was already a little full, but he still tried it with her. Throughout the night, the two of them visited almost every corner of the Beijing world. Lu Yifei tasted a lot of snacks, but she watched Du Sheng eat more. I don't seem to have eaten anything, why are you finished shopping now? Lu Yifei was a little confused. Du Sheng shaved her nose with a smile. Because you only eat a little, everything else has been put into my stomach. Lu Yifei laughed and suddenly stopped when she walked to the end of the street. Oh, I'm so tired, what should I do if I don't want to take the bus? See, Du Sheng, the girl had cunning eyes and a coquettish tone. She shook her head and squatted down. Come on, big lazy. Lu Yifei laughed happily with the ringtone, and immediately jumped onto his back, and happily hummed a nursery rhyme. Little baby, I rode a big horse and rode to my grandmother's house. When my grandmother saw me, she laughed. I invited my grandmother to eat watermelon. Du Sheng listened to this crisp and pleasant voice, without saying a word, and enjoyed the tranquility. Cousin, are you going to Neon tomorrow? Lu Yifei wrapped her hands around Du Sheng's neck, suddenly stopped humming and said with a little curiosity. Du Sheng knew what the girl was going to do and said with a smile. Yes, but you still have the final exam, don't worry about it. Lu Yifei was suddenly a little unhappy. But I want to go. Don't worry, if I reach the final, it will take a long time in the future. Du Sheng smiled slightly. When you are on vacation, won't you have time? There are 14 players in the K1 GP semifinals, including intercontinental champions and global foreign players, and it takes at least 3 rounds of competition to reach the finals. If we count the elimination of the first round and strive for the only resurrection quota, the number of times will be even greater. Then we agree first, you have to bring me with you then. Lu Yifei also knew that her thoughts were not realistic and muttered. It's good to go back to school to learn to perform, otherwise you will be crushed when filming with you. When she thought about how she could work with her cousin again, she felt happy again. Du Sheng looked at her and smiled. This is not like your personal wish. Could it be what the aunt said? Lu Yifei snorted, obviously the main thing was said. She actually said I'm holding you back. Is anyone talking about her daughter like this? Lu Zili also said that if Du Sheng had not appointed her, it would be unknown whether she could star in The Legend of Sword 1. Although Lu Yifei knew that her mother was telling the truth, it was really hateful to attack herself like this. But the facts were in front of her and she could not refute them. Because of Du Sheng's superb acting skills, he is simply inferior. At noon, she watched for a moment and realized in her heart that this was not a solution. Especially when she saw the 2 beautiful girls who were acting against Du Sheng, she could keep up with the progress, this made her feel even more crisis. If I don't try to change, I'm afraid my cousin will dislike her. Du Sheng rarely serious and said. It's good to learn acting skills, so the future will be smoother. This girl's acting skills in her previous life were a bit too routine. To put it bluntly, just like Yang Mi, she has not made any progress. Cousin, you are enrolled in school, please give me some advice. Lu Yifei said softly. Of course, as long as you want to learn. Lu Yifei felt relieved and leaned her little head against Du Sheng's shoulder with peace of mind. She knew that as long as she had the support and help from her cousin, she would definitely not stay there. Du Sheng walked forward silently without saying anything, carrying her back. Fortunately, both of them were pretending, and there were not so many self-media in this era, otherwise rumors would have been flying everywhere. Not long after, a steady breathing sound came from his ears. Du Sheng turned his head and saw that Lu Yifei had quietly leaned on her shoulder and fell asleep quietly. He knew that this girl had been sleepy for a long time, so he couldn't help but smile and slow down to let him sleep more peacefully. 20 minutes later, I returned to Home Inn. Du Sheng gently pushed open the door, and the room was dim and turned on the lights casually. Then he half squatted down and gently placed the girl by the bed, allowing her to lie down smoothly. Lu Yifei was still sleeping, and there seemed to be no sign of awakening. Du Sheng stared at her slightly trembling eyelashes, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, but no sound was made. I just carefully helped her take off her shoes and socks, then gently pulled the quilt, and turned around and left the room. As the door closed gently, Lu Yifei on the bed opened her sleepy eyes slightly. She was sure that Du Sheng had gone away, and she was a little disappointed for no reason. In fact, the moment Du Sheng pushed the door open, she had woken up, but not knowing what he thought of, Lu Yifei covered her chest with her hands and her cheeks were slightly red, as if she was savoring her experience tonight. The indescribable thoughts flashed in her mind made her even more shy, and the flush on her cheeks became more obvious. When will you grow up? The next morning, Du Sheng held the octopus with his fan Ou down on the bed. Seeing this girl sleeping like a pig, she realized that she was a little angry last night, and it was indeed a bit difficult for her to stand alone. He went out and punched, and then he took the time to send Lu Yifei, who was reluctant to leave, back to school. Although Du Sheng did not tell the crew that he would take leave, everyone knew that he was going to fly to Neon tonight and was trying his best to cooperate. They also liked to hear such things as winning glory for the country. Moreover, once Du Sheng reaches the finals, he can also bring popularity and box office to the crew. However, thousands of miles apart from waiting, they can only support it through tomorrow night's broadcast. With the close cooperation of everyone, all scenes have been filmed in the afternoon. Today, the girl Yang Mi came to watch again, and she was with Lu Shishi. According to their statement, while thinking about the new script, we should also relax. So I pestered Du Sheng in all kinds of ways, and asked them to take them to the Neon Oxum to open their eyes. Seeing that they had even prepared their passports, Du Sheng obviously had been waiting for today. He asked a few questions and learned that they were my parents. Nodded. Considering that these two girls had been to Xiangzhong before, it was hard to persuade them again. After finishing the process, Du Sheng greeted Wang Jing, Chen Jiasheng, and others, then said goodbye to Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, and took Wang Yeyang, Zhang Hailong, and two girls to the Neon Tomb Technology Museum. The National Kung Fu Museum is located on Honshu Island and is a famous sports venue in Kokya. It is a mortar-shaped building with a 40 m height and a movable pool seat that can accommodate about 12,000 people. Tomorrow's K1 GP semifinals will be held there 14-7. As for the finals, it is likely to be held in the Tokyo Dome, which accommodates nearly 80,000 people. From this we can see that this show is still very popular in Neon. It is said that it was at its peak last year, with ratings almost comparable to the Red and White Gala, equivalent to the Spring Festival Gala in the East. Who is my opponent? Did Yao Wei collect specific information? On the plane, Du Sheng looked at Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong and asked, regardless of the two girls who were so excited that they were chattering. Brother Sheng, your opponent is amazing this time. Zhang Hailong was trained by Huang Deli for a week and lost weight, but his spirits were obviously much better. Before Wang Yeyang could speak, he took out a document and said excitedly. One of the four kings of K1, the magic Sashi Do, nicknamed Silver Wolf. As soon as this statement came out, Yang Mi and Lu Shishi, who were still talking happily, stopped. Bai Xian also looked weird when he arranged the accompanying recording team. As the promotion team of the Kung Fu program, how could they have never heard of the Daming of Masato? As we all know, ascending to the championship of K1 GP and winning the title of King of Fighting is definitely the ultimate goal that all boxers dream of. However, this event has no weight limit. Due to differences in race and physical fitness, Asian players often find it difficult to compete with Western giants in terms of physique and strength. Since the K1 GP was held for 10 years, the championship throne has been occupied by Western players for a long time. However, they chose to participate in the K1 local competition. Because in addition to the rewards won, the first, second and third place will also receive a valuable opportunity to go directly to the K1 GP semifinals. And the champion of this year's K1 local competition is Masato. Not to mention, he also coded the popular names such as Ardor and Ko Sato along the way, and defeated the other three kings with points. Mainly won the title AJKF Welterweight King, ISKA World Welterweight King, 2K1 Max Neon King, and this year's K1 Max World King. Masato did not make it to the K1 GP quarterfinals last time, and this time he was obviously making a comeback with a heart full of reluctance. Masato. Du Sheng was a little surprised and said, "Is this a lottery decision or a sponsor's designation? As long as you have paid a little attention to fighting, you should have heard of the 4K1 Kings, especially the name of the Silver Wolf Magic Sato." While speaking, Du Sheng took the document handed over by Zhang Hailong. This is sent by Ma Yaoei, who went to Neon to collect intelligence first, and it lists a series of battles about Magic Do. In March this year, in the K1 local competition finals, Masato won the championship again and defeated the legendary player Yukazu Takeda in the final, completing the generational alternation of the Neon fighting world, and officially becoming a representative figure in the Neon kickboxing world. In April, in the K1 Max World Championship, Masato defeated the super popular player Greek Little Bald who had Klaus, one of the four kings, in the first round. In the semifinals in May, KO's next game champion Sakada Kiat put on. In June, Masato met with Klaus, who coded him last year. In the end, he completed his revenge with a set of combined punches and knee skills and won the championship. Du Sheng couldn't help but think of K1 in his previous life. These four kings monopolized the 70 kg world boxing world for 10 years. In that era, they almost became a legend of the arena that could not be surpassed. Especially the Magica Takato, who never gives up and never surrendered, was defeated by his opponent again and again, and stood up to revenge again and again. This person witnessed the heyday of K1. Since he retired, Neon has no successor and K1 has begun to decline. If he persists for another 5 years, he may have another unexpected situation. It was decided to draw lots last week. Wang Yeyang knew what Du Sheng meant and sneered. "In my opinion, there are probably some tricks in this." The two girls Yang Mi and Lu Shishi couldn't understand and turned their heads curiously. Chapter 210 Self-Smelling. Zhang Hailong has always been paying attention to fighting events and sneered. Most of all, these are 9 out of 10 things that were deliberately arranged by the organizer. Why? Lu Shishi's pure and elegant little face was full of confusion. It's very simple, to protect Neon local players. Zhang Hailong is a loyal fan of the demonic comic. He was hiding in society as a teenager. Although his fighting ability is not very good, he is a fanatic in the K1 event. He knows a lot about some gossip, inside information and sneer. To put it simply, I just pick soft persimmons and pinch them. Du Sheng also understood immediately, just shook his head and smiled. On the other hand, this Asian boxer is also a soft persimmon to him? Yang Mi is still a little confused. Didn't the K1 organization claim to be fair and just? Isn't this a slap in the face? Fairness and justice are also relative. Wang Yeyang spread his hands and said with a smile. The 14 players in the semifinals, more than 9 are monsters above 95 kilograms. If you were the organizer, would you be more careful in order to ensure that your own people are not eliminated in one round? Yang Mi and Lu Shishi finally understood and couldn't help looking at each other. I couldn't help but say, shameless. Zhang Hailong smiled and handed over a neon foreign media newspaper. This is nothing. What's outrageous is that Masato still feels that he has been insulted when facing brother Sheng. Everyone turned their heads and saw that they were speechless. This newspaper records the post-match interview of Masato, which mentioned the situation of the first match in the semifinals. The meaning of inside and outside is that I think the organizer is making a big deal, which will make him even more confused. This chain of contempt has really been added to the extreme layer by layer. As expected, the bottom is a boxer similar to a weak fighting country like the East. I feel that there is no honor to beat them, and the returns are also low. If you are defeated or won by the other party, it will be a devastating blow to your fame. Therefore, even local boxers who are favored by the organizer would rather fight against opponents with equal fame than against those with lower ranks. Du Sheng was not angry about this, but instead smiled meaningfully. It's not bad, at least it's enough gimmicks and popularity. Letting gossip before the game is an alternative promotion for fighting. Maybe, this was deliberately arranged by the organizer. After playing this wave of opposing cards, it will invisibly increase publicity and exposure. As Neon's most popular fighting idol star, Masato is definitely unprecedented in his attention no matter who is his opponent. In a sense, Du Sheng was also considered a prophet. After all, he voluntarily gave up his appearance fee and instead participated in the share agreements of box office, advertising sponsorship, and PPV. This time the other party's verbal tricks invisibly increased the audience and box office guarantee. In fact, as soon as this report was released, it immediately triggered a wave of heated discussions in Qujing. Many fighting fans expressed their intention to buy tickets on the spot and witnessed the scene where Du Sheng, the Oriental pig specially invited by the organizer, was taught a lesson by the Silver Wolf. This situation does have more benefits than disadvantages to Du Sheng. Not to mention the reputation value he gained, such hot discussions invisibly also increase his attention to the game. For example, in the entertainment industry, celebrities are always at the forefront, even if these discussions are mixed with criticism and doubts. But as the old saying goes, there is heat when there is controversy, and the most feared thing is that no one cares about it. However, controversy alone is far from enough. In the face of many doubts and challenges, Du Sheng needs to win more support from his compatriots. This is not only to expand one's influence, but also to ensure the smooth progress of the game and personal economic benefits. After all, in addition to tickets and unknown PPV revenue, he also needs more sponsorship to ensure income. Because according to that agreement, if the game profit is less than 2 million soft sister coins, he will not share it. You can't count on the organizer for this kind of thing, so fighting for it yourself is a way to go. Therefore, Du Sheng had already asked Ye Zi, who arrived early, to find the Dongfang Embassy Hall and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Neon. When he got on the plane, Ye Zi met with Consul Su, who was in charge of related affairs in the embassy in the name of 2 cultural exchanges. As long as nothing unexpected happens in the future, everything should be implemented smoothly. Those journalists and media can also use them. The last Woolen finals made Yang Shi5 enjoy the sweetness. This time, there was no need for outsiders to remind him. He accepted the olive branch from K1 Asian leader Matsushima Fujisawa early, and agreed to broadcast the event Du Sheng competed in K1. He even agreed with Bai Xian's suggestion and sent reporters to Neon to record and shoot at any time. In view of this, dozens of media outlets that received the news have long been here to report on the event and interview Du Sheng. In addition to dozens of companies arranged by Ye Zi plus Bai Xian, there are also many media outlets in Xiangjiang. Du Sheng's match in Neon this time is no less than the scale of the Woolen finals. However, in order to further expand its influence, Du Sheng brought his team to the hotel in Qujing and accepted an interview that night. However, due to various factors, although major media asked questions enthusiastically, they did not dare to easily assert what kind of ranking Du Sheng could get. In fact, there are many Chinese players on the K1 field, but their results are not satisfactory. Last year, there were also folk representatives from the East, but they lost to King of Yao in the first round. These failed examples make the media more careful when writing articles, fearing that the other party's failure will make the newspaper lose trust. Du Sheng himself was fearless. In order to gain popularity, he bluntly said in an interview that the only goal is the champion. As soon as this sentence was released, it immediately caused a lot of response and uproar. K1GP gathers top experts from all over the world. The difficulty of standing out from it is conceivable. Du Sheng's words seemed a bit timid in the eyes of many people. What's more, he thinks that if he can break into 4, he should burn incense and return to his deity. As for entering the finals, everyone had no expectations at all. For Du Sheng didn't care too much about these sounds. He knew very well that in the arena, strength is the most powerful response. Whether it is arrogance or confidence, it ultimately needs to be proved by grades. As expected, Yazi got the final agreement. With the endorsement of the embassy and the support of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Du Sheng's momentum grew stronger. As long as he can win this game and pass the news back to the country, it will be obvious that he will have a huge impact. Just like the achievements made by Lu Xiang, Zhou Shiman, and others in their respective fields, Du Sheng is also on a breakthrough from scratch. You can only win, otherwise there will be no next time. After meeting, Yazi reminded Du Sheng. Most of the elites of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Qujing maintain international trade with the East. For them, whether it is the endorsement of the embassy or the potential commercial value of Du Sheng in the East, sponsoring his event is indeed of great benefit. What's more, this game is not flashy, but a major influential showdown at the peak of Asian fighting. The Masato has extremely high attention in Neon China, and its advertising value should not be underestimated. After careful consideration, several major companies of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce jointly provided stadium advertising sponsorship of 3 million soft girl coins. With the investment in K1 TV advertising sponsorship, the total sponsorship revenue of this fighting event reached an astonishing 5 million soft girl coins. Even without considering the income of PPV, pay-per-view, and based on tickets and sponsorship fees alone, Du Sheng has long exceeded the minimum expected 2 million event profit target. It is very likely that both parties will divide the profit by 50% or 50% of the profit. The next day, when Yazi informed Ma Yaoei, Zhang Hailong, and others of the good news, everyone looked at Du Sheng in surprise. It seems that I have seen an impossible task being easily completed. Brother Sheng, as far as I know, there are very few players in the fighting world who have truly had business acumen in the past century. Zhang Hailong said excitedly. Even if there are so many, they only use their fame to exchange for commercial value after becoming famous, such as Franco Duva. But you are a genius who truly perfectly combines business and fighting. Although Yang Mi didn't say anything, her beautiful eyes never blinked and never left Du Sheng. She sincerely admires the business talent shown by this idol. Business genius? I would rather call myself a business genius. Du Sheng responded calmly. Because of the process of attracting sponsorship, he used the influence of the embassy. If he loses the game in the end, he will not only offend the embassy hall and the Chinese Chamber of Commerce, but may also lose the identity of the bridge of sports exchange between the two countries. By then, it will not only be difficult to gain a foothold in K1, but also have complaints about participating in UFC. This is indeed a tightrope road, but he chose to move forward bravely. Although Lu Shishi found it difficult to understand the profound meaning of Du Sheng's words, she was still full of admiration for Du Sheng's series of operations. But the two girls came here this time to join in the fun and went out to have fun that day. For safety reasons, Du Sheng asked Yesizi's assistant to accompany him and told them to come back when the competition started in the evening. And he himself still has to deal with many things today. According to the information collected by Ma Yaoei, the entire list of K1 GP semifinals has been released. There are 3 winners from the K1 local competition, 5 winners from the Intercontinental Championship, 3 special invites from the foreign market, and 3 returned to the heavyweight division in the last year. As the main K1 event, the semifinals will play 7 games in total, with an average of 1 game a week and will play for more than a month. During this period, there will be sub-match matches and exhibition matches. The biggest reason for playing for so long is to lay the groundwork for the next round of duels. After drawing lots from the K1 Affairs Bureau, 3 pairs of matched opponents were announced. The showdown between Masado vs Du Sheng was scheduled for the first game of the first week. It can be seen how much K1 organization attaches importance to this. As the popularity of this heavyweight showdown continues to heat up, in order to maximize publicity, the K1 organization and operation company will also plan a grand pre-match weighing ceremony at noon. The purpose is to deepen the audience's impression of this battle and intensify the tension between Du Sheng and Silver Wolf. Chapter 211, Suicide by Septum. At noon that day, the National Technology Museum. Even if Du Sheng entered the reception area, he could clearly hear the noisy sounds outside. Brother Sheng, today not only dozens of companies have also brought hundreds of Chinese to support them, and the grand occasion is unprecedented. Zhang Hailong said excitedly. Hundreds of people? It seems that many boxing fans are coming here. As the top Asian fighting event launch conference, such scale and momentum are undoubtedly a new challenge for Du Sheng. Brother Sheng, after the weighing is over, Masato may find you a fault. Ma Yaoei, who collected relevant information, specially gave Du Sheng some advice. This is a common routine in weighing rituals. After all, you beat Sato KO like this in Woolen before, and as a friend, he is likely to respond. It is best for you to remain calm and not be influenced by his provocation. He knew that in addition to promoting the event, this press conference was also an important moment for both sides to show their image. Under the gaze of the media and the audience, the boxers on both sides often test each other and even show their fangs to demonstrate your deterrence. If the two sides had grudges or were full of gunpowder before, the possibility of conflict would be even higher. Zhang Hailong also nodded in recognition. That's right, even if you want to provoke back then, be careful not to step on the trap. They are not unfamiliar with this situation, but Du Sheng, who is still a fighting newcomer, will suffer losses. He was afraid that Du Sheng would lose his calmness in the face of sudden provocation, which would affect his image. After all, it is difficult for a boxer who is easily provoked to win the respect of the audience. Don't worry, I'm not a young man with passion. Du Sheng smiled slightly, calm and composed. Although this is his first time attending a weighing ceremony, he also watched the competition video when he was bored some time ago and had a long time understanding of what might happen at the press conference. He knew that most of the time, this kind of provocation was just a show of making a show and creating some publicity stunts for the media. Of course, if both sides really have a holiday, it is not ruled out that they will really take action. Du Sheng didn't know much about Masato and was not sure if the other party would be irritable. But he was not worried about these things at all. If the other party really takes action, the explosive publicity effect of adding oil to the fire is also in line with expectations. Brother Sheng, it's your turn to appear. Since Du Sheng did not have a training team and a coaching team, Ma Yaoei, Zhang Hailong, Wang Yeyang, and others made guest appearances. This time they all appeared as participants' logistics personnel to handle all matters for Du Sheng. As for Yesi, she went back at noon because she had something to do. Du Sheng didn't say anything else and walked towards the front. The flashlights were like stars, covering him. However, after all, this is someone else's home court, and some questions are inevitable. This kind of small guy is worthy of challenging Masato? It's simply a shame for yourself. Let's talk, how many rounds will Silver Wolf KO him tonight? You'd better go back and be an actor, it's not suitable for soft guys. Although Du Sheng couldn't understand neon words, the sarcasm of those fans of Masato was obvious. Brother Sheng, don't pay attention. Even if Real Madrid comes here to play football, they will be booed. Keep a calm mind. Ma Yaoei is very clear about the difference between being at home and away. In this environment, it is difficult for a foreign player to maintain his mentality. For example, last year when the Rockets came to Neon to play basketball, a newcomer who had just entered the Na was criticized for his mentality. Du Sheng nodded slightly, his face as calm as before. This group of people thought that this would affect his mentality, which was too self-righteous. He glanced at the sarcastic people calmly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The audience and the reporter were a little surprised to see him so calm. In this case, it is difficult for the boxer to remain calm even if he is not angry. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng smiled happier instead. Is this a manifestation of self-confidence? Or don't take Magica trouble into consideration. Those fans of Magic Shadow were no longer calm, and a nameless fire broke out. This is simply a silent provocation to them. However, before they could make even more vicious abuse, a boiling cheer suddenly broke out not far away. Du Sheng, come on! You are the most popular. Blow up that puppet, you are the most beautiful Chinese baby. Du Sheng turned his head and saw a group of Chinese people waving the 5-star red flag and shouting for him loudly. Although the number of people is not as large as that of the locals, it invisibly injects support and strength into people. A hint of emotion flashed in Du Sheng's eyes, and he waved and smiled at the other side. Amid the expectations, the weighing ceremony was officially launched. Masato, 174 centimeters tall, 180 centimeters wingspan, 75 kilograms weight, 108 kilograms bench press, 612 pounds left fist, 755 pounds right fist. The last three things are unexpected. It is obvious that in order to stand out in the K1 GP competition, Masato specially gained weight from the original 70 kilograms to 75 kilograms. He can dominate the K1 Max, not only mastering judo and kickboxing, but also being good at the explosion of waist and horse integration. Finishing skills: right straight punch, left and right hook punch, low leg sweep, lower kick, etc. He is better at using smooth and rapid combination punches as a winning weapon. Du Sheng has long heard of the name of Silver Wolf, but his memory is still in his previous life when he retired. When the eyes of both sides collided, Masato just glanced at him contemptuously, then turned around and waved to the audience. Obviously, he was not interested in this Oriental boxer. In the eyes of Masato, this game was just a routine matter. There are too many new stars like Du Sheng who have emerged in small and medium-sized events in Wulin that are fleeting and are not comparable to him. Du Sheng seemed to be unable to see Mo Shada's indifferent attitude, and still acted calmly. If he thinks from the perspective of others and stands in the position of Masato, he may also hold the same view. Why should a fighting newcomer who has no significant record and is still an actor? As both sides boarded the weighing platform, the most critical moment has come. Du Sheng stood beside the scale, and when the spotlight shone on him, no matter whether the audience supported him or not, they turned their attention to him at this moment. The fans of Masato whispered, and most of them looked at Du Sheng with sarcastic and picky eyes. I heard that Dongfang is very poor and backward. You said he wouldn't you be as thin as a bamboo pole? Don't underestimate others. Look at his current body shape, you can tell that it's very strong at first glance. Who can guarantee that it is not eaten by eating protein powder? How many strong Oriental people have you seen? Looking at his broad shoulders and distinct muscle lines, this is not something you can eat. The fighting fans in the audience widened their eyes and prepared to watch Du Sheng's joke. Their impression of Oriental people is mostly derived from some negative media reports, imagining Du Sheng as a thin monkey. But when Du Sheng slowly took off his t-shirt and showed his muscles carved with swords and axes, the atmosphere on the scene instantly solidified. His muscle lines are smooth, tight, and full of strength. Obviously, it cannot be achieved by simply exercising. Wow! Can this muscle really be trained? This trapezoidalis, this latissimus dorsi, is so smooth that it looks like a meticulous craft. It's instantly killed. It's fake, even the Silver Wolf can't get this body shape. He is handsome, and his body is so charming. I miss you so much. The fans of the magic shadow who had previously sarcasticated Du Sheng all shut their mouths and were obviously shocked by the scene in front of them. Du Sheng, height 183 centimeters, wingspan 189 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, bench press 118 kilograms, left fist 592 pounds, right fist 726 pounds, surface data. At the same time, the silver wolf also cast a curious look from the corner. When I saw Du Sheng's muscles full of strength, my pupils contracted slightly, which was a bit unexpected. He started learning boxing at the age of 13. Now, after nearly 10 years of training, he cannot develop such strong muscle lines. Especially the other party's muscle fibers, you can tell at a glance that it is too much. At this moment, he was a little confused. How did a person who has been filming for many years practice? Silver Wolf felt even more unhappy about the reactions of the audience below. Because the limelight was snatched by the other party unconsciously. This is still his home court, what is the difference between this and being arrogant? After the weighing ceremony, the press conference will begin on time. Du Sheng and Silver Wolf sat at both ends of the launch platform respectively. K1 Organization Asia Director Matsuhima Fujisawa and the event operation representative sat in the middle as witnesses, cleverly separating the two contestants. At the beginning of the questioning session, reporters rushed to the Silver Wolf like a tide. There are also many people on Du Sheng's side, but most of them are from the east. Mr. Masato, I am a reporter from Kyoto Daily. What do you think about the upcoming semifinals? Silver Wolf picked up the microphone and replied casually. This kind of game does not pose a challenge to me. In the same sentence, I will reach the finals with an absolute advantage. Silver Wolf's confidence did not surprise everyone present, after all, his strength is obvious to all. Almost 80% of the people on the scene also thought so. The reporter changed his statement and said. It was said that in order to avoid being eliminated in the first round of Western Giants, you asked the organizer to choose a soft persimmon. Is it true? If you are worried about being eliminated, why bother to participate? The Silver Wolf said coldly with contemptuous eyes. Picking this kind of soft persimmon will only waste my time. In other words, if the organizer hadn't chosen such an opponent to please the Oriental market, he wouldn't have wanted to fight at all. As soon as this sentence came out, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became boiling. Many fighting fans cheered, and they appreciated the domineering attitude of Silver Wolf. Then how many rounds do you have confidence in KOing your opponent? The Silver Wolf's mouth was used to roaming a touch of playfulness and stretched out 2 fingers. 2 rounds. If I can't KO him in 2 rounds, you can just laugh at me. Silver Wolf's answer made warm applause sound again. Du Sheng, who was also interviewing, noticed the situation there and just laughed. At this time, a reporter who knew Neon language immediately came over, repeated the question over there, and asked. Mr. Du, Masato said that you can be KO'd within 2 rounds. What response do you have to him for this statement? Du Sheng's face was calm, as if he couldn't hear the irony, and said. I think some people always like to package excuses so well. If it were me and I couldn't KO the opponent in 1 round, then I should commit suicide by separatism. Boom. As soon as these words came out, the scene was in an uproar. What followed was the excitement screams of journalists and media, and the endless shutter photos. Big news, big news. If you cannot KO your opponent in 1 round, then commit suicide by separatism? What a despise this! Although there is a response to jokes, I am facing countless reporters now. Even if you are joking, you can imagine what the report will turn out to be. Not to mention, the word slicing almost hits the death of Neon Man, so don't mention it randomly. The person in front of me is fine. I am afraid that the fire will not burn big enough, so I will burn oil to death. Chapter 212 Conflict Scene. What are you talking about? Sure enough, the Moshado's face changed instantly after listening to the translation, and he turned his head and roared at Du Sheng. He has been fighting in the fighting competition for so long and has never been KO'd in one round. Even though he last fought against Holland's 100 kg Grizzlies in K1 GP, he persisted for 3 rounds. This Oriental boy from a weak fighting country in front of him, how can he dare despise yourself so much? Is he worthy? Don't understand? Then I'll repeat it. Du Sheng was unmoved and said lightly. If you can't kill it in 1 round, it's best to commit suicide by septum. What does kill someone? That's it. Because of the public opinion hype, he ignored Silver Wolf's contempt and did not openly provoke. But the other party repeatedly became more and more aggressive. Even if he was muddy, he would be angry. Baga, you're looking for death. As the successor of Neon's new generation boxing champion, Silver Wolf has a sense of arrogance in addition to being angry. Seeing that Du Sheng actually dared to openly mock him, he was instantly furious and rushed over suddenly. There is a big stance that you have to take action if you have a disagreement. Du Sheng did not hurry or slow down, and stood up in time to face the angry Silver Wolf. His eyes were full of jokes, as if he was silently mocking. Don't wait for the evening, I'll KO you now. The atmosphere between the two was extremely tense instantly. The press conference site seemed to have become a battlefield that was about to break out. The audience began to cheer excitedly, looking forward to a live version of the Fire Dragon duel. The flashlights frequently lit up, and the reporters were excited to capture this rare scene. For them, this is far more interesting than a dull interview. The staff of K1 organization and event promotion are obviously prepared for this kind of scene. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides was tense, they rushed forward quickly and tried to separate the two. Ma Yaoei also grabbed Du Sheng in time and whispered. Calm down, we can't get lost at this time. Just make some topics at the press conference. If you really start to do it, it will be good for anyone. Once injured, it will also affect the game. Although similar scenes occur from time to time at the fighting press conference, most boxers will choose to calm down the situation under the dissuasion of the staff. Because everyone knows that the real competition is on the ring, not on this occasion. Moreover, the organization's punishment for private fights is quite severe, and no one wants to lose the big picture because of the small. The reason why Du Sheng couldn't help but want to do something was not to make a gimmick to gain reputation. He could not tolerate any contempt for himself and his race. If you choose to give in today, the label of East Asian weak man will be labeled again. This is something he can't accept. Besides, if you don't fight back hard, you will be even more despised in the future. So no matter who is in front of you, as long as you dare to rush over and speak loudly, Du Sheng will punch him without hesitation. However, with the rapid intervention of the security personnel on the scene, more and more people rushed forward and pressed Du Sheng and Yinlang tightly, making it impossible for both sides to take any action. This scene that could have escalated into a fierce conflict was curbed in time. But the scene at the press conference was soon reported by the media reporters present. There is no doubt that this episode has brought a lot of explosive gimmicks and attention to the upcoming finals. Many locals never thought that when facing the powerful Masato, this weak boxer from the East would have such a decisive side. Especially the provocative words of slicing suicide left a deep impression on people. What is certain is that the fight tonight is absolutely hot. The smell of gunpowder is also full of smell. For a time, countless people began to buy tickets or owned demand broadcasts, all wanting to see the exciting scenes tonight. That night, the first semi-final of K1 GP finally ushered in. Similar to the match in the past few days, the match tonight is still chosen to be held in the National Technical Hall. Du Sheng originally thought that this was just an ordinary semi-final and there might not be many spectators. However, when they arrived at the scene on the organizer's bus, the scene in front of them surprised everyone. Outside the venue, there was crowds of people and a bustle. The audience had 5-star national flag stickers on their faces, some of them were painted red, and Du Sheng's posters and names were waving in their hands, and cheers were heard one after another. Du Sheng looked at all this and couldn't help but feel turbulent in his heart. He turned to look at Bai Xian and asked, "Are these audiences organized by you?" Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, and others who were sitting next to them were also excited to see it. This is simply the greatest encouragement. Bai Xian was responsible for following up with the organizer for related matters. For example, broadcasting, interviewing and other matters. He understood the other party's meaning, shook his head and smiled. Yang Shi will not instigate such things. It seems that most of the local students or Chinese are here to support you. Outside the bus, the sound of cheering and cheering spread like a torrent, and it can be clearly heard hundreds of meters away. Come on Du Sheng. Get your breath. Don't have a puppet. Listening to these passionate shouts, Du Sheng was deeply moved. Bai Xian looked at the passionate international students outside the window and whispered. The mainland boxers who came to participate in the competition have also come to cheer on the spot. Ma Yaoi was a little confused. Aren't those guys even in the quarterfinals? Bai Xian smiled, his eyes flashing with a firm light. Win and lose are common in military affairs, but as long as someone dares to challenge, there is always hope for victory. Sheng, I will try my best to win the game tonight. Even if I don't win glory for the country, it will be worth it for them. Zhang Hailong, I can't help but complain. Damn, what nonsense are you talking about? My sister. Brother Sheng not only wants to win tonight's event, but also wants to win the title of King of Fighting. After entering the lounge of the National Technical Museum, Du Sheng truly felt the warm atmosphere of the game. The venues that can accommodate 12,000 people are full. Among the audience, there are probably only more than 1,000 people in the Chinese group. The rest are neon, huts, and tombs, and female audiences account for a considerable proportion. They sat in the stands, their faces filled with excitement and expectation, as if they were waiting for some important moment to come. You don't need to guess that these are all fanatical fans of the neon national hero Silver Wolf. According to the K1 organization, all 12,000 tickets from the National Tech Museum have been sold out. Compared with the high tickets for boxing events, the ticket price of this K1 GP semi-final is indeed much more affordable. Tickets for those boxing champions in North America are often priced at $300 to $500, and the front seats are as high as thousands of dollars. Top venues such as Allianz Stadium in Munich or Superdome Stadium in New Orleans have doubled their prices. If there are boxing matches involving top boxing champions such as Tyson and Mayweather, the ticket price starts at least $1,000, and the front row luxury seat is even a sky-high price of $100,000. Those who come to watch in person are often celebrities or bigwigs from all walks of life, such as Hollywood superstars, Chinese tyrants, small country chiefs, etc. A top boxing match can reach hundreds of millions of dollars with just ticket revenue, which is incomparable to other sports events. In this showdown between Du Sheng and Silver Wolf, although the average ticket price is only 800 soft girl coins, the total income also reaches nearly 10 million soft girl coins. Such income may only be considered a medium level in the boxing industry, but it is already an amazing record in the field of kickboxing. After all, this is just a semi-final and its influence should not have been so great. The K1 organization and its operators did not have too much expectations, and what the audience wants to see the most is a strong showdown or a semi-finals battle. They rented such a large venue more to use this game to build up the reputation of K1 in the East, even if they lose money. With Magic Etoile as a guarantee, their psychological expectation is to sell 5,000 tickets. But reality is far beyond their imagination. This means that the hype at noon today has a great influence. Many people came for Du Sheng. Du Sheng originally expected that the ticket revenue would be up to 5 million soft girl coins. After deducting the share, promotion costs, and venue costs with the K1 organization, it would be great to have a net income of 1.2 million. But now, net income can at least double. If he can win this game, the share ratio will be expanded to 73rd. Brother Sheng, your identity value has been reflected. Zhang Hailong said the statistics excitedly. If the PPV of this game, pay-per-view, can also go smoothly, Miracle Studio may also be able to get a share of about 1 million soft girl coins. In the kickboxing world, it is rare for boxers who rank about 100 in the world to earn 2 million soft sister coins a year. Du Sheng brought him nearly 4 million in soft girl coins with just one semi-final level game. This is a considerable wealth even in developed countries. Don't think that all Europeans and Americans live an extremely luxurious life. In fact, many people earn only about 40,000 to 50,000 euros a year. In contrast, the income from this game is enough to kill most people in seconds. Seeing Zhang Hailong's face was excited, Du Sheng knew that this guy had never seen a big snake shit before, so he shook his head. This is just a small fuss. Didn't Yao Wei contact those reliable foreigners? If it really doesn't work, just buy the lottery tickets for the boss. In Neon, the lottery for the K1 event was issued by Guanfeng. Like boxing, UFC, and other events in North America, they are all reasonably and globally distributed. The content of the fight betting includes the winner, method, number of rounds, etc. of the game. K1GP takes the standard game as an example, and is divided into 5 rounds, 1 round, and 3 minutes. For example, if the Masato KO or TKO Du Sheng wins, the odds are 1.89, if the Du Sheng wins, the odds are 2.68. The odds for winning points between Masato and Du Sheng are 1.92:2.61 respectively. In addition, there is also KO or TKO Du Sheng in the second round, with the odds of 2.42, on the contrary, Du Sheng's winning odds are 3.28. The first round of Magica Do KO or TKO Du Sheng won, up to 2.91. The highest odds are of course Du Sheng won the first round KO or TKO Magica fight, reaching 3.82 times the limit. The outside is similar. Except for the higher odds, it is almost unfavorable to Du Sheng. It is really that Magic Shadow is so famous that it is a household name in the neon fighting world. Even the odds were raised by a level out of thin air. Chapter 213 Big Deal. If you can't trust those companies, it's better to buy the lottery. Ma Yaoi, who went out for a walk at noon, came to this conclusion after coming back. Zhang Hailong was not surprised by this and laughed. By outdoors in Xiangzhong, we have a trustworthy society. The outer veins here are basically controlled by evil organizations such as Yamaguchi Group and Tsukiyoshi Group, and they lost all their money in minutes. Brother Sheng, do we want to bet? XXX. Hearing Wang Yeyang and others' inquiries, Du Sheng thought for a while and whispered. Buy me and win in 1 round, 3 million. Zhang Hailong had long seen Du Sheng's awesome skills in Xiangzhong. He had solved his opponents in 1 round before, so he was not surprised at all. At this moment, I was even full of confidence and spoke out in surprise. Brother Sheng, isn't it too little for 3 million soft sister coins? If others hear this, they will definitely widen their eyes and ask, will you be at home? This money is exchanged for neon coins, up to 42 million. Moreover, the opponent is the famous Magic Sato. How can you buy 1 round to deal with him? I only changed 3.5 million to come here this time, so you can see. Du Sheng misappropriated 50% of the studio's funds, and in this era, the currency exchange, Yi Bank, has been limited. This was only exchanged after 2 moves, and a handling fee was also posted for this. If the opponent wasn't a puppet, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant if he changed to a 100 kilograms giant. Clear. Wang Yeyang smiled and turned around and secretly discussed with Ma Yaoi and Zhang Hailong. Mad, I don't believe my brother-in-law will lose, so I will buy 500,000. Zhang Hailong gritted his teeth and paid all the money he had finally asked for from Zhang Baji. Ma Yaoi shrugged and followed a note. Since brother Sheng dares to play so big, of course I will accompany you. I will buy 500,000. Wang Yeyang muttered to the madman. He knew very well that these two people had almost used their wealth. He thought for a while and said, I only have 300,000 yuan, so just do it. In the end, the three of them added betting points next to the gymnasium and reported a 65 million neon coin bet, which shocked many others. Because in addition to big money, I bought Du Sheng Ko Magica Do in one round. Is this group of people so much money? With such a big deal, even the staff responsible for swiping and betting were shocked. It was really these three people who were too confident and had no hesitation to bet. The local rich people only bet 10 or 20 million neon coins at most, and they still hesitate. If she hadn't seen them as foreigners and could still make a note, she would have doubted whether she had come to make trouble. At this time, on the viewing stage, Du Sheng actually brought you two to watch the game. Bai Xian glanced over Yang Mi and Lu Shishi with a surprised look and joked. Aren't you worried that you'll see him being smashed by his opponent in a while and your face is covered in blood? Previously, Bai Xian went to the set to discuss things with Du Sheng, and had seen these two girls who often came to watch the scene. This, probably won't be possible. Lu Shishi was caught off guard, and her pretty little face was a little nervous. Ha ha ha, I'm kidding you. Bai Xian couldn't help laughing. You guys don't know Du Sheng's strength. It's definitely easy for him to win this semi-final. But it is always inevitable to get injured in the game, isn't it? Having said that, Yang Mi was still a little worried. The bloody fighting scenes of the past appeared in her mind, and the scenes of the players being bruised were vivid in her mind. Amid the anxiety of the two girls, the horn of the semifinals was finally sounded. The reason why K1 can firmly reach the peak of world fighting events is that its strong star-making ability and event promotion make an indelible contribution. Even if it was just a semi-final, this game was planned and produced to the top level. Not only was there a DJ who controlled the atmosphere and a professional lighting team, but the Good Morning Girls group also brought a shocking singing and dancing performance. As the melody of love echoed in the venue, the audience's emotions were quickly ignited. Soon, the betting channel was closed and the host signaled the two boxers to go to the ring. The ultimate showdown is about to usher in. Brother Sheng, it's your turn to appear, come on. Ma Yaoi and the other two returned to the lounge. Seeing that the boxer was about to leave the game on the broadcast screen, he couldn't help but say excitedly. As the finale of tonight's K1 event, this semi-final is not only unprecedented in scale, but also invited the well-known commentator of the neon fighting industry to host it. Dear viewers, the long-awaited event has finally arrived. Next, let us witness the peak showdown in the K1 GP semifinals. First of all, let us welcome this contestant from the East, known as the Sniper God. At the age of 19, he has only been in the fighting world for a year and has made his mark in the Legend of Woolen and won the championship. Now, he has stepped onto the K1 semifinals with his extraordinary strength. Let us cheer for his next wonderful performance. Hasegawanin's commentary is full of passion, fully demonstrating his professionalism as a famous fighting vocalist. As his introduction ended, Du Sheng, with a cold-faced face, slowly walked out of the contestants' passage. When he took off his battle robe and showed his clear muscles and deep eyes, the screams on the right side of the audience almost overturned the roof. This includes Lu Shishi on the stage without blinking. Yang Mi stared at her strangely. This girl, something is wrong. However, a little longer, the two of them noticed that except for their side, other local spectators were a little angry and rushed to the scene. Those people originally expected to see Du Sheng collapse due to pressure, or fail miserably in poor condition, but unexpectedly the other party was calm and calm. Such a performance is undoubtedly everyone slapped their faces. Inevitably, the whistles and boos in the audience gradually evolved into fierce insults. The noise almost broke through the dome of the venue. Host Hasegawa Ninja stood on the ring, feeling full of surprise and confusion. As an experienced event host, he has seen all kinds of audience reactions, but this is the first time that the boxer has encountered such a strong hostility as soon as he appears. Amid the insults all over the sky, Du Sheng stood calmly on the ring. He looked around and found a special area. The audience there did not join the verbal battle, but waved at him excitedly with a red flag in his hand. When two of the girls saw him, they stood up and waved. No need to guess, you will know that these are the neon Chinese and boxing fans who came to cheer for him. No matter how the outside world views Du Sheng, in their hearts, this is the first Oriental boxer to reach the K1 GP semifinals by relying on his strength. He may even make history and make it to the finals. This represents the pinnacle honor in the world's standing fighting field, and its value is far beyond that of the so-called boxing champion players at home and abroad. Why are there only a few fighting organizations around the world recognized by the world as top? It is precisely because they represent a high value of gold. Even if those neon audiences are disgusted, they cannot ignore this point. Moreover, there were 1.3 billion people behind Du Sheng, so he didn't take this noise at all. As a famous vocalist on the court, Hasegawa Shinen was not panicked in the face of emergencies and calmly introduced the second player to the audience. The one about to appear is our highly anticipated K1 Max champion, with a low-sweeping king who is as hard as steel and never gives up. He is Masato. Let us welcome the unbeaten boxing champion Silver Wolf with the warmest applause. At the call of Hasegawa Ninja, the audience was instantly excited. The applause and cheers were intertwined, showing the super popularity of the Magica fight in the neon. With the exciting music playing, the Silver Wolf made a domineering appearance from the passage on the other side. In sharp contrast to Du Sheng, there is a large group of people surrounded by Moshadow, with a magnificent momentum, showing the pomp of neon superstars. However, in the boxing world, it is not surprising that such a team size is. Like the world boxing champions in North America, every time they appear, they are like an army going on a war, with great momentum. When the Silver Wolf stepped onto the ring, 80% of the audience stood up and cheered. Among them are both his diehard fans and groups who specialize in watching the show. After all, the press conference ceremony at noon was so hot, and this duel was destined to be even more explosive tonight. In the front VIP seat, a short, fat and strong yellow man looked at the audience cheering, and he turned his head in surprise. Did this person suddenly appear? So popular. Hunt, it's normal for you to not attend for 2 years. Sitting beside him was the deputy coach, and he smiled when he heard this. This is a newly rising fighting superstar in Neon, and its fame is among the best and second. The K1 organization arranged him in the first game to drive the popularity of K1 GP. Mark Hunter thoughtfully after listening. As the 2001 K1 GP champion, he is one of the only 2 other boxers who broke through the 10th championship of Halain Baiyuan. In the past 2 years, he has focused on UFC events, and he has indeed paid less attention to these things. But this time, I have to pay attention again. He was also taken to the scene by the coach to observe himself and see the opponent in the next round. In major sports events around the world, if you arrange them according to race, you may come to a conclusion. Black people are the strongest, white people are the worst, and yellow people are the worst. But in fact, this is not the case. Yellow people are the strongest. There is a yellow people. They are more like fighting nations than the Rakshasa kingdom and the misty ancients, and are even more than black and white in terms of physical fitness. They are Samoans. He is born strong and can be called a bodybuilder. The reason why their talents are so great is that the bone-forming cells and osteoblasts increase rapidly, far exceeding those of Europeans. Moreover, their bone density is not affected by the speed of formation, but is stronger. Although the population is small, there are about 200,000 people, and tens of thousands of them have moved to New Chiran and Fiji countries. But among the remaining Samoans, there were many famous wrestlers and fighting heroes. For example, Rock Johnson, David, Twa, Mark Hunter, etc. Yes, it was Mark Hunter who returned to the K1 GP field this time. He emerged from the Intercontinental Championships in Europe and is one of the 5 Intercontinental Championships champions. Chapter 214 This is unscientific. Mark Hunter is naturally targeting the championship when he comes to participate in the K1 GP this time. In order to readapt to the gameplay here and to cooperate with the promotion of next week's showdown, we made a special trip from New Zealand today. Unexpectedly, the first round showdown tonight aroused his interest. It is very rare for both players on the court to be under 80 kilograms. However, if these two people can reach the semifinals, he naturally won't underestimate each other. Moreover, light body size also has the benefits of lightness, that is, fast speed, dodge, and rapid progress. If you know the skills of exercising strength, you will be able to exercise your shoulder scapula with bones and serratus anterior muscle. The explosive power can be increased several times, and it will not be inferior to those of them. As the two players stood in the ring, the referee came forward and explained the rules of the game in detail. Du Sheng couldn't understand the birds singing, so he ignored it, but instead looked at the magic shadow opposite him indifferently. Although Masato, who was full of fighting spirit, was cautious in his heart. No one who can reach the top of K1 Max will have the brains to get into. Express your posture for fans to see, just increase your attention and popularity. If you really treat your opponent as a fool, you are just afraid that you are a fool. Moreover, his team has studied Du Sheng's battle video, especially killing Sato KO's elbow strike in one round, and the explosive power is simply scattered. Although K1 cannot use elbow strikes, it is still unknown whether the opponent can adapt to the rules, but those without strength cannot receive special invitations from the Bureau of Affairs. Boxing. The bell rang out and the competition officially kicked off. When the host gave the order, the shouts in the audience surged like waves. In the ring, the two contestants had moved to the middle and politely hit each other's boxing gloves. After retreating, Masato stared at Du Sheng, not in a hurry to launch an offensive, but moved around Du Sheng carefully to explore the other party's flaws. As a professional boxer, he never fights unprepared battles. During the preparation period, he also studied Du Sheng's final video in Wulin with his team. The opponent always kills one blow in one turn, which means that in addition to fear and training, he also hides his strength. What surprised him even more was that Du Sheng's moves each time he won were different, and it was difficult to summarize the tactical rules. However, Magica Takato is not a rookie, but also has its own trump card. Brush. After a moment of circle, he suddenly slid forward and a powerful right straight punch hit Du Sheng's cheek. This is one of the heavy punches in the boxing world. It is also a killing skill that must be mastered by kickboxing. After repeated tempering, his arm bones were as hard as steel. Listening to the whistling wind, the reaction force of the ground was obviously borrowed, and it exploded. No less than 600 or 700 pounds. If it is broken, let alone whether the person stands steadily, even the door panel will have to be broken by the waist. His move was made by kicking the ground with his feet, and his strength rose from his waist to his hands in an instant, fast and fierce manner, which once caused many top boxers to suffer, including 3 other king-level players. Du Sheng steadily stepped on his lunge, drooped his shoulders and elbows, and made a small frame. He guessed that the opponent probably had combination moves such as left hook or lower kick, and was not in a hurry to attack. If it were in the past, he would hit the door opener with a sharp rise and fall with his lunge and hit him with his elbow. But he couldn't use elbows here, so he had to restrain himself a little and step on the left horse-like style. When his head was leaning back, he turned his fist and rushed out with a move of his legs. The fist and arm collided. The solid wood boards in the entire arena vibrated and made a creaking sound. The two sides just made a tentative move, but did not burst out with all their strength, and jumped apart at the touch. Masato opposite raised his eyebrows. He saw that Du Sheng had his own combination of skills with his back move. Although he did not make a follow-up left hook, he felt that his punch hit the rock. No wonder Ko Sato made a special trip yesterday to remind Du Sheng's arms were as hard as iron, which is indeed well deserved. I don't know how to train it. However, Masato has such rich experience and has a solution to it. After a moment of confrontation, he immediately sank his horse, slid forward and walked forward, and a set of upper punches plus right whip punch hit Du Sheng's jaw again. Click! Du Sheng bent his feet forward, his left arm turned back to his chest, and used the silence of the tiger-like pose, instantly shaking the fierce and powerful combination of fists. After all, it was his first time playing in the K1 event. In order to familiarize himself with the rules, he did not rush to break out. In addition to elbow strikes, head strikes, thumbs and shoulder attacks, it is also prohibited to attack the throat, lower abdomen, kidneys, back, hips, back, head and neck, etc. These are all attacks that national martial arts are best at, but they are all banned. People with peptide counselors are restrained as soon as they come on the court. It would be strange if they can achieve results. If Du Sheng had not been blessed with Dragon Elephant, 9 Yang, special physical constitution, etc., he would probably not be able to be the other person based on national skills here. In order to familiarize himself with the routine, he occasionally used 12 Wei Tan Li's punch, stubborn punch, cross leg, etc. to try his hand. The two of them tried more than a dozen more moves. The punches and feet bombarded, and the dull fighting sounded, and even the solid wood ring with rubber pads was shocked. The audience was shocked and surprised to see it, and was obviously attracted by the scene in front of them. So the Eastern boxer is so strong? He fought against the magic Sata several times, and he didn't even frown even when he stepped back. This is simply unexpected. Especially the fans of Masato, they slowly fell silent now. His idol once said at the press conference that he would KO Du Sheng within 2 rounds. They thought that they could knock down each other once within 10 moves. As a result, this is really a rush. On the contrary, Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, Zhang Hailong and others were so excited that they waved the 5-star flag in their hands. Some viewers who bought the upset had already clenched their fists and their feet were trembling with excitement. Those who have kung fu can clearly see that after the two of them tested on the ring, they were definitely in a burst of explosions. However, what they didn't know was that Masato had tried to cheat just now, and his leg was hit more than 700 pounds. But Du Sheng was like a giant tree rooted in the ground, just taking a step back and putting his feet under his feet. The ring was stomping and it was removed. This feeling is even more difficult to deal with Hust, who was runner-up last year, which shocked and suspicious. Because even if he weighs 102 kilograms, Hust, known as the fighting bomber, would at least take a step or two before attacking after being kicked. Du Sheng obviously didn't do his best when he resisted him, and seemed to be still familiar with the rules. How afraid is this to play with your legs? How much do you look down on yourself when you are familiar with the rules in the finals? When I think of the other party being familiar with the fighting style and letting go of his hands and feet, how exaggerated the combat power. Especially when he was punched by the other party, the slap exploded. The left shoulder blade seemed to be cracked. The more you beat the magic Satsuma, the more you become, the more bored you become. It's really because the opponent's hands and feet are too hard, and the lower plate is too stable. Killing 1,000 enemies will hurt 2,000. However, he still had a killer move and he quickly calmed down and shook his mind. However, he still underestimated Du Sheng's degree of action. In addition, I have taken the time to practice the rules with Ma Yaoi and others, and I have already been able to handle it now. The moment when Magic Sato kicked with a low leg, Du Sheng changed his style of playing. The body twisted his waist and cut his hips, and shot out sideways. As we walked up and down, the floor made a dull sound. This was obviously caused by the reaction force of the twists and turns, and an unexpected impact force burst out instantly. Serial leap. Moshato saw Du Sheng circling to his side in an instant, and the King of Hell swung his fist as if he was slamming his face. He was slightly shocked and instinctively raised his left arm to block it. At the same time, he judged the opponent's offensive and smashed Du Sheng's forearm joint with a right punch instead of defending. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng ignored his attack at all, blocked his left arm and then slammed into it with his body, and his right fist was instantly like a collapsed bow. Click! A punch hit Mosato's shoulder and humerus accurately, directly breaking the opponent's subsequent uppercut. Masato suddenly felt his left arm numb and he had a brief imbalance. Moreover, the other party forced himself to take a heavy punch, and it was still as if nothing had happened. This is completely unscientific. Click! Seeing that Magic Shadow was stiff and retreated, Du Sheng was unforgivable. He blew his anger and stomped his feet, turned around and raised his knees and elbows, and rushed to him with a lunge. The body is as strong as a hidden tiger, and the force is as strong as thunder when it is struck. Click! In an instant, Masato's left arm was hit by the fierce move again. Even though his humerus has developed a hard skin over the years, Du Sheng's explosive power is more than 750 pounds, and it feels like he is hit by a piece of steel, and there are a burst of biting pain coming from the humerus. Seeing that Du Sheng was trying to kick his lower abdomen with his right whip leg, Mo Shada slid back with pain and pulled back with a right hook punch at Du Sheng's chest. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng lifted his legs just to slid forward, and quickly pushed the ground and jumped forward, and his body jumped into the air. Bang! He let Mosato's right hook punch hit his left leg, and pushed his lifted right leg from behind to forward in the air. Lift your knees and push your abdomen. Mosato's face changed slightly, and his left hand quickly retracted his protection in front of his chest, and his right arm rolled inward to his shoulders, trying to block the opponent's fierce knee collision. Boom! The knees and arms collided, and a dull explosion sounded. Du Sheng's knee collision was so fast that Du Sheng's move was even more fierce than a car collision. Cack! Masato could no longer hold on, and his body retreated step by step, thundering on the rope net behind him. The rope net actually shaking violently, and the recoil force threw him to the ground. It can be seen how terrifying the explosive power of Du Sheng's knee collision just now was. After he landed, he only took one step back. The strength reached his feet, and the ring board made a crack, but it was as stable as Mount Tai. With such a strong contrast, not only the audience was stunned. Even Mark Hunter and others stood up subconsciously, looking surprised. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while those who are in charge see the tricks. He knew very well how strong Mosato's standing arms were in his defense, and he could safely and stably even when facing the collision of a 100 kilograms strong man like him. As a result, he was pushed to the ground by a not-so-strong yellow-skinned boxer. How strong is this? 800 pounds. Such fierce fighting style and confrontation also made many viewers present feel chill all over. I'm afraid that Du Sheng would break their ribs with just one kick. What shocked Neon Fist fans even more was that Magic Sato was absolutely defensive just now and was actually knocked down with one move. Did Du Sheng not do his best from the beginning? When I think of this, countless people's scalp became numb. The fans who had previously shouted that Masashi Chiao had solved the battle for 2 rounds were completely silent. Chapter 215 Win 250 million? Haha. Brother Sheng is awesome. Unlike the shocked local audience, Zhang Hailong, Yang Mi, and others were so excited that their faces turned red. Although they had expected this scene, they still couldn't hide their surprise and excitement. After all, Mosato is the signature king of K1, and he can't even stop Du Sheng's move and half of the move. At the same time, this fierce showdown was handed over to thousands of viewers through neon rainbows. In addition to fixed camera equipment around the stadium, there are 4 groups of wandering cameramen to capture the lens, and the unmanned aerial cameras in the sky also provide the audience with a shocking aerial perspective. When Mosato was knocked over by Du Sheng's sudden knee, the shock was instantly captured by the camera and played back repeatedly on the large screen. Countless payments the neon audience who watched it was completely stunned. A thud in my heart, as if something was shattering. This is their national hero, the invincible Silver Wolf. How could such an embarrassed scene appear? Fake. All are fake. In the east, thousands of miles away, the K1 event was logged into the Gongfang channel for the first time. After the fermentation of woolen and the huge amount of money K1 spent on promoting and hyping on major TV stations and the internet, countless viewers had already learned about the live broadcast of Yangshi 5 station tonight. The scene of the magic robe falling to the ground was also reflected in the eyes of many mainland audiences. Awesome pen. I am worthy of being the successor of the Chinese martial arts, so good. Just hit the puppet to death like this, kill the puppet. So handsome, it's just a glory for us. The audience's excitement came one after another, and they couldn't help but applaud. Beating the puppet is a dream they cannot get. And the scene before me is 100 times more true than those anti-Japanese dramas. Daijing, Huero Film and Television Base, crew of The Mouse falls in love with the cat. Tonight, Chen Zhishang unexpectedly did not arrange overtime filming, but gathered together. Zhang Baji discussed with Fan Ou, and even invested at his own expense and invited the entire crew to a restaurant for a dinner. Everyone knows the meaning of the crew's holiday. Tonight Du Sheng's battle at Neon is of great significance, and it also provides blessing for the subsequent box office of this movie, not to mention that there are people who invite you to eat and drink for free, so you won't go if you are stupid. The whole restaurant was very lively tonight. Many people are staring at the big screen to discuss. Especially when he saw Du Sheng hit his knee and smashing the famous magic robe to the ground, Wang Jing and other ghosts stood up and screamed excitedly. Damn it, a Sheng is too fierce. First to the flesh, invincible. Haha, this neon puppet has become a target. Who brags about how awesome Magica was before? Come out. Many people feel proud and excited and dance. After all, Du Sheng was filming with them the day before yesterday, and now he beats up the puppet on the ring. The excitement of a great man being born beside him may not be understood by outsiders. Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, who were sitting at the table, were so excited that their pretty faces were shining with their beautiful eyes. Women are obsessed with appearance and men worship strength. This is the truth that has never changed forever. What's more, the figures praised by countless people in the TV screen are their men. At this moment, the two women were rarely seen without being jealous, and even clinked glasses to express their excitement. If they hadn't maintained a little rationality, they would have wanted to show off in public. How is it, you're not embarrassed? At the same time, the National Technology Museum. On the ring. Due to the rules, the referee quickly stepped forward to stop Du Sheng from attacking the fallen Magica Do. Baga. Moshe To struggled to stand up, his face extremely embarrassed. Without outsiders' reminder, just listening to the shocking voices outside the field, he knew how embarrassed he had just made just now. In addition, the left arm humerus was stinging and cracked 100%. But at this time, he did not allow himself to lose to the Oriental boxer who was looked down upon by boxing fans across the country. What's more, this duel tonight was broadcast live by the three mainstream TV stations Fuji, Public, and Kyoto. Once you lose, the national idol level that has finally been established will definitely be dispersed. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Moshato roared lowly, and no matter the pain, he immediately rushed towards Du Sheng. As he approached, he suddenly took a step, kicked his left palm, and his legs were like arrows that bounced up. The ups and downs are whistling. What is Tyson's most iconic ultimate move? Jumping uppercut. Although traditional boxers like to use feints and jabs as starting positions, Tyson likes to throw his fist directly from his back foot, and jump up while making an uppercut. This cautious and hidden punch usually catches the opponent off guard, and even thinks he is going to fly or hit him. This move is very suitable for short boxers. There is no doubt that Masato learned the essence of this trick 100%. Du Sheng did not dodge, slammed his waist and thrust his horse, twisted his shoulder joint, and blocked the hidden hook with one move. Then, taking advantage of the unstable position of the other party's waist and hips twisting, his calf retracting, and a sudden lifting and hard falling leg came in an instant. Masato, who had not yet completely landed, could not change direction at all, and could only watch the violent high kick from bottom to top hit his jaw. Puff! Masato groaned on the spot, his braces blurted out, and a mouthful of blood spurted out to the sky, and his body fell backwards from the ground. But this is not finished yet. Before Du Sheng could land, he quickly stepped on his right hook and hit Moseo Do's cheek again. There was a crackling sound. Then he swept his legs and hit Moseto's shin on the shin of his calf, smashing his knees. When the magic Sato hit the ring heavily, the audience below had already exclaimed, obviously not believing the scene in front of him. Especially Mark Hunter, who came to watch the game tonight, stood up from the first row, and his face turned into surprise. Unexpectedly, the Oriental boxer, who has always been disregarded, is actually the hidden king. If he defeats his opponent next week, there is a high probability that both sides will meet. Mark Hunter took a deep look at Du Sheng, as if he wanted to remember this potential opponent. The referee on the ring seemed to be shocked too. I was shocked and couldn't even react. It was not until the surroundings were filled with an uproar that they rushed forward to block Du Sheng and protected the broken bone magic robe behind them. Looking at the magic Sato, who struggled to get up but was kneeling on the ground with a bang, Du Sheng said coldly, "KO me in 2 rounds? You'd better make it easier to cut the stomach." Masato's face turned red, and his teeth were trembling slightly due to severe pain and anger. "It's ruined. Cheekbone, humerus, and knee joint fracture. Even if it can recover, it will take a year or 2. Du Sheng's combo just now had an explosive power of no less than 800 pounds. Even a wild boar can be kicked down, not to mention that it is a vulnerable part of human beings." One of the 2 referees counted out and the other carefully checked the condition of Masato. Until 10 seconds later, they shook their heads with complicated expressions. One of the referees made a crossed gesture with both hands and announced the end of the game with difficulty. Ding! As the ringtone rang, the scene instantly boiled, and the audience's scolding, booing, and cheering came one after another. Some spectators who lost money and those who had great expectations for Masato also smashed Masato with the torn ticket stub. "Baga, waste! Go to you, the 4 kings of shit! Before the game, I said I would KO the opponent in 2 rounds, but I was KO'd in 1 round. Haha, you're so good! If you are so trash, come and play K1 GP? Let's go home and play local games, don't be embarrassed. Fake matches, this must be a fake match." The audience is as disappointed as they were before. There are countless people who are all kinds of abuse and banished fans. The humiliation and scolding made Moshevu look red and ashamed. Most of the neon audience in front of the TV were silent like death. They still cannot believe that a generation of myths has ended by King Pia Piao. Could it be that the events that Masato won in K1 Max before were all third-rate but not high-end? Besides, the opponent is from a weak country in fighting, and even his job is just an actor, not even a professional boxer. I really don't know what to say. If they hadn't known that Masato could not let go of water and the sound of fracture was so obvious, they would have wondered if they were playing a fake game. I have to say that people with a feud are so cruel when they go to the boxing ring. The host ignored these things and announced in an excited voice. It really does not disappoint the name of the sniper god. Let us congratulate the winner of this game, Du Sheng. Suddenly, a red ocean floated above the audience. It was the national flag held high by mainland audiences, fluttering in the cheers. Zhang Hailong and Ma Yaoei rushed to the ring excitedly and shouted incoherently. "Brother Sheng, you won, we won." Du Sheng signaled the 2 of them to take off their mouth guards and said calmly. "But one semi-final, why are you so excited?" In fact, he naturally knew why these 2 people were so excited. KO in 1 round, 3.82 times the odds. A total of 65 million neon coins were bet, and 250 million neon coins were won with principal and profit. For soft girl coins, it is 17.7 million. Among them, 5.5 million were from Zhang Hailong, Ma Yaoei, and Wang Yeyang. What does it mean to get rich overnight? That's it. The same is true for him. Although Miracle Studio has successively invested in Goddess Dragon, repaid bills, and filmed dramas and endorsements, the three major projects of Kung Fu event preparation, and invested in film and television shooting, but funds have always been short of funds. This time, it was a solution to the urgent problem. Although Du Sheng can still remain calm, he is an isolated case in the scene. Especially in the stands on the right, the Chinese audience held high the national flag and shouted excitedly. Some people even couldn't wait to call and share the good news with the. For Du Sheng, this may be just a small step toward the finals, but for Chinese audiences, this is a rare glory for Chinese people. In recent years, although the names of Kung Fu stars such as Li Xiaolong, Cheng Long, and Li Lianjia are well known in Kung Fu has become a popular international vocabulary. There are very few Chinese people in the world's top professional fighting competitions. This has caused Chinese Kung Fu to endure various doubts. Now Du Sheng has reached the K1 GP final with his strength, which undoubtedly brings a boost to all Chinese fighting fans. Everyone had no high expectations for Du Sheng at the beginning, and it was enough to win 1 or 2 games. The performance of this semi-final can be described as unstoppable. Even the 4 kings who dominate K1 Max can easily be defeated, which means he has the strength and potential to win the championship. How can this not make people excited? Chapter 216, The Opponent is the Last Champion. How can this not make people excited? Some boxing fans were so excited that they waved the flags while singing the successor of the dragon. At the beginning, there were only sporadic responses, but it soon formed a passionate chorus. There is a river in the distant east, and its name is the Yangtze River. There is a river in the distant east, and its name is the Yellow River. Although I have never seen the beauty of the Yangtze River, I often wander in my dreams. Although I have never heard of the strong Yellow River, the surging turbulent waves in my dreams. The depressed neon lights and gags were in Chinese, but I couldn't help but look at the scene of singing loudly there. Du Sheng, who stepped down from the stage, was also deeply moved when he witnessed all this. This scene before my eyes compared to the hot scenes of Woolen winning the championship, it is not too convincing. In this, there may be magic Sato that represents neon and the reason for its crazy words. Due to historical remnants, although people cannot retaliate, the anger among the people has never been extinguished. Du Sheng's competition has surpassed the scope of sports competitions in the hearts of many Chinese people and has become an emotional catharsis. He used his iron fist to give the Chinese an opportunity to be proud. This passionate chorus spread throughout the mainland through TV signals. Next to Huiro Film and Television Base, the crew of Rat Falling in Love with Cats was a dinner party. Wang Jing, Zhuang Wenqiang, Huang Deli, and others who were slightly drunk were humming. This has nothing to do with identity or status, it is purely to be happy tonight. After all, the hero who won the game is closely related to them. If Du Sheng can win the championship, the movie will be released soon. How exaggerated will it bring? How many box office can it bring? When he thought of the brilliant numbers, even Chen Zhihang, who was so steady, had drunk a few more drinks. As for the 2 girls, Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, they had been so excited that they hugged each other and celebrated. But everyone at the scene didn't laugh at them because everyone was almost the same. This joy belongs to everyone. And it feels deeper and more explosive than the audience outside. Similarly, Ye Zi, Lu Yifei, Jia Swen, Gao Yuan, Lu Tao and others who were watching the event tonight also empathized with it, and cells of joy spread throughout their bodies. National Technological Hall, in the VIP stands. Yang Mi, Lu Shishi, Bai Xian and others stared at the passionate Chinese audience around, full of surprise. This kind of warm atmosphere was something they had never experienced before. It is also the deep emotional connection between overseas Chinese and mainlanders. Although the expression of emotions is different, they all understand one fact. If Du Sheng really wins the title of King of Fighting, it will be a time to create history. At least 3 fractures, there is no power to fight back. Director Bai of Yangshi Channel 5 couldn't help but feel deeply moved in front of the TV screen in the office. This year, in addition to broadcasting the finals of The Legend of Wulin with good popularity, the ratings of other programs have almost stagnated. The broadcast of this K1 competition is both a challenge and an opportunity for Yangshi 5. Director, the ratings report is out. The assistant hurriedly handed over a report, his face filled with excitement. 3.21%. Director Bai widened his eyes, which was even higher than he expected. How is this possible? You should know that the average viewership rate of Yangshi 5's classic program World Football last year was only 3.1%. It's true, 3.21% ratings. The assistant confirmed. It seems that fighting programs do have huge market potential. Director Bai was delighted. However, this joy did not last long. His brows quickly locked. Because I remembered something before. Before Du Sheng went to Neon Argon Steering, he had met several times with Zheng Zidao and Ye Ji. The other party proposed a cooperation plan, and the program hero list was renamed to Kung Fu and was jointly produced by 3 companies and provided to Yangshi 5 for free for broadcast. But the condition is that the TV station needs to waive all broadcast fees and advertising time fees. If the ratings can keep up, this is indeed a cooperation opportunity worth considering. After all, the returns of their TV stations are not optimistic. If a company is willing to invest in the production of programs, reducing the pressure is undoubtedly a good choice. But the exemption of fees involves many issues, including advertising, sponsorship and naming. Once the ratings are not good, they will also be involved. So Director Bai did not agree immediately, but decided to observe it first before making a decision. Now seeing Du Sheng's outstanding performance in the K1 competition, he realized another problem. As the only Chinese contestant, Du Sheng's attention must be unprecedentedly high. This means that the program Kung Fu will also become popular because of Du Sheng. It can even be said that the popularity of K1's broadcast in the mainland this year will fall on this young man. In other words, if Yangshi 5 channel does not accept the proposal and the other party directly chooses to cooperate with local channel, it will be a huge loss. This is really a dilemma. Director Bai sighed and fell into deep thought. If you agree, you have to use your own reputation to guarantee the Kung Fu program, and you will prosper and lose both. If you don't agree, this show, which is likely to be ace, will be in trouble. Thinking of his nephew's full expectations, he pondered for a while and convened a meeting between various departments. The final result was released and unanimously passed. This ill-fated show has no worries anymore and can speed up production. Du Sheng walked out of the rest area and was immediately surrounded by many media reporters. In an instant, countless microphones emerged like mushrooms after a rain, and the camera's flash was like daylight. The reporters rushed forward and asked questions. Faced with media from afar, Du Sheng was not easy to ignore it. Wang Yeyang appeared in time to maintain order. Please queue up with friends from journalists, and we will try our best to answer each of our questions. Mr. Du, can you say a few words to the fans and TV audiences on the spot? A reporter asked. Du Sheng smiled and nodded. Thank you very much for your support. This time I finally failed everyone's expectations. In the subsequent competition, I will continue to work hard and strive for good results. Will you be more confident in the next game if you win the K1 Max King tonight? Another reporter asked. Du Sheng had a free expression. As it said, my goal is to win the championship. Tonight is just a warm-up before the finals, and everything has to be seen. Many media remember that when Du Sheng won the championship of Wulin, he once said something similar to a bold statement, and was ridiculed by some people at that time. But after tonight's strong performance, the other party's words finally became somewhat convincing. In the next 8 to 4 finals, you will most likely face the champion Mark Hunter of the previous year. Do you have the confidence to defeat him? Another reporter asked a question. Mark Hunter, this name is no stranger to boxing fans. Nickname, Fighter Bomber, Dwarf Giant. He is 178 tall, weighs 108 kilograms, has a professional record of 26 wins, 5 losses and 15 times. He won the K1GP World Championship in 2001. Next week, he will play against the third boxer in the K1 local match, with a 90% chance of winning. Because he suffered a domineering as a child, he trained himself into a pair of steel and iron bones, with excellent standing skills and a steel-like chin. Especially the heavy blow power is one of the best in UFC even among the experts. In addition, he also has cheated on his legs, his physical fitness exploded, and his heavy legs are more than 800 pounds. In terms of weight alone, heavier than Du Sheng. What an exaggerated concept this is. Anyone who has studied physics knows that strength is proportional to weight. If you compare animals, it is like the difference between a lion and a leopard. In the case of such a huge difference in weight, ordinary boxing matches are difficult to carry out, but the special feature of K1GP is that it has no difference, making various matches infinite possibilities. Although most people understand that under such a large weight gap, it is difficult to make up for the skills and strength, the reporter still can't help but have ideas. Du Sheng's face was still calm. The game has not yet been released, and I don't know who the opponent will be next round. But no matter who is, anyone who blocks the way will be the result. After hearing his response, everyone at the scene smiled knowingly. Several reporters encouraged in a relaxed tone. Come on, the heavyweight is not without shortcomings. Maybe a miracle will happen. Actually, you have proved yourself if you can defeat Masato tonight. If you dare to compete with an opponent with such a big gap, no matter if you win or lose in the next round, Chinese will be proud of you. Du Sheng could naturally hear that everyone did not have too high expectations for him. After all, the arena is so big, it's the same for anyone to fight. This cannot be solved by technology or wandering. However, Du Sheng did not explain much, and everything was proved by actions. Because when the next round starts, Ru Wu is surprised that his Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung Fu has been promoted to the 5th level, and even developed internal strength, and the changes are earth-shaking. If you can still mobilize the internal strength of the lower Danshan, it will be like a god blocking the killing god. So, his words were not bragging at all. It's just that the public knows nothing about these things. In the subsequent interview, a reporter changed the topic and asked, I heard you are making a new movie recently. How is the progress? This question brought everyone's attention back to reality from the game. And let everyone pay attention to Du Sheng's other identity and actor. You have had scandals with Zhang Baji and Fan Ou. Will it be a bit embarrassing to cooperate? Will Zhang Baji and Fan Ou look at each other and even affect the filming progress of the movie? Faced with these problems, Du Sheng responded frankly. This is a movie based on the 7 heroes and 5 righteousnesses, and the story mainly revolves around Zhan Zhao and the 5 rats. It has been filmed 1/5 now, and it is likely to be completed in August. It is expected to be released during the New Year holiday next year. Just now, Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou both sent text messages. I was a little grateful to learn that the entire crew was cheering for him on holiday. Taking advantage of the great opportunity to help promote it is within his ability. After saying that, Du Sheng did not forget to promote his own program and said, Miracle Studio will work with Jin Lila Company and Mr. Bai Xian to jointly produce a Chinese fighting program, and will also be linked with Zhou Xingqi's movie Kung Fu. You can look forward to it. Hearing his words, the reporters at the scene spoke in surprise. Many interested people even rushed to ask. Chapter 217 Otaka Goddess. After finally waiting for the interview, Du Sheng still didn't have time to rest. He also has to cooperate with the organizer to conduct magazine interviews, cover shooting, and follow-up promotion. In addition, we have to talk about the income sharing tonight. According to the preliminary statistics of Matsushima Fujisawa just now, the profit of the event should exceed 56 million neon coins, 4 million soft sister coins, tonight's share of box office, advertising sponsorship, and PPV. According to the agreement, the profit sharing alone is better than the fixed appearance fee of 1 million yuan. Many. It can be seen that although his former proposal was risky, it was very forward-looking. I will have to leave at least tomorrow night. If you don't want to stay, you can go back with Brother Bai first. After leaving the National Technology Museum, Du Sheng thought that there would be filming and promotional matters tomorrow, so he turned his head and said to Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong. As for Ma Yaoei, he still has to deal with the prize redemption matter. Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong looked at each other, and the latter shook his head. I finally came to the neon lights, how can I not go and play with it? Wang Yeyang hesitated for a moment, thinking that the money he earned had not yet been settled. He felt annoyed in his heart and muttered. Cosmetics here are cheap, so my sister asked me to buy some and go back. Then I'll go with you. Then it's up to you. Seeing that Zhang Hailong was about to move, Du Sheng encouraged Wang Yeyang to go to Ginza to play, so he had to give him a reminder. If you play, don't cause trouble, otherwise I won't take you out next time. Seeing Du Sheng's permission, Zhang Hailong immediately said happily. Don't worry, just eat, drink, shop, and at most you can go to the bar. He may not listen to Zhang Baji's words, but Du Sheng's words had to be listened to. Unless he returns to Xiangzhang in shame, what awaits him is endless training and torture in the countryside. This is really something that brings down another thing. You have been playing crazy for more than a day, and I don't have to worry about the next trip. Du Sheng talked to Bai Xian about the invitation and positioning of the Kung Fu program, and turned his head to look at the two girls. You guys go back with Brother Bai and the others first. Yang Mi and Lu Shishi looked at each other and knew that Du Sheng was very busy. They thought that they would have an internal audition in a few days, so they nodded obediently. Brother Sheng, do you want to check the bags, cosmetics, and other gifts we bought for help? Du Sheng thought for a while and said. If you can't carry so many, I'll let you drive it to carry it after you check it back. Yesterday he had no time to play with him, so he transferred the money to the two girls, asking them to buy gifts by themselves, and to buy some back. After giving in, Du Sheng could not stop yet after sending them back to the hotel. As soon as I went downstairs, I was invited by K1 supervisor Matsushima Fujisawa to have dinner at a restaurant. Mr. Du, tonight's showdown is very exciting. Congratulations on entering the next round. While waiting for the food to be served, Matsushima Fujisawa looked at Du Sheng with a smile. The profit of this event has been counted. After deducting necessary expenses such as box office, advertising, on-demand broadcast, the profit is 4.2 million. Du Sheng is truly worthy of his foresight. According to the agreement in the past, you will be able to achieve. Tonight, the entry income alone will be 9.6 million. Including the advertisements drawn by Du Sheng, as well as the established K1 signing advertisements, TV charges, etc., the total income exceeds 15 million. The profit of this 4.2 million yuan is obviously deducted from the K1 operation income, and it is also worth 6.4% of the profit from Du Sheng. Despite this, the income is still 2.52 million. Compared to the fixed appearance fee of 1 million yuan, it is 1.5 times higher. In addition, Du Sheng participated in the competition as an outsider, and he was also the promotional ambassador of the Oriental Division, with a participation fee of 800,000 per game. Moreover, the winner of each game can also receive a bonus of 250,000 soft girl coins. After all the calculations, plus the money you earned from betting, this time I came here to earn up to 18.6 million soft sister coins. 18 million. In the past, I dare not even think about it. After all, this is only a millennium, and even if the income is slightly higher than in previous lives, everyone is rich. Now it's just that. It can only be said that the identity and angle of the station, and whether you dare to make a desperate bet, can you get rich overnight? This money should be able to cope with the three major expenses for the time being. Du Sheng was wondering whether to expand the scale of the Kung Fu school and gradually promote it to the southeast region while its popularity is rising. In addition, taking advantage of the low housing prices and land, it is also good to buy a few units or simply invest in Hengda and Country Garden as major shareholders. There is also the main job related to the theater chain, which can also be. As Du Sheng's thoughts spread, Matsushima Fujisawa was also full of emotion. I even have to admire the foresight of the person on the other side. Speaking of which, in this event tonight, Masato has always been highly expected by K1. In order for this local player to enter the semifinals, the Bureau of Affairs even did not hesitate to make some moves. An unknown phoenix made it draw the weakest external frame on the surface. But unexpectedly, the opening that everyone unanimously thought was safe would be a complete failure. This is really bloody. What made everyone in the Affairs Bureau even more side was that Du Sheng not only brought advertising sponsorship, but also caused box office revenue at noon, which directly increased its profit to 64% share. According to the other party's momentum, it is certain that one game is more and more popular, but I am afraid it is possible to run until the 82nd in the future. And these benefits are well documented, and they can't admit it or not, unless they use dirty tricks. But for such a little profit, not only will it be possible to offend a rapidly rising money-making boxer, but it may even fail in the situation in the Eastern Division. This is not worth the loss. Mr. Du, if you are in a hurry, why don't you conduct a magazine interview tonight? After dinner, Matsushima Fujisawa, who was calming down, made a suggestion. As for cover shooting and subsequent promotions, tomorrow's day should be enough. Seeing that it was still early and no one introduced the actress, Du Sheng thought about it and nodded. That's fine. Matsushima Fujisawa discussed a few words and said, by the way, there will be an artist working with you to shoot tomorrow. Do you want to meet? Du Sheng couldn't understand the other party's meaning for a moment and raised his eyebrows. Where is the artist? The artist mentioned by the other party must be a woman. As we all know, Neon has a high-end artist that is very famous. Don't get me wrong, you Oriental people are working with you. Matsushima Fujisawa knew he had understood it wrong, and laughed. Of course, if you have an idea, I can introduce it to you here. People who practice boxing generally have no bad needs in all aspects. He has long been accustomed to these things, and he is even keen on being an introducer. Teacher Aoi, Teacher Hayden, Teacher Yoshizawa. A famous teacher appeared in Du Sheng's mind, and finally he held his thoughts. So, the person I work with seems to be quite famous. I am used to eating abalone bird's nest at home, and it is difficult to adapt to the fast food outside. Besides, these teachers have either not yet made their debut or have been through a long battle. Just in case, let it go. As for the current development of Neon, there seem to be not many Oriental artists. He roughly counted, only remembered that there was one in Wangfei, the women's 12 Lefang, Su Ruoxuan, Cheng Hao, Yang Ying, and the Good Morning Girls group. However, the person Matsushima Fujisawa's choice was unexpected. It's indeed quite famous. She is called the Otaka Goddess by you Oriental, and won the title of #1 beauty in the Bay City, or. As soon as the other party spoke, Du Sheng's figure appeared in his mind. With her outstanding appearance and exquisite figure of 175 centimeters, she replaced Xiao Qian as the model of the #1 beauty in the Bay City after 2 years of debut. Lin's Hilling. Synonyms for coquettish voice. No matter what his future destination is, this person is indeed very famous now. The most famous of them is that he served as the host of the Golden Horse Awards this year and is hosting popular variety shows such as Popular Tracking and Neon Rediscovery. Next year, her value will surge 10 times, and the photos will be printed with stamps from Zonghua Post, becoming the first supermodel in Bay City to issue personal stamps. According to Matsushima Fujisawa, the other party is running on a neon trip these days. She should be very busy, so she will have time to agree. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and said with some fun. He doesn't think he has such great influence, nor does he think he is so charming that he can fascinate this level. But Matsushima Fujisawa didn't find it strange and explained. Linz Hilling not only likes to practice boxing, but also likes to watch boxing matches. Don't you know? She also watched the boxing match tonight and expressed her intention to cooperate with you as soon as possible. After hearing the other party's mention, Du Sheng finally remembered. In my previous life, many male celebrities liked to practice boxing, but these are not special, and there are many female celebrities. For example, Lu Tao, Reba, Yang Mi, Yang Ziyi, Zhang Yuqi, Xie Na, Sun Li, Lu Yan, Linz Hilling, etc. The reasons they like to practice boxing are all kinds of strange reasons, but the most thing is to vent their emotions and expel all the pressure. And Lu Tao, Yang Mi, and Linz Hilling are representatives. When Du Sheng thought of Linz Hilling showing off her shaped figure and her bloody look like she was sweating profusely practicing boxing, she was looking forward to it. Since the other party has time, you can meet after the interview. The magazine that K1 arranged for interviews was called Boxing Ring. The two sides have been working together. The location is in Tokyo, not far from here. This is a sports magazine that specializes in professional boxing competitions, and has a history of 80 years. Its content is detailed and rich, including large color photos and analysis of battle situations, as well as selection of various awards and post-match interviews. After dinner, Du Sheng was arranged to receive an interview. Although the language is a bit messy, there is no big problem with translation. As for the content of the interview, it is generally related to tonight's game. The most asked questions were curious why he could end in one round every game, whether he was venting his vent by breaking the magic robe into a bone, whether he was using Eastern martial arts, whether he had confidence in the next round, etc. Du Sheng has long been familiar with this kind of question and answer. The interview ended in less than half an hour. After leaving the magazine, he was thinking about whether to go nearby to buy some gifts for Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou. The reception arranged by Matsushima Fujisawa suddenly said, "Mr. Du, the artist who will work with you for filming tomorrow is nearby. She learned that you are here." Chapter 218, Getting Out of the Fire. Du Sheng took a look at the time. The people around him were still shopping outside and didn't return. He thought for a while and said, "Then let's meet. Not to mention the cooperation issue of tomorrow's shooting, if you go abroad, you will encounter a domestic artist, and the two sides will cooperate, and meeting each other is considered etiquette." It was just unexpected that the meeting place was not in a restaurant or a cafe. Instead, it is in Shinjuku Kabukiko district, which is the most famous in Kokia and has nightclub bars. As soon as I opened the bar door, a wave of heat hit me. The searchlights were everywhere, and the crowds on the dance floor danced to the rhythm, and the carnival atmosphere was very lively. Du Sheng looked around while holding his cell phone and talking to Wang Yeyang. It turned out to be the one I won. The money will be paid as soon as tomorrow, and this guy will call to chat when he is excited. Wang Yeyang heard the noisy music on the other end of the phone and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother Sheng, where are you? Why are you so noisy?" Du Sheng looked at a tall foreign beauty walking past in front of him and said casually, "Of course it's noisy in the nightclub. Brother Sheng, so many beauties around, you still have to go to nightclubs?" Wang Yeyang shouted in an instant and said, "Just go to the nightclub, don't bring us. Where is morality? Where is shame? Where is the address? Stop making trouble, I still have something to do, I won't talk to you." Du Sheng hung up the phone and prepared to walk to the bar. Oops! Just when I turned around, I accidentally bumped into someone. Sorry. A crisp and tender voice came, and he looked down and his face suddenly became strange. The woman has long, black and beautiful hair, fair skin, delicate and beautiful face, an outstanding figure. She is wearing a white tight skirt and is lowering her head to apologize in a jerky neon language. Are you Lin's Hilling? The other party's coquettish voice was so special that Du Sheng recognized it instantly. Lin's Hilling seemed a little drunk. She raised her head, with a hint of confusion in her eyes. Have we seen it somewhere? It seems that she has drunk a lot and her memory is a little blurred. Just when Du Sheng wanted to introduce himself, Lin's Hilling suddenly screamed. Are you Du Sheng? Du Sheng looked at her with a smile and said. It seems you are not completely drunk yet. I thought you could pick up a drunk cat tonight. Sorry, the lights are so dazzling, and I drank a little too much just now. Lin's Hilling explained, then said excitedly. Mr. Du, your final tonight is amazing. I have been following your competition, I wonder if I can sign me? Listening to that sincere tone, it seems that it is not fake. Moreover, the two sides originally met for cooperation, so Du Sheng naturally would not refuse and said with a smile. It's too noisy here, why not go over there to chat? The music was so explosive that the two had to get closer to talk. A woman behind her came over with a wine glass and couldn't help but ask Lin's Hilling in a low voice. Is this the kung fu master you have always been looking forward to working with? Yes, how do you feel? Lin's Hilling didn't know if she had drunk the wine, but she was excited to pull her. This is the man who defeated Mosheto tonight. Isn't he more handsome than your male god? The coquettish voice is mixed with excitement, which can easily make people think of it. Speaking of this, she said to Du Sheng again. Mr. Du, this is Ryoko Yonkara, a friend I met in Neon. Miss Yonkara, goodbye. Du Sheng knew that the other party didn't understand Chinese, so he smiled and said in English. If he guessed correctly, this Oscar company, which is the same Neon as Lin's Hilling, became popular after starring in The God of Love Praying 2 years ago. Hello, Du-san. Yonkara Ryoko lowered her head and bowed her head, looking at Du Sheng with some curiosity. Speaking of which, the company originally arranged for her to cooperate with Du Sheng to shoot, but she declined. If it were the magic Sato, she might not be able to wait to agree. But now it seems that the polite rejection is too fast. The slap in the face came too quickly. This person is not only outstanding in strength, but is indeed more handsome than her male god. Suddenly I regretted it a little. Lin's Hilling didn't care about these things and invited Du Sheng to the deck. If you win the game tonight, you have to congratulate me. How many drinks should you drink first? You can still drink in your state. Du Sheng looked at them for a few times, a little uncertain. Lin's Hilling was a little shaking when she walked. I don't know why she was happy tonight, so she drank at least 2 bottles of soju. There are also many Ryoko Yonkara next to it, and there are several empty bottles on the table. Neon sake is higher than beer, at least 20 degrees or more. Why can't you drink it? Lin's Hilling was full and was in a good mood. She didn't treat Du Sheng as an outsider. To celebrate the publication of the books co-authored by Ryoko and I, and to congratulate you to reach the quarter-finals, I must have a good time to have a drink tonight. According to her intention, not only was her book Beauty Declaration listed on Neon today, but the idol boxer who has always been optimistic about it still appeared in front of her after winning the game. This is a double happiness. I'm sorry for myself if I don't celebrate. Du Sheng didn't say anything more, and the guest followed the host's wishes. During the chat, Lin's Hilling also took the initiative to mention the shooting tomorrow. In addition to taking a set of cover photos for the boxing ring, some promotional photos will also be posted on public TV stations for promotion. I have to say that meeting tonight subverted his impression of Lin's Hilling. In his previous life, this person has always been beautiful, intellectual, and always has a sweet smile on his face. With his mature and charming image, he has become the goddess in the minds of many people. Moreover, compared to the woman who is often dubbed by vulgarity in Bay City variety shows, this person has always been positive and often reveals his personality. Just a scene before my eyes. Bang. Please Zhao Bao add 3 more bottles of sake. After drinking for another 20 minutes, Lin Zhiling, whose cheeks were slightly red, suddenly stood up shakingly, but accidentally overturned the chair, obviously getting drunk. Tao Xiao Baifeng added Valcadmium peptone to talk, but sharply in Chinese in a muttered manner. The diners around looked at each other, and some even showed a surprised expression. Du Sheng shook his head, and there was no familiar person around him. He had no choice but to walk forward and support Lin Zhiling, and treat him with apologies. Sorry, she's drunk too much, check out. Fortunately, Zhao Bai knew English and was not surprised by the scene in front of her, so she quickly settled the account. Checksima, who said I'm drunk too much? Lin Zhiling muttered. Okay, you're not drunk. Du Sheng almost forced her out of the bar, let her sit on the bench on the corner of the street, and said, Can you contact your agent and ask her to pick you up? Just now, Ryoko Yonkara was taken away by her assistant because of dizziness. Before leaving, she said she would call Lin Zhiling's agent, but she hadn't seen anyone yet. Lin Zhiling's delicate face was as rosy as an apple. Without answering, she was half of her body against Du Sheng's waist. She suddenly smiled in a drunken eyes. Sheng, do you think I am or Ryoko is beautiful? You are beautiful, please contact your agent quickly, otherwise I will not be responsible if something happens. After being suppressed like this, Du Sheng couldn't help but feel a little angry. If there weren't many women around him, he wouldn't be polite to her now. Really? People from the company here have always compared me to Ryoko, and few people said I am more beautiful than her. Lin Zhiling leaned forward and pulled Du Sheng's arm and said as if she was coquettish. If you think I'm pretty, then kiss me. Lin Zhiling looked even more cute after drinking. Especially the coquettish voice, a man is afraid that he can't resist it, so he wants to hold it in his arms and ravage it. But her drunkenness is indeed a bit unbearable. If Du Sheng hadn't read the relevant reports and learned that she and her friends would do something nonsense when they were drunk, they would have been out of the box afterwards, they would have doubted whether this woman was pretending. Du Sheng ignored the tender red lips that were leaning in front of her, supported her soft belly with her hands, and flipped over her trouser pockets, but no. He had to hold down the woman who was lying on his shoulder and groping in her top. The material is very thin and smooth, and Du Sheng feels like he is touching her skin, making people feel rippling. Unfortunately, there is no cell phone at all, and there is no handbag next to it. After waiting for a while, no one came at all. Du Sheng suspected that Yonkara Ryoko had been drunk for a long time, so he simply changed his mind. But this is a pedestrian street, so it is difficult to stop the car, so he simply squatted down and let Lin Zhiling lie on his back. But the woman didn't stop on her back, twisting her delicate body like a joy, causing him to bump up and down when walking. The original concern for image and deliberately reducing the distance of friction has long disappeared. What's even more outrageous is that Lin Zhiling didn't know who she regarded Du Sheng as, or that fan tendency was causing trouble. She lay on his back and laughed and kissed her from time to time, but her big legs were naturally wrapped around his waist. It's really entangled. 175 centimeters tall, which shows how long these legs are. Fortunately, I didn't vomit, and it's a good thing that this place is not a peptide tomb, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. However, Du Sheng had no time to take care of everything else. The anger accumulated by being provoked in the bar was no longer suppressed. As I rubbed all the way, and my cheeks were kissed, I was filled with anger as I heard the series of coquettish silver ringtones. As for Lin Zhiling, she still had some consciousness, but she didn't know what was wrong with her, or was she overjoyed tonight. Under the catalysis of drunkenness, she made various breakthroughs in routine actions. She pillowed on the man's shoulder and couldn't help but pressed on the other person's sunny and handsome face. It's not a joke to wipe the wall and get out of fire. Not long after, both of them became quite angry. Du Sheng didn't even ask where Ziwi Mao lived, but opened a room in a nearby hotel. Lin's Hilling seemed to be lost in the intoxicated caress, without any intention of resisting. Seeing that Shai desired to welcome and refuse, he was even more proactive than Du Sheng. People who are modeled are indeed not feudal. Even the soft and weak appearance was completely discarded and turned into a neon kabuki. She seemed to have regarded the big bed as a model catwalk, and Du Sheng became the only audience and began a special performance that was amazing. It has to be said that professionals who have practiced sticking to the wall, cheating, and stepping are definitely not comparable to other women in terms of maintaining a straight, and high-level standing posture. Especially the cat step movement of a single horse can keep your shoulders untouched, your chest untouched, your back untouched, and your knees unbent. Coupled with the coquettish voice of crying and telling, it really makes people enjoy it. Only the audience who watched it on the spot understood the taste. Chapter 219 Stand Up. Zhiling. Zhiling, wake up quickly. Take a shower first and then rest, your body will smell sweat. A stage performance ended and took nearly an hour. Both of them were sweating profusely. Coupled with the previous intense activities, most people can no longer withstand it. Du Sheng, whose anger dissipated most of the time, saw that the lazy woman beside him was soaked in sweat, and she looked a little sticky, so she couldn't help but pat her high and upright. I'm so tired. I don't want to wash anymore. Let me take a look for a while. Lin's Hilling didn't even open her eyes, but just squeezed out a sentence in a vague way. Her lazy little look, with a bit of charm, made Du Sheng feel hot. The trouble you have to be dealt with by yourself. Du Sheng leaned over and lifted the quilt. Carry this sleeping lazy cat to the bathroom to rinse. When the body is immersed in the hot bathtub, the mind gradually returns. Du Sheng hugged this woman with charming body, caressed her wet hair, and asked softly in her ear. Do you still feel dizzy now? Lin's Hilling returned to a little bit of clarity, dyed her face shyly, and leaned close to Du Sheng's ear and whispered. Do I have too poor physical strength? I can't hold on so quickly. Du Sheng was stunned. If it were Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, it would be at most half an hour. If you have poor physical strength, how can others live? Moreover, can you talk directly about this topic? I have to say that the relationship has become so close that even the style of speaking has become so straightforward. But this is not what Du Sheng wants to ask. He pointed to the strawberry mark on his face and asked. I want to ask, are you still a little conscious at that time? But this confused little woman misunderstood his meaning again. No, it's really not possible. I'm too tired. I have to say that this woman is indeed beautiful and charming, with a sweet voice and a graceful figure. She can not only shine on the catwalk, but also be at ease in private places. She is simply the legendary top voice actor. Since you are awake, don't pretend to be asleep anymore. Your body is much more honest than your mouth. Du Sheng was too lazy to ask questions, anyway, he would never lose. Wipe her cleanly and then do a slept with eucalyptus that relieves muscles and promotes blood circulation. But I didn't expect that with such a move, Lin's Hilling actually flew her cheeks again. Ha, woman, you are too sensitive. Du Sheng was so happy that he turned her over. Ah! Who made you press it randomly? There was no way to pretend to be asleep anymore. Lin's Hilling was annoyed and took the lead in attacking like a kitten, turning over and taking advantage of her. Then I don't need to press my hands, I'll do it with my feet. Although Du Sheng was suppressed, it could not defeat him. Immediately find another way and stand up and make a difference. Although Lin's Hilling has a good physique, she will be a big witch when compared with him. After the first kill of the Pioneer Dungeon, the successive experience of brushing and installation will naturally come naturally. Double kill, triple kill, super god. From night to 2 o'clock in the morning, I spent half a day of experience before I could barely end it. It's really someone who can't even walk on the catwalk. Du Sheng felt the loneliest feeling when he played the tricks to the point of abusing the spring. Well. Lin's Hilling collapsed like mud again, lying in the man's arms motionless, and her coquettish voice became like crying. I'm sorry, I'm really powerless. At this moment, there was nothing else in her heart except admiration. People who practice boxing for many years have their physical fitness that is indeed not comparable to others. She also had to admire her vision, and was even a little lucky. This time I chose to cooperate with boxing idols, and I made a profit. Speaking of which, the reason why she paid attention to Du Sheng had to mention her itinerary when she went to Xiangzhong to attend the clothing exhibition in April. At that time, the news that Du Sheng won the title of Wu Lin was overwhelming, and people in the circle couldn't help but care. And she is an outlier who loves to watch boxing games, once she gets interested. It's not your business, it's because I've practiced too much. Du Sheng guessed that it is most likely that it was a problem with Nine Yang Divine Art. Although it has not been mobilized for the time being, it is really a good thing in some aspects. This ability is really weird. If you keep going this way, let alone the car overturned, you're afraid that it's okay to slap it in the face. If you are promoted to the 9th level, no strengthening company can stop him. Get up quickly, the shooting will be late. I don't know that Lin's Hilling was born with an extraordinary physique and recovered halfway through the next day. She didn't mention what happened last night at all, but instead pulled Du Sheng up to have breakfast with great enthusiasm. Since the other party is so generous without being hesitant, he is happy. There is no complicated relationship with bullshit, it's so pleasant to get along with each other. And I don't know if the communication time is too short, this girl seems to have not been affected by special skills. Du Sheng couldn't figure out whether this was good or bad. However, according to the other party's happy smile, it is still okay to play a few more exchange matches in the future. When he arrived at the shooting site, Lin's Hilling pulled Du Sheng to tell her about the shooting for the beautiful photogenic effect of both parties. He is indeed not as professional as this aspect, so he lets him adjust. When taking a photo, Lin's Hilling was still holding his arm with her natural and casual appearance, which made the photographer amazed at his professionalism. After the shooting ended, there was a little silence in the car. Because both sides have their own itinerary next, they are likely not to meet again at Neon. I haven't been here for a long time. If you come to Bay City, you can find me to play at that time. Lin's Hilling seemed to notice that she was in a bad mood and smiled. Okay, if you don't want to stay in the variety show industry anymore, you can learn your acting skills. Du Sheng heard her mention related matters and seemed to say something. Next year I may prepare to film a drama between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions. If you are interested, you can try it. Lin's Hilling's smile became bright, and her words were filled with charming clamps. Then let's make it clear that you must be mine in Bay City. Du Sheng was speechless for a moment. Why did he feel a little off the spoken? Lin's Hilling got into the role so soon. This is, do you want to defend your territory? There are no other women in Bay City. Oh no, it seems that there is also Jia Saiwen who is developing in the mainland. Don't worry, I won't bind you. Seeing Du Sheng hesitating, Lin's Hilling said with a hint of loneliness in her tone. This is indeed progressing faster, I know you haven't fallen in love with me yet. In fact, she didn't blame her, and she knew that the person around her would become higher and higher in the future, so she was a little sad. This, if it were you. Du Sheng remembered that Lin's Hilling was chasing Lu Yingzai Bazang and this person could not be judged by common sense. No need to explain, it's actually good, don't worry too much. Lin's Hilling's emotions became so natural, and she instantly turned into a happy little woman. And I won't ask for anything from you, so don't feel guilty. Du Sheng could not distinguish her true emotions. This is also the reason why he hesitated to eat it before. This person's emotions are too elusive. I'll leave tonight. If you still have time, you can get together then. When Du Sheng got off the car, he hugged her. Then let's agree first, you can't do it or move your feet tonight. Lin's Hilling smiled sweetly and whispered in the man's ear. I want to tie you up, and see how you still insist on not ejaculating. Okay, you won. Du Sheng relaxed his mind and waved his hand to get out of the car. For the next half of the day, he was cooperating with the follow-up promotion of K1. Among them, the most involved was the public opinion orientation in the quarterfinals. After the list is released, he probably has to come. However, there will be rewards when you make efforts, which is also a natural meaning. Du Sheng glanced at his reputation, and it had soared by more than 30,000 last night. This is just the effect of the ratings of the two countries. If public opinion fermentation should be included, it should double to 60,000. In the afternoon, Yang Mi and others who returned to China were excited to send news to confirm his speculation. With the news about him entering the K1 quarterfinals, it spread widely in the country and the popularity rose immediately. For example, on the blog plus post bar, there are 2 of the top 10 hot searches related to him. Even the number of fans has increased by nearly 500,000 to 4.5 million. This is not watery, and it is quite good in this era. In addition, Yezi also sent a rare message saying that many companies have come to Miracle Studio today, all of which are asking him to film and commercial endorsements. Some crew even offered 25,000 episodes, close to the pay of the previous 4 major and small students. In an instant, Du Sheng almost became a hot commodity. However, he is still a person with 20 million cash flow now. He doesn't like the little money he has in the advertising for the time being and does not want to be tied up, so he asked Yezi to refuse. And as long as he reaches the finals next, his value will be more than that. After dealing with the trivial matters, Du Sheng saw that it was still early to board the plane and returned to the hotel last night. Lin's Hilling had been waiting there with a smile, and did what she said, and he trampled him hard. 40 minutes later, Du Sheng pulled off the tie rope calmly, glanced at the woman who was so tired that she collapsed on the bed, and shook her head slightly. She is no match for her hands and feet. This is really delicious and fun. Seeing that Lin's Hilling was sweating all over and her hair was wet, in order to prevent her from getting sick, Du Sheng simply carried her to the bathroom and took a warm bath. No. Can't come. Lin's Hilling was weak, and her coquettish voice turned into coquettishness. Don't move, I'll help you take a shower. Du Sheng slapped the upright place, in return for a moan. I have to say that this sweet and numb baby sound has a commission effect. Although he was a little overjoyed, he didn't force the woman to resist it. After so many times a day and a night, the special skills have some effect. I'm leaving, you have a good rest and keep in touch if you have something to do. Du Sheng covered Lin's Hilling with a quilt, adjusted the air conditioner, and gave a few more words of advice until he fell asleep peacefully before leaving. Brother Sheng, the money procedures are still being processed, I guess I have to wait for a few days. The air ticket back to Beijing was booked in advance, and Ma Yaoi drove Du Sheng to the airport, and mentioned the money he won by betting. As long as you have a visa, it is mostly legal for tourists to buy lottery tickets abroad. However, some countries have to pay more than 45% of the beacon country alone. Neon is very superior in this regard. You can redeem the prize with the lottery tickets you have in your hands, and you don't have to pay so much tax. But there must be an offshore account to redeem prizes overseas, because the money cannot be directly transferred to the domestic bank card. So Ma Yaoi still has to stay in Neon and run some time. Chapter 220 Girl. You actually want to. It's okay, you can handle it first. Du Sheng thought about it and said. Next month Sword of Fairy 1 will start filming. Ask your father's team if you have time, come and help. If they are not free, please help me ask you Uncle Bin. Sword of Fairy 1 will be auditioned the day after tomorrow. In the next month, preparation, viewing the scenery, setting up the venue, making props, etc. will be carried out, and the time will be similar. Du Sheng has the title of action director. Although his adoptive father and his apprentice help, he has never had enough manpower. After this period of time, Ma Yaoi he obviously became much more steady, and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, brother Sheng, you have to take time if you don't have time. Du Sheng didn't say anything more and entered the waiting hall. After getting off the plane, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. He didn't ask someone to pick him up. Considering some discussions, he took a taxi to a private residence. Ah! Cousin, you are finally here. Lu Yifei opened the door with anticipation and said with joy. Especially the excited little emotion seems particularly sweet and moving. This is where Lu Zili and her daughter rented a house outside Beijing Film Academy. Du Sheng responded with a smile and pinched the pretty little face. It is soft and smooth, and the touch is like a cloud. Not only did Lu Yifei not dislike this kind of affection, she also stepped forward to take the souvenir brought by Du Sheng, with some expectations. Are there any of my gifts? No one can leave my cousin behind. Du Sheng let her pull into the house, and a fragrance came to her nose, delicious and tempting. It turned out to be the aroma of stewed pork ribs. Wow, it's a limited edition Jai music box, and the Doraemon plush series. Lu Yifei excitedly unpacked the packaging and said, Cousin, please sit down first. Mommy is preparing midnight snacks in the kitchen. If you want to drink something, I'll help you get it. The hall was air-conditioned, and Lu Yifei was wearing light home clothes, simple and comfortable, highlighting her graceful figure. Her lower body is made of blue tight hot pants, which embellishes her slender and straight legs, giving people a graceful feeling. In fact, Lu Yifei's body is very symmetrical. She is now 169 tall and light, with smooth lines and coordinated proportions of the whole body. Her buttocks were slightly raised, giving people a graceful curvaceous beauty, and her conscience was vaguely visible in scale, and level was no problem. This is also thanks to Du Sheng's skill. You can relax your muscles and euchemia when you have time, otherwise the little lotus will show its sharp corners. What outsiders don't know is that the girl has fair skin and elasticity, a slender skeleton, and she feels smooth and beautiful when she holds it. Many people subconsciously think that Lu Yifei's figure is not outstanding, mainly because she rarely shows it deliberately. Moreover, her appearance is too outstanding, which often makes people ignore other advantages. When Lu Yifei saw Du Sheng looking at her, she asked a little shyly, Cousin, why don't you have something to drink first? My mother turned her head from time to time and seemed to her that she couldn't act too much. Du Sheng smiled and said, Don't ask me, go and help my aunt. There is one living room and 2 bedrooms here, which doesn't look big, but it is quite elegantly decorated. Lu Yifei responded and went into the kitchen to help get some fruit plates and stew the soup. After just a moment, she was bored again with nothing to do, so she simply continued to remove the gift. Lu Yifei's life has always been simple and she does not have a strong pursuit of material things. Although the gifts Du Sheng gave her were not expensive, she could always feel full of happiness from them. She even wore Neon's unknown small jewelry to make it radiant, whether it was bracelets, earrings, or necklaces. Du Sheng looked at her innocent and romantic look and couldn't help but quip. If I were a clothing seller, I might not ask you to be an advertising endorsement. Lu Yifei turned her head, blinked her agile eyes, and asked curiously. Why? Du Sheng responded with a smile. Because you are too dazzling, people will be attracted to you first, and those clothes will probably be ignored. Your existence itself has snatched the focus. I thought Lu Yifei would laugh it off, but she blushed shyly, with expectation flashing in her eyes. Cousin, are you burying me? Du Sheng saw that she was full of expectations and smiled. To be honest, girl, you are like the brightest starlight in the night sky. Even if there is no other foil, it will be enough to illuminate the night sky. Lu Yifei showed a shy smile. She took advantage of her mother's inattention and suddenly took the courage to sit quietly beside Du Sheng and whispered, "My cousin helped me press it. I felt much more comfortable after pressing it last time." Du Sheng. Before he could respond, a cough came from behind him. Lu Zili walked out with a plate of dishes and said angrily to Lu Yifei, "Zixi, there are 2 more dishes in the kitchen, take them out." Lu Yifei stuck out her tongue and stood up. Although Lu Zili's cooking skills are not superb, this midnight snack is very sumptuous. Knowing that Du Sheng had just got off the plane, she had specially prepared many delicious dishes. In this warm atmosphere, Lu Yifei and Du Sheng both had a very happy meal. After eating midnight snacks for 7 or 8, Lu Zili said the matter. "You said you wanted to buy a villa in Beijing. I'll get a little idea about it these 2 days. The better villas are near Qinglong Lake, where there are more newly developed villas. I went to see it on site. Although the price is a bit expensive, the environment is very good and it is relatively close to the airport, making it convenient to travel. Among them, Yangtze Villa area is the best. It has convenient transportation conditions and living facilities in the city, and also has high-quality landscapes. It can be called the first villa area in western Beijing. There are also the Central Villa area and the Yizhuang Villa area. These can be used as alternatives." Du Sheng asked, "How about the price? This time I made a lot of money, so it is necessary to reward myself." Lu Xiaoli packed up the dishes and said, "The average price is about 11,000 per square meter, and the area is usually between 150 and 250 square meters, including the building area and greening area. If the villa has an independent garage." Du Sheng calculated silently in his heart, and one building was only about 2 million yuan, and nodded and said, "I'll take some time to check it out later. I'm going to buy 2 or 3 villas. You won't have to rent a house then. If I film here, I don't have to stay in a hotel every day." Yesterday he asked Huang Deli to see it, but he couldn't understand these things. He searched around and found Lu Zili's head. Lu Yifei couldn't help but say, "A villa is enough. Isn't it a waste to buy so many? How can things like food, clothing, housing, and transportation be wasted?" Du Sheng didn't tell her that the value of this thing would increase 10 times in the future, haha. Or, "Girl, do you want to live with me?" "Humph, I'm so pretty, who can live with you?" Lu Yifei was arrogant, but her face was a little red inexplicably. Lu Zili didn't see it and went to wash the dishes. Du Sheng put down the teacup and signaled the girl to help. Speaking of which, he actually wanted to buy a courtyard house, and even if he didn't live there, he would put it there for appreciation. If the assets doubled next year, taking advantage of the cheap housing prices, you can consider buying one for each woman, or simply buying a larger piece of land to build your own. With the rise of 3G and the network, there are more and more paparazzi nowadays. Just like Huai's Big and Small King, in recent years, due to too many scandals, there have always attracted many secret photographers around his residence. For this reason, the kings and kings have expressed their dissatisfaction with paparazzi in public many times. Du Sheng knew very well that if the paparazzi photographed him living with others, the impact would not be easy to eliminate. Especially the girls Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishi are underage. In order to reduce the risk of being photographed, the villa area is relatively private and the possibility of being squatted is less likely to be guarded. If you have your own residence in the same area, even if you are photographed, you can explain it. Lu Zili looked at her daughter's innocent face, and her heart was speechless and explained softly. The real estate market is in an upward period now, and this is a wise investment choice. Moreover, being an artist is destined to travel around, so it is normal to buy a few more sets. After hearing this, Lu Yifei's eyes flashed with expectation and said with her fingers, "The space in the new home should be relatively large. I will keep cats and dogs at that time." Du Sheng joked. "You still have to go to school, do you have time to feed?" Lu Yifei danced with eyebrows and said, My classmates' raise cats are fed morning and evening, and at worst I can get up early. Du Sheng felt sad. This girl was still too ideal. Her schedule will be very tight next time, and she may not even have much time to stay at home. With the start of filming of Legend of Sword and Fairy, she will be even busier. Fortunately, Lu Xili followed Du Sheng's advice and did not arrange too many endorsements and commercial performances for Lu Yifei, and politely declined the movie, otherwise she would only be busier. At this moment, he thought of something and asked, "Girl, have you ever thought about becoming a singer? I think your voice is good, your tone is melodious, and you have the potential to become an excellent singer." Lu Yifei may have unstable breath after singing a song, but this can be improved through practice. And her unique and pleasant voice is undoubtedly the most precious talent. Lu Yifei nodded excitedly and habitually sat next to Du Sheng. "Of course I want to, cousin, will you teach me? You can teach you some music theory, and you can also take time to learn some music knowledge in school." Du Sheng encouraged. "In the future, I will help you create or collect some songs so that you can make achievements in the music industry." Lu Yifei was very happy to hear it, but then she thought that Du Sheng was so busy and asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly mention this? You don't have much time to teach me, right? It's time, there will always be a squeeze." Of course Du Sheng had some little thoughts in his heart. As for the development department, the most shameful thing is that the baby is hugged and thought about, and even runs away with others. If you sing while acting with yourself, both parties will have enough time to allocate. In addition, this girl is sometimes too infatuated and jealous, which requires emotional cultivation. Seeing that his mother was still washing dishes, Lu Yifei put her little head on Du Sheng's arm and muttered, "You have to rush back to the crew tonight, why don't you just sleep here? You give me your room? Or do you want to join me in your room?" Listening to Du Sheng's joke, Lu Yifei thought strangely for a moment and said with a blushing face, "You go to my room to sleep and give me some eucalyptus by the way." Well, it turns out that this girl is still thinking about this. I don't know if she was addicted or if the words princess typing lost points that Du Sheng said last time stimulated her. Chapter 221, Battle Arena. Thank you for finding your lover and waiting for your lover and giving rewards in idle clouds, add one more chapter. Du Sheng dared not do anything under Lu Xili's nose, and whispered in her ear, "Let's join the group next time, and you will be sure to develop your body perfectly." Speaking of this, he saw that the wall clock was almost 12 a.m. and stood up. "It's not too late, you still have classes tomorrow, so take a break." After hearing this, Lu Yifei blushed and went back to her room to rest. Du Sheng greeted Lu Xili and went out. The next day, he became busy again after returning to the crew. I wonder if it was thanks to Du Sheng's entry into the quarterfinals, which brought excitement to the mouse falls in love with the cat. With the blessing of enthusiasm and popularity, everyone is in good condition. One day, the filming of Zhang Zhao and Bai Yutang joining forces to make trouble in the Grand Tutor's mansion. Zhang Zhao was granted the imperial cat and was engaged to the daughter of the Shangshu, and other indoor plots such as the emperor's gift to the emperor for engagement with the daughter of the Shangshu. If we count the scenes of Bai Yutang being filmed 2 days ago, Zhang Beizi and Fan Ou will inevitably have more rival scenes. However, what surprised Du Sheng was that not only did these two women not make a fuss when he left, but they were talking and laughing when they joined the group today. Sheng, are you busy tonight?" As soon as the shooting ended in the evening, Fan Ou leaned over with a little resentment. Looking at the charming eyes like silk and the eyes are filled with spring water, it must be bad intentions. "It should be nothing, what's wrong?" Du Sheng said hello to director Chen Jishang and left, looking at the woman with a smile. Yesterday he played 2 games in Neon, and spent his energy on dealing with Lu Xili at night. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the hotel and fell asleep. He didn't notice this girl when she sent a message, so she couldn't help but feel a little resentful. "How can you not congratulate me if you reach the quarterfinals? Before Fan Ou could speak, Zhang Baji had already come over and said with a smile. Last night we were waiting for someone to come back to celebrate, but I didn't see anyone all night. Did you go somewhere to fool me? Fan Ou cooperated very well and grabbed Du Sheng in the middle with Zhang Baji. It looks like that, if he doesn't give a satisfactory explanation, don't think about having a good time tonight. I'm wronged. Du Sheng's face remained unchanged, feeling that his personality was questioned and insulted. If I leave two big beauties alone, am I that kind of person? Fan Ou also imitated Zhang Baji to suppress Du Sheng like a prisoner, smiling. Then explain where you went last night. Hey, I've been running around for a day, and I fell asleep when I got home with so tired. I'm running around sooner or later, it can be counted as a day. Seeing that no one paid attention to this place, Du Sheng directly pulled the two women into the car. Let's go, celebrate, and make up for it, don't get drunk. I came to a nearby bar and asked for a private room directly. Sing K, big adventure, dice, turntable, what do you like to play? Du Sheng turned on the record player and distributed the microphone, dice cup, etc. In order to make the two girls happy, he planned to give it his best tonight. Not to mention playing games, even if you join forces to play him. Fan Ou and Zhang Baji looked at each other and smiled charmingly. Let's just dice, but you have to add some lottery. Before they came, they had already made up their minds to punish the man severely tonight so that he could know what it means to be an example. Zhang Baji picked up a bottle of red wine and smiled. Guess the winner and loser, how about you lose a drink? She obviously remembered the first time she lost with Du Sheng last year, and was pursuing revenge. She didn't believe that the two of them would join forces and could not defeat each other. At that time, as long as he pours it down, even if he doesn't speak the truth after drinking, he will let them control it when he gets drunk. Du Sheng seemed to be unable to see that the two girls had discussed privately and said with a smile. Okay, but your gameplay is still too conservative. Otherwise, add a massage eucalyptus to ensure that the winner gets the emperor's enjoyment. Zhang Baji gave him a blank look and said. Then how to massage? Of course it's N. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by two paper cups. Du Sheng was so leisurely that he said. Then you have made up your mind, I will sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman. Fan Ou's eyes rolled, and she whispered in his ear like Lan. Du Sheng suddenly felt energetic and his eyes turned to the two girls' long legs. I heard that this eucalyptus method will accelerate blood flow and have a three-dimensional effect of cultivating the body. I don't know whether it is true or false. After leaving for 2 days, he felt that it was necessary to measure it carefully to evaluate the size of the impact of his skills. How could Zhang Baji not see the other party's bad idea? She said itchy. Do you think you won? But things in the world are so magical. What made them even more dumbfounded was that after a round of dice guessing, 4 bottles of beer and 2 bottles of red wine had already bottomed out, and Du Sheng's wine glass was still full. One of the two girls, Zhang Baji and Fan Ou, had a flushed face and the other was full and choked. It's really outrageous. Fan Ou lay on Du Sheng's shoulder, his tone with a little amazement. Winning 8 times 10 times, how is this possible? This is still the state of their joint attack, otherwise they would not dare to imagine it. Zhang Baji was a little anxious now because it would take half a month to continue like this. And 2 serve 1. Du Sheng smiled and said. Luck, come on, if you guess, you won't lose. Of course he would not say that he used some cleverness when throwing the dice, and could change it again when uncovering it. Although the two girls were suspicious, they were drunk and didn't want to lose. However, the result was already destined. Half an hour later, Fan Ou's pretty face turned red and her eyes became distant, as if she was in a dreamy and rotating world. Although Zhang Baji had a slightly stronger combat power, she was stunned when facing the one-a-tune situation. But no matter how she shouted, Fan Ou couldn't get up. In the end, Fan Xianyu simply laid on Du Sheng's leg and let the man press the Baiwei cup ointment to soothe her brain. Zhang Baji looked at the scene and was speechless. This is really shooting the foot. Fan Ou, the proposal of potential competitors is completely unreliable. If the two sides hadn't agreed to deal with the man first, she would have doubted whether the other party had surrendered to the enemy. But she was not a cheater, so she simply came to Du Sheng and pressed her in a mess like she was venting her anger. What kind of eucalyptus rubbing method are you? The more you press your whole body, the more uncomfortable it feels. Du Sheng hugged Zhang Baji into the silence and said with a smile. And the fire is getting stronger and stronger, what do you think you should do? Zhang Baji's pretty face turned slightly red. It feels more exaggerated than when I went to Neon. Is this a bigger point every time you win a game? Or is your own eucalyptus friction technique really so evil? Haha, okay, you have the final say tonight. Du Sheng smiled and kissed Zhang Bazi on her rosy pretty face, putting on her hat and mask. Then he picked up Fan Xianyu, who was talking nonsense, and let Zhang Baji leave. After all, this is a public place, and people come and go and get scandals easily. He is still very selfish in this regard, but he doesn't want to fly all over the sky like Teacher Chen. And he also wanted to see if those special skills plus the internal strength of 9 Yang Divine Arts can really fight back. The next day, it was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Du Sheng, who was sleeping in a daze, was woken up by an incoming call. Who is so fucked and has nothing to do? Call so early. The mobile phones were scattered on the ground, and Du Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to it. But the other party seemed to be competing with him, and the ringtone kept ringing. In the end, Zhang Baji, who was still sleeping unsteadily, sat up, regardless of the spring light, picked up her phone from the ground with some difficulty, and said angrily, "I guess the crew matters will be taken over." Du Sheng rubbed her into her hand, felt the graceful warmth, and yawned. Who? Last night, in order to test the skills results, it is not an exaggeration to say that night is working. It has to be said that although the internal strength of the 9 Yang cannot be mobilized, its hidden ability is really strong. Even though I was tired, I was still feeling a little excited. As a result, my waist felt a little sore when I woke up early in the morning. I was so convinced. Brother Sheng, it's me. Wang Yang said embarrassedly, knowing that it is easy to offend people by calling so early, but he has no choice. What's up? Du Sheng asked Zhang Baji to help him rub his lumbar muscles. Hearing that Du Sheng's tone was not right, Wang Yang hurriedly said, "Aren't you going to film the UCI wedding today? I just told someone that the venue had booked and asked us to change the place." Reserve. Du Sheng opened his eyes and felt a little fun. "I'm just notifying now? It's interesting. What do you say about the coordination and external producer?" Wang Yang said mysteriously. "I heard that the venue was temporarily occupied by Huai's Jieliu clan. We can't say it here and plan to find another place." When he heard that it was Huai, Du Sheng's lips were even more interesting. According to Wang Yang's gossip, the producer of the Gulf City comic-making drama is Wang Zonglei, who is also present in person. The producers of our side are not very useful, as if they are trying to compete. Now the crew is forced to find the venue again and inform the actors not to put on makeup so early. So, the other party has not given any face. Du Sheng thought about it and felt that it was unlikely that it was because of the previous change of corners. After all, when Li Ou changed to Fan Ou, he was still wandering around Huai, and at most he would lose Xiao Wang's face. As smart businessmen, interests are top priority, and there is no need to provoke this Hong Kong circle. There are most likely some unknown factors in this. Chapter 222 finally broke through. "Listen to that boy." Ha Long said that the original publisher of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat was Huai. Later, for some reason it was replaced by The Oriental Dragon. It was probably because of the reason why it was not agreed. Wang Yeyang is worthy of asking for advice and even straightened his ideas. Du Sheng asked a few more questions, and when he learned that he had little to do with him, he shook his head and hung up the phone. Zhang Baji listened to it half asleep and half awake, and asked in a daze. What's wrong? Don't you need to shoot today? Du Sheng leaned down with her back, without explaining too much, and smiled. I guess I can't take a photo in the morning, so have a good rest. This kind of thing involves too much, so he is too lazy to take the initiative to intervene. As expected, one morning was delayed and everyone was doing nothing. For the actors, it doesn't matter if they waste a long time, just take a break. But for the crew, this problem can be big or small. Not to mention delaying progress, the daily expenses will cost 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Not to mention that the scenes have been arranged, and the temporary replacement of the venue has mobilized many people, and anyone else has angered. When Du Sheng got up and washed up, he heard Wang Jing cursing. Later, if you don't know how to talk about it, Chen Jiasheng's face turned a little gloomy, and then instructed the crew to go to Fiteng Film and Television City not far away. Although everyone was curious, they still had some vision. No one touched the gun, but they just whispered. Du Sheng didn't care about this. When he came back from packing breakfast, he saw two women sleeping like pigs, and each one woke them up with his palm. The two women sat up in a sleepy way, looked at each other's clean white snow skin, and got out of bed as if nothing had happened. Last night, in order to deal with the man, both sides were full of tricks and had nothing to do. Now that I wake up, I may feel a little embarrassed and resentful, but basically ventilate to Du Sheng. It's all because of this bull's fault that they can't help joining forces. Du Sheng didn't want to turn into a punching bag, so he slipped out after breakfast. Seeing that Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong were also gathered aside to gossip, he was about to ask about the situation. In an instant, the field of vision flashed in front of me. Then, an extremely powerful feeling traveled all over my body. At that moment, I felt that not only my body and joint vitality were enhanced, but even the pain in my waist disappeared. Du Sheng was stunned for a moment, then reacted and glanced at the interface quickly. Sure enough, the comprehensive evaluation has finally broken through. He simply sat down in a corner of the hall first. With a slight pinch, the steel armrests on the seat made a light sound. In addition to the body's resistance and immunity, the explosive power has also been further enhanced. Du Sheng showed joy on his face. The pinch just now was no less than 800 pounds. After all, I increased by dozens of pounds. According to his estimate, if he had another double Phoenix opera tonight, he wouldn't have breathless for half an hour. I guarantee that these two demons will no longer have the idea of playing hard to get, and be obedient. Speaking of which, Du Sheng thought that the Legend of the Condor Heroes would be released so that the comprehensive evaluation would be improved. Unexpectedly, it was early. He speculated that it might be that Yangshi 5 replayed the K1 semifinals during the day, and the news of his victory in reaching the quarterfinals is still fermenting, and Sword of Sword 1 is about to start filming. Ruan Seeing Technology began to promote and build momentum in the Game Circle Plus Zhejiang channel. With many additions, while the reputation and fans have increased significantly, their physique, identity, power, status, combat power, etc. have also increased invisibly. The comprehensive evaluation was therefore able to break through, from E to E+. In addition to giving away a lottery, there are also 3 more annual times. 1/10th of annual lottery draws. Du Sheng pulled out casually, and the light flowed, and he pulled out 7 items. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Language Mastery gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the script of Chapelang. Congratulations to the host for receiving the song The First Time Lover. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hero, blue, batch. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the song 10,000 Reasons. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Inspiration suddenly appears, blue. After the lottery ended, several phantoms turned into streaming light and automatically converged towards the body. Du Sheng felt that the vast knowledge, skills, etc., as vast as smoke turned into rushing rivers and poured into his mind. The impact of knowledge made his head buzz and his spirits a little dazed. It was not until a long time that Du Sheng gradually absorbed the blessing from heaven. Although I couldn't draw purple items, these 7 things are very practical. Du Sheng nodded with satisfaction. I won't talk about the shackle card, blue, it's the one that bears the function. It can improve the green skills such as basic knowledge of music, darts, and sound and color to blue. As a man who dreams of killing 5 times, he did not hesitate too much and used it first in sound, color, dog, horse. This skill has been upgraded to LV2, making it easy to break through. A great gift package for language proficiency. It seems that it has been released before, so it won't be repeated, right? Du Sheng's eyes moved down, and he took a look and then put away the hidden worries. Language proficiency LV1/blue, 100/1000. Select 2 of the following 5 languages to integrate them, namely Neon, Kimchi, Tianzu, Zhou and Cambodia. Actually, it doesn't need to be ruled out. Most people should know how to choose. After all, the latter 3 are still relatively backward at present, and it is unlikely that they will develop there whether they are entertainment or business. As for the future, there should be such gift packs in the future. As a sea of knowledge came in, Du Sheng instantly mastered Neon and Kimchi. Although it is the basics, there is no problem dealing with daily communication. At least, you don't need to communicate through translation next time when you go to Neon. The script of Chapelang? Or a hardcover storyboard version, not bad. Du Sheng nodded secretly. Then we will gradually turn to the big screen, and this movie script is a timely time. This kind of thing that comes with a storyline can be photographed without thinking, so the more you can take pictures. The First Time Lover seems to be a song by the Sweetheart Leader. Du Sheng thought about it and thought of its use. This kind of simple and catchy song is just right for cousins and their cousins to sing. He vaguely remembers that the popularity of this song was naturally not to be said for the top 100 QQ music. Recently, in addition to tutoring acting skills at school, Lu Yifei also took the time to learn some musical knowledge. As long as you maintain this motivation, some songs will be used sooner or later. 10,000 Reasons, Mom. In fact, Du Sheng is no longer surprised by such online songs. In the first year of release, the number of downloads reached 15 million times, breaking the historical record of ringtones and becoming the sales champion. Maybe it was because I listened to singing too much in my previous life and I had been automatically packaged by the lottery. Just make one more song, it will be enough to try out an EP album with Please Guard Buddha. It is not impossible to be able to gain popularity, rely on Hong Kong artists to be a 3-a-day artist. He has low requirements and can only gain a place in the ringtone list of the 3 major operators of mobile, telecom and China Unicom. As for the height comparable to previous life, unless you are willing to spend a lot of money to make a list, open up channels for CD piracy, and brainwash and play in major supermarkets, railway stations, and parks, it will be difficult for a short period of time. Batch. New things are released. Heroes, Essays/Blue. Those who often admire this are uniquely heroic, charming, and infectious, and can help their brothers and feet work hard. Du Sheng looked at the diamond-shaped badge that was the size of 2 fingers, and was a little confused. Because it cannot be shown. He tried to attach it to his body surface, but he didn't expect to stick it on it directly. From the outside, it is illusory, but it also fits you, not worry about losing or leaking. And the effect is quite good. Especially when letting your hands and feet work hard, this is simply possessed by Liu Bei. There is no need to worry about being cheated by brothers and relatives in doing things in the future. This point alone is priceless. As for how to get this thing? Du Sheng thought about it and felt that it was related to fighting. At present, in the eyes of fighting fans, he went abroad alone and achieved results, which can be regarded as winning glory for his country. In terms of publicity, it is often the aura of the charity boxing champion. Gradually, many people regarded him as the pride of Oriental boxing, slowly breaking the title of East Asian weak man and making the public look shining. Once this belief gathers, it may be the heroic spirit. Du Sheng calmed down his emotions and looked at the end. LV1/blue appears suddenly, 100/1000. It can improve thinking awareness in a short period of time and enter a state of inspiration, lasting for 30 minutes and cooling time for 30 days. Good thing. After reading it, Du Sheng's first idea was to use it to recall songs and scripts in his past lives, and even channels with high returns on investment. For example, when he obtained the skills of basic knowledge of music theory LV1/green, he tried to replicate some classics in his previous life. In the end, I still overestimated myself. Either the music section is not remembered, the rhymes are blurred, or there is a problem with the accompaniment and arrangement. Now this skill can improve thinking awareness, even if it is only 30 minutes short, it will be of great help. There are also channels for high returns on investment. For example, in terms of stocks and bonds, if you remember a high line value and match the timeline, it is highly likely to make money. As soon as he thought of this, Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value. Reputation value, 58,829. Without thinking too much, I directly spent 1,000 to improve it to LV2. The effect is that the duration is increased by 10 minutes and the cooling time is reduced by 5 days. Not bad. At least if you are missing songs or planning to release a disc in the future, you don't have to wait for the lottery or ask grandpa and grandma to find someone to create. Find an opportunity to try it later. It should be no problem to get enough EP. Have the venue been set up? There is no other movement on Huai, right? Du Sheng came to Wang Yeyang and Zhang Hailong, who were still quarreling and fucking, and asked casually. The venue is almost the same, so let's go and put on makeup first. Wang Yeyang handed over a pastry. As for Huai, it is said that Wang Zonglei has returned from Francis. Today he will visit the crew of the Vinegar clan. I don't know what the purpose is. Zhang Hailong looked up and down at Du Sheng, walked closer and said in a low voice. Brother-in-law, my sister and I entered your room last night, and it seems that they have never come out. If he hadn't had something to find Zhang Baji last night, he wouldn't have known this kind of thing. Outsiders know at most some scandals, and it is even more impossible to know the inside story. After all, his sister is famous for being good at fighting and has an arrogant temperament. As a result, after so long, I didn't tell you anything about it, but I still went out together. On Xie Tingfeng, I'm afraid I'll be jealous for a long time. Not to mention that the old sister actually spent the night with Fan Ou last night in Du Sheng's room. How did this be done? He is simply a god. If he hadn't considered the reputation of his sister and was worried about being hung up by Du Sheng, he would have been gossiping with Wang Yeyang and others. But then again, the entire crew is now attracted by Huai's bumping into the car accident and has no time to care about other gimmicks. Chapter 223 Cute and Charming. Du Sheng's expression was as usual, and he said, "They wake up and go back to their rooms after drinking. You are likely to be dazzled. In such occasions, let alone brothers, even mothers cannot admit it." Seeing Du Sheng so calm, Zhang Hailong touched his head and became a little confused. After filming today's scene, you will finish the filming. Are you planning to go back to Xiangjiang first? In order to avoid gossip, Du Sheng simply changed the topic. What surprised him was that Zhang Hailong shook his head unexpectedly. Since I was trained by Uncle Huang, I miss it a little and plan to go there first and practice the basic skills. Wang Yeyang looked at him strangely, wondering if there was water in his head. In fact, Zhang Hailong was a little knocked down after watching the boxing match in Neon that day. The people there didn't know Zhang Baji at all. They didn't have much money at that time, so those girls didn't even miss him. Especially Du Sheng, who was the first time to go to Neon, but was sought after by hundreds of Chinese, made him very ashamed. If he didn't make any changes, he was worried that he would really become a pool of mud. Du Sheng looked up and down at Zhang Hailong, seeing that he was not joking, nodded slightly and said, "Okay, learn some skills as you want to be an actor in the future. Why can join the military training in the team change a person's personality? In fact, it makes the same for Huang Deli. Brother Sheng, I have been delayed for so long today, and I guess I will be taking the film later." When Wang Yeyang saw Du Sheng standing up, he also walked towards the bus with his things. "The internal audition will be held tomorrow for Sword of Fairy 1. Are you still going? Since no one can guess, what kind of grudges does the mouse falls in love with the cat have with the producers of the Vinegar family?" I don't know what Wang Jing and Wang Zonglei talked about. They thought they couldn't even gossip, so they simply talked about the matter in front of them. Sword of Fairy 1 has long been scheduled to hold an audition meeting at the Beijing Marriott Hotel tomorrow, and representatives of the 4 major investors will attend. Du Sheng thought about it and was not sure how the shooting progress was today. It depends on the situation at that time. If you have time, go there. He left only 2 days ago, and the starring role was heavy, so it was difficult for him to leave the group all the time. In addition, the later period of The Legend of the Condor Heroes is about to be completed, and in a few days, I will have to deal with Lai Shuizi Lubintang, which is a matter of inheritance, which also takes time. However, with Yet SG as the representative of Miracle Studio, Du Sheng is not worried about the casting issue of Sword of Immortality 1. After all, many characters are invited by the inside, it depends on who is more appropriate. Today's shooting progress is indeed not as expected by Wang Yeyang, and it will not end at 10 o'clock in the evening. The original arrangement was still not completed, but it was so tired that everyone was very tired. In addition, I don't know if it was affected by the situation in the morning, but the atmosphere in the crew was a bit low. Many people have reduced their travel and have a break early. Du Sheng is blessed by special physical constitution and his mental state is quite good. But the 2 girls were a little bit short and didn't have much energy. It seemed that they would have to shoot the left and right tonight. The next day, the Marriott Hotel. The crew of Sword of Fairy 1 will be held as scheduled. Early in the morning, Yezi, as a representative of Miracle Studio, brought Yang Mi and Lu Shishi to the audition site. At the same time, Lu Zili also took Lu Yifei into the hotel gate. "Why is my cousin not available for such an important audition?" Lu Yifei couldn't help but mutter. Lu Zili comforted. "Didn't it mean that something happened to the crew yesterday and they couldn't leave? And you just go through the motions, it's the same whether you come or not." Lu Yifei. "Is there anyone who is a mother who is like this?" Lu Zili ignored her and stepped forward to greet Yezi who was coming. "Miss Yat, morning." While talking, she looked at the 2 little girls behind Yezi. "It is indeed beautiful and charming. No wonder Miracle Studio attaches great importance to it." Lu Yifei was also looking at each other with Yang Mi and Lu Shishi, both of which were a little curious. The relationship between the 3 and Du Sheng is a bit special, and they are all related to Du Sheng when they come to the audition. They are still girls who are about the same age. There are many factors that make up for you, and it would be a bit fake if you say you haven't heard of the other party. You guys are pretty early, you can go out on makeup first. Yesi smiled and nodded at Lu Zili, her eyes fell on Lu Yifei, and she reminded her. "Today I mainly look at the makeup test effect, and I have a lot of points in terms of temperament and appearance." Lu Zili knew that this should be from Du Sheng's kindness and smiled. "I understand, Miss Yat, go and do your business, I'll just take them to the dressing room." Yesi had something to discuss with several representatives next, and looked at Yang Mi and Lu Shishi and said, "Then you guys go to put on makeup first." Remember to relax during the audition and treat it normally. Sister Yet, go and do your business. Although the two girls were a little nervous, they responded obediently and took the initiative to walk towards Lu Yifei. 85 Three flowers gathered together to meet formally. After chatting for a while, Lu Zili took Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishi into the dressing room. Yezi walked to the left and came to a spacious conference room. Zhongzhen and Li Dachao representing Zhonghaiao film industry, Chen Yamei and Liang Zhegongticha from Zhejiangtai were blown to the dike. Yao Zhuangxian and Luoting from Ruan Seeing Technology arrived later because they wanted to come from Modu. The audition started at 9 o'clock, and everyone sat around the conference table, chatting while tasting tea. Yes, Xi's arrival made the atmosphere more lively, and Zhongzhen smiled and joked. Mr. Yet, there are many actors invited to the market today, all of which are improvised. Don't be too strict with them. Yesi smiled gently and responded. Although this drama is represented by fairy tale, its core is closer to a romantic drama. The casting is naturally based on the fit between appearance and image. In terms of acting, it's good enough. After hearing this, Li Dachao teased. I have to adjust my mentality after hearing what you said. I was thinking about blocking the threshold. He is the newly signed director of Zhonghaiao, and he did want to show off his skills. Now when I heard this inner statement, I felt a little disappointed. Because once the requirements are lowered, the effect of the whole filming will be poor. Zhongzhen seemed to see something and smiled. Oldly, don't think casting is a mess. In fact, you will know after the audition. The characters are invited to meet the standards. In addition, a little lower acting does not mean that people are attracted by chance. Everything is still based on the crew. Do you really think we have invested so much, just playing a game? After hearing this, Li Dachao realized that he had thought something wrong and corrected his mentality a little. Yesi glanced at everyone and said seriously. We need to clarify the audience positioning of this show. Xiangxia is just a cloak, and the real core is what we want to pursue. Don't be confused by the adaptation gimmick. Liang's Hegong fainted too. Love is always the theme of TV series, and the fairy tale and martial arts romance is indeed just a different framework. As the director of Zhejiang Station, he also made his point. In addition to the role fit, the details of the camera, lines, soundtrack, etc. need to be carefully polished. Only by grasping these can you attract the audience and leave a deep impression. After a moment of chatting, Yao Zhuangxian and Luoting finally arrived. Time came unknowingly, 9 o'clock, and the invited artists basically finished their makeup, and the audition officially began. Everyone walked into the audition room and sat at the table. Yezi, Yao Zhuangxian and Zhongzhen sat in the middle, and the two directors sat next to him. It can be seen from this that the proportion of rights between the producer and the investor. The first actor to enter the audition room surprised Yezi. Good morning, everyone, judges. Zhou Xiaoqing glanced at the audition room and went forward to salute. I am Zhou Xiaoqing, and this time I want to audition for the role of Lin Yuru. She is a female artist under Wang Jinhua, who is slightly inferior to Shuangbing. He has starred in well-known TV series such as The God of Wealth, Qianlong Dynasty, and The Famous Captain of Kanto. This time I went to audition with Yezi's relationship. Everyone also knew that it was more or less relevant to those who could come to audition, so they could not help but observe Zhou Xiaoqing's ancient costume style in detail. Although her ancient costume looks are not three-dimensional, her face is soft and her temperament is good, revealing the gentleness and beauty of the Eastern style, giving people a soft and intimate feeling. She chose a blue skirt, which did not show the heroic appearance of the only daughter of the martial arts leader, but was more like the princess dressed in a historical drama. But this cannot be blamed on Zhou Xiaoqing. Because she came temporarily, the script was not clear, and she unconsciously interpreted according to the role she was good at. Zhongzhen asked with a smile. Miss Zhou, we have worked together twice. You seem to have never played a role in martial arts and willfulness before, right? Zhou Xiaoqing answered frankly. Indeed, I came here this time just to challenge it and learn by the way, hoping to broaden my acting path. In fact, Wang Jinhua also knew that she had little hope. The reason why she was asked to travel was that in addition to being close by, she was just to get lucky and try the photogenic effect. It's okay, let's have a clip of Lin Yuru and Li Xiaoao's first meeting. The result is nothing unexpected, and it is somewhat different from Lin Ruyu's willfulness and arrogant charm. Zhou Xiaoqing also realized that her temperament was not very good, so she smiled and said goodbye and left. Actually, she wanted to audition for Zhao Linger, but unfortunately she knew that the chance was slim, so she changed to the second female lead. Next, several actresses came to audition for Lin Yuru or Enyu. Only the roles of Li Xiaoao and Zhao Linger are rarely interested. Because everyone has guessed that the male protagonist of a big investment drama has been chosen long ago, and the female protagonist cannot be released. Not long after, it was finally Lu Yifei's turn. She was wearing a light blue long dress dotted with pink and yellow prints, paired with a pair of linear long earrings. Her head was covered with lively and cute double buns, and was decorated with pink pearl tassels. Coupled with her fresh and refined face, she looks like an innocent little fairy. Li Dachao and Liang even Yeji couldn't help but take a few more glances. Full of vitality and full of fairy spirit. This is simply the incarnation of Zhao Linger. Her look is so beautiful. It is both cute and charming. After Li Dachao came to his senses, he couldn't help but sigh. I have to say that Mr. Yao's vision is indeed extraordinary. Even if there is no internal recommendation, she can definitely win this role with her look and performance. Zhong Zhen and Yezi, who knew the inside story, looked at each other and smiled and said nothing. If it weren't for Du Sheng's advice and guidance, how could Lu Yifei's appearance be so appropriate? Chapter 224 Being Missed. Yao Zhuangxian, who had been silent, seemed quite excited at this moment. Because he has a deep emotional commitment to the role of Zhao Linger. Especially when positioning the game character, Yao Zhuangxian almost got into trouble with Zhang Xiaoquan because of his love for Zhao Linger. Because Zhang Xiaoquan has always emphasized the dual heroines and has always advocated strengthening Lin Yuru's plot weight. If it weren't for the adapted script provided by Du Sheng, Lin Yuru's character was finally optimized, and the bad plot of killing innocent people and doing nothing was removed, and the emotional line with the male protagonist was strengthened. I was afraid there would be quarrels. Although Yao Zhuangxian compromised, when he saw Lu Yifei transforming into Zhao Linger's fairy-like appearance, the urge to pity the heroine almost got up. But now he can only suppress his thoughts and praise Lu Yifei. I have seen your performance in The Dragon. The fairy spirit and pure eyes are very special, which is also the positioning that suits Zhao Linger in my mind. The audition period is also remarkable. Chen Yamei and Luo Ting smiled and commented, expressing their approval. In this way, there is no possibility of this character falling behind. Although Lu Yifei tried hard to keep calm, she rose slight lithe corner of her mouth still revealed her inner joy. Yesi's eyes were filled with relief and said, "Did Yifei perform extremely well today? It seems that the careful guidance of experts is indispensable." Lu Yifei could no longer hold back her smile and said happily, "Sister Yet is so ridiculous. It's true that my cousin has given me some advice. If it weren't for the more Du Sheng's advice and even the audition script was corrected twice, how could she be so relaxed?" After Lu Yifei went out, another familiar figure walked in. It is the actor who plays the Zhejiangxian recommended by Zhong Yaoying. Although Xie Junhao was not very famous in Xiangzhong, his professionalism, good lifestyle, and easygoing personality have all won him wide praise in the circle. After the role of Zhu Jianxian was confirmed, the actors came in one after another, and Yezi found that there were many familiar faces among them. However, apart from approving Yang Mi's performance, she did not comment too much on other actors. Because most of the actors' audition were artists recommended by representatives from all parties, as long as they are on the pass line, the choice is reasonable. However, at the audition of the third female lead Anu, Yazi had to put away the partiality. Lu Shishi, wearing a white dress made of silk embroidered printed in front of her, gives people the feeling of being fresh and refined, cold and leisurely, and with a sense of inseparable affinity. This is not only reflected in her appearance, but also in her words and deeds and lines. In addition, it may be because of her experience in learning ballet since childhood that she has made her every move and gesture with an elegant temperament. I have to say that Du Sheng's vision of people is really amazing. Excellent artists of this level are destined to be buried in the future. But the problem lies in this. As the young master of the Bai Miao tribe, Anu looks innocent and charming, giving people a sense of cleverness, cuteness. Lu Shishi was given guidance from Du Sheng, and she had no problem with dressing up, but when she performed innocently, the elegance that was like a shadow was a bit strange. This is not a matter of acting. Lu Shishi has been trained for nearly 3 months and is much better than a pure newcomer. After joining the group, there are also director tips, so as long as he gets through it, he won't be stuck. The key is role fit. This makes people feel helpless. Zhong Zhen, Chen Yamei, Luo Ting, and others also saw the problem and started to communicate in a low voice. In principle, if Miracle Studio insists on letting Lu Shishi play, they will give it a try. But if you keep striving for excellence, there is a saying. Seeing the judges over there discussing, Lu Shishi was a little nervous, but she knew what was going on. In fact, she had already had Du Sheng's reminder and had deliberately restrained her temperament, but she still gave people a feeling of dissonance. Also, the character design and logic are not very consistent with Anu. But this is my own problem, no one can blame me. Moreover, for the first time acting, she didn't expect to play such an important supporting role as Anu. The reason why Yang Mi was able to play Xiao Zhao in The Legend of the Condor Heroes last time was because she was born with a child star. She never thought that she could reach the height of this little sister from the beginning. As long as you can play an experienced role and embark on the road of acting, you are actually satisfied. After discussion, Yazi looked at Lu Shishi and said, "Everyone thinks that changing roles may give full play to your strengths. For example, try the 2 roles of Nguyen and Zhang Weiner." Lu Shishi couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw that the crew did not ask the artist to go back and wait for notifications like before, but instead gave him an audition for the role adjustment. She also understood the difficulties of everyone. This is actually based on Du Sheng's recommendation. After all, the crew is not the Miracle Studio. Furthermore, she is indeed unable to act cleverly and innocently, and barely acting will only result in half the result with twice the effort. On the contrary, it is more appropriate to play the kind-hearted and charming infatuated fox demon. In order to save the people, the female garden led the plague to herself, and the fox demon's good deeds aroused the world's compassion. And the emotional line is also good, and the final tragic ending is still fresh in memory. As for Zhang Weiner, she is considered the heir to the girl's garden, and it is also a challenge to play 2 roles by one person. After changing the corner and reauthoring the exam, the effect was immediate. Lu Shishi's temperament is quite consistent with the role, and her acting skills have also increased a lot. Anu was handed over to Tang Yan, a female artist of the Central Academy of Drama signed by Zhonggai Ao. Although she is also a newcomer, her outfit as an alien girl and her every move and curiosity about everything in the world make people remember it at a glance. That kind of innocence, liveliness, and cuteness is indeed suitable for the naked eye. In addition, Tang Yan's personality is a sunny and optimistic girl, which is also in line with the role settings. Miracle Studios' exchange of resources with Zhonggai Ao is also a perfect match. And this is not considered as a resource drop, it is just a temporary change. When the 2 sides work together for the next drama, this resource will be exchanged. Du Sheng heard Yazi's report and thought about it and agreed. Because the next drama is likely to be Sword of Fairy 3, it will be exchanged back then. For example, Lu Shishi plays the second female lead, while Tang Yan coordinates to become the third female lead. In this way, no matter who is to be partial. After one day, the characters such as Tang Yu, Lu Jinyuan, Zhu Jianxian sect leader, Lin Qing'er, Zhu Jianxian, Zhang Ming were basically selected. Overall, the changes are not too obvious, and even a lot of optimizations have been made. Because Du Sheng deleted the flaws in the script from the beginning, so that the whole thing would beta body character is more full. For example, Li Xiaoao has always called Lin Yuru a bitch, and one of the vulgar lines calling Zhao Linger a bitch has been changed, making the three more delicate emotions. There is also the suspicion of the collapse of the plot due to the unclear power system and level. Of course, there is also the most outrageous later brainless plot where Lin Yuru deliberately sent her to death. After this episode of My Previous Life came out, it was angrily criticized by the entire internet. Du Sheng naturally would not keep such flaws to lower the ratings. In the evening of that day, the sunset shone through the sky above Huairou film and television base, casting mottled light and shadow. The shooting scene was full of people, and the camera was still turning. Today, both the two dramas The Vinegar Family and The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat are filmed here, and there are many people that cannot be avoided. In the hustle and bustle, a middle-aged man in a straight suit suddenly stopped beside him. His eyes accidentally swept over the shooting scene of The Mouse Falls in Love with a Cat and suddenly froze on an actress wearing a big red wedding dress. It was Fan Ou, who played the role of Princess Yuehua. She is currently filming a clip of the imperial wedding with Du Sheng. She wore a gorgeous wedding dress, which was as quiet and elegant as a classical beauty, and charming as a charming charm. I don't know how many eyes she attracted. A hint of surprise flashed in Yang Kei's eyes, and he turned to Wang Zonglei, who was visiting the set. Who is this actress? Such a temperament is rare. Wang Zonglei looked along his gaze and his face was a little strange. Mr. Yang has a good vision. This is one of the four most popular actresses in Huai, Fan Ou. Yang Kei was a little surprised, and a deep smile appeared on his face. So it's your company's artist. Yu Huai is really full of talents. Speaking of this, he paused for a moment, as if there was nothing but a truth. I wonder if I can let her have a meal tonight, so I just happened to talk about the movie we shot in joint venture. The heroine is not yet decided, I think she is quite suitable. Wang Zonglei's face was also a little playful. As a big playmaker, how could he not understand the subtext? Speaking of which, he was thinking about Fan Ou, a few months ago. Unfortunately, there were many bellies and swallows around me at that time, and I had to go abroad and I was busy for a while. Unexpectedly, Yang Kei, the old cesium ghost, was also concerned about it. But this is a rare opportunity to cooperate. Moreover, that movie is a big investment and is distributed to the entire Asia. I don't believe in Fan Ou and don't want to be moved. While Fan Ou was resting, Wang Zonglei called her aside and gave a brief introduction with a smile. Ou, this is Yang Kei, the boss of Wanshanj Kyungzi Entertainment. You should have heard of the movie Bixian Shocked. This time he came to the mainland to prepare for an casting. If you are interested, come and have a meal tonight. Fan Ou noticed the unconcealed look in Yang Kei's eyes and frowned. She has been in the entertainment industry for several years, how could she not understand what this kind of dinner means? If it were put at the beginning of the year, she might still be interested. But since he got along with Du Sheng, for some reason, his thoughts on that aspect have long faded. In addition, with men now supporting him, there is no shortage of resources at all, so there is no need to be humble. And to put it bluntly, even if the other party is satisfied, this role may not be given to you. She has long since wanted to play this kind of capital game. Mr. Wang, thank you very much for your attention. But I still have 2 films on my appointment, and I guess I may not take time next year. Listening to this kind of polite rejection, Wang Zonglei's smile gradually faded. It's just a meal, there's no time. Fan Ou knew very well that Wang Jinhua had already had a big fight with Wang Jinhua, and she had long stood firmly on Wang Jinhua's side and said tactfully, The progress here is quite fast, and I guess it will be filmed until 10 o'clock in the evening. I'm really sorry, Mr. Wang. After much trouble and polite decline, she saw Du Sheng noticed this place and found an excuse to say goodbye and leave. But anyone understands that there is still something to say. Chapter 225 Break Through the Lower Limit. Wang Zonglei stared at the dog man and woman over there expressionlessly. Anyone who knows him knows that this is a sign of anger. Yang Ke walked over and said with a smile, "Old Wang, if she is not available, then forget it. It's just a pity, after all, this character is quite suitable for her." Wang Zonglei couldn't bear to worry about his face, so he asked his assistant to take Yang Ke to the dinner first. He had a gloomy face and took out his cell phone and called Wang Jinhua. Before the other party could speak, he had a hint of threat in his tone. It would be an opportunity for her to let Fan Ou attend a movie dinner in the evening. Wang Jinhua on the other end of the phone had received a reminder from Fan Ou and said unmoved, "Mr. Wang, I respect the choice of." Moreover, after filming The Mouse Falls in Love with the Cat, she also has a treasure